On the first day of school, I discovered that 7 of my ex-girlfriends were actually my schoolmates. The whole class treated me like a two-timing, poor scumbag. While others received class schedules at the start of the semester, what I received felt like a death warrant jointly issued by 7 ex-girlfriends. Girl in the Chinese department called me Brother Chuan in public, but the beautiful counselor on the podium pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and coldly reminded me, I did not agree to the breakup news last night. Before I could figure out how to escape, a Rolls-Royce with a Beijing license plate bearing 4/8 pulled up outside the school gate. The most dangerous young lady in Kyoto, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, blocked my way, leaving me with only 2 words, get in the car. Everyone thought I was just an ordinary freshman who played with emotions and was about to be retaliated against by my ex-girlfriends. But what they don't know is that a year ago, I secretly made $1 billion yuan by maintaining 7 online relationships simultaneously using the emotional value system. Now I've returned to university in hiding, just wanting to live a low-key life, but the 7 women I dumped have increasingly terrifying identities. What's worse, they seem to be ready to join forces and make me pay the price for every sweet word I uttered back then. But all of this started when I was 16 and simultaneously had 7 online relationships. On the first day of school, I discovered that the undisputed beauty queen of the Chinese literature department was actually the online girlfriend I had just dumped the night before. To make matters worse, my professor and academic advisor was also one of my 7 ex-girlfriends. And that dark Rose, who once boasted online that she would kill anyone who dared to bully her, has already found out that I got into Kyoto University, and even sent me a message. Wash your neck clean. See you tomorrow. It wasn't until that moment that I realized that the 7 online romances I casually abandoned after making $1 billion yuan in a year were coming back to haunt me one by one in the most dangerous way. It all started in my second year of high school. That year, I was accidentally linked to an emotional value system. As long as I provided enough emotional value to someone of the opposite sex, the system would convert it into cash. At 16, I hadn't considered starting a business, nor was I planning to study finance. My first thought was online dating. After all, I had a good-looking face and knew exactly what girls liked to hear. I cast a wide net across various platforms, filtering out ordinary candidates, and finally keeping 7 outstanding girls who provided the strongest emotional feedback, while maintaining 7 online relationships with them. Over the course of a year, through companionship, comfort, and sweet talk, I emptied the entire $1 billion yuan prize pool of the system. After the money arrived in my account, I didn't continue to indulge. Instead, I stopped immediately. I uninstalled all social media apps, switched to an old-fashioned phone that could only make calls, and completely disappeared for a year, partly to prepare for the college entrance exam, and partly to allow this wealth to have a proper transition period. Ultimately, I ranked 3rd in the province and was admitted to Kyoto University. On the day I registered, my roommates were still discussing whether 2,000 yuan a month would be enough for living expenses, while my black card was tucked under a 200 yuan canvas bag. I thought I could finally begin a low-key, quiet, and wealthy college life. But after settling into my dorm, I re-downloaded WeChat to deal with those 7 old relationships. As soon as I logged into my account, my phone vibrated continuously for half a minute. All 7 pinned chat boxes showed 999 plus messages. Some people asked if I was dead, while others had already started investigating my whereabouts. At 16, I always thought that no one would truly take feelings expressed through a screen seriously. But seeing all the messages that had been piling up for a year, I realized for the first time that things seemed to have gone beyond my expectations. However, I didn't intend to drag it out any longer. I sent them breakup messages, explaining that I had been preparing for the college entrance exam for the past year, and wishing them that they would meet more suitable people in the future. Little Milk Candy immediately sent a voice message. Gentle Breeze and Bright Moon only replied with a smile, and Dark Night Rose asked me, Zhu Shengchuan, are you sure? Important Orange left more than a dozen unread voice messages. Sweet Strawberry sent a photo of herself crushing walnuts with her bare hands, and the remaining people also did not accept the breakup. I didn't reply further and simply put my phone down. The past is over. From now on, I just want to be an ordinary freshman in the Chinese literature department at Kyoto University. The next day, as I approached the entrance of class 1 of the Chinese department, I saw a girl in a white dress. She was beautiful, and just by standing there, she attracted most of the boys in the corridor. I glanced at her casually, intending to walk past her. But as we passed each other, she suddenly called out to me, asking in front of everyone, "Brother Chuan, it's been a year, don't you recognize me?" Only Little Milk Candy would use this nickname. I stared at her for a few seconds and finally connected the beautiful face in front of me with the pink rabbit avatar from our online dating days. Her real name is Shun Tianqi. Not only did she get into the same university as me, but we also happened to be in the first class of the Chinese literature department. The photo of the freshman beauty that went viral on the forum last night was of her. Before I could figure out how to handle it, she laughed and asked me why I used to send her pictures of my abs every day, but now that I've met her in person, I don't even greet her. The corridor fell silent instantly. The boys around me looked at me with a shift from envy to shock. Clearly, no one expected that the most beautiful girl in the college would have this kind of relationship with me so soon after entering the university. I could only remind her that I had officially broken up with her last night. Shun Tianqi stared at me and asked, "You disappeared for a whole year, and the first thing you said when you came back was to break up. Do I think that's reasonable?" I knew that the more I explained, the more flaws would appear, so I simply nodded. At least it's more reasonable than continuing to lie to you. The smile in her eyes faded slightly, but she didn't argue in public. She only said, "Then you can reason it out slowly, Brother Chuan," before turning and walking into the classroom. The less she got angry, the more certain I became that this wasn't over. On the first day of school, I had already become the focus of attention for all the boys in the class because of my online romance. After class in the morning, I hid in a corner of the cafeteria to check the messages. None of the other 6 people truly agreed to break up, and the most dangerous one, Dark Rose, even made me pray that I would never run into her offline. Although the situation was somewhat troublesome, I quickly convinced myself that online dating partners come from all over the world. Shun Tianqi becoming my classmate was just an extremely rare and unexpected occurrence. I had just reached this conclusion when a cool voice came from behind me. A young woman in a black suit dress and gold-rimmed glasses stopped at the table and reminded me not to be late for class that afternoon. Her name is Zhu Shengchuan. She is a Chinese literature professor and also our class's direct counselor. I immediately promised to be there on time. She nodded and left, but suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps. She didn't turn around, but lowered her voice and asked me, "By the way, did you see the message Qingfeng Mingyue sent you?" I froze in my seat. Zhu Shengchuan turned her head slightly, her gaze behind her glasses cold and devoid of warmth, then walked away in her high heels, the sound of her heels fading into the distance like a countdown. It was only then that I realized the system's smile wasn't an acceptance of the breakup. Qingfeng Mingyue had become my teacher, and I had just fallen into her hands. One ex-girlfriend is the most beautiful girl in my class, and the other holds the reins of my classroom life for the next 4 years. But this hellish start is clearly just beginning. The first period in the afternoon was Zhu Shengchuan's introduction to modern literature. I huddled in the last row of the classroom, hoping she would ignore me, but as soon as the class started, she announced that no one was allowed to be distracted. Others saw a young and strict teacher, but I saw my online girlfriend whom I used to call Sister Qingfeng. I once said that the moon wasn't as beautiful as her, and that no matter how far apart we were, I would go see her sooner or later. Now that we've actually met, all I want to do is go back and shut up my 16-year-old self. Zhu Shengchuan called on a few students to answer questions. Then her gaze swept across the entire classroom and landed precisely on me, asking me to explain the meaning of "cannot stop speaking" in the preface to Call to Arms. I knew she was deliberately targeting me, but I didn't panic. I directly answered Lu Sun's question, which on the surface denied his desire to express himself, but in reality, it was precisely through this denial that he indicated he could no longer remain silent. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Zhu Shengchuan hadn't found a flaw, so she could only comment that the analysis was fairly accurate. But as she looked down to flip through her book, she added softly, "You're still so good with words." The students in the front row didn't understand, but I heard it clearly. She wasn't commenting on the answer. She was reminding me that she hadn't forgotten a single word of the words she had used to comfort her. The bell had just rung, and I packed my bag to leave. Zhu Shengchuan called me back again, asking me to read another piece, Regret for the Past, next week. She even emphasized that I should have more experience than other students when it comes to the topic of starting a relationship and then abandoning the partner. The surrounding classmates immediately cast curious glances my way, so I had no choice but to leave the classroom. I had just leaned against the corridor wall to catch my breath when I received a private message on Weibo with a photo of the Kyoto University gate. The image was taken from a black Rolls-Royce, and the sender was Dark Knight Rose, with only 2 words below, arrived. I asked her what she was doing at the school, and she replied directly, "Looking for you." I reminded her that we had broken up, but she refused to acknowledge that it was a one-sided decision and just told me not to hide and to tell her which college I was in immediately. I didn't reply, put away my phone, and headed towards the dormitory area. But as soon as I stepped onto the tree-lined path, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan with a Beijing license plate bearing 4/8 blocked my way. Two burly men in sunglasses got out of the car first, directly blocking my escape route. Then, a girl wearing a black leather jacket and a short skirt came down. Her dark red hair fluttered in the wind. Her features were excessively beautiful, but her eyes were so sharp that the surrounding students avoided her, and no one dared to approach her easily. She walked straight up to me and called out my name accurately. I tentatively asked her if she was Dark Knight Rose, and she didn't deny it, only coldly stating her real name, Jiang Yao, Jiang from the Jiang family of Kyoto. Hearing that surname sent chills down my spine. The Jiang family outwardly controls a vast business empire, but secretly also controls a large part of the gray market in Kyoto, and her father, Jiang Ting, is known to outsiders as the king of hell in the north. I asked her why she always claimed to be an ordinary high school student. Jiang Yao retorted, "Didn't you always say you were an honest person?" That one sentence shut me down completely. She announced to my face that she did not agree with yesterday's breakup announcement. I reminded her that relationships cannot be decided by one person alone, so she moved closer again, and two burly men behind her also took a step forward at the same time, instantly making the atmosphere tense. I told her to call the people away first, so as not to cause a scene at the school. Jiang Yao stared at me for a few seconds, then actually raised her hand to stop the two of them, before turning and walking towards the Rolls-Royce, leaving only two words, "Get in." Just then, Shun Tianxi sent a message asking who the girl who looked fierce was. Gu Qinghan also saw the scene from the office window and reminded me and my friend to be mindful of the impact on the school. Continuing the standoff would only attract more onlookers, so I had no choice but to open the car door. Just as I got in, I received another text message from an unknown number, claiming to be Su Muching, saying she was coming to Kyoto next week to film a new music video and wanted me to pick her up personally. I silently put my phone down, but Jiang Yao warned from the back seat, "You'd better only have me as your girlfriend." I didn't answer, because no matter how I explained, it might turn this car into a battleground. The Rolls-Royce took me to a private club in the city center. After the assistant left, Jiang Yao got straight to the point and asked me why we broke up. I explained that I hadn't been online for a year during my senior year of high school, and an online relationship where we couldn't meet in person for a long time was simply unrealistic. She stared at me and asked, "Isn't it realistic enough that I'm sitting right in front of you now?" I was silent for a moment and could only admit that I was immature back then. Those online relationships were more like games, and I never seriously considered the future. The private room fell silent instantly. Jiang Yao's fingers tightened little by little as she whispered, repeating, "Not serious, and just a game." She told me that after I disappeared, she had already found out I was preparing for the college entrance exam. To avoid affecting me, she endured it for a whole year, waiting for me to come back after the exams. But the first thing she heard was breakup. She took all those promises I made casually to heart. Jiang Yao quickly composed herself and told me that the Jiang family never easily gives up what they want. I responded directly that no matter how powerful the Jiang family is, they cannot force someone to develop feelings. She remained silent for a long time before finally suggesting that we get to know each other again in reality. She gave me a month. If I still wanted to leave after a month, she wouldn't stop me, but this wasn't a discussion, just a notification. I agreed to give her a month, but on the condition that she wouldn't interfere with my studies or life. Jiang Yao agreed without hesitation and extended her hand to me. After the agreement was made, a slight smile finally appeared on her lips. It was already evening when I got back to school. I pushed open the dormitory door, and Lin Yuan was staring at the trending topics, excitedly telling me that top idol Su Muching would be filming her new song MV in Kyoto next week. He handed me a promotional photo. In the photo, a girl with pigtails was giving a sweet peace sign to the camera. I recognized her at a glance. She was Daiju Weizhong, who never posted selfies and whose profile picture was always an orange cat. Before I could even process what had happened, Shun Tianxi pressed me for details about where I'd gone that afternoon. I told her I'd had something come up, and she immediately asked if I'd left with the girl in the Rolls-Royce. I could only awkwardly admit that we were just friends. She only replied with an, "Oh," but that made me feel more guilty than if I were being questioned. Immediately afterward, Gu Qinghan informed me that my absence from class that afternoon had been recorded, and I had to submit a 3,000-word reflection on regret for the past next week. I explained that I had encountered an emergency, but she asked directly, "Are you with your girlfriend who drives a Rolls-Royce?" She then told me that for every day I was late in submitting my reading report, I would have to add 1,000 words. I lay sprawled on the wooden bed, feeling like I'd entered hell mode on the very first day of university. Then Lin Yuan added that a young, overseas-educated professor surnamed Fu would be joining the Chinese literature department next week, and that his family members were high-ranking officials. My eyelids twitched instantly, because my ex-girlfriend, Xinghe Wanli, also had the surname Fu and had mentioned that her father was of a very high rank. Young Ritter from overseas, high-ranking official family, Chinese literature professor, all the clues matched up. The next second, I received a text message from an unknown number. It accurately stated my name and status as a new student, and said that the information had been verified and that we would officially meet next week. The profile picture was the same dazzling starry sky that Starry Sky had used. 4 of my 7 ex-girlfriends have already appeared, and now a 5th one is about to parachute in as a professor. Just when I was starting to think that fate was determined to destroy me, there was a sudden knock on my dorm room door. Lin Yuan opened the door, and a girl wearing a hat and mask stood outside. She lowered her voice and asked softly, "Excuse me, does Zhu Shengchuan live here?" The moment the girl took off her mask, Lin Yuan's phone fell to the ground. She was none other than Su Muqing, the rising star who had just gone viral and had over 20 million followers. Su Muqing's eyes lit up the moment she saw me, and she complained, aggrieved, that I hadn't replied to her messages and she had to come find me herself. At the same time, my phone was vibrating incessantly. Zhang Yao and Shun Tianxi had both discovered that a woman had entered the dormitory and were pressuring me to explain immediately. I instinctively closed the door, keeping her outside. It wasn't until she banged on the door and shouted, "The oranges are more important," that I quickly pulled her inside. She was one of my 7 ex-girlfriends. I also covered Lin Yuan's mouth, pushed him out of the dorm, and warned him that he hadn't seen anything. After the door was locked, Su Muqing, her eyes red, grabbed my clothes and whispered, "Brother Chuan." She said she had come over without her manager because she was afraid I would really leave her. She also pressed me to tell her why I had disappeared for a year after the breakup and hadn't even listened to the 17 voice messages she had sent. The first 3 voice messages were from someone looking for me. The middle 5 were from someone cursing me, and she absolutely refused to let me hear the last 9. Just then, Gu Qinghan also sent a message. It was obvious that all 3 of them knew that Su Muqing was in my dorm, so I could only lie and say that she was my roommate's cousin. Su Muqing had no doubts. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she whispered to me that she officially debuted shortly after I disappeared. When her first song was released, she most wanted to hear my opinion, but no matter how popular the song became or how many fans she had, she could never find me. With tears in her eyes, she asked me if online dating didn't count as real love. She still remembered how, back when she was unknown, only I listened to her sing, and she even promised to sit in the front row at her concert someday. Those casually spoken words, she now took them all seriously. Just as I was about to respond, I heard the sound of keys outside the door. The dorm supervisor was checking for prohibited electrical appliances. Without thinking, I immediately pulled back the covers, pushed Su Muqing onto the inside of the bed, and lay down on the outside, pretending to have a high fever. After the dorm supervisor entered, she searched through all the lockers and even asked if I was the only one in the dorm. I lied and said I had a fever of 38.5 degrees Celsius and that my roommate had gone out to buy medicine. Su Muqing, who was lying in bed, was pressed tightly against me, too scared to breathe, and in her panic, she clung tightly to my clothes. Fortunately, the dormitory supervisor didn't notice anything unusual and left after telling me to go to the school hospital. Su Muqing popped out, her face flushed, staring at my chest, and asking why my heart was beating so fast. She also asked if I had thought about her this past year. I could only hand her a tissue to change the subject. She quickly noticed the socks in the basin and, to her surprise, rolled up her sleeves to wash them for me, even earnestly saying that boys like girls who can do housework. I quickly took them back, only to find that her hands were already red from being soaked in water. I could only warn her never to come to the boys' dormitory again. To see her off, I draped my white shirt over her shoulders and put on my hat and mask. The wide hem of the shirt reached her knees. She looked down and smelled the collar, smiling as she said it smelled nice. Then, like a little girl who had secretly worn her boyfriend's clothes, she followed me out of the dormitory. As soon as I reached the streetlight, Shun Tianxi appeared carrying 2 cups of milk tea, smiling and calling me Brother Chuan. She said she was bringing dinner, but her eyes were fixed on Su Muqing. I explained that she was my roommate's cousin, but she had already recognized the studio logo on her shoes. Shun Tianxi didn't expose her, but only praised her cousin's fair legs, saying she was suitable for debuting. Su Muqing immediately hid behind me, deliberately calling me Brother Chuan, and said that I didn't allow her to drink milk tea at night, adding that her legs were her favorite feature. The air fell silent instantly. Su Muqing even jokingly asked Shun Tianxi if she wanted to debut, offering to introduce her to resources. Shun Tianxi gently urged us to leave early, But after we had walked a distance, I turned back and saw her enlarging the logo on her shoes, clearly preparing to investigate further. Outside the south gate, the short-haired assistant was frantic. Before getting into the car, Su Muching said she would wash the shirt and return it, but after a few seconds, she quietly admitted she didn't want to return it at all. Only after the van left did I realize that the milk tea Shen Tianxi had given me was still my favorite, 30% sugar. The next second, Gu Qinghan sent me a message, telling me to go to her private office at noon the next day, or I would have to retake the course if I was even 1 minute late. At 11:58 the next day, I knocked on the door on time, but she told me to close and lock the door, and even personally pulled the blinds shut. She took out 147 pages of chat logs from the drawer, titled Selected Chat Logs between Zhu Shengchuan and Qingfeng Mingwei. They were filled with my compliments about her name, her white dress, and that famous line, "Her legs aren't legs, they're like the spring waters of the Seine." I tried to explain, but she brought up something I'd said before. If she were a teacher, I'd skip class to attend her lectures. Now that my wish had come true, I skipped class on the very first day. She even demanded that I call her sister, like before, so I could only whisper, "Sister Qinghan." Gu Qinghan's eyes were slightly red as she asked me whose car I left in yesterday afternoon, even accurately reciting the license plate of the Jiang family's Rolls-Royce. She said I disappeared for a year, leaving only a breakup message, and on my first day back, I got into another woman's car. Then she took out her thesis and punished me by making me come to the office every noon to organize materials and proofread literature. I had just agreed to start tomorrow when she coldly told me that the punishment would begin today. I could only sit down and work, only to find that she had already opened the Jiang family's family tree on her computer. At exactly 1 o'clock, she finished her work on time. Before I left, I asked with a smile, "Is the Seine really as beautiful as her legs?" Gu Qinghan calmly replied that she had spent a year as an exchange student in Paris, and that the Seine was indeed not as beautiful as her legs. After saying that, she immediately asked me to call her teacher Gu. But as I turned to leave the office, I still saw a hint of a smile in her lowered eyes. At the end of the corridor, Zhang Yao's 2 burly assistants were already waiting there with grim faces. At the same time, Shen Tianxi asked me to go to the cafeteria, and Su Muching also said she was coming to school to return a shirt. I put away my phone and walked downstairs, but the office door behind me opened again. As I walked out of the School of Literature, Gu Qinghan was still leaning against the door, watching me. Zhang Yao's black Rolls-Royce was parked downstairs. She had changed into a black velvet slip dress, her long, dark red hair half up. Seeing me staring at her for a second, she immediately asked coldly, "Have you looked enough?" I got into the car. Zhang Yao only said she was taking me out to eat, but she still sent 2 burly men to invite me. The car eventually stopped at Suwei Pavilion, a top-tier private restaurant in Kyoto. The entire lobby was empty. She had obviously booked it in advance. The wontons, chicken cutlets, sweet and sour pork ribs, and roasted sweet potatoes served in the private room were all street food we talked about during our online dating days. Only the ingredients had been replaced with premium versions. I asked her why she remembered, but she pretended it was just something she'd arranged randomly. But she quickly let slip that the menu had been decided 3 days in advance. I hadn't broken up with her then, which meant she had planned to treat me to this meal before she even came to Kyoto. Zhang Yao calmly sipped her soup, but the tips of her ears subtly turned red. Halfway through the meal, she suddenly leaned down and sniffed my neck, coldly pointing out that I smelled of a strange woman's sweet orange on me. I immediately pushed the Orange Blossom laundry detergent from the school's supermarket onto my plate and even offered to let her check my shopping record. Zhang Yao hadn't found any evidence, only saying that she would find out sooner or later. I took the opportunity to compliment her on her dress, adding that the black color made her skin look even whiter. She choked on her water on the spot, covered her face with a napkin, and stubbornly insisted that it was just because the air conditioning was too hot. After dinner, she took out a Patek Philippe worth millions. I refused to accept it, but she grabbed my hand and awkwardly put it on for me, warning me never to take it off, because she wanted to be the first person I saw when I looked down. She then gave me a Jiang Group black card and booked a room at the new clubhouse near the school on a long-term basis. Holding the card, I watched her leave, already sensing that my university life from now on would be anything but peaceful. On Saturday morning, I went to the film and television base to accompany Su Muching during the filming of her music video. She was wearing a light pink ancient costume for an interview, and when she saw me, she immediately lifted her skirt and rushed through the crowd, bumping into my arms. The entire studio instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone was guessing my identity. My assistant, Sister Song, rushed over, but she simply announced a 15-minute break and pulled me into the RV. While I was changing, she noticed the watch on my wrist. When she heard it was a gift from my ex-girlfriend, her smile vanished instantly. She only approached me again after confirming that she wasn't my current girlfriend. She said that in the 8 months since her debut, she had filmed 4 music videos, 2 variety shows, 3 commercials, and 1 tour, sleeping less than 5 hours a day, yet she never accepted overly revealing clothing or inappropriate physical contact. Everyone said she was willful, but she didn't want to turn herself into a commodity. She rested her head on my lap, her eyes red, and said that only when she smelled my scent did she feel like a normal girl again. I stroked her hair and told her that she hadn't made a mistake in refusing. Just as we were about to kiss, my QQ status notification suddenly went off. Starry River recognized my handwriting and notified me to meet up the day after tomorrow. We had exchanged letters for half a year in high school, and she was very likely the new professor surnamed Fu. Su Muching noticed I froze, but didn't press me. She only told me she had booked a penthouse suite at the Victoria Hotel and hoped I wouldn't go back to school tonight. Sister Song quickly called from outside the door, mouthing me a reminder of 8:30 before leaving. That evening, I entered the hotel suite. Su Muching came out of the bathroom wearing my white shirt, nervously asking me if I could never leave her again. She said fans and the whole world could leave, but I couldn't. I told her that online dating at 16 might have been immature, but what happened today was not. She burst into tears instantly. I hugged her, kissed away her tears, and finally reciprocated this year-overdue relationship. When I woke up in the morning, she was clinging to me like a koala, with a noticeable hickey below her collarbone. I told her I had to go back to school, but she hugged her pillow and declared that I belonged to her. I smiled and replied, "You belong to me too." After leaving the hotel, I discovered that Su Muching's relationship had been exposed and had already become the second most searched topic. In the photo, she was wearing ancient costume and throwing herself into the arms of a man. Although only her back was visible, that man was clearly me. I rushed back to the classroom with a band-aid covering my hickey, and Lin Yuan immediately recognized the expensive watch on my wrist. Shun Tianxi moved even closer to me, smelling the sweet orange scent on me, and asked while fiddling with the band-aid, "Who was that little wildcat from last night?" The class bell rang promptly, and Gu Qinghan, dressed in a light gray suit, walked to the podium, her gaze lingering between me and Shun Tianxi for a long time. She then announced that a young, specially appointed professor would be attending the class today. The sound of high heels approached from the corridor. A woman in a white shirt and a black high-waisted skirt entered the classroom and wrote the 3 characters Fu Xinghe on the blackboard. She glanced at Gu Qinghan and Shun Tianxi and finally stared at me for a full 3 seconds. Fu Xinghe stood on the podium, as cold as a bottomless lake. She called out my name in front of the whole class and asked if I was good at providing emotional value to the opposite sex. Gu Qinghan's hand holding the pen stopped. Then she asked me to come to her office after class to talk about the line I wrote years ago. "The Milky Way is not as beautiful as you." But there was clearly another line at the end of that letter, "I dare not tell the stars," which she deliberately omitted, clearly intending to make everyone misunderstand. After class, the classroom erupted in excitement. Everyone was guessing whether I had written a love letter to Fu Xinghe in high school. Shun Tianxi closed her textbook, smiled, and said that my taste in women was very consistent, her sweet tone sending chills down my spine. Before Fu Xinghe left, Gu Qinghan reminded her to be mindful of her words when publicly naming people, but she told Gu Qinghan to mind her own business first. The 2 women brushed past each other, the tension almost palpable, and I could only rush to the 4th floor amidst the whispers. Fu Xinghe asked me to close and lock the door, then took out a camphor wood box from the bottom of the bookcase. The words Xinghe were engraved on the corner of the box. It was a gift I gave her when I was 16, and it contained 41 letters we had exchanged. She pulled out the first letter and slowly read aloud what I had written when I was 16, then took out the one that read, "The Milky Way is not as vast as you." She said she remembered every single word in these letters, and that after I disappeared, she checked her mailbox every month. Fu Xinghe completed her doctoral studies at the age of 26, published 12 core papers, and obtained a special appointment from Kyoto University. However, her real purpose in coming here was only one: to find me, who had promised to be admitted to Kyoto University. I told her I was too young then and had long forgotten many of the things she said. She walked up to me with red eyes and said, "You've forgotten, but I've never forgotten." Others contacted her by phone, but I was the only one who could write letters by hand. She quickly regained her composure and accurately identified Shun Tianxi, Gu Qinghan, Jiang Yao, and Su Muching. She said she had only waited for one man in her 26 years and wouldn't force me to choose, because I would return to her side sooner or later. I turned to leave, but she declared that the camphor would chest and all the letters belonged to her and no one could take them. As I reached the door, she added casually, "You'll be one sooner or later." I had just left the office when Sweet Strawberry, who had been silent for 10 days, suddenly sent me her location. It was in the abandoned apartment building next to my dorm. She said she would be moving in soon and that the best room would always be reserved for me. I rushed back to my dorm and found 6 Mercedes-Benz cars parked downstairs and dozens of workers renovating the entire apartment building. They were installing a bathtub worth 800,000 yuan on the second floor, building a heated swimming pool on the third floor, and a private rooftop garden on the top floor. Lin Yuan told me that the building had been rented for 50 years and was only used by one person. The next second, Sweet Strawberry sent me a photo, which showed me standing on the balcony, with only one sentence below, "I see you." When I arrived at the cafeteria at noon, Shun Tianxi had already prepared pork ribs, hot soup, and yogurt for me. She said she remembered me because she saw me smile when I ate pork ribs last week, and she even peeled shrimp for me in front of everyone. She deliberately asked Fu Xinghe if his office smelled good, and then pressed him on who smelled better, Fu Xinghe or her. I could only pick up a rib and answer, "I prefer ribs." She glared at me angrily, but still kept putting food into my bowl. Just then, a young man with a scar on his brow slammed his hand on the table, knocking over the yogurt. His name was Wang Kai, and he had been pursuing Shun Tianxi from Tianjin for 2 years. He immediately mocked me, saying I was just a poor student eating cafeteria meals. He boasted about the 780,000 yuan necklace he had given her and asked if I knew what perfume Shun Tianxi wore. I stopped Shun Tianxi, who was about to get up, and told her that her favorite book was Journey Under the Midnight Sun, but she hated Osamu Dazai the most. She secretly removes the scallions from her tomato and egg stir-fry, and when she's not feeling well, she only drinks brown sugar water with 3 slices of ginger. Most importantly, she hates it when people bang on the table while eating, and Wang Kai just crossed that line. Shun Tianxi's eyes instantly reddened. I didn't turn around, but simply reached out my hand, and she immediately placed it in my palm. I gripped her hand tightly, our fingers intertwined, and Wang Kai's face darkened on the spot. Wang Kai asked unwillingly, "What's the use of remembering these trivial things? I don't know anything about Shun Tianxi's family." I looked at the girl behind me and told him directly, "It doesn't matter what family she comes from. She's mine now." Wang Kai finally revealed her identity to everyone. Shun Tianxi is the granddaughter of Zhu Shengchuan, the deputy commander of the Tianjin military region. The entire canteen fell silent instantly, and everyone stared in shock at this usually low-key girl. Shun Tianxi's face was icy as she questioned him about why he had revealed his identity. Wang Kai replied that she and he were from completely different worlds. She gripped her skirt tightly, staring at me nervously, clearly afraid that I would also back down because of this. I didn't explain, I just reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her into my arms in front of everyone. Shun Tianxi froze for a moment, then quickly leaned against my chest, while Wang Kai's smile vanished completely, his face turning ashen. I looked at Wang Kai and told him directly, "So what if she's the granddaughter of the deputy commander of the military region? As long as she's someone Zhu Shengchuan, like, no status can change the outcome. Even if the king of heaven himself came, she would still be mine." The entire cafeteria was initially deathly silent, then erupted into a full-blown discussion, with many people raising their phones to film. Wang Kai's face was ashen, and he asked me if I knew what I was saying. I told him to shut up and first make sure Shun Tianxi got a clean serving of ribs. None of his 3 henchmen dared to step forward. Wang Kai could only force himself to say that he would let me go today, and then led his men away in a sorry state. Cheers immediately erupted around them, but I only looked down at Shun Tianxi, who was still trembling in my arms. I called out, "Sweetie," and she looked up with her tear-reddened eyes, asking if what I had just said was true. I wiped away her tears and told her when I had ever lied to her. After hearing this, she threw herself into my arms again. After the students who had been watching dispersed, she blushed and let go of me, saying that from now on, she could only say things like "she's mine" to her. I was about to go get some more ribs, but she shook her head and smiled, saying that she only wanted me now. She tiptoed and whispered in my ear, earnestly declaring that she would definitely marry me someday. Then, blushing, she ran towards the door. When I caught up with her, she slipped her hand between my fingers, and we intertwined. We had just left the cafeteria when Gu Qinghan sent me a message, telling me to go to his office immediately. When I pushed open the door, I found the blinds tightly closed and a bamboo ruler with brass edging on the table. Gu Qinghan told me to close and lock the door, but I only closed it without locking it. She tapped the table with a ruler and repeated what I had said in the cafeteria. "Even if the king of heaven himself comes, she's still mine," asking if I was good at sweet talk. I explained that it was a special case, but she pressed a ruler against my chest and questioned why I didn't refute Fu Xinghe when he publicly read the love letter that morning, and why I stayed in her office for a full 23 minutes. Gu Qinghan moved closer and closer, so I had to change the subject, praising her high-waisted dress for flattering her figure and saying that silver-rimmed glasses suited her better than black-rimmed ones. She scolded me for being glib, but her ears quickly turned red. The ruler tapped lightly on my shoulder, but her left hand didn't leave. Just when we were only centimeters apart, Fu Xinghe's voice suddenly came from outside the door, saying that he had come to return the lesson plans he had borrowed that morning. Gu Qinghan immediately retreated behind the table. Fu Xinghe glanced at the ruler after entering the room and commented indifferently that my time management was not bad. I went to her office in the morning, hugged her waist in the cafeteria at noon, and came to Gu Qinghan's place in the afternoon. The two women quickly began to sarcastically remark on each other's blurring of public and private matters. I tried to leave, saying I had class in the afternoon, but they both told me not to rush. Before leaving, Fu Xinghe even asked me to send her the first draft of my paper that evening. After she left, Gu Qinghan immediately pushed the paper in front of me and demanded that I call her sister. I could only whisper, "Sister Qinghan, sit down," and help her organize the documents. Only then did she put away the ruler with satisfaction. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yao's bodyguard sent a message saying that the young lady's car was downstairs and that I should go down immediately to keep her company during her afternoon nap. The second message was even more dangerous. She was in her car peeling an apple with a butterfly knife. I immediately clutched my stomach, lied that there was something wrong with my lunch, and rushed out of the office. After getting into the Rolls-Royce, I noticed that Zhang Yao was wearing a burgundy cheongsam and rapidly twirling a silver butterfly knife in her hand. She leaned closer and sniffed me, noticing that the sweet orange scent had transformed into agarwood and citrus. Then she noticed the bandage on my collarbone. She pulled open my collar and pressed the cold back of a knife against my Adam's apple. Zhang Yao asked if the mark below was a tooth or a kiss from another woman. I held her wrist and told her that I couldn't sleep last night because I missed her so much that I had to go to the playground to play basketball in the middle of the night. The wound was from when I was fighting for a rebound. I even deliberately said that she pointed a knife at me, which not only made my collarbone hurt, but also made my heart ache. Zhang Yao stared at me for a long time, and finally the butterfly knife fell onto the floor mat, the coldness in her eyes quickly dissipating. She gently touched the band-aid, complaining that next time she missed me, she should just call me. After saying that, she straddled my lap, buried her face in the crook of my neck, and the gangster heiress from a moment ago instantly transformed into an insecure girl. I casually put my arm around her waist and promised to let her help me calm down next time. When she saw that I was still wearing that Patek Philippe, she finally said with satisfaction that as long as I didn't philander again, the Zhang family, and she would belong to me sooner or later. Just then, a message popped up on my phone screen. "Brother Chuan, I was so good today. Can you come to the hotel tonight to reward me?" Attached was a photo of Su Muching wearing a white shirt. Zhang Yao froze instantly, her fingers slowly digging into my throat, asking which hotel I was planning to go to that night. I simply unlocked my phone and handed it to her, asking instead if the Zhang family could help me take down this fraud ring. I told her that Lin Yuan had used my phone to register on a borderline dating app, and that there had been a lot of scams lately involving online photos used to arrange hotel bookings. Before she could open the photos, I grabbed her hand, deleted the chat, and blocked her contact. Then I threw my phone aside, hugged her waist tightly again, and told her that looking at such things was an eyesore, and that my reward was something only she was entitled to give. Zhang Yao looked at the deleted chat box, and the coldness in her eyes finally dissipated. She said that I was smart enough, but her face slowly turned red. She snuggled back into my arms and reminded me that I had to go to the top-floor suite of the club to accompany her tonight. She even threatened me that if I stood her up, she'd have the bodyguards kidnap me and I wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. I pretended to be holding her, but my mind was racing, trying to figure out how to escape. I could only clutch my stomach again and pretend to have a stomachache. I said the ribs at lunch might not be cooked through, and if she kept pressing me down, I might really die in the Rolls-Royce. Zhang Yao immediately got off my lap and even wanted to take me to the hospital, but I insisted that I only needed to go to the restroom. Although she was reluctant, she let me out of the car. Before leaving, she kissed me in front of the driver and bodyguard, reminding me that tonight belonged only to her. After the car drove away, I immediately hid in the fire escape stairwell of the School of Arts. I added Su Muching back as a friend, and she accepted my friend request instantly with just the words, "It's me." As soon as the call connected, she cried and asked me why I deleted her, if I had done something wrong last night, and begged me not to abandon her again. I lied and said that the counselor suddenly checked my phone, and the photos she sent were too dangerous, so I accidentally deleted the chat in my panic. I also reminded her that her shirt was unbuttoned too open, and if the teacher saw it, her career would definitely be affected. Su Muching immediately went from feeling wrong to being touched, and apologized to me instead. I took the opportunity to tease her that the photos were heavily edited, making her legs look like those in fraudulent online images. She immediately retorted that there were no filters, and even told me to measure them myself that night. She added that her back was still a little sore after last night, and she had already canceled 2 engagements, wanting only to wait for me at the hotel. Immediately afterward, Sister Song roared angrily from the other end of the phone, questioning why she dared to cancel even a charity gala at the last minute. Su Muching didn't care at all and told me that she would be holding 3 concerts at the Kyoto Gymnasium next month, and that she would also send 3 first-row VVIP tickets to dormitory 621, which would arrive in the afternoon. I felt a chill run down my spine. If Shun Tianxi or Gu Qinghan found out about those tickets, there would be no way to explain it. And Su Mucheng had even booked Sui Pavilion, waiting for me to have dinner with her that night before we went back to the hotel for our date. I hung up the phone and decided to go back to my dorm to intercept the tickets. But as soon as I got downstairs, Lin Yuan excitedly told me that the lady of the apartment next door had arrived at school, and more than a dozen luxury cars had almost blocked the south gate. I followed him onto the balcony, where I saw 6 Rolls-Royces escorting a white, extended Maybach. Butlers and maids were constantly loading Hermes suitcases, while dozens of bodyguards held umbrellas to shield the car doors. The rear window of the Maybach rolled down halfway, revealing a woman's delicate chin through the gap in the umbrella. She wore black lace gloves and slowly waved towards the 6th floor, while simultaneously receiving a message from Sweet Strawberry on her phone. She said I looked even more handsome smoking than in the videos, and admitted that the entire apartment building had been rented for 50 years. Her so-called small building materials business consisted of heated swimming pools, rooftop gardens, and bathtubs costing $800,000. Immediately afterwards, she announced that she would come to my dorm after showering and wanted to try out our single bed. I immediately refused, but she replied, "Wasn't the dorm quite convenient when Su Muching came last night?" Upon seeing that sentence, a chill ran down my spine. She not only knew Su Muching had been there, but even knew the exact time. This girl, who always claimed to be an ordinary student, was clearly more dangerous than I had imagined. I turned to go back to my dorm, but suddenly stopped. Shen Tianxi was sitting in my chair, with an opened express delivery bag in front of her and 3 VVIP tickets to Su Muching's concert in her hand. She slowly turned around, reminding me that I used to hate chasing celebrities, and then brought up Su Muching's trending relationship. She walked up to me and gently touched the band-aid on my collarbone with her finger. "Zhu Shengchuan, was the hotel you stayed at last night comfortable?" Her voice was still sweet, but there was no smile in her eyes. She also said that if she found out I was lying, she would steal a gun from my grandfather and shoot me. I immediately pulled her into my arms, laughing at how it was a shame she wasn't a screenwriter. Lin Yuan happened to turn around, and I immediately glared at him and demanded, "Why are the tickets your cousin sent on my desk?" Lin Yuan paused for half a second, then quickly cooperated, saying that his cousin worked for the event organizer and that he had begged for these tickets for a long time before finally getting them, and that he had almost recognized Lin Yuan as his father on the spot. Lin Yuan stopped his 2 roommates as soon as they returned, insisting they go to an internet cafe and locking the dorm room from the outside. Shen Tianxi, however, continued to press him, asking if the hotel last night was also related to that cousin. I knew the more I explained, the more obvious the explanation would be, so I simply picked her up and placed her on the narrow single bed. The bed creaked, and I leaned over to hold her, laughing at how jealous she was enough to make everyone in the cafeteria dig up dumplings. Shun Tianxi's cheeks flushed red quickly, and her earlier arrogance dissipated considerably. I pinched her chin and told her that the trending topics, tickets, and shirts were all unimportant. She should know her place in my heart. Her eyes reddened, and she wrapped her arms around my neck, saying that as long as I had her in my heart, she would do anything for me. I lowered my head and kissed her, and although she was nervous, she didn't pull away. When my hand landed on her waist, she softly reminded me that the soundproofing was terrible and that she had never experienced anything like this before. I asked her if she had just said she was willing to do anything, and she just blushed and scolded me for being naughty. Just as the atmosphere was about to spiral out of control, the key was suddenly inserted into the lock. The next second, the door was flung open, and the dormitory supervisor, Aunt Zhang's, loud voice instantly echoed throughout the entire corridor. I immediately pulled the thin blanket over Shen Tianxi, turned over, and sat on the edge of the bed, using my body to block the bulge of the blanket behind me. Aunt Zhang was standing in the doorway, her gaze slowly sweeping towards my bed. What truly sent chills down my spine wasn't the dorm supervisor with the spare key, but the dean of the Faculty of Arts and several directors of the Academic Affairs office behind her. I held the corner of the blanket and gently squeezed Shun Tianxi's waist, telling her not to move, and that I would protect her if anything happened. Shun Tianxi, who had been stiff with tension, slowly relaxed after hearing those words, her small hands gripping my clothes tightly. Dean Li, sweating profusely, confirmed my identity, but before he could explain, the clear sound of high heels could be heard from outside the corridor. The crowded people parted to let a woman in a white haute couture gown and black lace gloves walk slowly towards them. Dean Li bowed and introduced her as Miss Xia, but she only glanced at the bulging blanket, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. She took off her gloves and reached out her hand to me, introducing herself as Xia Weining, also known as Sweet Strawberry. Then, in public, she called me Brother Chuan, took my arm, and asked me to go for a walk with her. Shun Tianxi, who was in bed, immediately grabbed me tightly. I knew that if I stayed in the dorm, Shun Tianxi would eventually be exposed, so I could only comfort her through the blanket before leaving with Xia Weining. Before leaving, I secretly slipped Aunt Zhang a pack of cigarettes. She glanced at the blanket and immediately understood. After everyone left, Shun Tianxi emerged, her face flushed. Aunt Zhang smiled and told her to tidy herself up before leaving, praising me for being responsible, saying that I hadn't even paid attention to the school leaders, but still made sure to protect my girlfriend. On the other side, as soon as I sat down in my custom Maybach, the partition slowly rose. Xia Weining kicked off her high heels, leaned directly into my arms, and her first question was, "Which little wildcat was hiding in your dorm room just now?" I put my arm around her waist and lied, saying it was just a silicone pillow I bought online. I bought it to keep me company because I was too lonely sleeping alone. Now that she's moved next door, I'll throw the pillow away when I get back, and I'll just go to her whenever I'm lonely. Xia Weining laughed until her body trembled, clearly not believing a word of it, but she didn't expose her. She put her legs on my knees and said she was hungry and wanted me to have dinner with her, but the second half of her sentence was deliberately made to be particularly ambiguous. The Maybach finally drove into the private estate Cloud Peak, whose assets were less than $1 billion, and which didn't even have the qualifications for a membership referral. The owner himself greeted us at the door with a golden basin, but Xia Weining didn't even glance at him, turning her head to softly urge me to wash my hands. Upon entering the VIP room on the top floor, she casually ordered bluefin tuna, white truffles, Kobe beef, and Romani Kani. Several business figures came to offer them a toast, but she dismissed them all with the statement that she was only meeting important people that night. The door closed, and she instantly transformed from a haughty queen into a clingy girl, snuggling into my arms and feeding me beef. I asked her why she was suddenly being so nice to me, and she simply replied, "Because I deserve it." She said that during her college entrance exam year, she really wanted to contact me, but she held back because she was afraid of disturbing my exam. I wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth and casually complimented her on being even more well-behaved than she is online. She immediately blushed and kissed me. When I asked her why she bought the entire apartment building next door, she casually replied that her family originally wanted to donate a national-level laboratory to Kyoto University, but later found the process too troublesome, so they bought some shares in the university and became a board member. She told me that no one would dare bully me at Kyoto University from now on, and anyone who made me unhappy would be kicked out immediately. She also specifically mentioned Gu Qinghan and Fu Xing'a, saying that she didn't like the way those two women looked at me. As the atmosphere heated up, my phone suddenly vibrated. Zhang Yao sent me a photo of herself in a cheongsam, with only one sentence below, "I'm done washing. In less than 10 minutes, you'll be finished." After reading it, I felt like the countdown to my death had already begun. Back in the private room, I lied and said that Gu Qinghan had ordered me to return to school immediately, as it concerned my scholarship and student records. Xia Weining immediately cursed me as an old woman from the Gu family who hadn't married, and even prepared to make a phone call to pressure me. I quickly hugged her and said that I just wanted to live a normal life based on my grades. She buys an apartment today and a college tomorrow. Sooner or later, the whole school will think I'm being kept by a rich woman. I'd rather earn money to support her myself. Xia Weining was indeed coaxed until her eyes welled up with tears, only asking that I not suffer any grievances. On the way back, she took the initiative to kiss me, and blushed as she admitted that it was the first kiss she had ever had in over 20 years. She pressed closer and closer, her fingers tracing a path down my chest. I quickly stopped her, reminding her that things would get out of control if she continued, and promised to be prepared next time and not let anything like this happen in the car. Half an hour later, she escorted me to the south gate. As she straightened my collar, she noticed a dark red mark peeking out from next to the band-aid, but she didn't ask any questions. She only reminded me to be careful of Gu Qinghan and to go back to my dorm early. I watched the convoy leave and immediately headed to Jiang Yao's private club. The bodyguards at the doors saw the black card and let me through immediately, but as soon as the elevator reached the top floor, two burly men grabbed me and pushed me directly into the deepest suite. Under the dim red light, Jiang Yao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing a burgundy cheongsam and holding a glass of red wine. She didn't turn around, but coldly reminded me that I was 9 minutes late. I had no choice but to explain that I was stuck in traffic. She smashed her glass on the bar and walked towards me, stepping on the shards. Her fingertips slid down my chest, finally stopping at my waist, and she coldly asked, "What kind of car can make you smell like fine white tea after being stuck in traffic?" Jiang Yao interrogated me about which woman's car I had just ridden in, asking if the other woman had longer legs or was prettier than me. I didn't back down. Instead, I grabbed her waist, forced her against the liquor cabinet, and told her not to talk to me like I was interrogating a criminal. This was the first time Jiang Yao had ever been so overwhelmed, and the coldness in her eyes gradually turned into grievance. She suddenly hugged my neck and said that her father, Jiang Ting, had investigated my background and determined that I was just an ordinary student, completely unworthy of the Jiang family's daughter. Jiang Ting even planned to send people to the school to teach me a lesson. Jiang Yao smashed an antique vase in front of the family patriarch and threatened to burn down the Jiang family patriarch's office if anyone dared to touch me. But when I appeared, I smelled of another woman. I wiped away her tears and promised to handle the Jiang family's troubles. She closed her eyes and waited for me to approach, but then secretly took out a butterfly knife, pressed the back of the blade against my belt, and warned me not to think about any other women tonight. I snatched the butterfly knife from her and carried her to the round bed. She thought I was going to continue, but instead I brought a hot towel and massaged her calves, which had been standing in high heels all night, and laughed at her for being just a little girl who used to chase after me with math questions. I started calling her Yao Yao and told her to leave any trouble she might encounter to me. She finally let her guard down and snuggled into my arms to sleep. That night, we didn't cross any lines. She just held my arm tightly, as if afraid I would disappear again. Early in the morning, I had just gotten up when I saw a message from Xiao Wenying. She was standing downstairs in the dormitory with breakfast, and if she didn't see me within 5 minutes, she would personally go to room 621 to wake me up, so I had no choice but to leave the club immediately. Arriving near the school, I went around to the dormitory building through a side gate and pretended to have just come downstairs. Xiao Wenying, wearing a white golf skirt, jumped into my arms, stuffed a crab roast sandwich and milk into my hands, and pulled me towards the Royal Golf Club. The club required proof of assets worth billions and recommendations from 3 top members, but as soon as her car stopped, the manager and waiters came to greet her. The number 1 green was also completely cleared out, leaving only me and this high and mighty Xiao family heiress. After Xiao Wenying took her first swing, she excitedly asked me how my shot went. I had just pointed out that her left leg was unsteady when a young man named Zhao, dressed in custom-made golf attire, appeared with his bodyguards and mocked me for being a cheap caddy she had paid to be hers. I took out my regular 7-iron and hit the ball from 150 yards away with one hand, striking the flagstick and sinking it straight into the hole. Afterwards, I told Mr. Zhao that no matter how expensive a club is, if you can't hole it's just a piece of scrap metal. Enraged, young Master Zhao summoned 6 security guards, intending to dislocate my legs on the spot. Xiao Wenying removed her sunglasses, made a phone call, and demanded the club be acquired within 5 minutes, the Zhao family's shares be bought back, and the entire Zhao family supply chain be cut off. In the 4th minute, Zhao Gongzi's father called angrily, and the club officially changed hands. Zhao Gongzi immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, but I only told him to get out of sight. Xiao Wenying did not rescind the acquisition and supply cut-off orders. In the afternoon, she drove me back to school and invited me to stay in the apartment next door. I refused to marry into her family and only agreed to video chat that evening. As soon as I entered the dormitory area, Shun Tianxi sent me a message saying that she had been making chicken soup for 4 hours and was waiting for me at the entrance of room 621. The first thing she did upon seeing me was to sniff me. Only after confirming I wasn't wearing perfume did she ask why I smelled entirely of grass and trees. I lied and said I was reciting Regret for the Past on the North Playground and had been lying on the grass for a while. Shen Tianxi immediately believed me and sat in the corridor blowing on the chicken soup to cool it down before feeding it to me spoonful by spoonful. She also said that she would be singing a special song at the freshman welcome party next week and that she would give me a surprise. Just as the atmosphere was getting warm and cozy, Gu Qinghan sent an order telling me to be in the office at 3 o'clock sharp or I'd lose all my participation points. I could only finish my chicken soup and tell Shen Tianxi, the counselor, that she was urging me to submit my book report again. At 2:59, I walked into Gu Qinghan's office. She was wearing a white silk blouse and a black high-waisted skirt, tapping a bamboo ruler in her hand, and coldly ordered me to lock the door. After locking the door, she went through my itinerary item by item. I didn't come home all night. I played golf in a Lamborghini this morning, and I drank free-range chicken soup that Shen Tianxi had cooked herself downstairs in the dormitory this afternoon. I laughed and said that I was expanding the college's social resources. Gu Qinghan, however, used a ruler to lift my chin, demanding that I put away my skills in coaxing women and that in her classroom and office, I could only look at her and think about her. I took a step forward, forcing her back into the leather chair, and leaned down to ask her, "Since you're asking me to dedicate all my energy to you, shouldn't I be given full marks for my research assistant position?" Her breathing became erratic, and the ruler fell to the ground. Suddenly, Footsteps sounded outside the door. Dean Li was leading a group to sign the documents for the welcome party. Gu Qinghan immediately pushed me aside, straightened her clothes, and handed me a guest list, asking me to be in charge of coordinating the opening ceremony. A knock sounded at the door. I picked up the ruler and put it back on the table, then opened the door with the blue folder in my hand. Dean Li and the young staff member looked at the closed blinds, then at me, their expressions suddenly becoming quite subtle. I left the office with the folder, only opening it on the first floor. The guest list for next Wednesday's opening ceremony listed Xiao Weining, Su Muqing, Jiang Yao, Fu Xinghe, and Shen Tianxi in neat rows. Xiao Weining is an honorary school board member. Su Muqing is the campus ambassador. Jiang Yao represents the Jiang group. Fu Xinghe is responsible for giving a speech, and Shen Tianxi presents flowers on behalf of the Shen family. 5 women will stand on the same stage at the same time. I closed the file, already picturing the opening ceremony turning into a chaotic funeral procession. If they discovered I was the man they were all searching for, not only the Faculty of Arts, but the entire Kyoto University might be turned upside down on the spot. Back in dormitory 621, Zhao Dahai and Sun Hao were frantically refreshing the concert ticketing page. Su Muqing's 50,000 tickets sold out in 3 seconds, and the original price of 2,800 yuan for the inner field tickets had been resold for 30,000 yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately took out 3 VVP front row tickets from my drawer. Old Zhao immediately hugged my leg and called me Dad, while Haozi pressed me to reveal what level of insider I knew. There are only 3 tickets, but there are 4 of us including me. Old Zhao offered to wash my socks for a month. Haozi offered to take care of all the papers, and Lin Yuan also boasted that he was the first to find the tickets. I told them not to argue. We're all roommates, so if we're going, we should go together. Regular front row tickets are already sold out. If we want 2 more seats together, we'll have to contact Su Muqing directly. I went to the balcony and texted her. Less than 3 seconds later, she sent a voice message saying she had just woken up, complaining that I had finally taken the initiative to contact her, and that she was cold and lonely alone in the hotel. She then sent me a photo. She was still wearing my white shirt, lying on the bed. I asked her to reserve 2 more tickets for adjacent seats, but she first asked who I was bringing, warning me that I absolutely could not bring any other woman to sit in the front row. Upon hearing that she only had 3 roommates, she immediately asked the studio to reserve seats 24 and 25. I reminded her to protect her voice, but she asked me in return if I could visit her at the hotel tomorrow, adding that she had bought new clothes. The electronic invitation arrived quickly. Old Zhao and Haozi suspected I had fallen victim to a pig butchering scam, and Lin Yuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and told them that the girl who came to the dorm wearing a mask a few days ago was Su Muqing herself. The dormitory fell silent instantly. The 2 then knelt down simultaneously, one calling me Godfather, the other saying I wasn't Aquaman at all, but Poseidon, the god of the sea. I kicked them both, warning them not to leak the information. After the commotion subsided, I looked at myself in the mirror in the washroom. My faded t-shirt, 2-year-old sweatpants, and ordinary sneakers seemed completely out of place with Xiao Weining's Lamborghini and Jiang Yao's clubhouse. Next Wednesday, 5 women will be showing up at the same time. If I'm still standing among them in clothes that cost only a few hundred yuan, that's not being modest, that's embarrassing. A man should have real confidence in addition to his appearance. I reactivated the long-dormant system. The billion yuan in my overseas account remained untouched, just a string of numbers. I decided to go to the China World Trade Center this weekend to face the battlefield as a true tycoon. Saturday morning, I woke Lin Yuan up and asked him to come with me to buy clothes. He was still looking for a shared electric scooter, but I pressed the key, and the black Panamera parked on the roadside immediately turned on its hazard lights. Lin Yuan dropped his phone on the spot, suspecting it was a luxury car given to me by the rich woman next door. I opened the car door and told him that if he really wanted to be a kept man, he should at least drive a Ferrari, and then took him to a high-end shopping mall. We headed straight to the Brunello Cucinelli boutique. The store manager, Sumin, was initially hesitant when she saw my old white t-shirt, but her attitude immediately became respectful when she noticed the multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe on my wrist. I told her to pick out a few outfits for the changing season. Suman personally led me into the VIP fitting room and helped me change into a sheepskin jacket, a turtleneck cashmere sweater, and navy blue casual pants, her actions clearly exceeding the scope of normal service. As she adjusted her collar, she deliberately brushed against my Adam's apple and asked if I worked out often. I countered by asking if every guest received this treatment, to which she blushed and replied that she only personally changed clothes for the most exclusive VIPs. After changing my clothes, I walked out of the fitting room. Lin Yuan looked at the dark gray jacket and charcoal gray turtleneck, speechless for a long time. Finally, he said that even if I claimed to be the illegitimate son of a billionaire, he would believe me now. Su Man knelt down on one knee again and personally fastened my calfskin belt. I bought 3 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, totaling 786,000 yuan. Lin Yuan's legs went weak at the sight. I took out my black card, which had no pin. After Su Man swiped it, she tucked her scented business card into the receipt. The back of the card had her WeChat ID and home measurement service written on it. She even gently tucked the card into my palm as she handed it over. Several saleswomen approached me, and one even tried to slip my contact information into my pocket. I ignored them and simply told Lin Yuan to leave. He immediately grabbed a shopping bag and declared that he would change his name to Wangkai, meaning prosperous fortune. Just then, the system suddenly notified that it had detected a large amount of worship emotions from Lin Yuan, Su Man, and those around them. The original emotion system was officially upgraded to the worship system, and a brand new shop was opened. The shop offers God-level driving skills, fighting master items, and absolute sound, as well as equity cards, intelligence scanning tools, and stamina potions. I immediately spent 200 points to exchange for 2 basic stamina enhancement potions. A warm current spread from my spine throughout my body, instantly dispelling the fatigue of the past few days. My breathing became long and even, and my muscles became noticeably firmer. The new clothes, combined with my enhanced aura, drew constant glances from everyone in the mall. Several girls pretended to take selfies, but all the cameras were pointed at me. People around me were guessing which wealthy family's young master I was. Lin Yuan followed behind, carrying shopping bags, his back straightening up more and more. I wasn't captivated by the stares in the mall. Clothes and money can only change appearances. What truly gives me confidence is the newly opened worship mall and the billion yuan in capital that I can access at any time. Back in the VIP garage, Lin Yuan proactively put my shopping bags away and even fawned over me by opening the car door. As soon as I sat in the driver's seat, my phone started vibrating incessantly. All the unread messages were from Su Muching. I clicked on the first voice message, but instead of her familiar coquettishness, the car stereo played only her trembling sobs. She asked where I was, saying she was terrified because the music video investors had suddenly withdrawn their funding and her new album might be canceled. I immediately dialed the number, and it rang for a long time before she answered. Su Muching tried to pretend that she was just too tired, but I interrupted her directly. Don't hide it from me. Tell me everything that happened. She was silent for a few seconds, then her suppressed sobs finally broke out. The photo of her throwing herself into my arms on set continued to go viral, and she was in the top 3 trending topics. Some people even spread rumors that she was being kept by a sugar daddy and living with a man. The company demanded that she publicly state that I was her cousin and even planned to release my personal information to divert public attention. However, she refused outright, preferring to have her career ruined rather than let me, a student, be subjected to cyberbullying and paparazzi attacks. Just as Su Muching mentioned that Mr. Wang from Xinhua Entertainment, the largest investor, had arrived on set, a door was kicked open on the other end of the phone. Sister Song angrily rebuked the caller, saying that Su Muching was just in a relationship, not selling herself. A greasy man cursed and said that since she dared to wear a man's shirt into a hotel, she had no right to continue pretending to be innocent. He gave her only 2 choices: pay 30 million and quit the entertainment industry, or go to a yacht tonight to accompany investors. Soon after, shoving and screaming came through the phone. Su Muching was still telling me not to go over there, saying those people had shady backgrounds, when the phone was snatched away and the call was cut off. I gripped the steering wheel and only said one sentence to Lin Yuan: fasten your seatbelt. The Panamera sped out of the garage in an instant, and at the same time, I spent 300 points of worship to exchange for the perfect aura halo. After the system notification, my entire demeanor changed completely. Just moments ago, I was like a carefree, rich young master, but now I resembled a powerful figure who truly held the power of wealth and life and death. Lin Yuan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. What should have been a 40-minute journey was reduced to 20 minutes. I parked my Panamera across the film studio's security line, and wearing my newly bought dark gray sheepskin jacket, I headed straight for the already chaotic set. The meticulously constructed Peach Blossom Grove was smashed to pieces, and several bodyguards in black wielded baseball bats to dismantle the set. Su Muching, dressed in a light pink ancient costume, stood in the center of the ruins, her hair disheveled and her eyes red-rimmed. Balding and overweight Wang Jianya, with a cigar in his hand, pointed at her and cursed, demanding that she pay him 30 million and get out of the entertainment industry, or that she clean herself up and go to his yacht tonight to drink with him and a few investors. I stepped across the cordon with one hand in my pocket. The 2 security guards were about to stop me, but after just one glance at me, they were so intimidated by my presence that they instinctively backed away and dared not come any closer. Wang Jianya shoved Sister Song aside, his fat hand reaching straight for Su Muqing's bare shoulder. She closed her eyes in despair, but before his hand could even touch her, I grabbed her wrist. I suddenly bent downwards, and the sound of bones dislocating instantly echoed across the set. Wang Jianya screamed and knelt before Su Muqing. I released him and took out a handkerchief to slowly wipe the fingers that had touched him. Just as several bodyguards were about to rush over, I glanced at them and they all froze in place. I ignored them, took off my sheepskin jacket and draped it over Su Muqing, then gently hugged her. When she saw it was me, her defenses crumbled instantly, and she threw herself into my arms, crying, "Brother Chuan, they're going to stop the album and they want to force me to work as a hostess." I tidied her messy hair and only said, "I'm late." Then I pulled her into my arms and told her it didn't matter if she didn't become a star, that I would take care of her from now on. Wang Jianya was helped up, clutching his wrist and questioning my background. I stood in front of Su Muqing and calmly asked, "Xinghua Entertainment is some low-level, makeshift operation. I've never heard of it." He angrily called me a rich kid and threatened to withdraw all his investments. I walked up to him, asked him which hand he was about to use to touch my girl, and then slapped him so hard he staggered back. Wang Jianya covered his face and sneered, saying that the music video was still short 10 million yuan. He said if I could make up the difference on the spot, he would kneel down and call me grandpa. If I couldn't come up with the money, neither Su Muqing nor I would be leaving today. Su Muqing grabbed my sleeve, telling me not to act impulsively and to call the police first. I patted her hand and turned to the director. "Bring the crew's official bank account now." Without hesitation, the director immediately called over the finance department. A round-faced girl ran up to me, clutching a wireless POS machine, her hands trembling with nervousness, while Wang Jianya continued to mock me for putting on airs. I casually pulled out my black gold card, tossed it next to the machine, and said in a calm tone, "Swipe 10 million, no password." The girl's hand visibly trembled when she saw the centurion symbol on the card. After entering the amount, she swiped it lightly, and the machine quickly produced a long transaction slip. Immediately afterwards, a notification came from the work phone that 10 million yuan had been received in the production crew's corporate account. The entire set fell into an instant silence. Wang Jianya's sinister smile froze completely. He clearly hadn't expected that I could casually produce enough cash to cover the project's shortfall without even making a phone call. I put away the bank card and told him that he didn't need to call me grandpa anymore. I felt ashamed. From today onwards, I will be responsible for all reasonable expenses of this film crew. As for the withdrawal agreement from Xinghua Entertainment, I'll make him go back and settle things with the finance department. If he dares to show his face in front of Su Muqing again, I'll make sure he can only eat with a straw. He finally realized he had run into a real tough nut to crack and didn't even dare to ask about his identity. With the help of several bodyguards, he fled the film set in a sorry state. Lin Yuan, watching from the sidelines, was filled with excitement and couldn't help but shout, "Godfather, you're awesome." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's worship points began to rise rapidly. The crew's shock and admiration quickly turned into a shock, and the number soon broke through 3,000. Sister Song stood there, unable to come to her senses for a long time. She had always thought of me as a poor student who would drag Su Muqing down and worried that Su Muqing would be deceived by a pretty boy. Now she realizes that she was completely wrong. Sister Song immediately put on a fawning smile, saying that Su Muqing was fortunate to have me protecting her, and claimed that she had long seen that I was no ordinary person. I coldly asked her how she, as an assistant, protected her artist when the person she had her eye on was almost taken to a yacht for drinks and where the manager was. Startled, Sister Song immediately bowed and promised to protect Su Muqing from now on. She also explained that her agent, Sister Xia, was busy with another project and that she was indeed very protective of Su Muqing. I didn't pursue the matter further, but simply turned to look at Su Muqing. She stood there, wearing a large sheepskin jacket, and the way she looked at me was completely different now. What was once an online relationship left behind affection and infatuation has now turned into undisguised adoration and love, as if I were the only person she could rely on. Ignoring the dozens of staff members around her, she ran over, lifted her skirt, and threw herself into my arms, wrapping her arms tightly around my neck. She stood on tiptoe, blushing, and said that I was so handsome that my legs went weak. I took the opportunity to put my arm around her waist, reminding her that 10 million yuan only earned her a compliment, which was a rather unprofitable deal. Su Muqing immediately understood what I meant, and whispered in my ear that there were too many people here, so I could go to her private RV, lock the door, and thank her slowly. Sister Song wisely cleared the area around the RV of staff and put up the cordon again to ensure that no one approached within 10 meters. Su Muqing led me into the black Mercedes RV and locked the soundproof door behind her. The noise outside vanished instantly, leaving only the dim light and the familiar scent of sweet oranges. I had just sat down on the leather sofa when she reached behind me and unzipped her ancient-style outer robe. The heavy garment slipped off, and she was finally freed from the constraints of the photo shoot. Inside, she was only wearing a white silk camisole and shorts to prevent wardrobe malfunctions. She walked barefoot on the carpet to me, completely different from the national sweetheart she usually appeared to be on camera. Su Muching bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with both longing and unease at my gaze, and asked if I thought she wasn't as pretty after taking off her ancient costume. I looked Su Muching up and down and laughed. If she were to step out of the RV looking like that, all the staff outside would probably have to line up to go to the hospital. The nation's first love on camera is quite bold and private. She gave a soft hum, sat directly in my lap, wrapped her arms around my neck, and whispered close to my nose. The nation's first love belongs to the fans, but the real Su Muching belongs only to me. She also asked me how I wanted her to repay her for the 10 million that had already been spent. Through the thin fabric of her clothes, I could clearly feel her nervousness and her dependence on me. I asked her if she was in such a hurry to make amends. Her face turned bright red instantly, but instead of pulling away, she hugged me even tighter, saying that all she had left was her heart. If I feel that spending 10 million was not worthwhile, she can give me control of every penny she earns in the future. That kind of unconditional trust makes it hard for me to remain calm. I didn't say anything more, and simply pulled her into my arms. Su Muching responded awkwardly, her hands gripping my collar tightly, her breathing quickly becoming erratic. At the same time, the system continuously notified her that her infatuation and adoration were rapidly transforming. In just a short moment, her adoration points increased by several hundred. She blushed and reminded me that there were many people outside the RV and that it would be best to find a safer place. I told her that the door was locked from the inside and that she had just said that I could thank her however I wanted. Su Muching was completely speechless, only burying her burning face in the side of my neck. But just as the atmosphere was about to get out of control, a screeching sound of brakes suddenly came from outside the car. More than one vehicle forced its way onto the film set, followed by shouts, shoving, and screams. Then, the crisp sound of high heels approached the RV. A cold and arrogant female voice demanded that the person in charge of the film studio appear within 3 minutes, or the place would be bulldozed the next day. Hearing that familiar voice, my back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. All my previous thoughts were completely shattered, because the person who had come was none other than Xiao Weiniang. This attitude of burning money like paper, and the tone of casually mentioning the possibility of flattening industries, could only be uttered so naturally by her in the entire city of Kyoto. But I can't understand why she had to come to the film studio on the outskirts of the city at this particular time. Su Muching hadn't realized the danger yet, and when she saw me stop, she snuggled closer to me, seemingly dissatisfied. I immediately covered her mouth, pressed her back onto the sofa, and then peeked out through a crack in the blinds. 6 black Rolls Royces blocked the exit of the film set, and more than a dozen bodyguards held up black umbrellas to separate the surrounding staff and extras. Xiao Weiniang, dressed in a black haute couture business suit, stood less than 3 meters away from the RV. Her aura was cold and domineering, completely different from her clingy demeanor when facing me. The director, accompanied by several assistant directors, rushed over, their backs almost bent to the ground when they arrived. They nervously asked her why she had come to the film studio in person. Xiao Weiniang took off her sunglasses and said coldly that she had invested in 60% of the land in the second phase of the film and television city. She was here to inspect her own property and did not need to report to anyone. She heard that Wang Jianya had come to withdraw his investment and even tried to force actresses to drink with him, so she decided to personally kick Xinhua Entertainment out of the project completely. The director quickly explained that Wang Jianya had been kicked out, and a young man had used a black gold card to make up the 10 million yuan funding shortfall, breaking his wrist on the spot. Upon hearing about the 10 million and the black gold card, Xiao Weiniang raised an eyebrow and asked with a cold smile when someone in Kyoto had appeared who dared to steal her thunder. I watched her through the car window, and my lips twitched involuntarily. If she took just 2 more steps forward and opened the car door, she would see that mysterious young man hiding here. When Su Muching heard the mention of 10 million outside, her eyes lit up immediately. She had obviously guessed that I was the one who would solve her crisis, and she even tried to come closer and kiss me. I leaned close to her ear and told her to stay still. Although she looked aggrieved, she obediently quieted down and didn't dare to make a sound. But the next second, Xiao Weiniang's attitude suddenly changed. She waved the director away and excitedly asked where Su Muching was, adding that she had just sent out 100,000 yuan in red envelopes through the fan club yesterday. She even brought a camera specifically to photograph Su Muching's ancient costume look today. I almost didn't realize that this wealthy heiress was actually a die-hard fan of Su Muching. The director told her that Su Muching had just been frightened and was now resting in the RV. After hearing this, Xiao Weining walked directly towards where we were. I quickly straightened Su Muching's clothes, then pulled a blanket over her and whispered to her that something was wrong and that she shouldn't make a sound no matter what she heard. Although she didn't understand why, she obediently shrank under the blanket, covered her mouth with her hands, and only revealed a pair of nervous and bewildered eyes. Xiao Weining had already reached the car door, but didn't open it immediately. She suddenly remembered she was going to check up on me, took out her phone to fix her hair, and put on her sweet smile again. The next second, my phone started vibrating in my pocket. In the enclosed carriage, the sound was exceptionally clear, perfectly synchronized with the dialing sounds coming from outside. My breath hitched. Su Muching mistook it for something hidden in her pocket. Her cheeks flushed, and she tried to reach out to touch it, but I immediately grabbed her wrist. Don't touch it. The vibrations were impossible to hide. Xiao Weining, who was outside the car, had stopped what she was doing, slowly raised her head, and locked her gaze on the black RV door. She clearly recognized the vibration frequency inside the car, which matched the exact frequency of the phone call she had made, and her amber eyes narrowed slightly. I rejected the video call without hesitation. Xiao Weining saw the rejection notification on the screen and had already placed her hand on the car door handle. With just a gentle pull, the door will open, and Su Muching and I will be exposed on the spot. I made a voice call before she opened the door. The phone was answered immediately after only one ring. I took a deep breath and quickly switched to a hoarse voice, as if I had just woken up, to ask Xiao Weining why she was making a video call in the middle of the day when I had just lain down. Outside the car, Xiao Weining stopped holding the doorknob and coldly questioned why I refused to answer, even suspecting that I wasn't in the dormitory at this time. I rubbed my temples and explained that Lin Yuan was only wearing shorts and snoring on the lower bunk, and the dorm room was full of smelly socks. Connecting the video call would only offend her eyes. Xiao Weining is a germaphobe. Thinking about the environment of the male dormitory, the suspicion in her eyes indeed dissipated a bit, but she still stood at the door of the RV, staring intently at the privacy glass. I put my arm around Su Muching under the blanket and continued to tell her that there were too many things to do at the start of the new semester, and I rarely had free time, so of course I had to go back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. This reason temporarily calmed her down. However, Su Muching felt too stuffy from being covered by the blanket and couldn't help but move slightly, letting out a soft groan. Although the voice was very soft, it was clearly transmitted outside the car through the phone. Xiao Weining's tone instantly froze as she questioned why there was a woman next to me. I could even hear the scraping sound of her gripping the doorknob tighter. Had she hesitated for even a second longer, she would have pulled the RV door open. In a moment of panic, I pinched Su Muching's side through the blanket, hoping to calm her down. But instead, she trembled violently and let out an even louder gasp. Xiao Weining completely lost it, yelling at me over the phone what I was doing. In this life or death situation, I immediately started cursing at the empty carriage. I pretended to scold Lao Zhao for hiding in bed watching random videos in broad daylight, without even wearing headphones, and deliberately making strange noises when I was on the phone. After venting, I wearily complained to Xiao Weining that the group of single guys in the dorm had nowhere to vent their energy and made a mess of things every day. I'd had enough. A moment of silence followed outside the car. Xiao Weining clearly believed the explanation. The coldness on her face gradually faded, and she finally loosened her grip on the doorknob. She complained that the men's dorm was disgusting and warned me not to follow my roommate's bad example. She added that I could always find her in the building next door if I needed anything. I told her to hurry up and attend to her own business. Only then did she remind me that the opening ceremony of Kyoto University was the day after tomorrow, and she would be attending as a special guest. The phone call finally ended. The sound of high heels fading away echoed outside the car again, and then the bodyguard opened the car door, and a convoy of more than a dozen black cars drove away from the film set. Only when the oppressive feeling completely disappeared did I let out a long breath and pull off the cashmere blanket. My back was already soaked with cold sweat. After the blanket was lifted, Su Muching finally revealed her face again. She was covered in sweat from being suffocated, her messy hair clung to her face, and her clothes were disheveled from the earlier tugging. She was panting heavily and asked me in a low voice if the paparazzi had left. Her watery eyes didn't show fear, but rather a hint of excitement. I nodded and said the person had left. Su Muching immediately wrapped her arms around my neck again, her whole body softly pressing against my chest. She bit her lip and muttered a complaint that I had been too mean to quiet her down, but her voice didn't betray any real dissatisfaction. After saying that, she moved even closer, wrapping her legs around my waist again, and showed no intention of letting go. Chapter 41. Even the most popular kitten has her moments of cunning. Only after confirming that Xiao Weining's convoy had completely left the film and television base did Zhu Shengchuan's tense back relax slightly. He reached out and ripped off the thin cashmere blanket covering the two of them, then tossed it aside. Upon seeing the light of day again, Su Muching gasped for breath, fine beads of sweat clinging to the tip of her nose, a few strands of hair soaked with sweat, and clinging messily to her fair and delicate cheeks. The pure white silk camisole that barely clung to her slender waist was completely out of place, revealing a breathtaking expanse of snow-white skin and a deep cleavage that dazzled the eye under the dim ambient lighting. She had no idea that she was just one door away from the massive explosion at the Shura field. She thought the paparazzi outside the film crew had been chased away. Have the paparazzi left? Su Muching's watery peach blossom eyes gleamed with an excited allure. Far from being afraid, she straddled Zhu Shengchuan's lap and clung to him like an octopus. Two smooth, white, long legs wrapped tightly around his waist, their full, soft flesh pressing unabashedly against his dark gray cashmere sweater. Brother Chuan, no one is bothering us now. Her breath was sweet and her voice was so sweet it was almost cloying, and her luscious red lips moved directly towards Zhu Shengchuan's neck. Zhu Shengchuan reacted quickly, grabbing her delicate chin and stopping her from lighting the fire. Stop being so frivolous here. Zhu Shengchuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he forcefully suppressed the lustful fire stirred within him by this vixen. With his other hand, he grabbed the slipped silk bra strap and deftly pulled her rounded shoulder back up, covering that alluring view. No matter how good the soundproofing is in this RV, it's still in the middle of the film set. Do you really want to be trending on social media tomorrow for car sex on set? Su Muching's chin was pinched, forcing her to pout her red lips. She blinked, looking somewhat aggrieved. Fine, I'll go for it. I'll just quit the entertainment industry and let you support me. Are you sure? Zhu Shengchuan patted the bouncy surface of the car. Call your assistant, drive the car out of the film studio, and go to the hotel. Su Muching's love-struck mind was completely overwhelmed. She had no room to resist this man. She obediently nodded, straightened her clothes, and took out her phone to call Sister Song. 5 minutes later, a highly classified black van quietly drove into the back gate of the film set. Assistant Sister Song drove herself. The entire way, she gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, not daring to even glance in the rearview mirror. The partition in the rear private cabin had already been raised. In the back seat of the carriage, Su Muching leaned against Zhu Shengchuan as if she had no bones, her arms wrapped around his waist, greedily inhaling the refreshing scent of herbs and hormones emanating from the man. The car smoothly drove into the Victoria Hotel's underground VIP passage. Zhu Shengchuan put his arm around Su Muching and took the direct elevator back to the top-floor suite. Drop. The door was pushed open. Zhu Shengchuan casually took off his jacket and threw it on the sofa in the entryway. He walked to the large bar, unscrewed a bottle of chilled Evian mineral water, and took 2 gulps, trying to calm down the series of shocking events that had gripped him today. First, he bought clothes to upgrade the system. Then he single-handedly stormed the film set and spent millions. And finally, he played heart-pounding games with Xiao Weining in the RV, separated by a door. Even the strongest back needs to catch its breath. As soon as Su Muching entered the room, without even changing her shoes, she mysteriously approached with her hands behind her back. Brother Chuan, sit on the sofa and rest for a bit, okay? Don't peek. She tiptoed and quickly pecked Zhu Shengchuan's lips, leaving a sweet orange scent, then turned and ran into the spacious master bathroom. Before long, the sound of dripping water came from behind the frosted glass door. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back on the leather sofa, his gaze sweeping over the luxurious furnishings of the suite, his mind calculating the functions after the system upgrade. The sound of water stopped. The doorknob of the master bathroom made a soft click. The door wasn't fully opened. Instead, it was carefully pushed open a crack of about 10 centimeters. A dim, warm light seeped into the living room through the cracks. Then, a small foot, clad in a pure black over-the-knee sock, timidly peeked out. The extremely thin fabric tightly hugged her slender calves, and the top of the stockings was tied around the mid-thigh, making her already fair and delicate skin appear slightly fleshy and alluring. The visual impact of this absolute territory is far more lethal than direct nudity. Zhu Shengchuan put down the mineral water bottle in his hand, his deep gaze instantly locking onto the crack in the door. The bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Su Muching bit her lower lip, put her hands behind her back, and walked out with her head down. She actually changed into an extremely form-fitting, traditional Japanese-style black stockings JK uniform. She wore a pure white short-sleeved sailor shirt with a dark red plaid bow tie at the collar. The shirt was clearly a size too small, making her full and proud bust look extremely tight, and the 2 rows of buttons looked like they might burst open at any moment. Her lower body was covered by a dark gray pleated skirt that just covered her hips. As she moved, the hem of her short skirt swayed slightly. Her shapely long legs, tightly encased in black over-the-knee stockings, gleamed breathtakingly under the warm lighting of the hotel. On stage, she was an unattainable, pure and innocent national first love. Yet here she is, in this private suite, dressed in this breathtakingly alluring outfit, clumsily and passionately trying to please the man before her. Zhu Shengchuan's Adam's apple bobbed violently. Where did you get this outfit? Zhu Shengchuan blushed and stopped less than half a meter away from him. She gripped the hem of her pleated skirt with both hands, twisted her body slightly, and raised her watery peach blossom eyes, filled with undisguised anticipation. I ordered it online beforehand. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was extremely soft, with a slight tremor of shyness. The internet says that you guys can't resist this kind of contrast. Is it pretty? Zhu Shengchuan's breath hitched. It's not just that he can't refuse. It's like hitting a man's Achilles heel. If those fans who are voting for you outside see this outfit. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back, his eyes becoming extremely aggressive. Weibo's servers will be completely crashed tonight. Zhu Shengchuan smiled charmingly, took a half step forward, and stood between Zhu Shengchuan's parted legs. My fans will never have the chance to see me dressed like this. She boldly stretched out her fair fingers and gently hooked the edge of Zhu Shengchuan's turtleneck cashmere sweater. I wear this kind of clothes only for Brother Chuan to see, and only for you to touch. This extremely direct invitation, coupled with that incredibly alluring body and uniform. If Zhu Shengchuan could still tolerate it, then the beginner physical enhancement potion he exchanged for today would have been wasted. A large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the slender waist of a uniform-clad woman. He exerted force with his arms and pulled heavily into his arms. Oh! Zhu Shengchuan let out a startled cry, lost her balance, and fell directly onto Zhu Shengchuan's strong lap. The pleated mini-skirt rolled up naturally. The tactile sensation of the absolute territory is transmitted through the high-end cashmere fabric, and it feels amazingly hot. Zhu Shengchuan grabbed her chin with one hand, forcing her to tilt her face up, a blend of innocence and allure, and then lowered his head to kiss her fiercely. They are as close as lips and teeth. The aroma of sweet orange instantly fills the entire respiratory tract. Zhu Shengchuan responded passionately. She wrapped her arms tightly around Zhu Shengchuan's neck, her legs, encased in black stockings that reached past her knees, rubbing restlessly. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows lies the dazzling and vibrant night view of Kyoto. Inside the window, the erotic scene on the sofa had completely spiraled out of control. Brother Chuan. Chapter 42. Last night, I delved into a very profound subject. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Victoria Hotel, falling onto the disheveled bed. Zhu Shengchuan nestled lazily in Zhu Shengchuan's arms like a cat. The sailor shirt that had been torn and crumpled the night before was casually tossed on the carpet, and a pair of black stockings hung halfway off the edge of the bed. She was sleeping soundly, with traces of undried tears and a satisfied blush still on the corners of her eyes. Ring, 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 ring. The shrill default alarm sound from my phone suddenly blared on the bedside table. Zhu Shengchuan frowned, and as if by muscle memory, quickly reached out and turned off the screen. He opened his eyes, his mind still a little fuzzy. Last night, thanks to the enhancement from the system potion, he had tormented the reckless little wildcat in his arms until she begged for mercy, and the commotion didn't subside until late into the night. My eyes are focused on the phone screen. His previously dazed eyes instantly became incredibly clear. The time was clearly displayed on the screen. 8:15. There is another unread WeChat message below, from my roommate Lin Yuan, sent 10 minutes ago. Brother Chuan, where are you? The introduction to modern literature class has been going on for 10 minutes. Gu Qinghan has taken attendance. He's called your name. Get back here right now. Save your life. Zhu Shengchuan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. A course on modern literature for first-year students in the Department of Chinese Literature at Kyoto University. Class starts at 8 a.m. sharp. The woman on the podium, Gu Qinghan, is not only his counselor, but also his online ex-girlfriend, Qingfeng Mingwei, and the most famously aloof and ruthless woman in the entire school of literature who hates being late the most. I skipped my first class at 8 a.m. today for a full 15 minutes. The worst part is that I'm covered in Zhu Shengchuan's sweet orange perfume and several undeniable red lipstick marks. Zhu Shengchuan sat up abruptly, looking at Zhu Shengchuan, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and then at the mess on the floor. His temples throbbed. It's over. Gu Qinghan's bamboo ruler will probably hit him directly in the face this time. The first lesson. A lecture hall in the Faculty of Letters, Kyoto University. Squeak. The heavy back door was pushed open from the outside, making a slightly abrupt scraping sound. The classroom, which had been quiet except for the sound of chalk writing, fell into a deathly silence. More than 100 pairs of eyes turned to look at the back door. Zhu Shengchuan stood tall and straight at the door, one hand in the pocket of his space gray lambskin jacket. He had been pestered by Su Mu Cheng, that reckless little wildcat, until the wee hours of the morning, and hadn't even had breakfast this morning. He threw on his hundreds of thousands of yuan haute couture outfit and rushed back to school in a taxi, only to be a full 20 minutes late. The lecture abruptly stopped on the podium. Gu Qinghan turned around, holding half a piece of chalk in her hand. Today she wore an extremely fitted dark blue business suit, with a pure white silk shirt underneath. The tailored suit jacket cinched her slender waist tightly, and the black pencil skirt stopped just 5 centimeters above her knees. Below that were a pair of shapely long legs tightly wrapped in sheer black stockings, with black stiletto heels on her feet. She is aloof, abstinent, and keeps people at arm's length, yet she possesses a deadly allure that can ignite a man's desire to conquer. Gu Qinghan's gaze was fixed coldly on Zhu Shengchuan through his thin, silver-rimmed glasses. Zhu Shengchuan. Gu Qinghan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strong, penetrating power and an unquestionable authority, echoing in the large lecture hall. How many classes have you missed since the start of the semester? In all the time I've been working at Kyoto University, you're the first person who has dared to be so undisciplined in my class. Lin Yuan, sitting in the front row, shrank his neck and frantically winked at Zhu Shengchuan, his expression seemingly saying, "Godfather, you'd better pray for yourself." This tigress's face was dark when she entered the classroom this morning. Shen Tianxi, who was sitting not far from Lin Yuan, also turned her head at this moment. Today she wore a pure white knitted cardigan and had her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking as pure as a lily just touched by dew. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes darted around Zhu Shengchuan, clearly carrying a hint of inquiry and suspicion. Being stared at by 2 possessive women at the same time is enough to make any normal guy's legs go weak on the spot. Zhu Shengchuan's expression remained unchanged. He casually closed the back door and walked down the corridor with unhurried steps. "Advisor, there's a reason for this." Zhu Shengchuan's tone was extremely sincere. "What's the reason?" Gu Qinghan threw the half-broken piece of chalk on the lectern, picked up a bamboo pointer from the side, and her high heels made a crisp sound on the wooden floor. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Did you study at the library until dawn last night? Or did you go out and have a wild night and get exhausted?" When these words were spoken, none of the students understood what was wrong with them. They simply assumed that the counselor was sarcastically criticizing the students for skipping class to play. But Zhu Shengchuan knew all too well the jealousy that ran deep in this woman's bones. She was using her position as his advisor to openly interrogate him about which bed he had slept in the night before. Zhu Shengchuan stopped in the aisle in the middle of the lecture hall. He stared directly into Gu Qinghan's icy eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Professor Gu, you are wise." Zhu Shengchuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his voice deep and roguish. "I was indeed studying a subject last night. It is extremely profound and complex, requiring repeated exploration to grasp its depth. The whole process is extremely physically demanding, and I did it for the sake of knowledge. I simply couldn't get up this morning." The girls in the class started whispering amongst themselves, their faces full of confusion. What depth? What physical strength? When did introducing modern literature become a physical task? The boys all understood and were amazed at how bold Zhu Shengchuan was to actually make such a suggestive joke in front of his mature female teacher. Sitting in the front row, Shen Tianxi blinked, feeling that Zhu Shengchuan's words had a hidden meaning, but as a pure and innocent school beauty who had never experienced anything, she couldn't quite grasp it in a short time. But Gu Qinghan on the podium understood the gist of it. She is a mature woman, and also Zhu Shengchuan's ex-girlfriend with whom he had a year-long online stalemate. Although she had never experienced anything like that herself, she had heard about it from her colleagues and from the stories online. As soon as Zhu Shengchuan uttered these words, her chest, tightly wrapped in a silk shirt, heaved violently. That bastard. He skipped her class, was covered in a strange, unsettling scent, and now he dares to make such lewd jokes at her in front of over 100 students. A visible blush quickly spread across Gu Qinghan's ears, but she forced herself to maintain her aloof demeanor, gripping the bamboo pointer tightly until her knuckles turned white. "Fine, very well." Gu Qinghan sneered, pointing with his pointer to the empty space at the back of the classroom. "Since Zhu is so studious, you'll stand at the back and listen to the lesson today. And while you're at it, reflect on where you should be using your energy." "Yes, Teacher Gu." Zhu Shengchuan turned around very cooperatively, walked to the last row against the wall, crossed his arms, and adopted an extremely arrogant posture. The class was spent in Gu Qinghan's extremely low mood. Ring ring. The bell finally rang, signaling the end of get out of class. The entire class, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly packed their books, ready to escape this icy abyss. Gu Qinghan stood on the podium organizing her lesson plan, but her lowered eyes kept staring intently at the figure at the back of the classroom through the corner of her eye. Just as Zhu Shengchuan was about to turn around and slip away through the back door, a wonderfully fragrant peach scent wafted over. Shen Tianxi, holding a bottle of warm milk, ran up to Zhu Shengchuan. "Brother Chuan." Shen Tianxi tilted her pretty face up and handed him the milk, her voice so sweet it could stretch into silk. "You probably didn't eat breakfast this morning. Drink something hot to fill your stomach first. You still love me the most." Zhu Shengchuan smiled as he took the milk and reached out to ruffle her hair. Just then, Shen Tianxi suddenly took half a step forward. The distance between the two instantly shrank to less than 10 centimeters. Shen Tianxi's pert nose was almost touching the collar of Zhu Shengchuan's turtleneck cashmere sweater. Like an extremely perceptive kitten, she carefully sniffed along Zhu Shengchuan's neck and shoulders twice. Chapter 43. Shen Tianxi is still the easiest to fool. She believes everything she says. Zhu Shengchuan's eyelids twitched slightly. Although he had taken a shower in the hotel master bathroom this morning, Su Muching had gone too far last night, and the sweet orange scent of her perfume, which is exclusive to top idols, still left a trace on his clothes. "Brother Chuan." Shen Tianxi looked up, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. Half of the sweetness in her voice faded, replaced by an extremely dangerous probing. "You changed your perfume? This scent it's a bit sweet, not like something a boy would use. And this outfit of yours." Shen Tianxi is also from a well-to-do family, the granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Tianjin military region, so her standards are naturally high. Although she couldn't identify the brand of the garment, which didn't even have a logo, the quality of the fabric and the cut of the cashmere sweater made it clear at a glance that it was definitely expensive. "I saw this dress was on sale yesterday and just bought it on a whim," Zhu Shengchuan said without batting an eye, casually making up a lie. Zhu Shengchuan has no choice but to lie now. He can only try to cover things up by lying before the truth comes out. Some people might ask, what if it goes wrong? Well, then you'll just have to bite the bullet and deal with it. Shen Tianxi didn't dwell on the issue. Her gaze followed Zhu Shengchuan's sexy Adam's apple all the way down. Zhu Shengchuan deliberately pulled the collar of his cashmere turtleneck sweater up very high today. But his action of reaching for the milk just now pulled on the fabric of his clothes, and the edge of his collar inevitably slipped down by half an inch. On that half inch of skin, there was a striking, faint, dark red mark. Shen Tianxi's gaze instantly locked onto that spot, and her pupils suddenly contracted. "Brother Chuan, why is there a red patch on your neck?" Shen Tianxi's voice was tense, and she reached out with one hand, wanting to pull open the collar to see what was going on. At the critical moment, Zhu Shengchuan grabbed Shen Tianxi's outstretched wrist with his other hand and pulled her forward, drawing half of her body into his arms. "It's all right." Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Shen Tianxi's earlobe, his tone tinged with helplessness and doting. "I didn't close the window last night, and the autumn mosquitoes are so vicious, they kept biting me. I scratched them a couple of times, and they turned red. Why are you so jealous of everything?" As he spoke, he reached out his right hand and gently pinched Shen Tianxi's fair and tender cheek. The set of movements was fluid and graceful. Combined with Zhu Shengchuan's extremely aggressive handsome face and calm aura, Shen Tianxi's defenses, which had just been erected, collapsed by half in an instant. She's a hopeless romantic at heart, and when Zhu Shengchuan hugged and pinched her like that, her cheeks immediately turned bright red, and her previous doubts were completely dispelled. "Wowho's jealous," Shen Tianxi said coquettishly, letting him pinch her cheeks, her watery eyes full of affection. "Then remember to light mosquito coils next time you sleep, or I'll feel sorry for you if you get bitten too badly." The two were cuddling intimately in the back row of the classroom, oblivious to everyone else. This scene was witnessed by Gu Qinghan on the podium. Gu Qinghan's breathing became rapid instantly. Her full breasts heaved violently with anger, and the buttons on her silk shirt almost popped off. He didn't come home last night. He skipped class and was late this morning. Just now, he made a dirty joke about her in front of the whole class. Now, right in front of her, he's hugging and touching the face of the most beautiful girl in the school of literature. An extremely strong possessive desire called food protection surged wildly through Gu Qinghan's limbs and bones. Click! A crisp, unusual sound rang out from the podium. The half piece of chalk that Gu Qinghan was holding was crushed into powder by her, and white dust covered her slender fingers. The sound wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating in the classroom, which was already mostly empty. Zhu Shengchuan paused, then turned his head. Gu Qinghan's face was cold as she casually took out a wet tissue and slowly wiped the chalk dust from her fingertips. She didn't even glance at Shen Tianxi. Her icy gaze pierced straight through Zhu Shengchuan. "Zhu Shengchuan." Gu Qinghan's voice seemed to be mixed with ice shards, carrying extremely suppressed anger. "Take your books and get to my office right now." After saying that, She didn't even take her lesson plan. She turned around and walked out of the classroom in her high heels, her back exuding a murderous aura that seemed to kill anyone who stood in her way. Shen Tianxi was startled by the sudden drop in mood and tugged at Zhu Shengchuan's sleeve with some concern. Brother Chuan, Teacher Gu seems really angry. Are you all right? It's okay. I'll go and get some criticism. Zhu Shengchuan patted the back of her hand, drank the bottle of warm milk in his hand in one gulp, and handed the empty bottle back to her. You go back to your dorm first. I'll take you out for something nice to eat at noon. After calming down the school beauty, Zhu Shengchuan strode towards the counselor's office at the end of the corridor. He knew Gu Qinghan too well. The colder and more aloof this woman appeared on the outside, the fiercer the fire burned inside her. We walked to the mahogany door with the sign that read Counselor's Room. Zhu Shengchuan didn't knock. He simply turned the doorknob and went inside. The office lights weren't on. Only a few rays of autumn sunlight streamed in through the windows. The blinds were drawn tightly shut. Zhu Shengchuan had just closed the door when a click was heard. The sound of the latch popping out was particularly clear in the quiet room. Before he could even turn around and see what was going on inside the room, a sharp gust of wind, carrying the scent of expensive perfume, suddenly rushed towards me. A delicate body radiating amazing heat and softness crashed directly into his arms. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qinghan's eyes, framed by silver-rimmed glasses, shone with an astonishing light in the dim light. She reached out her long, slender, fair hands and grabbed Zhu Shengchuan's high-necked cashmere sweater by the collar, unleashing a tremendous force completely at odds with her aloof appearance. Bang! Zhu Shengchuan's tall body was slammed hard against the hard mahogany door by her. Gu Qinghan pressed herself against him, her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, wedged tightly between Zhu Shengchuan's legs, her knees thrusting upwards with a punitive air. She tilted her head back, her nose almost touching Zhu Shengchuan's chin, and her clenched teeth revealed a morbid possessiveness that sent chills down one's spine. Tell me, last night, that profound and physically demanding subject of study, in which little Vixen's bed were you studying it? Chapter 44. Behold, our silver tongue. The tide has turned. Bang! The hard mahogany door slammed into Zhu Shengchuan's back with a dull thud. The counselor's office was dimly lit, with the blinds drawn tightly shut. The cool, refreshing scent of Bulgari tea, belonging to Gu Qinghan, mixed with her rapid breathing, instantly enveloped Zhu Shengchuan. Gu Qinghan pressed herself against Zhu Shengchuan. Her long, slender legs, tightly wrapped in sheer black stockings, forcefully squeezed between Zhu Shengchuan's legs without any hesitation, her knees pressing firmly against his inner thighs with a sense of punishment and confinement. This is an extremely dangerous and aggressive pose. Gu Qinghan looked up. Her usually cold and aloof face was now flushed with an astonishing red from extreme anger and jealousy. She clutched the collar of Zhu Shengchuan's cashmere turtleneck sweater, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. I'm asking you. Gu Qinghan gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. That profound and physically demanding subject you studied last night, in which Vixen's bed were you actually working on it? I won't ask a third time. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, his gaze passing over the thin silver-rimmed glasses and landing directly on the patch of snow-white skin at Gu Qinghan's collar, which was heaving with each heavy breathing. The buttons of the silk shirt were pulled tight, and the outline of the black lace trim inside could be vaguely seen. When a stunningly beautiful and mature woman goes berserk, the impact is indeed quite powerful. Professor Gu. Zhu Shengchuan didn't struggle. Instead, a nonchalant smile appeared on his lips, and his Adam's apple bobbed. This is an office. Students can pass by outside at any time. You're posing like you're going to eat me alive. I'm a hot-blooded male college student. What if things get out of hand? This risque remark, which was neither vulgar nor offensive, became the final straw that broke Gu Qinghan's composure. Zhu Shengchuan, you bastard. Gu Qinghan's eyes instantly reddened. She abruptly let go, ripped off the silver-rimmed glasses she used to feign maturity and aloofness, and slammed them onto the leather sofa beside her. Without the glasses to conceal it, those once sharp, captivating eyes were now brimming with tears. The aloof, icy mentor persona had been completely torn away, revealing a vulnerable woman who had been abandoned, neglected, and filled with resentment. Do you think I'm joking with you? Gu Qinghan took a half-step back, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Do you know how I've been through this past year? Do you know why I gave up a perfectly good position in a ministry to come to Peking University and become a lousy counselor? My mom is absolutely against me becoming a teacher. Zhu Shengchuan's smile gradually faded, and he straightened up. Gu Qinghan trembled as she reached out and pointed at Zhu Shengchuan's chest, tears streaming down her face, without warning. You know, 3 years ago, my dad died in a car accident. I locked myself in the empty house for 3 whole months, and I couldn't say a word. The doctor said I had severe depression. Gu Qinghan cried as she intermittently voiced her accusations. That's when you appeared. Every night, you would send me a 60-second voice message on WeChat. You would tell me those incredibly embarrassing jokes. You would sing me Sunny Day off key. You would tell me that the world wasn't so bad. And you would be my air raid shelter if I wanted to hide away. This past was brutally torn open, and Zhu Shengchuan's heart clenched violently. He had always thought that their online romance after being bound to the system was just a matter of mutual benefit and emotional support, but he never imagined that he would be the only lifeline Gu Qinghan had grasped in her desperate situation. I listened to you. You casually mentioned that you liked teachers who wore glasses, that you thought they were intellectual. So I abandoned my original plans, got into Peking University, put on this stiff suit, and wore these damn glasses. Gu Qinghan became increasingly distraught as she spoke, covering her face with her hands and her shoulders heaving violently. I waited every day, waiting for you to get into Peking University and come find me. And what happened? You uninstalled all your apps and disappeared completely. Now you've finally come, but what's your attitude towards me every day? I deliberately put on a stern face to get your attention. Why won't you even look at me? Gu Qinghan abruptly lowered her hand, glaring at him with teary eyes, her voice hoarse. Zhu Shengchuan, you're a complete liar. I hate you so much. After uttering those words, Gu Qinghan seemed to have all her strength drained away. Her body went limp, and she began to slide down the door panel. A strong arm suddenly reached out and firmly embraced her slender waist. Zhu Shengchuan offered no explanation. He suddenly pulled the tearful woman into his arms, tightening his grip and locking her firmly against his strong chest. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Go find your good sisters. Gu Qinghan stiffened the moment she was embraced, then burst into violent struggle. She clenched her fists and pounded on Zhu Shengchuan's back and shoulders haphazardly. Zhu Shengchuan let her hit him. Not only did he not let go, but he also lowered his head slightly and buried his chin in her hair, which smelled of tea. I'm sorry, Qinghan. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was deep and mellow, devoid of his usual nonchalance, and exuded an undeniable domineering and affectionate air. I was a bastard before, I was too naive. But now that I'm here, I'll be your air raid shelter for the rest of my life. The word Qinghan instantly shattered all of Gu Qinghan's defenses. The fists that were pounding gradually lost their strength and eventually turned into hands that tightly hugged Zhu Shengchuan's strong waist. Gu Qinghan buried her face in Zhu Shengchuan's expensive cashmere sweater and cried loudly, letting out all the grievances, fears, and longing of the past year. Zhu Shengchuan's large hand gently and rhythmically soothed her along the back of her suit jacket. Feeling the woman in his arms trembling from crying, his gaze deepened. After a long while, Gu Qinghan's crying gradually turned into soft sobs. Zhu Shengchuan cupped her fair and delicate face in his hands and gently wiped away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes with his rough thumb. Your makeup will be ruined if you cry anymore. Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile again, and he pinched the smooth face with his fingers. Teacher Gu is usually as aloof as an iceberg, but now she's crying like a little kitten. If the boys in your class saw this, they'd probably line up to register at the counselor's office. Shut up, Gu Qinghan blushed, and said coquettishly with a thick nasal tone, trying to turn her head away from his hand. Zhu Shengchuan gave her no chance to escape. He grabbed the back of Gu Qinghan's head with one hand, lowered his head abruptly, and sealed her two cool and luscious red lips with his own. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened suddenly. She hadn't expected Zhu Shengchuan to be so direct, and her mind went blank for a moment. It was an extremely aggressive kiss. Zhu Shengchuan plunged in without any resistance, plundering the sweetness and oxygen from her mouth. Gu Qinghan was already exhausted from crying, and now, completely enveloped by Zhu Shengchuan's breath, her legs instantly went weak. If Zhu Shengchuan hadn't been supporting her waist so firmly, she would have slid onto the carpet long ago. From awkwardness to a responsive response, Gu Qinghan only took half a minute. The hands that once held the pointer and struck Zhu Shengchuan were now tightly gripping his clothes, allowing herself to completely succumb to this man's power. Chapter 45 Gu Qinghan. You bastard. Who wants to go to a hotel with you? The battlefield shifted without anyone noticing. Zhu Shengchuan half-carried Gu Qinghan and walked a few steps to the large mahogany desk. He lifted Gu Qinghan up and placed her on the hard edge of the desk. Clatter! A black stiletto slipped off Gu Qinghan's fair foot and landed on the thick wool carpet. Gu Qinghan sat on the edge of the table, her legs forced to dangle in the air. The tight black bodycon skirt had rolled up a bit due to the large movement, revealing a shocking black stocking mark at the top of her thighs. Zhu Shengchuan stood between her legs, leaning forward, completely trapping her in the small space between himself and the desk. The kiss ended. As they parted, a trail of ambiguous silver threads stretched between them. Gu Qinghan leaned against the table, panting heavily, her full breasts heaving violently. Her once meticulously combed long hair fell loose, draped over her shoulders. The top 2 buttons of her pure white silk shirt had popped open during the tug. Large swathes of snow-white skin and an extremely deep abyss are exposed to the air without any concealment, swaying up and down with each breath, exuding a deadly mature woman's charm. You scoundrel. Gu Qinghan's eyes were so glazed they were almost dripping with tears. Her lips were rubbed raw and red, and even her voice was as soft as a pool of spring water. If I weren't shameless, how could I have gotten my hands on the high and mighty teacher Gu? Zhu Shengchuan chuckled softly, his large, well-defined hands slowly moving upwards along Gu Qinghan's slender calf. My fingertips brushed against that extremely thin layer of black silk, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation that made my scalp tingle. Gu Qinghan trembled and subconsciously tried to close her legs, but Zhu Shengchuan forcefully blocked her. Don't touch it, it's not convenient in the office. Gu Qinghan bit her lower lip, her rationality slowly returning. She glanced around at the office environment. There were her lesson plans, her computer. This was the counselor's office, where people could come at any time. Counselor. Zhu Shengchuan's hand lingered on the outside of her thigh, gently caressing it through the fabric, his tone seductive. This desk is too hard. It must be uncomfortable for you. The Victoria Hotel is right across the street. How about we get a room? I'll give you a proper report on my ideological work this past year. Gu Qinghan's face turned so red it was almost bleeding. She raised her hand and softly punched Zhu Shengchuan's chest. Shameless. Who wants to go to a hotel with you? Although she was cursing, she didn't push Zhu Shengchuan away. In fact, her eyes held a hint of shy reluctance. She raised her hands and helped Zhu Shengchuan straighten the collar of his cashmere sweater, which he had just messed up. The two were less than 3 centimeters apart, their breaths mingling. The atmosphere had reached its peak, just one step away from breaking through the final barrier. Looking at the stunningly beautiful mature woman before him, ready to be taken by anyone, Zhu Shengchuan's inner fire was reignited. He lowered his head, preparing to continue what he had just been doing. Just then, clang clang clang, a knocking sound suddenly rang out outside the quiet office door. Gu Qinghan froze as if electrocuted, the lust in his eyes receding instantly, replaced by extreme panic. Before Gu Qinghan could speak, a sweet female voice came from outside the door. Teacher Gu, are you inside? This is Shen Tianxi. Is Zhu Shengchuan high with you? He hasn't come back for so long. Is something wrong? Gu Qinghan shuddered. The lust in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by extreme panic. She let out a short, suppressed gasp, abruptly pushed away Zhu Shengchuan's chest, and looked down at her own body. The top 3 buttons of the white silk shirt had completely popped open, exposing a large expanse of breathtakingly fair skin to the air. The black lace trim rose and fell violently with her rapid breathing. The tight black pencil skirt was rolled up to her upper thighs, and the sheer black stockings were wrinkled and creased. To make matters worse, her right stiletto heel had somehow fallen off onto the carpet. Gu Qinghan frantically reached out with both hands to grab the edge of her shirt, trying to button it up. But her fingers trembled so badly, she couldn't even find the buttonhole. Always aloof and reserved, she had never experienced being caught in the act of adultery in her office. Her mind went completely blank. Zhu Shengchuan frowned slightly. He had no time to panic. His large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Qinghan's trembling hands. Don't move. Take a deep breath. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was very low, but it conveyed a strong sense of calm. His slender fingers deftly manipulated the tiny pearl buttons. His fingertips inevitably brushed against Gu Qinghan's soft, delicate skin. Gu Qinghan trembled, biting her lower lip tightly, letting this man take control of the situation. 3 seconds. All buttons are back in place. Zhu Shengchuan ran his hands down her slender waist, straightening her rolled-up bodycon skirt and smoothing out the wrinkles in her black stockings. Then, he raised his right hand, and without hesitation, pressed his rough thumb against Gu Qinghan's luscious red lips, rubbing them hard. Ugh! Gu Qinghan winced in pain and glared at him angrily. You kissed outside the designated area with your lipstick, Zhu Shengchuan explained in a low voice, casually kicking the black high heel on the carpet into the shadows under the desk with his toe. Put on your shoes. Put on your glasses. Gu Qinghan snapped out of her daze, quickly hopped behind the table on one leg, put on her high heels, grabbed the silver-rimmed glasses from the sofa, and put them on her nose. She took 2 deep breaths, straightened her back, and sat in the large executive chair, forcibly suppressing her guilt. But the flush on her cheeks, caused by her emotions, wouldn't go away anytime soon. Having confirmed that Gu Qinghan had reverted to his icy mentor persona, Zhu Shengchuan turned around and opened the mahogany door to his office. Sunlight streamed in through the corridor. Shen Tianxi stood gracefully at the doorway, wearing a pure white dress and her hands behind her back. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and a sweet smile graced her exquisitely innocent face. "Brother Chuan, you really are here." Shen Tianqi looked up, her peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons. But her gaze didn't linger on Zhu Shengchuan's face for more than a second. Instead, it went straight over the man's shoulder and, with perfect accuracy, through the crack in the door, landed on Gu Qinghan behind the desk. The gazes of the two stunningly beautiful women collided silently in the air. A flicker of wariness flashed quickly in Shen Tianqi's eyes. This counselor has an amazing figure. Even in a stiff business suit, her natural mature charm is something that a naive female college student like her can't match. Gu Qinghan, behind his desk, coldly watched the girl outside the door through his glasses. She was still annoyed that this girl had come at the worst possible time, just when she was about to melt. So naturally, she wasn't going to give her a friendly look. "Shen Tianqi, is there something you need?" Gu Qinghan's voice was cold, regaining its aloof and authoritative tone. Chapter 46 1 minute. "I need all the information about this super-rich junior." Shen Tianqi strode confidently into the office without flinching. She walked to the desk with a smile, holding a blue folder in her hand. "Teacher Gu, I'm here to submit the report for the Arts and Culture Department of the welcome party." Shen Tianqi handed over the folder with both hands, her tone so obedient that there wasn't a single fault to be found. After submitting the form, she did not leave immediately, but stood in front of the table, her gaze sweeping over the surface with an extremely natural look. The desktop was tidy. There were only a few lesson plans and a computer, but Shen Tianqi's gaze was fixed on Gu Qinghan's face. "Teacher Gu," Shen Tianqi tilted her head slightly, her tone revealing just the right amount of concern. "Why is your face so red? And your eyes are red too, and there are tears in them. Did Brother Chuan make you angry just now?" The moment those words were spoken, the air in the office seemed to freeze for a second. A soft knife can stab someone, drawing blood and killing them instantly. This girl is not only observant, but she also speaks frankly. On the surface, she is concerned about the teacher, but in reality, she is testing what the two of them have been doing in this locked office. Gu Qinghan clenched his fists tightly under the table. This girl called him Brother Chuan, so naturally, clearly asserting her dominance. Zhu Shengchuan's truancy is extremely bad. I just gave him a stern reprimand. Gu Qinghan pushed up his glasses, his tone completely unwavering. "As a counselor, I'm just frustrated to see a student so unmotivated. Now that you've submitted your form, take him with you. Don't get in my way." This explanation was perfectly sound. Zhu Shengchuan readily agreed, reaching out to put his arm around Shen Tianqi's slender shoulder and leading her towards the door. "Let's go. The counselor has a bad temper and yelled at me for half an hour. My ears are practically calloused. I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch." Zhu Shengchuan said casually. Shen Tianqi obediently leaned against Zhu Shengchuan's chest. Just before leaving, she suddenly stopped and looked back. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Gu." Shen Tianqi smiled sweetly. "But please take care of yourself. I was standing outside the door just now, and I could hear that you were breathing very heavily. It's getting cold, so please don't catch a cold." Gu Qinghan's breath hitched, and her chest heaved violently. Zhu Shengchuan's eyes twitched. Before Gu Qinghan could react, he half-carried, half-embraced Shen Tianhope and led her out of the office, closing the door behind him. Bang! The mahogany door closed. Zhu Shengchuan walked down the bright corridor of the School of Literature, his back already damp with a thin layer of sweat. This chaotic scene was 10 times more thrilling than facing that pregnant investor on the film set earlier. These women are all incredibly shrewd and ruthless. Shen Tianqi linked arms with Zhu Shengchuan, and the two walked side by side toward the cafeteria. The autumn sun shone on the girl's white dress. Shen Tianqi suddenly raised her head, her peach blossom eyes staring intently at Zhu Shengchuan's profile. "Brother Chuan, were you really just getting scolded in the office just now?" Shen Tianqi's tone was still sweet, but the morbid possessiveness in her eyes was undisguised. Zhu Shengchuan's steps never stop. "Otherwise what?" Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he reached out and pinched her fair cheek. "You know how bad Teacher Gu's temper is, and she was holding a ruler. If you hadn't knocked on the door to save me, I probably wouldn't have escaped a beating today. My Tian Hope still loves me the most." Shen Tianqi's doubts lessened slightly after her cheek was pinched. Deep down, she was still the love-struck woman who was extremely dependent on Zhu Shengchuan, and a few sweet words could easily win her over. "Of course," Shen Tianqi proudly raised her chin. "As soon as I heard her cursing at you, I rushed in to save you. If she bullies you again, just tell me, and I'll have my grandpa come to the school to talk to her." Only a spoiled rich girl like her would dare to bring up the deputy commander of the military region to pressure a university counselor. The two arrived at the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the place was bustling with noise. Zhu Shengchuan went to the window and ordered 2 braised pork rib set meals. As soon as he sat down by the window, Shen Tianqi couldn't wait to pick up a piece of pork rib, blow on it to cool it down, and put it to Zhu Shengchuan's mouth. Shen Tianqi opened her mouth, gesturing for him to eat. Zhu Shengchuan opened his mouth to take it, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth. Just as the two were getting all lovey-dovey, an extremely exaggerated shout came from the cafeteria entrance. Holy crap, Brother Chuan, Godfather, you're famous. You're absolutely famous. Lin Yuan, carrying a stainless steel rice bowl in one hand and holding a phone in the other, rushed over like a whirlwind. He sat down opposite Zhu Shengchuan, panting, and shoved the phone screen directly into Zhu Shengchuan's face. Why are you making such a fuss? Zhu Shengchuan pushed the phone away a little with disdain. Lin Yuan, his face flushed with excitement, whispered and shouted, the campus forum is exploding. Someone started a poll to vote for the freshman heartthrob. Guess what? Lin Yuan swallowed hard and pointed at the list on the screen. Judging by looks alone, you'd rank fourth. But someone posted a picture of you driving a Panamera, along with your haute couture hair, on the forum. Lin Yuan became more and more excited as he spoke. Now, considering your combined wealth, charisma, and looks, you've topped the Peking University's comprehensive campus hunk ranking with an overwhelming number of votes. A bunch of girls are calling you husband. Even the junior and senior students are asking around for your WeChat ID. The cafeteria was bustling with noise. Lin Yuan shoved his phone directly into Zhu Shengchuan's face. The screen displayed a photo of the film set at the movie studio the previous evening. In the photo, Zhu Shengchuan is wearing a Brunello Cucinelli space gray lambskin jacket, with one hand in his casual pants pocket, standing sideways. The sunlight shone perfectly on his sharply defined profile, and his aloof, indifferent gaze, which regarded all living beings as worthless, combined with his top-notch attire exuding the style of an old-money tycoon, brought his aura of a wealthy heir to its peak. The post's title was highly provocative. I need all the information about this incredibly wealthy junior in 1 minute. The comments below have already reached thousands of posts. Husband. This is my husband whom I've never met before. Draw your swords, everyone. I've reserved this man for myself. Hey upstairs, stop dreaming. I know that outfit. It's from the top luxury brand BC. The whole set costs at least 7 or 800,000. Which tycoon's son is here to experience life? Lin Yuan was so excited his face turned red. Godfather, you are now the dream of 900 million girls at Peking University. You are number 1 in the overall campus heartthrob rankings, completely crushing Li Chunju from the finance department. Chapter 47 on the matter of the other party being slapped in the face before I even made a move. Zhu Shengchuan casually pushed his phone screen aside, picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork rib, and precisely placed it into Shen Tianqi's bowl across from him. Keep a low profile, I'm just a legend. Zhu Shengchuan said casually. Shen Tianqi was originally gazing at Zhu Shengchuan with her face in her hands. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, she glanced at the photo and then at the comments filled with people calling her husband, her watery peach blossom eyes instantly narrowing. Her little mouth was pouting high, and she poked at the rice with her chopsticks. Brother Chuan, you're attracting way too many suitors. Shen Tianqi's voice was tinged with jealousy and a strong sense of crisis. Just changing your clothes can attract so many suitors. If you were to wear a suit, the school gate would be worn down by the crowds. Zhu Shengchuan reached out and gently pinched Shen Tianqi's fair cheek. Doesn't this just prove that my sweetheart has good taste and has already identified a promising prospect? When Shen Tianqi was pinched, her love-struck nature instantly took over, and a blush rose on her cheeks. Half of her previous sourness dissipated. The words had barely left his mouth. A strong scent of Chanel No. 5 perfume wafted down the aisle of the cafeteria. A girl with exquisite makeup, wearing a tight-fitting halter neck dress, carrying 2 cups of milk tea, and wearing high heels, walked straight to their table. This is Su Man, a third-year student in the School of Humanities. She is a well-known social butterfly who changes boyfriends faster than she changes clothes. Junior. Su Man tossed her wavy hair, deliberately bending down, her cleavage subtly visible at the edge of her tank top. Congratulations on topping the campus heartthrob list. Senior, I'll treat you to milk tea. How about we add each other on WeChat? Her voice was sickeningly sweet. Hundreds of eyes turned to stare. Public confessions like this in the cafeteria always attract a large audience. Shen Tianqi, who was sitting opposite, immediately stopped eating. She didn't speak, but the air around her seemed to freeze. The granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Tianjin military region was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Shen Tianqi raised her head, her once loving peach blossom eyes now seemingly covered with a layer of ice, staring coldly at Su Man. Senior, Shen Tianqi said in a clear, unhurried voice, your perfume is overpowering me. Su Man's face stiffened, and her smile faltered. She was about to retort. An extremely shrill male voice cut in from not far away. Oh, getting cocky already? Wearing a bunch of knockoffs from who knows where, renting a car to take a few photos, you really think you're some kind of princeling from Beijing's elite circles. Li Chunju, the former top heartthrob and a senior majoring in finance, swaggered over with 3 followers. Li Chunju's family owns several contract factories. He usually acts like a tyrant in the department, drives a Porsche 718, and is never short of girls throwing themselves at him. Today, he was suddenly dethroned by a freshman and became the laughingstock of the whole school. The jealousy and anger in his heart were about to burst out. Li Chunju walked to the table and unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down. He deliberately rested his left hand on the stainless steel dining table, rolled up his sleeve to reveal a shiny Rolex Submariner in green. Junior, you've got to spend a fortune to pick up girls. Li Chunju chuckled, his eyes sweeping unabashedly over Shun Tianxi and Su Man. These young girls nowadays are so naive, easily fooled by a poor student's fake photos. Today, I'll teach you what real skill is. He flicked his wrist, making the green Submariner stand out even more under the cafeteria lights. A Rolex Submariner Hulk. I got it at a premium, 180,000 yuan. Li Chunju looked at Zhu Shengchuan with a smug expression. Could you trade that outfit of yours, which cost 300 yuan with free shipping on Pinduoduo, for a watch stem from my watch? The surrounding chatter gradually grew louder. Some students who were unaware of the truth began to look at Zhu Shengchuan with suspicion. After all, it's really unbelievable for a college student to wear clothes worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. In comparison, Li Chunju, a rich second generation who actually flaunts a watch worth tens of thousands of yuan, seems more convincing. Su Man hesitated for a moment. Her hand holding the milk tea stopped in midair, and she quietly took half a step back. Shun Tianxi frowned and slammed her chopsticks on the table. She had witnessed Zhu Shengchuan crush someone's wrist with one hand and assert his dominance in front of the entire school, and she knew how confident her man was. How dare this clown point fingers at her? Who do you think you are? Shun Tianxi was about to explode. A large, warm hand gently pressed down on her fair thigh under the table. Zhu Shengchuan didn't move. He didn't even stand up, nor did he look directly at Li Chunju. Zhu Shengchuan slowly swallowed the rice in his mouth, took out 2 tissues, and elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth. It was in the very action of him raising his hand to wipe his mouth. The cuffs of the dark gray turtleneck cashmere sweater had slipped down slightly by half an inch. A watch with a porthole-shaped dial, emitting a dark blue glow, is displayed naturally in the air. Without any ostentatious diamond embellishments, it exudes an air of classic, timeless elegance. It was the Patek Philippe Nautilus that Jiang Yao had personally placed on his head. At the same time, Lin Yuan, being a competent Wonkai, a nickname for a dog, was extremely perceptive. He sneered, pulled out the black car key with the shield logo from his pocket, and slammed it heavily onto the stainless steel dining table with his smack. A Porsche 718? You dare to show off a piece of junk that costs 6 or 700,000 yuan. Lin Yuan pointed at Li Chunju's nose and cursed loudly. Open your eyes and see how many of your junk 718ths this Panamera Executive Extended Edition key can buy. Li Chunju was originally arrogant, waiting to see Zhu Shengchuan make a fool of himself. But the smile on his face froze completely the moment he saw the watch on Zhu Shengchuan's wrist. Li Chunju was, after all, a rich second generation, and he frequented supercar clubs and luxury watch circles, so he naturally had some discernment. A Patek Philippe 5990/1400 G001, fully diamond encrusted? Li Chunju swallowed hard, his voice instantly changing tone, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. This is a discontinued model. The market premium is 12 million. He glanced at the dark black watch face, then at the Panamera car keys on the table, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhu Shengchuan's logo-free but incredibly high-quality lambskin jacket. Not a single loose thread, the stitches are perfect. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Chunju's forehead and trickled down his temples. This is hardly the poor student trying to look cool in high-quality knockoffs. This is clearly the real crown prince of some top conglomerate, traveling incognito. His 180,000 renminbi Rolex Submariner looks ridiculous and laughable next to this 10 million renminbi Nautilus. Excuse me, you've mistaken me for someone else. Li Chunju's face was ashen. He suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with an extremely harsh sound. Not daring to utter a single polite word, he lowered his head and, with several equally terrified followers, slunk away from the cafeteria like stray dogs. Su Man, holding the milk tea, blushed even more because she knew that this junior was a real tycoon, and she had to do her best. Chapter 48, Shun Tianxi takes the initiative. Full of tactics. Ding. Extreme shock detected. Source. Onlookers in the cafeteria. Worship points plus 30. Worship points plus 40. Worship points plus 100. After a 2-second silence, an uncontrollable scream erupted. Ea! A watch worth 12 million. Help. The way he wiped his mouth was so cool. This is a true super rich person. They wouldn't even bother wasting words on those nouveau riche. Zhu Shengchuan remained oblivious to the frenzy around him. He picked up Shun Tianxi's milk tea from the table and slowly took a sip. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Don't you recognize me? Zhu Shengchuan put down his milk tea and looked at Shun Tianhope across from him. Shun Tianxi stared at him blankly. Ah, it's nothing. I was thinking about something important. She didn't care how much money Zhu Shengchuan had. Even if Zhu Shengchuan were penniless, she was confident that her family could support him for the rest of his life. But that effortless, domineering, and unwavering demeanor just now was simply too captivating. That relaxed sense of control struck her heart hard, which was already clouded by love. But then, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged into Shun Tianxi's heart like a tidal wave. Even eating a meal in the cafeteria, he gets female students throwing themselves at him. The campus forum is full of girls calling him husband. Even the counselor is seen groping him in the office. This fish pond is so crowded. She had to speed things up. If things continued like this, like a frog slowly being boiled in water, this prime piece of meat would eventually be snatched away by the wild foxes outside. She wanted everyone to know that Zhu Shengchuan bore her, Shen Tianhope's, label. After the two finished their meal, Zhu Shengchuan took the preoccupied Shen Tianhope back to her dormitory. Night. Zhu Shengchuan had just finished showering in his dormitory and was lying on his single bed wrapped in a bath towel. The system notification sounds were still ringing sporadically, and the admiration of all the girls in the school was continuously being converted into admiration points. The phone screen suddenly lit up. A new message popped up on WeChat, from Little Milk Candy Shen Tianxi. Zhu Shengchuan clicked on it casually. My heart skipped a beat. The screen displays a photograph. An extremely provocative full-body photo taken in front of a fitting room mirror. In the photo, Shun Tianxi's pure and flawless face was flushed with an alluring pink. But what she was wearing was an extremely thin, pure black lace camisole. The thin shoulder straps looked as if they might snap at any moment. Large swathes of fair and delicate skin, a deep cleavage, and a slender waist that could be encircled with one hand were displayed, without reservation, in front of the camera. The most deadly thing is that the contrast between this extreme purity and extreme allure is enough to shatter any man's rationality. Immediately afterwards, a 60-second voice message popped up. Zhu Shengchuan opened the voice message and held the phone to his ear. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianxi's voice was so soft and sweet it could be drawn out like silk, carrying a deliberately suppressed panting and shyness. Tomorrow's the weekend, and I want to take some artistic photos to post on Douyin to gain more followers. I've already booked a room on the top floor of the Victoria Hotel next door. Could you come over and help me take the photos? The voice paused for 2 seconds. A faint rustling sound of fabric coming from over there. I bought several outfits. There's a nurse's uniform and a cat-eared girl outfit, but I can't reach the zipper on the back. Can you help me? Saturday morning, Victoria Hotel, Kyoto. Top floor suite 8806, a deluxe-themed suite. Zhu Shengchuan swiped his card and pushed open the door. What greeted his eyes was a dim, ambiguous color scheme. The heavy blackout curtains were drawn tightly shut, leaving only a few warm yellow wall lamps on. Large red rose petals covered the wool carpet, stretching all the way into the bedroom. The air was filled with an extremely rich and sweet peach scent. Zhu Shengchuan, one hand in his casual trouser pocket, strolled leisurely through the petals into the living room. He sat down on the large, dark red leather sofa, crossed his legs, and looked down at the closed bathroom door. Warm light shone through the crack in the door, and the sound of dripping water could be heard from inside. Last night, this girl was sending photos and voice messages on WeChat. Her undisguised sourness and sickly charm were palpable even through the screen. Today's scene is clearly a carefully orchestrated feast at Hongmen. The sound of water stopped. 3 minutes later, the frosted glass door to the bathroom was pushed open a crack. A foot wearing a black semi-sheer stocking peeked out. Immediately afterwards, Shun Tianxi came into Zhu Shengchuan's line of sight. Zhu Shengchuan's breath hitched. This girl completely overturned her usual image as a pure and innocent school beauty. She wore an extremely daring pure black lace slip dress. The dress contained very little fabric, and the thin straps dug into her snow-white, rounded shoulders. The neckline was extremely low, exposing large swathes of breathtakingly smooth, snow-white skin and a deep, alluring abyss to the warm light. The hem of the nightgown barely covered the top of her thighs. Below that was a pair of tight, semi-sheer black stockings. The edges of the stockings were decorated with black lace cap patterns, and the mid-thigh area was accentuated by the tightness, creating an extremely alluring and voluptuous silhouette. Her long, jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she even wore a fluffy black cat ear headband on top of her head. The combination of an extremely innocent face and this extremely vulgar and provocative outfit creates a visual impact that can almost directly destroy the rationality of any normal man. Shen Tianxi held 2 wine glasses filled with red wine in both hands. Her fair cheeks were flushed red, almost as if they were about to bleed, and even her small earlobes were tinged with rouge. But she forced herself to maintain the pride and sickly aura of the granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Tianjin military region, and walked step by step to Zhu Shengchuan with slightly disordered steps. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back on the sofa, his deep gaze sweeping unabashedly from the top of her cat-eared head down to her slender waist, finally settling on her shapely long legs encased in black stockings. "Brother Chuan," Shen Tianxi spoke, her voice trembling slightly from extreme nervousness, yet she deliberately lowered it, her tone controlled. "You're 3 minutes late." Instead of handing her the wine glass, she boldly lifted one of her long legs, clad in black stockings, and stepped over Zhu Shengchuan's legs. A strong peach scent wafted over. Shen Tianxi straddled Zhu Shengchuan's strong thighs in an extremely ambiguous and aggressive posture. 2 snow-white inner thighs clung tightly to the fabric of Zhu Shengchuan's casual pants. She looked down at Zhu Shengchuan, raised one of the glasses of red wine to his lips, and awkwardly hooked her other arm around his neck. "Speak." Shen Tianxi bit her lower lip. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous undertone. "Who was that great orange is paramount who sent you the message yesterday? And who are those women on the campus forum calling you husband today? And Teacher Gu, she always calls you to her office and locks the door." Chapter 49. At worst, I'll kidnap you and take you back to Tianjin. I'll take care of you. Her chest heaved violently, and the snow-white scenery at the neckline of her nightgown swayed up and down with her breathing. "Besides me, how many other good sisters are hiding in your fish pond?" Shen Tianxi got closer and closer as she spoke, her red lips almost touching Zhu Shengchuan's nose. "If you don't explain clearly, you can forget about drinking this glass of wine. My grandfather listens to everything I say. I can tie you up and take you back to Tianjin, lock you in my room, and make sure you can't go anywhere but see me." This unreasonable statement, coupled with her provocative black stockings and cat-eared outfit, was incredibly damaging. She thought she was a top hunter who held absolute control in this game, manipulating her prey at will. But she had no idea that in Zhu Shengchuan's eyes, her feigned fierceness was like a delicious dessert served to her. "You're jealous already?" Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a nonchalant, mischievous smile. He didn't drink that glass of wine. With a sudden swift movement of her left hand, she snatched the wine glass from Shen Tianxi's hand and tossed it onto the nearby carpet. The spilled wine stained a rose petal red. His right hand moved simultaneously, precisely grabbing her slender waist. The powerful force brought by the basic physical enhancement potion erupted instantly. "Oh!" Before Shen Tianxi could react, she felt a sudden dizziness. Zhu Shengchuan exerted force with his arms, directly grabbing her waist and flipping her over in an extremely domineering manner. The two of them collapsed heavily onto the extremely large and soft-themed round bed behind the sofa. The balance of power shifted instantly. Shen Tianxi sank into the soft mattress, her black skirt billowing upwards, completely exposing large expanses of her snow-white thighs and the edges of her black lace stockings. Zhu Shengchuan's tall body exuded an overwhelming masculine aura, pressing down on her tightly. His legs forcefully squeezed between her parted knees, and with one hand he lifted her 2 fair wrists above her head, pressing them firmly onto the pillow. Absolute size dominance. Absolute aura dominance. Shen Tianxi's feigned sickly aura crumbled instantly under Zhu Shengchuan's intensely aggressive gaze. "Take me back to Tianjin." Zhu Shengchuan looked down at her, his rough thumb pad grinding heavily against her delicate red lips, smearing a lipstick mark. "Miss Shen, you've come to my doors so willingly. Have you thought about how to end this?" Feeling the astonishing heat and muscular contours pressing against her body, Shen Tianxi's defenses completely crumbled. Looking at Zhu Shengchuan's handsome face so close to hers, her eyes suddenly reddened, and large tears slid down her cheeks, landing on the white pillowcase. "I'm scared." Shen Tianxi's voice completely lost its strength, replaced by a sob and extreme grievance. "Brother Chuan, I'm really scared." She stopped struggling and instead let Zhu Shengchuan hold her wrist, then thrust her chest against his firm chest. "You're so dazzling, so many people are staring at you. Yesterday in the cafeteria, those upper-class women looked at you as if they wanted to devour you. And that Ms. Gu, the way she looked at you wasn't like she was looking at a student at all." Shen Tianxi cried and sobbed intermittently. "I've never lacked anything growing up. My grandfather would get me anything I wanted. But you are the only one I feel I can't hold on to. I'm afraid that one day I'll wake up and you'll be snatched away by some prettier and more cunning women." This is the most genuine inner monologue of this daughter of a military compound. She possessed a family background that most people could only dream of, but in front of Zhu Shengchuan, a man who suddenly entered her life and didn't care about her family background, she was as humble as a little girl filled with anxiety and insecurity. She didn't hesitate to take off her white dress and put on this kind of vulgar clothing, just to completely bind this man with her body. Looking at Shun Tianqi, who was crying with tears streaming down her face, Zhu Shengchuan's lust faded slightly, replaced by a touch of pity. He released Shun Tianqi's wrist and cupped her tear-streaked face in his hands. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, his warm lips landing on the corner of her eye, gently kissing away the bitter tears. Fool. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was deep and mellow, devoid of his former roguishness, exuding an undeniable domineering aura. Even if the heavenly king himself came, you would still be mine. No one can take you away, and I won't leave. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianqi's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming sense of security instantly filled her love-struck mind, which was filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianqi smiled through her tears, stretching out her fair arms and tightly wrapping them around Zhu Shengchuan's neck. She tilted her head back and offered her two luscious red lips, which had been rubbed and were now moist. This was a kiss with a sense of desperate, all-or-nothing resolve. Shun Tianqi responded to Zhu Shengchuan's demands with awkward yet intense passion. She clumsily imitated scenes from movies, cautiously probing with her tongue, only to be instantly overtaken by Zhu Shengchuan, who plunged in headfirst. The scent of peach diffuser and the rich aroma of red wine mingled wildly on their lips and tongues. Zhu Shengchuan's large hand slid down her slender back. With fingertips touching the gossamer thin black lace fabric, she easily untied the thin shoulder strap. Her smooth, snow-white shoulders were completely exposed to the air. Shun Tianqi let out a soft moan of unbearable pleasure, her body unconsciously responding to the man's movements. Her long legs, clad in cat-patterned black stockings, wrapped tightly around Zhu Shengchuan's waist, as if afraid he would escape even a fraction of an inch. The temperature inside the room rose rapidly. Zhu Shengchuan's fingers slipped under the hem of her skirt. The skin beneath his palm was smooth and soft, carrying the girl's astonishing body temperature. Shun Tianqi trembled and gripped the fabric of Zhu Shengchuan's shirt tightly, her knuckles turning a faint pink from the force. Clothes were carelessly discarded on a carpet covered with rose petals. The black lace camisole slipped down. Shun Tianqi's face turned so red that even her neck was a striking shade of rouge. She dared not look into Zhu Shengchuan's extremely aggressive gaze, but she did not flinch either. Just as Zhu Shengchuan's fingers slowly moved downwards, about to unbutton the last line of defense the black lace clasp, Shun Tianqi suddenly closed her eyes shyly. Her long eyelashes trembled violently. With her last bit of strength, she hugged Zhu Shengchuan's neck tightly and buried her burning cheeks in the crook of his neck. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianqi's voice was so soft and sweet it was almost dripping with water, with a hint of extreme nervousness in her trembling. Please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Chapter 50. Okay, we'll do as our mission says. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianqi's voice was so soft it was almost dripping with water, trembling with extreme nervousness. You have to be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Zhu Shengchuan was amused by Shun Tianhope's shy demeanor. You have to pass the written test before you can learn to drive. Zhu Shengchuan's broad hand soothed her slender back, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalant roguishness. Miss Shun is so smart. She won't feel the pain if she pays the tuition a couple more times. As soon as he finished speaking, his long, slender fingers precisely grasped the hidden clasp on the back of the pure black lace nightgown. With a gentle flick, the fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, lost its support and quietly slipped down her smooth, fragrant shoulders. Shun Tianqi was extremely nervous. She kept her eyes tightly shut, even her long eyelashes were trembling violently, and she didn't dare to look into Zhu Shengchuan's extremely aggressive gaze. She gripped the white sheets beneath her tightly with both hands, her toes curling unconsciously. Those shapely, long legs, encased in black cat-patterned lace semi-sheer stockings, were taut with tension, the edges of the stockings creating a voluptuous line across the midsection of her fair thighs. Zhu Shengchuan showed no impatience. He leaned down, his warm lips landing on her smooth forehead, tracing down her upturned nose, and finally gently capturing her two luscious red lips. Unlike the previous domineering and plundering kiss, this one was full of patience and soothing. Feeling the man's tenderness, Shun Tianqi's tense body softened slightly. She tentatively stretched out her fair arms and wrapped them around Zhu Shengchuan's neck again. The temperature in the room soared rapidly, and the sweet peach scent in the air mingled with the intertwined breaths of the two, creating an extremely intoxicating drink. Zhu Shengchuan's fingers slowly traced down her slender waistline, and wherever his fingertips touched, they sparked a series of thrilling moments. With a suppressed cry of pain, Shun Tianxi jerked her head back. The black cat ear headband on her head fell to the side of the pillow. 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down her cheeks, landing on her disheveled hair. She bit her lower lip hard, her long, slender fingers gripping Zhu Shengchuan's broad back tightly, even leaving a few shallow red marks on his firm muscles. Are you alright? Zhu Shengchuan looked into her eyes, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb, and lowered his head to kiss her cheeks. Take a deep breath, relax. If you don't want to continue now, I'll stop. Shun Tianxi's eyes were filled with tears, but she shook her head with unusual determination. Her inherent yandere and stubbornness took over at this moment. She hugged Zhu Shengchuan tightly, afraid that he would really take a step back. Although her voice was trembling, it revealed a desperate and resolute attachment. No, don't go, I'm fine. Zhu Shengchuan felt a sharp blow to the softest part of his heart. He lowered his head and sealed all the pain with a tender kiss. With Zhu Shengchuan's absolute patience and guidance, the pain gradually subsided. Shun Tianxi, this naive little kitten, soon paid a heavy price for her initiative. Shun Tianxi transformed into an oxygen-deprived vine, clinging desperately to Zhu Shengchuan. All her pride, aloofness, and the airs of a wealthy military family's daughter were utterly crushed. In their place came a yandere-like, frantic demand and attachment. Brother Chuan, didn't leave me. Never look at other women, only me. It was already evening. The last rays of the setting sun slanted into the room through the gaps in the heavy curtains, casting a dark golden dappled light on the carpet. Shun Tianxi is like a cat that's eaten and drunk its fill and is extremely lazy. She didn't even have the strength to lift a finger, so she could only let Zhu Shengchuan pull the blanket over them. She turned her head to the side, listening to the man's steady and powerful heartbeat, her fair index finger unconsciously drawing circles on Zhu Shengchuan's hard pectoral muscles. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianxi spoke, her voice extremely hoarse from her previous frenzy, yet it carried an indescribable charm and contentment. Still hurts. Zhu Shengchuan leaned against the headboard, one arm around her smooth shoulder, his fingers casually playing with her loose long hair. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shun Tianxi blushed, proudly raised her small chin, and stared at him with her peach blossom eyes, which were moist. I am your real person now. From the inside out, even a single hair is marked with your label. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in and bit Zhu Shengchuan's collarbone hard. I didn't use much force, leaving only a shallow tooth mark. If you ever dare to lie to me again, or cheat on me with other women and leave me. Shun Tianxi narrowed her eyes, her tone half joking, half serious, with a hint of ruthlessness. I'll personally call my grandfather and have him send over the guard company. They'll drive military vehicles straight to your dormitory and arrest you. I'll tie you up and take you back to the Tianjin military region compound, lock you in the basement of my room, and feed you nothing but boiled cabbage every day, so you can't go anywhere. These sweet-talking, barbed-tongued remarks, packed with hidden agendas, would send chills down any man's spine. The granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Tianjin military region, this is no joke. Zhu Shengchuan's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. He knew all too well how destructive this great aunt could be. If she knew that just before, in another suite at the same hotel, he had slept with the top star Su Muching, she'd probably pull out a gun on the spot. But he showed no panic on his face. Instead, he chuckled and reached out to pinch Shun Tianxi's pert nose. That's so cruel. You're only giving us boiled cabbage, not even a single meat dish. Zhu Shengchuan sighed, feigning grievance. At least let me have some sweet and sour pork ribs. Shun Tianxi's nose was pinched, and her voice became muffled. No way. Men who cheat don't deserve to eat meat. All right, whatever our Miss Shin says. Zhu Shengchuan let go of her hand and gave her a quick peck on the lips, his tone extremely doting. To avoid being kidnapped by the guards, I'll take you to the most authentic private restaurant in the south of the city tomorrow at noon. I'll treat you to sweet and sour pork ribs to nourish your body, okay? The promise of a meal instantly calmed this ticking time bomb into a docile kitten. You said it, no backing out. Shun Tianxi felt immense emotional satisfaction and a sense of security. She snuggled closer to Zhu Shengchuan, found the most comfortable position, and closed her eyes happily. After a long day of activity, I was completely exhausted. In less than 2 minutes, my even, deep breathing filled the quiet room. Zhu Shengchuan looked at the stunningly beautiful girl sleeping soundly in his arms and let out a long breath. He then glanced at a dark red mark not far away. This damn battlefield is only just beginning. Xiao Weiniang, Zhang Yao, Su Mucheng, Gu Qinghan, Fu Xinghe, and now Shun Tianxi, who has a gun in her arms. He's practically walking a tightrope between 6 powder kegs. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, the sky outside the window was already bright. Shen Tianqi was still in the same position as last night, snuggled tightly in Zhu Shengchuan's arms, sleeping soundly. Zhu Shengchuan gently pulled his arm, which had gone numb from her weight, carefully lifted the corner of the blanket, and got out of bed. He stepped barefoot onto the thick wool carpet and bent down to pick up the clothes scattered all over the floor. I had just put on those dark gray casual pants. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone, carelessly tossed into the pocket of the sofa coat, suddenly began to vibrate violently and continuously. The sound was particularly jarring on the quiet morning. Zhu Shengchuan frowned, afraid of waking Shen Tianqi in bed, and took 3 steps and 2 to rush over, grabbing the phone and turning off the screen sound. He glanced at the large bed. Shen Tianqi merely frowned, turned over, and went back to sleep. Zhu Shengchuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at his phone screen. I shouldn't have looked, because once I did, I felt a chill run down the back of my neck. On the lock screen, 3 unread WeChat messages, all sent at the same time, popped up simultaneously as if they had planned it. Chapter 51. Oh no, this list is going to cause trouble. Gu Qinghan, weekend assignment. Send me the guest list and script for the opening ceremony before 9 a.m. Don't play dead. Fu Xingha, did you sleep well last night? I finished writing the calligraphy of Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River, and I'll come pick it up today. Dark Night Rose, Jiang Yao, you bastard. Where have you been? If you don't come to see me soon, I'll take some people to tear down your boys' dormitory. 3 women, 3 different styles of art, all squeezed onto the lock screen at almost the same second. Behind her, on the large, messy round bed, Shen Tianqi turned over. Half of her delicate face was buried in the pillow. The blanket slipped down, revealing her smooth shoulders and back. Zhu Shengchuan tiptoed into the spacious master bathroom and locked the frosted glass door. Aquaman's self-cultivation allows him to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses before him. Take care of the one with the most firepower first. Open Jiang Yao's chat window. A gangster heiress's patience is usually measured in seconds. Zhu Shengchuan didn't type. He walked to the half-length mirror by the sink, lifted the hem of his dark gray turtleneck cashmere sweater with one hand, and casually bit it into his mouth. After being modified by the basic physical enhancement potion, his muscle definition was now perfect. His 8-pack abs were clearly defined, and his V-line was as straight as if carved by a knife, disappearing into the edge of his casual pants, exuding extremely wild male hormones. Click, take a photo, and send it. Immediately following was a voice message. The voice was deliberately low, with the characteristic hoarseness and languor of early morning. I was working out my legs at the gym last night. I was so tired I overslept. Okay, put the knife down. I'll take you to the club for French food this afternoon, and you can check my homework. The screen immediately displays the other party is typing. In less than 3 seconds, a Shiba Inu emoji with eyes full of red hearts and cheeks bright red popped up. Jiang Yao, you're smart to be late. 3 p.m. If you're even a minute late, I'll cut you off. Get one sorted out. Then switch to Fu Xingha's interface. Posting a picture of your abs to this aloof, unattainable woman with a high-ranking official background would be tantamount to suicide. The only way to deal with her is through intellectual connection. Zhu Shengchuan paused for a moment. Then his slender fingers began to tap on the keyboard. Xingha, I've always remembered your handwriting. It's even more beautiful than the calligraphy templates. I was suddenly called away by the counselor today and can't get away. See you at the opening ceremony rehearsal tomorrow. He was neither arrogant nor humble, leaving room for maneuver, and incidentally shifted the blame to Gu Qinghan. 1 minute later. Fu Xingha. Okay, don't overwork yourself. Take care of the second one. Finally, there's that arrogant, aloof counselor. Zhu Shengchuan retrieved the spreadsheet Lin Yuan had sent him yesterday from WeChat File Assistant and forwarded it directly to Gu Qinghan. Then, he typed a line of highly provocative text. The list is ready, Teacher Gu. Also, the lipstick you used in the office yesterday was too sweet. I didn't get enough of it. Next time, try a peach flavor. I prefer that. Click send. Zhu Shengchuan could even picture Gu Qinghan sitting in her bachelor apartment right now, looking blushing and secretly cursing scoundrel as she pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses after seeing the message. A series of precise micromanagement moves were executed flawlessly, taking less than 3 minutes. Click. Turn the doorknob on the bathroom door. As Zhu Shengchuan walked back to the bedside, the blanket on the large bed stirred. Shen Tianqi rubbed her sleepy peach blossom eyes and slowly sat up. The pure black lace camisole had vanished completely. The rising sun pierced through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating her pale, almost reflective skin. Below her collarbone, a few dark red marks were strikingly noticeable. Brother Chuan, Shen Tianqi's voice was hoarse, with a thick nasal tone and a sweet, innocent quality to it. She squinted at the phone in Zhu Shengchuan's hand. Who are you texting so early in the morning? That special Yandera-like alertness radar remained sharp even when half asleep. Zhu Shengchuan remained calm and casually tossed his phone onto the bedside table. That bastard Lin Yuan. Zhu Shengchuan walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed. He asked me if I wanted to bring some meat buns from the cafeteria. This kid usually can't get up, but he's changed his ways today. The boys' dorm is so boring. Shun Tianxi pouted, completely letting her guard down. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Zhu Shengchuan's neck and clinging to him. Her incredibly soft body pressed against his dark gray cashmere sweater without reservation. "What time is it?" she asked, nuzzling against his neck with her eyes closed. 8:30. Zhu Shengchuan's large, warm hand supported her slender waist, his thumb casually gliding over her delicate back. "I need to go back to the dorm to change my clothes. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and our advisor insisted on dragging us to the rehearsal today." "Huh? You're leaving so early." Shun Tianxi pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction, wrapping her legs even tighter around him. "I wanted you to hold me and sleep a little longer. I'll spend more time with you when I have time." Zhu Shengchuan tilted his head and accurately took her delicate earlobe into his mouth, gently sucking on it. Shun Tianxi trembled, and half of her body went numb instantly. She let go of his hands softly, blushed, and retreated back into the quilt, only revealing her pair of watery eyes. "Then it's a deal. You promised to treat me to sweet and sour pork ribs for lunch, don't lie. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he would have to treat our Miss Shun to ribs." Zhu Shengchuan ruffled her hair, picked up the car keys from the bedside table, and turned to leave the suite. The door clicked shut. Zhu Shengchuan's gentle smile vanished instantly, and he exhaled a long breath. "These days, I have enough kidneys, but my brain isn't quite up to par." Half an hour later. Room 621, male dormitory area of Peking University. Zhu Shengchuan pushed open the door and entered. Old Zhao and Haozi weren't in the dorm. Only Lin Yuan was sitting at his desk, scratching his head and fiddling with the computer screen, trying to edit a file. "Godfather, you're finally back." Hearing the door open, Lin Yuan turned around as if he'd seen a savior. He had huge dark circles under his eyes. "What's wrong?" Zhu Shengchuan walked to his wardrobe, opened the door, and prepared to find a change of clothes. "Those leaders in the academic affairs office have gone mad." Lin Yuan grabbed his hair in frustration. "They suddenly went crazy this morning and said they wanted to adjust the seating arrangement for the special guests at tomorrow's opening ceremony. They just printed out the final confirmed seating chart for the welcome party and opening ceremony and asked me, a student council member, to check it right away." Zhu Shengchuan paused. "Seating chart. That's right." Lin Yuan picked up an A4 sheet of paper from the table, turned around, and handed it over. "Godfather, could you help me check if the names of these important figures are arranged like this? Dean Li specifically instructed that these are all living ancestors that we can't afford to offend. If the positions are even slightly wrong, our School of Literature will be in deep trouble." Zhu Shengchuan picked up the glass of water on the table, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip of water. He casually took the A4 sheet of paper. His gaze swept downwards. The seating arrangement for the first row, core VIP area, is as follows. Section 01, Meng Wanqing, Vice President of Kyoto University. Section 02, Shun Tianxi, Military Region Representative, Special Guest to present flowers. Section 03, Xiao Weiniang, President of Dinghe Group, Honorary Trustee of Peking University. Section 04, Su Mucheng, Top Female Singer, Campus Image Ambassador, Special Guest Opening. Section 05, Zhu Shengchuan, Representative of New Students, waiting next to the VIP seats. Section 06, Jiang Yao, Representative of the Jiang Group. Seat 07, Gu Qinghan, Representative of Outstanding Counselors from the School of Literature, responsible for leading the coordination. Seat 08, Fu Xinghe, Representative of Distinguished Professors. Zhu Shengchuan's gaze was fixed on the list. Seat 02, Shun Tianxi. Seat 03, Summer Evening Firefly. Seat 04, Su Mucheng. Seat 5, himself. Seat 06, Jiang Yao. Seat 07, Gu Qinghan. Seat 08, Fu Xinghe. They were lined up in a row. 5 incredibly wealthy young ladies, whose backgrounds could cause a huge uproar in Kyoto, were all crammed into the first row. The worst part is that Zhu Shengchuan's seat number 05 is next to top star Su Mucheng and super rich Xia Wanting on the left, and next to underworld heiress Jiang Yao, and aloof instructor Gu Qinghan on the right. Fu Xinghe and Shun Tianxi, who were not far away, could see everything that was happening here with just a slight turn of their heads. Is this the opening ceremony? This is clearly an execution platform tailor-made for Zhu Shengchuan. Clang! Zhu Shengchuan loosened his grip. The glass water cup shattered on the terrazzo floor. Warm water splashed all over Lin Yuan's trouser leg. "Holy crap! Godfather, what happened to you? Did you slip?" Lin Yuan was startled and quickly grabbed a tissue. Zhu Shengchuan stared at the paper, his eyelids twitching wildly, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Wonka. Oh. Is it too late for me to book a luxury burial plot now? Chapter 52. Thanks to the criminal gangs and capitalists for granting me leave. Holy crap. Godfather, what nonsense are you talking about? What cemetery? Lin Yuan was startled and quickly grabbed 2 tissues, squatted down to wipe his pants legs, and casually swept the broken glass on the ground aside. Zhu Shengchuan didn't have time to pay attention to him. His gaze was fixed on the ranking list, and he felt his blood pressure soaring at 180 miles per hour. On one side are Shun Tianxi, Xiao Weining, and Su Muching. On the other side are Zhang Yao, Fu Xinghe, and Gu Qinghan. Did these academic affairs office leaders not consider birth dates and times when assigning seats? They're practically putting him on the hot seat. Brother Chuan, what are you staring at the list for? Lin Yuan wiped his trousers and came over, pointing mysteriously to the name at the top of the list and lowering his voice. See that? Seat 01, Meng Wanqing. Zhu Shengchuan didn't even lift his eyelids. And who is she? You didn't know? She's the executive vice president of Peking University, who's only been in office for less than 6 months. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. I heard she's only in her early 30s and a stunning beauty. Her background is unfathomable. The entire board of directors has to be careful around her. She's usually elusive, but I never expected her to personally attend the opening ceremony. If we could strike up a conversation with her, we'd be set for life for the next 4 years of university. Zhu Shengchuan's Adam's apple bobbed. Vice principal? He has no interest in being a vice principal right now. Forget about walking sideways. If he can even walk out of the auditorium upright tomorrow, he'll have to go to the temple to burn incense in gratitude. 6 ex-girlfriends with vastly different personalities and powerful backgrounds sit on either side of him. If he misspoke even once, or if any of the women gave him a strange look, this chaotic scene would explode on the spot. All right, stop getting agitated. Zhu Shengchuan forcibly suppressed his panic and took a deep breath. What time is the shooting range tomorrow morning? Meet in the auditorium at 7:30 and wait for the start time at 8 o'clock sharp. Okay. Zhu Shengchuan opened the wardrobe. Since there's no way to avoid it, we'll just have to bite the bullet and face it. We can't afford to lose in terms of momentum. The next morning, after washing up, Zhu Shengchuan took out the haute couture suit he bought at Brunello Cucinelli for 780,000 yuan from the closet. He wore a navy blue peak lapel suit, the cut of which perfectly accentuated his inverted triangle physique, which had undergone systematic modifications. Underneath, he wore a pure black silk shirt, the top 2 buttons of which were casually undone, and he wore no tie, exuding an air of natural languor and nobility. On his wrist, the Patek Philippe Nautilus, a gift from Zhang Yao worth 12 million, emitted a deep blue light. He stood in front of the full-length mirror and straightened his cuffs. The man in the mirror was tall and imposing, with a profound aura, like a true prince emerging from a centuries-old, wealthy family. Godfather. Lin Yuan was stunned and swallowed hard. If he went out dressed like that, all the girls in the auditorium would probably ovulate today. Zhu Shengchuan ignored his lewd remarks, picked up his phone, and with a sense of tragic grandeur, pushed open the dormitory door. The autumn morning breeze was cool, but it couldn't dispel the restlessness in his heart. It takes 10 minutes to walk from the boys' dormitory to the auditorium. During those 10 minutes, Zhu Shengchuan's mind raced, imagining countless possible scenarios that could lead to a disaster. If Su Muching leans in and calls him Brother Chuan, Shun Tianxi will definitely draw her gun on the spot. If Gu Qinghan uses his status as a teacher to intimidate him, Zhang Yao's butterfly knife will definitely fly straight at him. As for Fu Xinghe, that aloof and pure beauty only needs to utter the phrase, "The Milky Way is not as vast as you," to completely shatter the jealousy jars of the other 4. An unsolvable deadlock. Buzz. My phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. Zhu Shengchuan's eyes twitched, and he took out his phone. 2 WeChat messages popped up on the lock screen. Dark Knight Rose, Zhang Yao. Honey, I'm so angry. My dad went crazy today and locked me in the house, with 10 bodyguards standing at the door. I can't go to the ceremony today. Please ask the school for leave for me. I'll come find you tomorrow. Immediately afterwards, a second message popped up. Sweet Strawberry, Xiao Weining. You rascal, there's been a bit of an emergency with the project in Europe. I'm on my way to the airport now. I won't be able to see you steal the spotlight at the opening ceremony. I'll bring you a present when I get back. And don't you dare flirt around while I'm gone, or I'll buy Kyoto University and fire you. Zhu Shengchuan stared at the 2 paragraphs of text on the screen. I was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Call. A breath of pent-up air was exhaled forcefully through his sexy Adam's apple. Thank you, criminal gangs. Thank you, evil capitalists. Jiang Ting is such a good man. The timing of the problems with the European project couldn't be better. The 2 most powerful and uncontrollable Yandra killers are both absent. The difficulty of the Shura field instantly dropped from hell level to hard level. Subtract 2 from 6, and 4 remain. Shin Tianxi was just fed by him yesterday, and she's probably still in a period of extreme emotional decline due to being in love, so she's easy to coax. Gu Qinghan is a counselor, and he must consider professional ethics and dignity in public. As long as he doesn't provoke her, the icy older sister will definitely not lash out. As for Fu Xinghe, she was inherently aloof and unassuming, certain that he would return on his own. Su Mucheng, for the sake of her career, couldn't be too blatant. It's safe. This is so solid, we can practically pop some champagne to celebrate. Zhu Shengchuan put away his phone, and his previously heavy steps instantly became lighter. The tragic sense of impending doom that had enveloped him quickly transformed into a calm and composed demeanor, as if he were in complete control. 7:45 a.m. Kyoto University Auditorium. The magnificent building, which can accommodate 5,000 people, was now completely full. Freshmen, counselors from various departments, and leaders from the Academic Affairs Office filled the entire venue. Because the front row of the auditorium was dimly lit, with only spotlights sweeping back and forth on the stage, the atmosphere was extremely noisy. Zhu Shengchuan strode into the venue through the VIP passage. He activated the perfect aura halo in the system. The moment he appeared at the entrance of the passage, the originally noisy venue seemed to be paused. A spotlight inadvertently swept across his position. The navy blue bespoke suit gleamed with a sophisticated sheen under the lights. His upright posture, deep-set features, and composed gait, coupled with the extremely eye-catching multi-million-dollar watch on his wrist, completed the look. All eyes in the room were instantly drawn to it. After a brief silence, screams that seemed to tear the roof off and gasps of shock erupted. Holy crap! Who's that? A newcomer or some celebrity here to show their support? This is the #1 campus heartthrob on the forum, who completely outshines Li Chunju. My god, he looks 100 times more stunning in a suit than in the photos. He's so handsome. With that aura, I'd believe it if you told me he was a princeling of Beijing's elite circles. Quick, take a picture. I want to use this as my wallpaper. Chapter 53. Destroy it. Hurry up. In my mind, the system's notification sound exploded like firecrackers. Ding. Extreme worship emotion detected. Worship value +50. Worship points +100. Worship points +200. In just a few dozen seconds, the worship value soared by more than 5,000 points. Zhu Shengchuan remained expressionless, one hand casually in his trouser pocket, and strode steadily toward the VIP area in the first row. He ignored the fervent stares around him, silently thanking his height and the system for their support. He walked to seat number 05, gracefully unbuttoned his suit jacket, and sat down. Currently, the seats around him are still empty. Brother Chuan, you're awesome. Lin Yuan, who was standing in the aisle as a logistics officer, came over and gave him a thumbs up. Your appearance completely stole the show from those seasoned seniors. Zhu Shengchuan ignored him. His attention was now completely focused on the women who were about to arrive. 8 o'clock sharp. As the side door of the auditorium opened, an extremely pleasant, cool aroma of tea wafted out. Gu Qinghan wore an extremely fitted dark gray women's suit, paired with a pure white silk shirt and black stilettos. She held a walkie-talkie and a schedule in her hand, exuding the aura of a cool and aloof counselor. She walked to seat number 08, but did not sit down immediately. Instead, she stood 2 empty seats away, and her gaze fell precisely on Zhu Shengchuan. Through those silver-rimmed glasses, Gu Qinghan's gaze lingered for 2 seconds on his navy blue suit and slightly open collar. A fleeting, extremely subtle look of amazement and pride flashed across his icy, handsome face, before transforming into a warning glare. Zhu Shengchuan smiled slightly and mouthed, Teacher Gu, you look beautiful today. Gu Qinghan's ears turned slightly red. She turned her head away and sat down in seat number 08. Immediately afterwards, a faint sandalwood scent with a scholarly aroma wafted over. Fu Xinghe. This 27-year-old specially appointed professor wore a pure white long dress modified from a traditional Chinese cheongsam today. Her long hair was tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, giving her a cool and ethereal air, like a goddess from a painting. She walked to seat number 07 and sat down. Turning her head, she looked past the empty seat number 06 at Zhu Shengchuan. The suit fits you well. Fu Xinghe's voice was very soft, but just enough to reach Zhu Shengchuan's ears. However, I still prefer the scent of ink on the letters you wrote when you were 16. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan on the right instantly turned her head, her stiletto heels making a dull thud on the carpet. Separated by Fu Xinghe, their gazes collided in the air, creating an invisible spark. Zhu Shengchuan's eye twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to reply. Smoke has already started rising from the position on the right. Just then, an extremely rich and sweet peach scent wafted in from the left. Brother Chuan. Shen Tianxi wore a custom-made white tulle dress and an exquisite diamond headband today, making her look like a pampered princess straight out of a fairy tale. Completely disregarding the occasion, she lifted her skirt and ran straight to seat number 02. Just as she was about to sit down, she couldn't wait to look at Zhu Shengchuan across the empty seat number 03. Brother Chuan, you look so handsome today. Shen Tianxi's eyes were overflowing with love and possessiveness, and her voice was sickeningly sweet. I want to eat ribs for lunch. Zhu Shengchuan nodded and smiled. Gu Qinghan, in position 08 on the right, almost crushed the walkie-talkie in her hand. Fu Xinghe, in position 07, picked up the bottle of mineral water in front of him and took a sip with a half-smile. The combined aura of the three women made the air around Zhu Shengchuan extremely thin. Before Zhu Shengchuan could even catch his breath, suddenly, the entire audience erupted in a gasp 10 times louder than when he entered. Oh, Su Muching, top star, the real Su Muching, accompanied by an extremely strong sweet orange fragrance. Escorted by several bodyguards, Su Muching entered the venue through the VIP entrance. Today, she wore an extremely provocative silver stage outfit, a mini skirt paired with over-the-knee boots, showcasing her enviable long legs to the fullest. She took off her sunglasses, and her face, a blend of innocence and allure, instantly ignited the entire audience. Su Muching walked to seat number 04. She glanced at the empty seat number 03 next to her, and then at Zhu Shengchuan sitting in seat number 05. Su Muching did not sit down immediately. With great boldness, she used the act of adjusting her skirt to lean forward slightly and get very close to Zhu Shengchuan's ear. Brother Chuan, Su Muching said in a low voice, her tone slightly seductive. I haven't washed the clothes I wore last night yet. This crude remark, which only the two of them could understand, sent chills down Zhu Shengchuan's spine. Su Muching straightened up, a smug smile on her lips, and gracefully sat down in seat number 04. Thus far, the cast includes 02 Shen Tianxi, 04 Su Muching, 05 Zhu Shengchuan, 07 Gu Qinghan, and 08 Fu Xinghe. For distinct and exquisite fragrances enveloped him completely. The air conditioning in the auditorium was on full blast, but Zhu Shengchuan's back was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. Just when Zhu Shengchuan thought he could get through the opening ceremony by remaining mute, Shen Tianxi, who was sitting in seat number 02, had just straightened the hem of her princess dress. She heard the noise coming from seat number 04 next to her, and smelled that extremely familiar sweet orange perfume. Shen Tianxi paused. She turned her head abruptly. His gaze swept past the empty seat number 03 and fixed on Su Muching's bright and beautiful face. Su Muching seemed to have noticed as well, and turned her head as well. The sickly granddaughter of the deputy commander of the military region, a top-tier female celebrity in the entertainment industry. Their gazes met directly on Zhu Shengchuan's left side, without any obstruction. The noise in the auditorium seemed to be forcibly pulled away at that moment. The smell of gunpowder instantly ignited in the air. Zhu Shengchuan, sandwiched in the middle, closed his eyes. Destroy it, quickly. Chapter 54, I thought we were going to have a hair-pulling match, but you two ended up becoming best friends? Zhu Shengchuan sat stiffly in seat number 05. To the left, Shen Tianxi's neck was slowly turning. There was only one empty seat between positions 02 and 04, and their line of sight was unobstructed. The peach scent on Shen Tianxi and the sweet orange perfume on Su Muching clashed wildly in the air. A cool breeze from the auditorium's air conditioning caused Shen Tianxi's white tulle dress to sway slightly, revealing a large expanse of her fair and dazzling thighs. She stared intently at Su Muching, her peach blossom eyes widening in disbelief. Su Muching also turned her head. Her stunning curves, encased in her silver stage outfit, instantly tensed, her long legs crossed beneath her miniskirt, and her gaze met Shen Tianxi's directly. Zhu Shengchuan's back muscles contracted completely. His mind raced, calculating whether it would be better to feign a heart attack or simply collapse and foam at the mouth if the two women started grabbing each other's hair. Shen Tianxi's red lips parted slightly, her chest heaving violently. She recognized the woman. She was the female celebrity who had been rumored to be dating Zhu Shengchuan, and who had been trending on Weibo yesterday. Zhu Shengchuan swallowed hard, just about to speak up and try to smooth things over. Tian Hope, listen to me. Oh my god. Shen Tianxi suddenly let out a suppressed scream, forcefully silencing Zhu Shengchuan's words. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands, her eyes instantly sparkling with countless fervent stars. You are Su Muching, the living Su Muching. Zhu Shengchuan was stunned. All the prepared remarks he had prepared were stuck in his throat. Shen Tianxi completely ignored Zhu Shengchuan. lifted her skirt, and plopped down into the empty seat number 03 that originally belonged to Xiao Weining. Now she was right next to Su Muching. I love your new song so much. I bought 100 copies of your digital album to support its sales. Shen Tianxi's cheeks were flushed with excitement. There was no trace of the spoiled young lady from the military compound. She was just a die-hard fangirl. Su Muching is a shrewd and experienced person who has worked her way up in the entertainment industry, and she also has a soft and cute personality. Upon seeing that this excessively beautiful female college student not only showed no hostility, but was actually a die-hard fan, she immediately flashed her signature sweet smile. Really? Thank you for your support. Su Muching took the initiative to reach out her fair and delicate hand and held Shen Tianxi's hand. You are so beautiful. How come your skin is so good? It's like you could squeeze water out of it. Sometimes, all it takes to build a friendship between women is a well-placed compliment. No way, you're the prettiest, Sister Mucheng. You're even thinner and prettier in person than on TV. Shen Tianxi was so happy that she almost fainted when her idol held her hand, calling her sister so sweetly. Sweetie, is that dress you're wearing haute couture? The cut is amazing. Su Muching took the opportunity to get closer. Two stunningly beautiful women, their heads close together across the armrests of their seats, their white princess dresses and silver stage costumes rubbing against each other. Two fair and smooth real legs and two slender, beautiful legs clad in shimmering stockings swayed side by side, becoming the most eye-catching sight in the first row. They talked about everything from sunscreen to lipstick shades, from haute couture bags to girl group dances. Zhu Shengchuan sat in seat number 05, feeling completely numb. He muttered to himself, women's thought processes really can't be understood using the logic of carbon-based organisms. 1 second he thought World War III was about to break out. The next second these two almost swore brotherhood by beheading a chicken. They became best friends. Thank goodness for that evil capitalist Xiao Weining. If she hadn't gone on a business trip to Europe at the last minute and freed up seat number 03, Shen Tianxi wouldn't have had any space to get so close to Su Muching. With the crisis resolved, Zhu Shengchuan completely relaxed, leaning back in his leather chair to enjoy the bliss of having two wives. While chatting with Shen Tianxi, Su Muching leaned to the right, her body tilting slightly. Her alluring, soft curves occasionally brushed against Zhu Shengchuan's left arm. An extremely pleasant sweet orange scent wafted into his nose. Even more alarming, Su Muching's left hand, which wasn't holding Shen Tianxi's, was quietly dangling over the edge of the seat. Her slender, pale fingers, concealed by the hem of her skirt, accurately touched the side of Zhu Shengchuan's thigh. Through the fabric of his navy blue suit trousers, his fingertips traced circles with extreme flirtatiousness, then gently hooked onto Zhu Shengchuan's little finger, exuding a highly provocative air. Zhu Shengchuan felt the bold flirting of the top female star under the table to his left, and heard the sweet laughter of the sickly school beauty in his ear, making him feel like he was floating on air. This is the treatment a player like me deserves. It's a sure thing. This wave is completely in the bag. Just as Zhu Shengchuan was secretly pleased with himself. On the right, a chilling, oppressive aroma of tea approached without warning. Zhu Shengchuan turned his head. Gu Qinghan was wearing a dark gray women's suit and holding a black walkie-talkie. Instead of sitting in her own seat, number 07, she strode over to the empty seat, number 06, which originally belonged to Jiang Yao, wearing a pair of sharp black stilettos. Gu Qinghan turned and sat down with a cold face. The pencil skirt rode up as she sat down, revealing a large section of her shapely thighs encased in extremely thin black stockings. She casually crossed her legs, the black stockings gleaming with a breathtaking matte texture in the dim light of the auditorium. Teacher Gu. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his voice, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The view here is good, making it easier to coordinate discipline in the waiting area. Gu Qinghan stared at the stage ahead, not even glancing at Zhu Shengchuan, his voice so cold it could shatter ice. She pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the two women to her left, chatting animatedly and practically pressed against Zhu Shengchuan. Her pure white silk blouse heaved violently with her rapid breathing. This is the opening ceremony venue, not a market. Some students should be mindful of their behavior and refrain from making loud noise. Gu Qinghan adopted the authority of a counselor and coldly reprimanded them. Hearing the sound, Shen Tianxi on the left turned her head and glanced at Gu Qinghan. Now that she has her idol backing her up, she is very confident. Instead of restraining herself, she deliberately hugs Su Muching's arm and mutters in a low voice, Sister Muching, the teachers at our school are so controlling. They won't even let us talk. Su Muching subtly withdrew her hand from Zhu Shengchuan's little finger, gave Gu Qinghan a sweet smile, and gave him plenty of face. Fu Xinghe, sitting in seat number 08, slowly unscrewed a bottle of mineral water. She wore an elegant traditional Chinese cheongsam, exuding a refined and otherworldly aura. Her clear eyes swept between Gu Qinghan and Zhu Shengchuan. Professor Gu is truly dedicated. Fu Xinghe took a sip of water, his tone calm, yet sharp. He even chose a seat next to a student to provide close guidance. Anyone who didn't know better would think that Professor Gu had some special favoritism towards this freshman representative. This seemingly casual remark struck a nerve with Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan turned her head and looked coldly at Fu Xinghe through her glasses. Professor Fu is no less impressive. He usually stays at home doing his research, but today he has the leisure to come and sit in the first row with the freshmen. The two women exchanged barbs, their words sharp and witty, each sentence devoid of profanity, yet laced with deadly force. Zhu Shengchuan was caught in the middle, and sweat broke out on his forehead again. He had just thanked Jiang Yao, the evil force, for giving up position number 06, but that empty spot became the front line for Gu Qinghan to fire on him. The girls' get-together on the left had just settled down when these two usually aloof women on the right started arguing again. Thank you for your hard work, Counselor and Professor Fu. I will definitely do my best when I go on stage and not let you down. Zhu Shengchuan quickly turned his head, smiling broadly as he tried to smooth things over and suppress his anger. Gu Qinghan didn't reply. Her sharp, almond-shaped eyes were fixed on Zhu Shengchuan's open shirt collar, then swept over his handsome face with a fawning smile. Just when Zhu Shengchuan thought he had gotten away with it. Under the first row of tables in the auditorium, in the shadows where there is absolutely no line of sight, Gu Qinghan quietly lowered her raised right leg. Her slender ankle, clad in sheer black stockings, twitched slightly. The sharp, pointed tip of her black stiletto heel probed precisely onto the inside of Zhu Shengchuan's right thigh. Without any hesitation, the toe of the shoe ground down hard and mercilessly through the fabric of the navy blue suit trousers. Hiss! A sharp, piercing pain shot straight to his head. Zhu Shengchuan gasped, his smile completely frozen, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Zhu, why do you look so pale? Gu Qinghan stared straight ahead, a cold smile curving her lips. Under the table, the tips of her high heels not only didn't loosen their grip, but instead increased the pressure, slowly grinding against each other. Did you study too deeply last night and hurt your leg? Chapter 55. Only the withering of grass and trees reminds me of the fading beauty of a fair maiden. Hiss! A piercing pain shot from his inner thigh straight to his head. Zhu Shengchuan gasped, his previously composed smile instantly freezing on his face. He gripped the armrests of the seat tightly with both hands, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Gu Qinghan's actions her methods were truly ruthless. These are stiletto heels so sharp they could pierce a wooden board, and they're grinding mercilessly into the most vulnerable flesh. Teacher Gu. Zhu Shengchuan's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. He turned to look at that stunningly beautiful profile, which was as cold as ice, and lowered his voice. I have been reviewing the book of songs all night. I have no time to study other subjects. Your assessment method is a bit too harsh. Despite his verbal concessions, Zhu Shengchuan's actions were extremely forceful. Su Muching on the left was still discussing eyeshadow palette shades with Shen Tianxi. Her defense is solid. Zhu Shengchuan didn't hesitate to free his right hand, using the hem of his navy blue suit as cover, and directly reached onto the dimly lit table. Extremely accurate. He grabbed the slender ankle that was tightly wrapped in extremely thin black stockings. It feels smooth and firm to the touch, with a surprisingly warm sensation. Gu Qinghan, who had been sitting upright in her chair, suddenly trembled, her back instantly straightening. She clearly hadn't expected Zhu Shengchuan to dare to make such a daring move in the front row of the auditorium, in full view of everyone. Zhu Shengchuan didn't give her a chance to react. His rough thumb pressed directly onto the bone of her ankle, gently rubbing it twice with a punishing tone, and then, following the sheer black silk, slid down an inch up her calf. An indescribable tingling sensation shot from my leg straight to my heart. Gu Qinghan's ears turned bright red instantly, and her right leg, which was pressing on Zhu Shengchuan's thigh, lost all strength and was easily pushed away by Zhu Shengchuan. With the crisis over, Zhu Shengchuan was just about to catch his breath. Fu Xinghe, who was sitting in seat number 08, suddenly moved. This specially appointed professor, with her aloof demeanor, opened the thread-bound book resting on her lap with her delicate hand. Without raising her head, her clear, cold voice stood out sharply amidst the noise of the auditorium, yet every word was like a knife. The Book of Songs, Zhaonan, the plum tree falls. The plum tree falls, its fruits 7 in number. My esteemed gentlemen seek me out, while the time is auspicious. Fu Xinghe slowly closed the book and turned his head. His eyes, as clear as autumn water, passed over Zhu Shengchuan and landed directly on Gu Qinghan. His tone was indifferent and devoid of any warmth. The plums have fallen to the ground, and only 30% remain. Even if the fruit on the tree is still unripe, it should know that the flowering season has passed. Teacher Gu is still relatively inexperienced and should know when to advance and retreat. Fruit that is forcibly picked is not sweet. Cultured people can curse without using a single swear word. She practically pointed her finger at Gu Qinghan and yelled, "You're just a lowly counselor, with such a lowly status. What are you doing acting like an elder? Quit the competition. You can't handle this man." Zhu Shengchuan's eyelids twitched violently. Gu Qinghan was not one to suffer a loss. She tried to pull her foot back from under the table, which Zhu Shengchuan was holding, but couldn't. Taking advantage of the heat, she stretched out her fair fingers and pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses. "Professor Fu has a profound knowledge of classical Chinese studies, but I prefer the songs of Chute." Gu Qinghan parted her red lips slightly and let out a cold laugh. "Only the withering of grass and trees. I fear the fading beauty of a beautiful woman." She deliberately swept her gaze back and forth over Fu Xinghe's elegant cheongsam, her tone full of mockery. "No matter how high your academic level or how profound your understanding, a specially appointed professor can't stop the aging process. Some things can't be achieved by just studying hard. Youth is the best asset. It strikes directly at the vital point." She stabbed Fu Xinghe, who was 2 years older than her and was now 27, in a sore spot. Fu Xinghe's fingers tightened suddenly as she held the mineral water bottle. The coldness on her face finally crumbled, replaced by a hint of anger. Learning has no order of precedence. Those who are accomplished are teachers. Teacher Gu's vulgar educational philosophy is hardly worthy of serious consideration. Fu Xinghe put down his water bottle, his voice turning completely cold. "Zhu Shengchuan." Gu Qinghan, not to be outdone, turned her head and said, "Classmate Zhu." The two women spoke in unison, their gazes like sharp swords, fixed on Zhu Shengchuan's face. "Which teacher do you think is right?" Extreme suffocation. The girls on the left were still discussing which lipstick shade was the most flattering, while the girls on the right had already drawn their swords and were drawing blood. This wasn't just a life or death question. One wrong word, and this very auditorium would become Zhu Shengchuan's burial ground. Zhu Shengchuan released Gu Qinghan's ankle, withdrew his right hand, and interlaced his fingers on the table. My brain was racing, and the mastery of Chinese classical studies I had redeemed through the system was now fully unleashed. He cleared his throat, leaned back slightly, displaying a composure and depth beyond his years, and met the gazes of the two women with a frank expression. "I dare not presume to judge the teachings of my two teachers." Zhu Shengchuan's voice was gentle and mellow, and his pace was unhurried. "However, the doctrine of the means says, all things grow together without harming one another, and different paths run parallel without contradicting each other." He looked directly at Fu Xinghe, a sincere smile playing on his lips. "Whether it's the Book of Songs or the Chu Ci, they are all the wisdom of the ancient sages. Professor Fu is like the goddess of the Luo River standing by the water, with an elegant and refined spirit. Your teachings are like a high mountain and flowing water, inspiring students to look up to you." Then, he turned to look at Gu Qinghan, his eyes gleaming. "Teacher Gu is like a plum blossom braving the snow, outstanding and unique. Your teachings and example are like a guiding light in the night, practical and sincere. Both of you are invaluable treasures on my academic journey. If we were to try to compare you among these spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, wouldn't that be cliché and a disservice to this room full of scholarly atmosphere?" An extremely smooth and diplomatic speech. They praised Fu Xinghe's purity and elegance and affirmed Gu Qinghan's understanding and practicality, while also giving each of them a top-notch sugar-coated bullet wrapped in the guise of traditional Chinese culture. Fu Xinghe was stunned. The anger in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by surprise and deep admiration. She hadn't expected Zhu Shengchuan to not only handle such a tricky question, but also answer it flawlessly with such profound knowledge. The boy who only knew how to write love letters at 16 has truly grown up. Although Gu Qinghan maintained a composed expression, the rise and fall of her chest beneath her pure white silk shirt had noticeably subsided. The phrase, "proud plum blossoms in the snow," had struck her weak spot with pinpoint accuracy. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to put on her counselor's airs again and give him a few more words of advice, Zhu Shengchuan's right hand had already crossed the wide armrest of the seat and, under the dim light, domineeringly covered Gu Qinghan's left hand, which was resting on her thigh. His fingers forcefully squeezed between her delicate fingers, their hands intertwined. His rough fingertips gently pinched the back of her hand twice, as if to soothe her. Gu Qinghan shuddered, as if struck by lightning. A glistening mist instantly welled up in her peach blossom eyes behind the silver-rimmed glasses. She glanced around in a flustered manner and glared fiercely at Zhu Shengchuan. But in the end, She only struggled symbolically for a moment before letting the man hold her tightly, unwilling to pull her hand away. The right flank defense line successfully maintained stability through force. Zhu Shengchuan let out a long breath. The back of his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. This first row is really not a place for humans to sit. Just as Zhu Shengchuan was about to lean back in his chair and rest for a moment. Bang! With a muffled thud, the lights in the auditorium suddenly went out. Two extremely dazzling spotlights shone from behind, precisely focusing on the center of the wide stage. The previously noisy hall of 5,000 people fell into complete silence, as if someone had grabbed its throat. The elderly principal, with his gray hair, walked briskly to the standing microphone, dressed in a smart Zhongshan suit. "Welcome, faculty and students, to Kyoto University." Thunderous applause resounded throughout the venue. The old principal raised his hands and pressed them down. His powerful voice resonated throughout the hall via the top of the line speakers. Before the official start of today's opening ceremony, I would like to introduce a new colleague to everyone. From today onwards, she will serve as the executive vice principal, in charge of all future academic affairs and reform work of our school. The former principal stepped back half a step, making room for her in the center of the stage, and announced loudly, "Now, let us welcome Ms. Meng Wanqing to the stage to deliver a speech with the warmest applause." Chapter 56. Oh no. The Grandmaster has come down the mountain to subdue the demon. Bang! The last few overhead lights went out completely. The auditorium was plunged into deep darkness. Two high-powered spotlights shone from the control room on the second floor, converging in the center of the wooden stage to form an extremely dazzling circle of light. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels tapping on the solid wood floor drifted out from behind the curtain at a leisurely pace. The rhythm of each step was perfectly controlled, carrying an undeniable aura of authority from someone in a superior position. The entire audience of 5,000 people held their breath. A figure in burgundy slowly walked into the circle of light. There were no stiff, old-fashioned dark business suits, nor meticulously styled hair. The woman on stage was in her early 30s. She wore a high-quality, burgundy velvet-fitted suit. The jacket was not buttoned up, and she wore a black deep V silk camisole underneath. Large swathes of snow-white, plump skin were dazzling under the lights. The suit is extremely fitted, tightening abruptly along the slender waistline and then widening sharply at the hips. She paired it with a matching fitted pencil skirt that reached above her knees, revealing a small section of her plump calves covered in very thin flesh-colored stockings. Her wavy hair fell casually over one shoulder. Red lips, almond-shaped eyes. It's a charm that has been carefully honed by time. She has shed the naivety and slenderness of a young girl in her early 20s and exudes the scent of a ripe peach. Gentle and dignified, yet with an exquisite allure that is subtly woven into every gesture. Inside the auditorium, the sounds of boys swallowing their throats rose and fell. First row VIP area. Gu Qinghan, sitting in seat number 07, adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses. She always presented herself as a cool, aloof, and reserved career woman. But at this moment, looking at the woman on the stage who perfectly blended the charm of a mature woman with a relaxed sense of power, Gu Qinghan straightened her back and felt an instinctive pressure. Fu Xinghe, in seat 08, put down his water bottle. His cool and aloof eyes swept over Meng Wanqing's voluptuous figure. Then he glanced down at his own slightly thin and simple Cheongsam. Shin Tianxi and Su Muching on the left stopped whispering about the bag and looked up at the same time. And in seat number 05, Zhu Shengchuan was stretching out his legs, enjoying the close yet distant touch of Su Mucheng's thigh on his left, while his right hand was still holding Gu Qinghan's slightly cool fingers under the wide armrest. The moment my gaze followed the spotlight, and I could clearly see the woman's face on the stage. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of Zhu Shengchuan's mind. The muscles in my right hand, which was resting on the edge of the armrest, suddenly spasmed and contracted. Ouch! Gu Qinghan winced in pain, frowned, and turned his face away, about to lash out. She noticed that Zhu Shengchuan's expression had completely broken down. The face that had remained as steady as a mountain in the face of Li Chuanju's provocation and the sight of a multi-million-dollar luxury car was now tense, its Adam's apple bobbing violently, and its eyes filled with the horror of seeing a ghost. Zhu Shengchuan pulled his right hand back as if he had been electrocuted and sat up straight, trying to appear calm. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the pure black silk shirt underneath. That was 3 years ago. Zhu Shengchuan had just been linked to the emotional value system and was penniless. In order to practice how to provide emotional value to the opposite sex to earn cash, he cast a wide net on dating apps. The first successful match was with a woman whose IP address was in Beijing and whose online name was Wanwan. The other person readily admitted that he was 10 years older than her, worked in the public sector, was under a lot of pressure, and occasionally went online to relieve stress. The inexperienced Zhu Shengchuan couldn't wait to throw out all sorts of awkward, corny pickup lines in an attempt to boost his emotional appeal. As a result, they were outmaneuvered and defeated. Little brother, that's not how you coax a woman. Saying I miss you is too dry. You should say, I passed by a flower shop today and saw a bouquet of flowers, but I felt it was not even a fraction as good as you, so I didn't buy it. I just wanted to tell you in person. Little brat, don't lay all your cards on the table. This is called playing hard to get. No matter what she sends tonight, don't reply. Tomorrow morning, bring some hot soy milk and wait for her downstairs. A full 6 months. Zhu Shengchuan not only failed to gain any emotional value from this woman, but was instead relentlessly manipulated by her on the keyboard. From understanding female psychology to the extreme tug-of-war in the mortal realm, and then to the ambiguous push and pull of language. This is a living textbook of scumbags. Zhu Shengchuan even remembers that sweltering summer night. The two of them had a video call. She had just finished showering. She was wearing an extremely provocative burgundy velvet slip dress, reclining on a leather sofa, swirling a glass of red wine. The vast expanse of white skin on her chest assaulted the 16-year-old boy's vision through the screen. She looked at Zhu Shengchuan, whose face was red and neck thick in the camera, and laughed so hard that she even deliberately pulled down her suspenders by half an inch. Little wolf, do you really want to bite your big sister? Then study hard and get into the capital. I'll personally teach you knowledge that you can't learn from books. Later, she said she had been transferred to a higher position and it was inconvenient for her to go online anymore. The two peacefully cut off contact. Zhu Shengchuan has completed his training and descended the mountain. Relying on the strategies she taught him, he dominated the online dating world, had countless online romances, and finally secured 7 top-tier ex-girlfriends, withdrawing $1 billion yuan. Zhu Shengchuan sat in the auditorium, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. The instructor who taught me how to bait the bait. Now he's the executive vice principal, wielding the power of life and death, standing on the podium right in front of me. The worst part is that I used the tricks she taught me to seduce all of her tutors and specially appointed professors. Today's opening ceremony is not an execution platform. This is the patriarch descending the mountain to subdue demons. On stage, Meng Wanqing leaned on the solid wood edge of the podium with one hand, without any prepared speech. With her other hand, she casually brushed aside a stray wavy hair that had fallen beside her ear. Dear colleagues and new classmates, I am Meng Wanqing. The sound amplified through the top of the line speakers. It was languid, soothing, with a hint of huskiness. Like a soft feather, it brushed precisely across the hearts of every man in the room. A deafening round of applause immediately erupted from below. Meng Wanqing parted her red lips slightly. Even though what she said was all official rhetoric about Peking University's academic reforms and the development of academic ethics, the way it came from her beautiful, luscious mouth gave it an extra touch of natural charm. Her control over the entire event was terrifying. With just a few words, she completely quelled the commotion caused by the female guests in the front row. Zhu Shengchuan didn't even dare to look up and meet the spotlight. He could only pray that in the past 3 years, he had grown up and his temperament had changed, and that the video quality from when he was 16 was too blurry for this ancestor to recognize him. In the next 4 years, Meng Wanqing's speech came to an end. Her gaze moved from the back rows of the auditorium, layer by layer, towards the front. He swept across the entire room. Finally, it floated lightly to the core VIP area in the first row. His gaze swept over Shun Tianqi's princess dress, and then over Su Muqing's stage outfit. His gaze lingered for half a second on Gu Qinghan's dark gray suit before sweeping over Fu Xinghe's elegant cheongsam. Final. Those captivating eyes, seemingly able to see through every trick in the book and understand every man's inner workings, locked onto Zhu Shengchuan, who was sitting in seat number 05. Their eyes met. Zhu Shengchuan's heart suddenly clenched. Meng Wanqing's red lips curved into an extremely playful arc. In front of 5,000 people, her long, slender right eyebrow was subtly and provocatively raised half an inch. That was a special little gesture she would make every time she teased Zhu Shengchuan until he blushed during a video call. P.S. Meng Wanqing is not counted among the 7 ex-girlfriends. There are countless other characters who don't count. After all, Brother Chuan has flirted with too many high-quality beauties. Chapter 57, The First Succubus. Was there a hidden meaning in her words? The spotlights in the auditorium were blindingly white. Zhu Shengchuan sat in seat number 05, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. On stage, Meng Wanqing withdrew the eyebrow-raising gesture that only the two of them understood. Her gaze swept calmly and dignifiedly over the 5,000 freshmen in the audience. Kyoto University is a century-old institution of higher learning, with the deepest heritage and the most inclusive spirit. Meng Wanqing spoke into the microphone, her voice lazy yet magnetic, resonating throughout the venue through the top of the line speakers. The audience was completely silent. All the boys' eyes were glued to her burgundy velvet suit and deep V-neck silk top. Cold sweat trickled down Zhu Shengchuan's spine. He knew this woman too well. When he was 16, she wore a burgundy nightgown and captivated him through the screen, leaving him completely bewildered. His current mastery of fish-raising skills, every move, every pause, is all thanks to this Wan. He wielded his broadsword in front of Guan Yu and recited the three-character classic in front of Confucius. He was dressed impeccably today, sitting in the front row, surrounded by a sweet girl on his left and a mature woman on his right, thinking he was in complete control. Little did he know that in Meng Wanqing's eyes, he was just a naked monkey dancing. University is a brand new beginning. You are in the prime of your youth, full of boundless passion. When Meng Wanqing mentioned the words youth and passion, her gaze remained fixed straight ahead, fixed on the first row. It landed with extreme precision on Zhu Shengchuan's face. The auditorium was dimly lit. Only the center of the stage was brightly lit, like daytime. Zhu Shengchuan saw it very clearly. The moment Meng Wanqing uttered those two words, her rosy tongue darted out and quickly licked her full lower lip. An extremely subtle yet unrestrained burst of heat suddenly erupted on the solemn and dignified podium. Zhu Shengchuan's breath hitched. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest. This is blatant harassment. In front of 5,000 teachers and students, the dignified executive vice principal, with an expression that can only be understood, unilaterally crushed him. Zhu Shengchuan swallowed hard. His palms were sweaty. He didn't dare to meet Meng Wanqing's gaze at all, and could only look down at her plump calves encased in sheer flesh-colored stockings. But this action did not calm him down. Instead, it made things even more dangerous. During these 4 years, I hope everyone will avoid working in isolation. Instead, go out more, communicate more, and engage in more exchanges. Meng Wanqing's voice became more mellow, with a hint of a smile. Especially for the freshmen of our School of Literature, it is even more important to have in-depth exchanges with outstanding representatives and mentors from all walks of life. She emphasized the words in-depth exchange and slowed down her speech. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze piercing through Zhu Shengchuan and pointing straight to his heart. This woman definitely saw him holding Gu Qinghan's hand under the table just now. He also clearly saw through the ambiguous distance between him and Su Muqing and Shin Tianxi on his left. Zhu Shengchuan felt his blood pressure was about to explode. Just then, a very faint rustling sound of fabric came from the right. Gu Qinghan sat in seat number 06. Beneath her dark gray pencil skirt, her long legs, clad in sheer black stockings, silently peeked out. This time, I didn't use high heels with pointed toes. Instead, she pressed her calves, clad in black stockings, directly against the edge of Zhu Shengchuan's casual trousers. She rubbed them along the seam, extremely slowly yet with tremendous force, twice. Soft, firm, smooth. Zhu Shengchuan felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head. Gu Qinghan maintained her upright posture. Her silver-rimmed glasses reflected the stage light, but her exquisitely beautiful, aloof face revealed an intense dissatisfaction. Zhu, classmate. Gu Qinghan didn't even look at him. Her red lips moved slightly, and her voice was so low that only the two of them could hear it. Why is the vice principal on the stage staring at you? A woman's intuition can be terrifying to the extreme. In a venue with 5,000 people, Meng Wanqing only paused briefly and shifted her gaze, but Gu Qinghan, this aloof and beautiful snake, accurately sensed the unusual ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Advisor, you're being way too jealous. Zhu Shengchuan was multitasking, muttering nonsense under his breath. That's the vice principal on stage. I'm just a freshman. How could I possibly be worthy of her attention? I guess it's because my clothes are too eye-catching and reflect light off her. Is that so? Gu Qinghan snorted coldly. Under the table, the long, black stocking legs suddenly exerted force, sliding up his calf and all the way to above his knee. The kneecap pressed against the side of Zhu Shengchuan's thigh, carrying an extremely obvious interrogative tone. Just as Su Muqing withdrew her hand from his, Gu Qinghan began his under-table reprimands. On the stage, there was also a powerful figure who could verbally reprimand him at any moment. Zhu Shengchuan took a deep breath. He decisively extended his right hand and lowered his body. A large hand, hidden in the shadows of the table, grabbed Gu Qinghan's unruly black stocking thigh. The palm was scalding hot, pressed tightly against Gu Qinghan's thigh through the extremely thin black silk material. The thumb directly gripped the incredibly soft flesh on the inside of her thigh and squeezed it hard. Gu Qinghan's body trembled violently. Her breathing instantly became erratic. She had only intended to warn Zhu Shengchuan, to tell him to tone it down. Who knew this audacious guy would? right under the vice principal's nose, in a large auditorium with thousands of people, directly grab and pinch her. Stop messing around. Zhu Shengchuan turned his head to the side, lowered his voice, and said with an undeniable forcefulness, "You can interrogate me however you want when we get back. If you keep messing around, I won't care what kind of occasion this is." The man's threat was extremely effective. Gu Qinghan's ears instantly turned bright red. She bit her lower lip and forcefully pulled her leg back. She stood with her legs tightly together and her hands on her knees, trying to appear attentive. But the violent heaving of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. Zhu Shengchuan, having won over Gu Qinghan, raised his head again. On stage, Meng Wanqing's speech was in its final stages. She saw all of Zhu Shengchuan's little tricks under the table. The smile in her peach blossom eyes deepened. "Finally, I wish you all the best in spending the most unforgettable and exciting 4 years of your lives at Kyoto University. Thank you." The words fell. Meng Wanqing took a step back. She placed her hands on her abdomen and bowed deeply to the 5,000 people below the stage. The collar of her burgundy velvet suit was already open. As she bent over, her black deep V silk inner layer drooped forward under the weight. Under the spotlight, the scene was presented to Zhu Shengchuan alone at a peculiar angle. A stunningly mature figure. Extremely exaggerated curves. Zhu Shengchuan sat in the very center, his line of sight allowing him a complete view of everything. He could even see the plump flesh accentuated by the edges of the silk fabric. It was shown only to him, and the angle was precisely chosen. This woman did it on purpose. It was absolutely intentional. Chapter 58. Mu Cheng makes her debut. The popularity of a top star is truly top-notch. The auditorium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Many boys in the back rows craned their necks, clapping wildly to release their excitement. Meng Wanqing straightened up and tidied her wavy hair. She walked gracefully down the wooden steps on the side of the stage, her high heels clicking softly. According to the procedure, she should return to her designated VIP seat, number 01. She walked slowly down the aisle in front of the first row. I passed by Fu Xinghe at position 08. Fu Xinghe was looking down at the Chu Ci, Songs of Chu, without looking up. Passing by Gu Qinghan at positions 07 and 06. Gu Qinghan adjusted her glasses and bowed slightly to show respect. At last, Meng Wanqing walked to position 05. She stopped in her tracks. Zhu Shengchuan's heart leaped into his throat. Every hair on his body stood on end. Meng Wanqing looked down at Zhu Shengchuan. The two were too close. The rich and sophisticated scent of rose perfume wafted directly into Zhu Shengchuan's face. She didn't say anything. She simply used her extremely alluring peach blossom eyes to size up Zhu Shengchuan. Her gaze lingered for a second on his open silk shirt collar and the multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist. Then, a smile, a mixture of amazement and admiration, appeared on Meng Wanqing's lips. "This suit suits you very well." The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of Zhu Shengchuan and the women around him. After speaking, she didn't linger. Turning around, she walked to seat number 01 in a blur of wine-red light and gracefully sat down. Zhu Shengchuan sat in the chair, completely exhausted. My back was soaked. To others, the phrase, "it suits you well," might be heard as the vice principal praising the freshman representative's attire. But to Zhu Shengchuan, it was clearly, "Little brat, you've grown up. Wearing this outfit, I almost didn't recognize you." Zhu Shengchuan let out a long breath. Before he could even wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, Gu Qinghan, number 06 on his right, and Su Mucheng, number 04 on his left, simultaneously turned their heads and stared at him with extremely strange eyes. Even Shun Tianxi, who was in position 02, stopped chatting with Su Mucheng and leaned over to look in their direction. "Your new clothes are quite flashy," Gu Qinghan retorted coldly. Zhu Shengchuan kept his eyes down, his mouth tightly shut, not uttering a single word. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Playing dead was his only option now. Fortunately, the host's voice broke the terrifying silence of the chaotic scene. "Thank you, Principal Meng, for your wonderful speech." The white light in the auditorium went out completely. Instead, there was an incredibly dreamy pink and blue lighting. White smoke created by dry ice billowed out from the four corners of the stage. The dynamic and sweet musical intro instantly ignited the entire audience. Next up, please welcome our long-awaited Kyoto University campus ambassador for this year, our special guest for the opening ceremony, Su Mucheng. Yeah. Mucheng. Mucheng. The screams of 5,000 students almost pierced the dome of the auditorium. Glow sticks were lit up one after another, creating a sea of stars. Su Mucheng, who was sitting in seat number 04, stood up. Today she was wearing an extremely dazzling silver stage outfit. Beneath the mini skirt, her incredibly eye-catching, straight, long legs gleamed under the pinkish blue lights. Security personnel immediately stepped forward to escort her onto the stage. The atmosphere in the auditorium was ignited to its fullest extent. The pink and blue spotlights swirled wildly, dry ice spewed forth, and white mist filled the solid wood stage. Su Mucheng, who was sitting in seat number 04, stood up. The rhinestones on her silver stage outfit sparkled under the lights. She bent down slightly to adjust the hem of her skirt, shifting her weight to her right very briefly. Long, slender legs encased in shimmering silk tights brushed lightly against the fabric of Zhu Shengchuan's trousers. Zhu Shengchuan could even smell the sweet orange perfume scent that suddenly intensified. Su Mucheng didn't even notice the urging gestures from the security personnel around her. She turned her head slightly and subtly bit her delicate lower lip towards Zhu Shengchuan, her watery peach blossom eyes brimming with intense affection. The movement was extremely fast, taking less than half a second. She then immediately reverted to her innocent and pure image as the nation's first love, and surrounded by bodyguards, she walked to the steps at the edge of the stage, keeping time with the music. "Oh, Mucheng is looking this way. Wife, look at me." The entire venue erupted in cheers, especially the boys in the back rows, whose screams were practically threatening to lift the roof off. Amidst the deafening roar, Zhu Shengchuan even managed to pinpoint his roommate Lin Yuan's pig-like, frenzied howls. The prelude begins. The lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only an extremely bright spotlight shining on the center of the stage. Su Mucheng stood in the spotlight, microphone in hand. She had no backup dancers. She stood there quietly, like an elf emerging from the night. Beneath the silver miniskirt, her long, straight, and shapely legs gleamed dazzlingly under the spotlight. This song is called Heartbeat. Su Mucheng's red lips were close to the microphone, her voice carrying a magnetic and husky quality, dedicated to the person who forcefully pulled me out of the darkest abyss of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in a deafening roar of screams. This is a public declaration of love. The nation's first Love's debut performance at the opening ceremony of Peking University unexpectedly generated such a sensational topic. Countless students frantically speculated about the identity of this person. Online gossip and rumors instantly exploded in the minds of 5,000 people. Only Zhu Shengchuan, sitting in seat number 05, rested his chin on one hand, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. From the moment they met again at Peking University, Su Mucheng's love blossomed wholeheartedly. At that moment, he completely became the one and only true god in this world of top female stars. Su Mucheng began to sing. "In that starless night, I thought I would fall forever. You brought with you the wild wind, smashing open my locked doors." A powerful, penetrating voice echoed throughout the auditorium. The melody of the song was incredibly moving, carrying the girl's throbbing and madness as she journeyed from despair to rebirth. Su Mucheng didn't look at the students in the back row who were waving glow sticks wildly. Her gaze pierced through the white mist on the stage, across the open space in front of the first row, and fixed steadily and firmly on Zhu Shengchuan's face in seat number 05. There was no attempt to conceal anything. She shone brightly on stage, receiving the fervent adoration of 5,000 people. But her eyes, and every trembling note at the end of her lyrics, were a sacrifice to the man in the navy blue suit in the audience. Zhu Shengchuan's heart skipped a beat. The feeling of a goddess revered by thousands, using every legal means to woo only him in front of everyone. That's too deadly. Chapter 59. The top star gave me a flirtatious look on stage, singing a love song. The system's notification sounds in my mind were driving me crazy. Ding. Extremely fanatical worship detected. Worship value plus 200. Adoration points plus 500. Worship points plus 1,000. The fervor of all the boys for Su Mucheng, after being transformed by the system, combined with Su Mucheng's own 100% deep admiration for Zhu Shengchuan, directly formed an extremely terrifying energy pool. Zhu Shengchuan watched the numbers flashing wildly on his retina, secretly delighted. He'd made a killing this time. Brother Chuan, look." On the left, Shun Tianxi, who was sitting in seat number 03, suddenly turned around excitedly and grabbed Zhu Shengchuan's left arm tightly with both hands, shaking it wildly. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with fervent little stars, and her cheeks were burning red. "Sister Mucheng is looking at me. She just smiled at me. She definitely likes me." Shun Tianxi was so excited that she was incoherent, completely immersed in her fangirl thoughts, even forgetting her Yandra personality. That phrase, "forcibly pulling me out," was she implying the power of fans? Oh my god, she spoils her fans so much. Zhu Shengchuan was so dizzy from being shaken that his eye twitched violently. This girl's thought process is truly amazing. Just now, Su Mucheng was clearly watching him sing a love song, but this girl automatically imagined it as an idol's exclusive response to a die-hard fan. Zhu Shengchuan silently gave Shun Tianqi a thumbs up in his heart for her self-control. Yes, she's looking at you. Zhu Shengchuan suppressed a laugh, reached out his right hand, and patted Shun Tianqi's hand gently. You bought 100 digital albums. She's a die-hard fan like you. She must like you. I knew it. Shun Tianqi was so happy, she almost fainted, and continued to turn her head and wave her hands wildly. With this extreme maneuvering, Zhu Shengchuan effortlessly resolved the potential crisis on the left side without firing a shot. He turned his head. On the right, Gu Qinghan, in seat number 06, leaned back in her chair. A dark gray suit hugged her shapely figure. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were crossed elegantly. She pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses, stared coldly at Su Mucheng, who was shining brightly on the stage, and then glanced at Zhu Shengchuan. Congratulations, classmate. Gu Qinghan's voice was low, tinged with a strong sense of bitterness. Why do the lyrics of this song sound so familiar? Full of wild winds. Breaking through locked doors. She emphasized the pronunciation of the word lock. Yesterday morning in the counselor's office, Zhu Shengchuan locked the door himself, pressed her against the door, and forcibly kissed her. Gu Qinghan had an extremely sharp intuition. She always felt that the lyrics of that sly fox on stage were alluding to Zhu Shengchuan. These are all lyrics written on an assembly line by lyricists. You're overthinking it, Teacher Gu. Zhu Shengchuan remained calm and composed, casually picking up the bottle of mineral water in front of him and taking a sip. In my heart, only Teacher Gu's teachings are like a whirlwind. Sweet talk, Gu Qinghan snorted. But the corners of his tightly pressed lips still curled up slightly. Sitting in seat number 08, Fu Xinghe had no interest in the noisy pop music. Her head was down, her fingers turning the pages of the Chu Ci, Songs of Chu, her aloof demeanor completely out of place in the frenzied atmosphere of the venue. But if you look closely, you'll notice that she's turning the pages twice as fast as before. On stage, the song ended. The smoke from the dry ice gradually dissipated. The lights returned to their original position. Su Mucheng gripped the microphone, her chest heaving as she sang with all her might. A fine layer of sweat glistened on her forehead under the lights. She bowed deeply to the audience. The screams from the entire audience completely spiraled out of control. Just as Su Mucheng straightened up, preparing to complete the final fixed point movement, she looked in the direction of seat number 05, her hands behind her back. Just when everyone thought she was just striking an elegant pose, Su Mucheng's hands, which were behind her back, were discreetly clasped together, her fingers curled. They made a perfectly standard heart shape, which could only be seen from the first row. Not only that, she also winked her right eye playfully in Zhu Shengchuan's direction. Boom. The boys in the back row who caught the wink went completely crazy, shouting Su Mucheng's name at the top of their lungs. Zhu Shengchuan sat in the chair, his Adam's apple bobbing. This top-tier wildcat is getting bolder and bolder. Ding. System worship points have exceeded 30,000. Accompanied by the system's emotionless, mechanical voice, Su Mucheng, escorted by 2 bodyguards, jogged down the steps. She did not go to the backstage dressing room. Instead, under the watchful eyes of 5,000 people in the audience, he walked directly down the aisle in front of the first row back to his seat, number 04. She had just sat down. An extremely rich scent of sweet oranges mixed with the fermented body odor of a young girl wafted directly towards Zhu Shengchuan. Su Mucheng didn't care whether anyone was watching. Relying on her status as a big star, she became even more unrestrained in her behavior. She leaned to the right, almost touching Zhu Shengchuan's left arm. The silver miniskirt rode upwards as she sat down, revealing the delicate skin at the base of her thighs to Zhu Shengchuan without reservation. Brother Chuan, Su Mucheng said in a low voice, her voice still slightly breathless from singing. Was it good? I revised the lyrics last night. They were all written for you. As she spoke, her hand, which had been hanging under the table, began to wander again, tracing the fabric of Zhu Shengchuan's trousers all the way down to his inner thigh. Zhu Shengchuan pressed down on her fidgety hand with his left hand, turned to look at her bright and beautiful face, and whispered, If you keep fidgeting, I don't mind helping you practice some new moves tonight. Su Mucheng's cheeks flushed instantly. She bit her lower lip, not daring to move, but her eyes were full of smugness. Shun Tianqi, who was sitting in seat number 03, was just about to lean over to ask her idol for an autograph. A hostess in a red cheongsam, carrying an exquisitely crafted tray, quickly walked up to Shun Tianqi. Student Shun, the hostess said with a slight bow, her voice clear and melodious. Next is the special tribute segment of this year's opening ceremony. The principal just instructed that you please move to the waiting area now to prepare. You will represent Elder Shun of the Tianjin Military Region to present flowers to our honorary and meritorious professors of Peking University. These words were spoken. The air in the first row seemed to freeze instantly. On the right, Zhu Shengchuan's hand, which was pushing up his glasses, suddenly stopped. Fu Xinghe stopped turning the pages of the book completely. Even Ming Wanqing, the executive vice principal sitting in seat number 01, turned her head naturally and looked over with a deep gaze. The Shun family of the Tianjin military region, representing Elder Shun of the military region, her identity is self-evident. Even in a place like the capital, these few words carry such weight that they can crush a person. Zhu Qinghan and Fu Xinghe's gazes simultaneously passed over Zhu Shengchuan and were fixed on Shun Tianqi, who was wearing a white princess dress and looked harmless. Military background? Is this the girl that Zhu Shengchuan publicly protected in the cafeteria? Chapter 60. You all went up on stage to confess your love? Someone in the audience was furious. On behalf of Elder Shun of the Tianjin military region, these words were amplified by the auditorium's top-of-the-line sound system, causing the air temperature in the first row to drop sharply. Zhu Qinghan, sitting in seat 07, paused mid-air as she pushed up her glasses. Fu Xinghe, in seat 08, laid down the thread-bound copy of Chu Ci that he had been flipping through. Their gazes simultaneously passed through Zhu Shengchuan and locked onto the girl in the white princess dress. Tianjin military region. Within this circle, these four characters represent absolute power and an unshakable background. Zhu Qinghan and Fu Xinghe had initially thought she was just a pretty freshman who had been fooled by Zhu Shengchuan's sweet talk, but now their eyes were filled with a deep sense of apprehension. Zhu Shengchuan sat in seat number 05, his eyes downcast and his mind focused. His hands rested obediently on the armrests, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. On his left was a top star who had just finished singing a love song and was flirting with him. On his right was his counselor, ready to explode at any moment. And now that young lady from the military region was about to take the stage. In this high-level game, he even had to time his breathing perfectly. Shun Tianqi stood up and smiled at Su Muching beside her. Sister Muching, I'm going on stage first. I'll come back and chat with you later. She lifted the hem of her white tutu and walked step by step toward the aisle in front of the first row. The moment Shun Tianqi left Zhu Shengchuan's side, her spoiled and clingy demeanor completely vanished. She straightened her back and slightly raised her chin. The dignified and superior air she had developed from being in the military compound for so long instantly overshadowed her bright and pretty face. Two hostesses led the way. Shun Tianqi, wearing crystal high heels, walked confidently onto the stage. Standing in the center of the stage was a distinguished elderly professor with gray hair. Shun Tianqi stepped forward, accepted the flowers from the hostess with both hands, respectfully presented them to the professor, then stepped back half a step and gave a perfectly proper bow. The movements were flawless. The host handed her the microphone. Shun Tianqi turned around to face the 5,000 teachers and students in the audience. The lights shone on her fair and smooth shoulders, highlighting the deep and striking lines of her collarbone. Hello everyone, teachers and students. I am Shun Tianqi. Her voice was clear and crisp, and she was poised and confident, showing no signs of stage fright in front of a large audience. The boys below stared wide-eyed. They had just experienced the visual impact of a top star, and now they had another stunningly beautiful school beauty, who was pure and alluring to the extreme. Following the script, Shun Tianqi read out an official speech expressing gratitude to her teachers and hopes for the future. After the speech, she was supposed to leave the stage as is customary. But she didn't move. Her fingers tightened slightly around the microphone. Shun Tianqi's gaze swept across the vast sea of people, fixing precisely on seat number 05 in the first row. Her once clear, peach blossom eyes instantly became veiled with an intense mist of tears. Besides thanking the school, Shun Tianqi said, her red lips slightly parted, her voice carrying throughout the venue through the microphone. I also want to use this stage to say something. The entire room fell silent. Shun Tianqi stared intently at Zhu Shengchuan, a sickeningly sweet smile playing on her lips. Being there for someone is the longest-lasting expression of love. No matter how far the future may be, I will always be there for you. The words had barely left his lips. A groan erupted from the back row of the auditorium. It was clearly a declaration that she was already taken. The most stunning girl on campus had publicly confessed her love right at the start of the semester, leaving countless boys heartbroken. Whispers rippled through the crowd below, with people speculating about who this person was and declaring they wanted to tear him to pieces. Zhu Shengchuan sat below the stage, meeting that burning gaze, a helpless smile tugging at the corners of his lips, and nodded slightly. Shen Tian-Hope, seeing his response, smiled with satisfaction, lifted her skirt, and walked down the side steps. The low pressure in the first row is still spreading. The host wiped the sweat from his brow and continued the proceedings. Next, please welcome Professor Fu Xinghe, a specially appointed professor of our university, to the stage to deliver a speech. The applause rang out again, but this time it carried a greater sense of awe than the previous fervor. Fu Xinghe closed the book and stood up. A simple white cheongsam, in the traditional Chinese style, hugged her incredibly graceful figure. She wore no extra accessories, only a wooden hairpin to hold up her long hair. As she walked down the aisle, the slit in her skirt subtly revealed her remarkably slender calves. Her aloof and refined demeanor instantly quelled the restlessness in the room. She didn't need to put on airs. The scholarly air of a high-ranking official's family that emanated from her very being was enough to make anyone feel inferior. Fu Xinghe walked onto the stage and stood in front of the standing microphone. I did not take any manuscripts. The way of the great learning consists in manifesting one's bright virtue, in loving the people, and in abiding in perfect goodness. Fu Xinghe spoke. Her voice, clear and crisp, resonated on the solid wood floor. She quoted extensively from classical texts, discussing academic integrity and life's beliefs at a measured pace. The thousands of people below fell silent, completely overwhelmed by the cool, authoritative aura emanating from her. The speech was drawing to a close. Fu Xinghe paused for 3 seconds. Her eyes, which had been looking straight ahead, slowly lowered. Her gaze pierced through the air, landing directly on Zhu Shengchuan's sharply defined face. Suddenly, a layer of extremely deep emotion welled up in those usually calm and composed eyes. Academic pursuits have no end. Fu Xinghe leaned slightly closer to the microphone, his cool voice tinged with a rare tremor. But life has its destination. The vast Milky Way will eventually be reflected in someone's eyes. Some reunions are destined. Quiet. A deathly silence. In a large auditorium that can hold 5,000 people, you could hear a pin drop. No sooner had a top-tier singer of love songs left than a campus beauty who made a heartfelt confession. Now, even the usually aloof and unapproachable iceberg professor, revered by all the male students in the school, has actually read out such blatant love words on stage. Moreover, it seems that all 3 women were looking in the same direction. Click. A crisp, clear sound rang out from the extremely quiet VIP area in the first row. Zhu Shengchuan's heart skipped a beat. On the right, in position 06, Gu Qinghan's stunningly beautiful face was completely covered with a layer of frost. She held a black ballpoint pen in her hand, the plastic barrel of which she had just snapped in half. Black ink seeped out from the break and stained Gu Qinghan's fair fingertips. She didn't look at the ink on her fingers. Beneath the dark gray suit skirt, her long legs, clad in sheer black stockings, suddenly changed their crossed position. Her right leg forcefully crossed the gap under the armrest of the seat and pressed directly against Zhu Shengchuan's left leg. The warm, slippery touch of her body was transmitted through 2 thin layers of fabric. Gu Qinghan's black stocking calves pressed tightly against the side of Zhu Shengchuan's trousers, her muscles taut, her strength astonishing. Congratulations, classmate. Gu Qinghan leaned slightly to the left. A strong, tangy aroma of cool, refreshing tea wafted towards Zhu Shengchuan. She leaned close to Zhu Shengchuan's ear, her voice extremely low and her words heavily emphasized. Your eyes are a magnet for attention. You're quite busy, aren't you? Pop stars sing you love songs, and the school beauty confesses her love to you. Gu Qinghan sneered, her hot breath brushing against Zhu Shengchuan's earlobe. What? Now even Professor Fu's starry sky is reflected in your eyes. Should I make room for you 2 now, so you can go up and give your star a kiss? Chapter 61. The first succubus unleashes her ultimate skill at point-to-point. A deadly fairy. Zhu Shengchuan's shirt was completely plastered to his skin. The counselor was extremely jealous. Teacher Gu, you've wronged me. Zhu Shengchuan stared straight ahead, a stiff smile on his lips, his voice utterly innocent. My eyes are perfectly clear. There's no starry sky in them. Stop playing dumb with me. Gu Qinghan's long leg under the table exerted force again, her knee slamming directly into Zhu Shengchuan's inner thigh. The way she looks at you is enough to make your eyes water. Just how many people have you messed with in the past? Zhu Shengchuan took a deep breath. At this point, explanations would only be a cover-up, and a direct confrontation would definitely result in a terrible defeat. He completely ignored the various gazes from the stage. His right hand suddenly reached into the dim light under the table and grabbed Gu Qinghan's ink-stained hand. Gu Qinghan struggled for a moment. Zhu Shengchuan did not let go. He roughly rubbed the black ink on Gu Qinghan's fingertips with the pad of his thumb, then slid it up the skin on the back of her hand. She cherishes her Milky Way, but I only recognize my moon. Zhu Shengchuan turned his head and looked directly into those silver-rimmed glasses that reflected a white light. His eyes revealed an extremely unrestrained aggression. Besides, no matter how beautiful the stars in the sky are, they can't compare to the black stockings on Teacher Gu's legs. Gu Qinghan's breath hitched. You pervert. She bit her red lips, and 2 blushes instantly appeared on her cheeks. I'll come to your apartment tonight. I'll personally wash the ink off your hands. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his voice, his fingers directly interlocking between hers. If it's not clean enough, I'll make it up to you in another way, okay? The words, full of risque jokes, combined with Zhu Shengchuan's extremely forceful strength, directly suppressed most of the bitterness and anger in Gu Qinghan's heart. Her long, black stockinged leg, which was pressed against Zhu Shengchuan's thigh, lost all strength and slumped there, unwilling to pull away. On stage, Fu Xinghe had finished speaking. She didn't bask in the applause. She simply nodded indifferently and walked down the wooden steps to the audience. Zhu Shengchuan breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure cooker of the Shura field was finally sealed shut. Fu Xinghe, wearing flat cloth shoes, walked slowly down the aisle in front of the first row, preparing to return to his seat, number 08. Just as she was about to walk to the front of seat number 05. Seat number 01. Meng Wanqing, the executive vice principal who had been quietly watching the show, suddenly moved. She held a clear glass of water, which was more than half full. The hem of her burgundy velvet suit swayed alluringly with her movement. Meng Wanqing stood up gracefully, took a step forward, and naturally blocked the middle of the passageway, directly cutting off Fu Xinghe's path. Zhu Shengchuan's heart skipped a beat. Principal Meng. Fu Xinghe stopped, a hint of surprise flashing in his cool eyes, but his voice remained that of a specially appointed professor. Meng Wanqing held the transparent glass in one hand, a striking wine-red lipstick mark imprinted on the rim. Her wine-red velvet suit jacket was open, and her voluptuous figure exuded the allure of a ripe peach under the corridor lights. Seat number 1 over there is right in front of the central air conditioning vent, and the airflow is too harsh, giving me a headache. Meng Wanqing's red lips parted slightly, her voice languid and alluring, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Professor Fu, I don't mind sitting next to you, do I? She asked. You don't mind, do you? But her steps didn't stop. Tap, tap. Her black, pointed high heels strode directly towards the empty seat, number 07. A higher-ranking official can have a crushing effect, especially an executive vice principal who wields real power. Fu Xinghe frowned slightly. She could clearly smell the aggressive rose perfume emanating from the woman in front of her, which domineeringly overpowered her own delicate sandalwood scent. But given the occasion, she could only step aside slightly to make way. Principal Meng, please feel free. Meng Wanqing walked to seat number 07. At that moment, Gu Qinghan, sitting in seat 06, tensed up the muscles in her entire back. Just a second ago, Gu Qinghan's long legs, clad in extremely thin black stockings, were still pressing forcefully against Zhu Shengchuan's trousers under the table, interrogating him about Professor Fu's star. A second later, feeling the suffocating scent of rose perfume approaching, Gu Qinghan pulled her leg back as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly straightened the hem of her dark gray suit dress, placed her hands neatly on her knees, and stood ramrod straight, looking every bit the obedient and compliant subordinate. Meng Wanqing gracefully took her seat. She showed no hesitation, placing the glass in her hand on the table. Then, she leaned back in her chair, crossing her proudly long legs with remarkable ease. Sheer, flesh-colored stockings clung tightly to her plump, shapely calves, their sheen gleaming a strikingly pale white under the lights at the edge of the auditorium. Her burgundy pencil skirt slid up 2 inches from her thighs, accentuating a captivatingly alluring mature woman's curves. The moment she sat down, the entire formation of the first row completely changed. Number 04 Su Muching, number 05 Zhu Shengchuan, number 06 Gu Qinghan, number 07 Meng Wanqing, number 08 Fu Xinghe. 3 exceptionally beautiful and sophisticated women, each with a distinct style, are now posing together in this cramped space of less than 3 meters. The air was filled with the aromas of tea, roses, and sandalwood. Zhu Shengchuan sat in seat number 05, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He was just basking in the glory of having secured the top player on his left and the mentor on his right. Now, the mastermind has directly entered the fray, even sacrificing the center position to forcefully intrude into the battle on his right. This is like a max-level, god-tier player driving a dump truck straight into the hellish battlefield of the newbie village. Professor Gu. Meng Wanqing crossed her legs, not turning her head, but her gaze slightly shifted to Gu Qinghan beside her. Your School of Literature did a good job with the orientation. It must have been quite a lot of work taking care of these new students, right? Gu Qinghan pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses, suppressing the inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. Thank you for the compliment, Principal Meng. This is just part of a counselor's job, Gu Qinghan said in a clear, unyielding voice. Young people these days, especially boys, are full of vigor and energy. Meng Wanqing's lips curled into a playful smile as her gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Gu Qinghan's long, black stockinged legs. You not only need to oversee her studies, but also put more effort into disciplining her conduct and discipline in private. Some wild horses, if not properly restrained, will run wild everywhere. A double entendre. Every word is veiled in the heart. Chapter 62. Even if we're surrounded, Brother Chuan isn't afraid. Gu Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. A woman's terrifying sixth sense went off at that moment. Meng Wanqing's words, on the surface, were instructions for academic affairs, but every word seemed to imply that her ambiguous little actions under the table had been clearly seen. In fact, there was a condescending tone in his voice. Principal Meng, don't worry. I'm the kind of person who doesn't tolerate any nonsense. Gu Qinghan bit her lower lip, her tone revealing a stubbornness deep in her bones. Once a student is assigned to my team, no one can escape. Is that so? Meng Wanqing let out an extremely sweet and gentle laugh. The next second, Meng Wanqing suddenly made a move. She didn't pull her legs back together, but instead leaned forward slightly, as if she was reaching for the opening ceremony schedule on the table. The burgundy velvet coat opened wider at this movement. The black, deep V silk top underneath was overwhelmed, revealing an extremely deep and dazzling cleavage without reservation. She bypassed Gu Qinghan's obstruction, her red lips approaching Zhu Shengchuan's right side at an extremely dangerous distance. An extremely rich and luxurious rose perfume instantly enveloped Zhu Shengchuan. Gu Qinghan was sandwiched between the two, completely suppressed by Meng Wanqing's extremely domineering mature woman aura. She could even feel the vice principal's long, wavy hair brushing against her shoulder, but she didn't dare to even breathe loudly. At Peking University, the executive vice principal's authority was not something a mere counselor like her could directly confront. Meng Wanqing's alluring face stopped less than 10 centimeters from Zhu Shengchuan's ear. She didn't look at the flowchart. A pair of fox-like eyes, seemingly capable of dripping water, stared intently into Zhu Shengchuan's eyes. Xiao Shengchuan. Meng Wanqing's red lips parted slightly, her voice extremely low, so low that only the three of them could hear it. You've grown up. You look much more stylish in this suit than when you were shirtless in the video. Boom. Zhu Shengchuan felt as if a bomb had been dropped into his mind. Half of my body went limp instantly from this intense, tingling sensation. Video. Shirtless. This woman is an absolute devil. In this situation, with her current top star sitting to her left and her ICX girlfriend in the middle, she actually dared to come right up to him and bring up private details from a video call they had during their online romance 3 years ago to flirt with him right in front of everyone. Zhu Shengchuan's breathing instantly became heavy. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and subtly moved half an inch towards Meng Wanqing. Principal Meng, you flatter me. Zhu Shengchuan smiled casually, lowered his voice, and retorted in a tone only the two of them understood. After all, someone taught me back then that I should wear a good human skin on the outside. But if the principal wants to see something naked, I don't mind giving you a private report on ideological work tonight. Use the same tricks she taught me to flirt with her in return. Meng Wanqing's smile deepened instantly. She didn't reply, but subtly winked at Zhu Shengchuan in midair before calmly leaning back in her chair. The entire exchange lasted less than 3 seconds. But Gu Qinghan, caught in the middle, was furious. She didn't understand what video or naked meant, but she wasn't deaf or blind. Xiao Shengchuan. A newly appointed executive vice principal actually used such an extremely sweet and intimate term of address to call a freshman, and the distance between their faces, almost touching, and the ambiguous look in their eyes, clearly showed that two very familiar veterans were pulling each other wildly. Gu Qinghan clenched her hands tightly on her knees. You, Zhu Shengchuan. Singers, school beauties, specially appointed professors, none of those are enough for you. Have you gotten so bold as to reach out to school leaders? Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently beneath her dark, gray suit. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have definitely thrown the agenda sheet in her hand right now at Zhu Shengchuan's handsome face. But now, facing Meng Wanqing's overwhelming aura, she could only suppress all her anger like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Fu Xinghe, sitting in seat number 08, also took in all of this. Holding the thread-bound copy of Chu Ci, a rare solemnity appeared on her elegant face. I originally thought it was just a competition with Gu Qinghan, a junior counselor, but now a vice principal with an incredibly high level of authority has been parachuted in. Although Fu Xinghe was aloof and unassuming, her territorial instincts as a woman made her feel threatened by Meng Wanqing's mature and alluring charm like never before. 3 top-tier mature women, each with their own agendas, are engaged in a power struggle. The air in the first row was so thick it was almost solidifying. Just as Zhu Shengchuan was being tormented by this atmosphere of extreme contrasts, his back was sweating profusely. Suddenly, the deep, passionate voice of the director of the Academic Affairs Office came from the speakers at the front of the auditorium. Dear teachers and students, among this year's freshmen, there is a student who not only entered our School of Literature with the third highest score in the province, but also demonstrated extremely outstanding comprehensive qualities in just a few days after enrollment. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to our freshman representative from the School of Humanities. Zhu Shengchuan, please come up to the stage to give a speech. Wow! A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. 5,000 pairs of eyes turned to seat number 05 in the first row. Zhu Shengchuan sat down in his chair and took a deep breath. He slowly stood up. The navy blue bespoke suit refracted a highly textured sheen under the sweeping spotlight. On the left, Su Mucheng, number 04, rested her chin on her hand. Her peach blossom eyes filled with fervor and infatuation, and even blew him a kiss without any hesitation. Second from the left, Shun Tianxi, number 02, clenched her fists, her face flushed with excitement, silently shouting, "Go, husband!" On the right, Gu Qinghan, number 06, pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses, her cold eyes revealing an extreme threat that said, "You're dead." Second from the right, Meng Wanqing, number 07, is holding a glass of water, her red lips slightly pursed, the curve of her mouth full of playfulness and anticipation. Third from the right, Fu Xinghe, number 08, put down his book, his cool gaze as gentle as water, quietly watching him. 5 women. 5 distinct, yet equally deadly gazes. Chapter 63. Brother Chuan, you must take good care of yourself when you're out and about. As the host finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in applause. Zhu Shengchuan sat in seat number 05. He took a deep breath. He buttoned up his unbuttoned suit jacket with one hand. The navy blue haute couture suit instantly tightened, accentuating the sharp lines of an inverted triangle. He stood up. On the left, Su Mucheng whistled with extreme boldness. On the right, Gu Qinghan snorted coldly, but her body honestly leaned half an inch towards him. Zhu Shengchuan didn't look at them. He stepped onto the stage, walking up the solid wood steps. The bright spotlights of the auditorium shone directly on him. I didn't bring any manuscript. I wasn't nervous. Zhu Shengchuan held the standing microphone with one hand, and the perfect aura halo was activated with a bang. An aura of composure, imbued with the accumulated wealth of 3 generations of a conglomerate, emanated from his tall and upright figure. The Patek Philippe Nautilus on my wrist refracted a cold, mechanical luster under the light. The entire audience of 5,000 people fell silent instantly. The boys in the back row whispered among themselves, "Is this a freshman? With that aura, I'd believe it if you said he was here to buy out Peking University." Zhu Shengchuan's gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling naturally on the first row. The speeches by the teachers and representatives just now were all excellent. They spoke about academics, the future, and those hidden emotions. His voice was extremely deep and magnetic, and it resonated in every corner through the top-of-the-line speakers. But I believe that universities are not only places of learning, but also arenas of desire. His very first words completely overturned all the usual, steady, official jargon. The audience erupted in uproar. Zhu Shengchuan put one hand into his trouser pocket and paced a couple of steps on the stage. I don't talk about selfless dedication, nor do I offer empty platitudes. I'm standing here to convey only one message. He stopped, leaned forward slightly, and stared intently at the audience. You need to have the strength to match your ambition, whether it's wealth, status, or the people standing around you. First row. The 5 women reacted very differently. Sitting in seat number 04, Su Mucheng rested her chin on her hands. Her stunning curves, accentuated by her silver stage outfit, were taut, and her legs, clad in shimmering stockings beneath her miniskirt, were excitedly intertwined. Her captivating eyes were filled with fervent adoration. This was the man who had tormented her to the point of begging for mercy last night, and who was now shining brightly on stage. Number 02, Shun Tianxi, covered her mouth tightly with both hands. The neckline of her white princess dress heaved violently with her rapid breathing. Large expanses of her fair skin glowed an alluring pink under the light. Only one thought filled her mind. This is my husband. Even if it were the king of heaven himself, he would still be my husband. Gu Qinghan, contestant number 06, adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were pressed tightly together beneath her dark gray suit and pencil skirt. She bit her red lips tightly, her cold eyes revealing an intensely possessive desire. This usually jovial boy, standing on the stage now, exuded a deadly charisma that sent chills down her spine. Fu Xinghe, number 08, put down his copy of the Songs of Chu. His shapely legs swayed slightly at the slit of his elegant cheongsam. A pool of spring water welled up in his usually calm eyes. The 16-year-old boy had truly grown into a towering tree. Meng Wanqing was sitting in seat number 07. She held a glass of water, her burgundy velvet suit open. The deep cleavage beneath her deep V-neck silk top trembled with her soft laughter. Meng Wanqing stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked her red lips very discreetly. "Little liar, you're getting more and more to my liking," she whispered, lowering her voice to a volume only she could hear. Zhu Shengchuan's speech is still ongoing. The entire performance was delivered without a script. The pace was extremely fast. Punchlines and exciting moments were thrown in rapidly. Often, choices are more important than effort. But having a trump card that leaves others with no other choice is the key to success. Don't ask what the school can give you. Ask how much you can extract from these years. Extremely provocative. Utterly arrogant. Yet, because of his 780,000 yuan haute couture outfit and multi-million yuan watch, he became extremely persuasive. Finally, Zhu Shengchuan said, placing his hands on the podium and a casual smile playing on his lips, "Thank you for everyone I met tonight, whether from the past, present, or future." A double entendre. His gaze swept over the faces of the 5 women in the first row with utmost subtlety. The girls in the audience went completely crazy. The screams and whistles nearly lifted the roof off the auditorium. "Honey, look at me. I want to have your babies." Zhu Shengchuan stepped back half a step and bowed gracefully. In my mind, the system's emotionless, mechanical voice exploded wildly. Ding! Extremely fervent worship detected throughout the venue. Worship points plus 1,000. Worship points plus 2,000. Adoration points have surpassed 100,000. The second phase of the worship shop has officially begun. New additions, advanced physical fitness reshaping, business mindset matrix, and absolute weakness insight device. Zhu Shengchuan was secretly pleased. This was a brilliant display of arrogance. He'd made a killing. But he maintained the cold and composed demeanor of a tycoon's son. He slowly walked down the stage, stepping onto the solid wood steps. The halo has been withdrawn. The screams were still echoing in my ears. Zhu Shengchuan walked to seat number 05, unbuttoned one button on his suit jacket, and sat down. "I just finished putting on a spectacular show, and the afterglow of being the center of attention hasn't faded yet." But the moment his buttocks touched the seat, the air in the first row seemed to freeze instantly. The countdown to the chaotic battlefield was immediately reset to 0 and detonated. Left side. Shen Tianxi, sitting in seat 03, completely ignored Su Mucheng, who was sitting between them. She leaned over, holding a bottle of Evian mineral water with the cap already unscrewed. The neckline of the white princess dress was extremely low, and a large expanse of dazzling white skin was directly right under Zhu Shengchuan's eyes. "Honey, you were so cool on stage just now," Shen Tianxi said sweetly, completely disregarding the occasion, as she handed the water bottle to Zhu Shengchuan's lips. "You must be thirsty after talking so much. Take a sip. I just checked the temperature. It's not cold." The word husband wasn't loud, but at that distance, the women around could hear it clearly. Su Mucheng didn't think much of it and assumed that Shen Tianxi was just like the other girls, since quite a few girls had called her husband earlier. But the others didn't think that way. Right side. Gu Qinghan, who was in position 06, immediately darkened her expression. Her slender legs, encased in black stockings, suddenly shot out and forcefully stomped on Zhu Shengchuan's leather shoes under the table. The sharp heel of her shoe ground down mercilessly. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qinghan pulled a tissue with a cool, refreshing tea scent from the pocket of his dark gray suit. The body leans to the left. The bodycon skirt is stretched to its limit. She didn't even look at Shen Tianxi. With a flick of her wrist, she placed the tissue on Zhu Shengchuan's forehead with remarkable ease. "I wish you a good performance, classmate." Gu Qinghan's voice was cool and stern, carrying the authority of a counselor, but her actions were extremely affectionate. "Your head is all sweaty. You're such a grown-up. Don't you know how to wipe it off? Wipe it clean, or you'll catch a cold." One person was feeding the child water. The other was wiping away sweat. On the left is the military district's young lady, and on the right is the aloof counselor. Zhu Shengchuan sat in the middle. A water bottle was held to his lips, and a tissue was pressed against his forehead. Drinking it is not an option. Wiping it off is not an option either. But he didn't have time to react. His number 04 position is right next to him on the left. Su Mucheng pouted her red lips in extreme displeasure. She was a top star, and she had just publicly confessed her feelings to him on stage, only to have her limelight stolen by a freshman and a counselor. Su Mucheng did not speak. She slid down and leaned directly against the wide back of the chair. Her long legs, hidden beneath the silver miniskirt, suddenly lifted up. Her tiny feet, clad in shimmering, sheer tights, slipped precisely under Zhu Shengchuan's trousers. They slid up his calf, hooking around the back of his knee. The toes traced circles on the most sensitive skin. At the same time, She turned her head, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at Zhu Shengchuan with extreme grievance. She mouthed silently. My legs are sore, rub them for me. 2 on the table, 1 under the table. Zhu Shengchuan's temples throbbed violently. His enhanced physical abilities seemed utterly superfluous at this moment. All he wants now is to take a handful of blood pressure medication. Chapter 64. This is the ultimate ceiling of a good woman. Shun Tianxi positioned most of her body in front of Su Mucheng, her white, smooth cleavage rising and falling dramatically with her breath beneath her white princess dress. She held an unscrewed bottle of Evian mineral water, the bottle neck pressed firmly against the edge of Zhu Shengchuan's lower lip. Honey, have a sip, it's really not cold. Shun Tianxi blinked her watery peach blossom eyes, her gaze stubborn. On the right, Gu Qinghan, with a tissue carrying the cool scent of tea, was wiping Zhu Shengchuan's forehead almost heavily. The cuff of his dark gray suit sleeve brushed against the tip of his nose. Zhu, wipe your sweat. If you catch a cold, how will you continue to shine tomorrow? Gu Qinghan's voice was devoid of any warmth. On the inner thigh, Su Mucheng's foot, clad in shimmering stockings, was moving up from behind her knee. Her toes even boldly gripped the fabric of his trousers, pulling and tugging at it repeatedly. The stiletto heel on the leather shoe intensified the crushing force, and Gu Qinghan did not retreat an inch under the table. Zhu Shengchuan's temples throbbed violently. If Shun Tianxi takes the water, she'll be happy, but Gu Qinghan will definitely explode. If Teacher Gu wipes her sweat, Shun Tianxi will throw a tantrum on the spot. This isn't enjoying the blessings of having 2 women. It's about tearing him apart on the spot. At this critical moment, despair. A crisp sound of glass clinking together rang out. Meng Wanqing, sitting in seat number 07, put down her water glass. Her burgundy velvet suit was open, and a large expanse of her deep, white skin swayed slightly. She leaned back, her hands elegantly clasped in front of her, and an extremely rich rose scent overwhelmed all other aromas. This student, Zhu, possesses outstanding temperament and exceptional eloquence. His insights on stage just now were truly unique. Meng Wanqing's voice was languid, yet carried an absolute air of authority, her gaze sweeping lightly across those around her. These days, boys are indeed very attractive to girls. However, she paused deliberately for half a second. This is the first row. 5,000 pairs of eyes are watching. The counselors and representatives from each department should take the lead in setting a good example of discipline. Don't let the arrogance of young people disrupt the rules of the meeting. Every word he uttered was devoid of any seduction, yet every sentence was a barrage of accusations. This is not just a joke from an elder, but also a display of superior authority that undermines the leader's authority. Gu Qinghan froze. Her fingers, gripping the tissue, tightened instantly. She could argue with the specially appointed professor, but openly wiping a male student's sweat in front of the executive vice president was a matter of serious conduct. Although he has a strong family background, the other party is so young that he can become the vice principal. His background is definitely better and stronger than his own. He has lost 2 rounds in a row. She withdrew her hand extremely quickly, and in doing so, pulled back the long, black stocking leg that had been causing trouble under the table, and sat up straight. Principal Meng's criticism is correct. The student doesn't know the rules, and I will discipline him strictly when he gets back. Gu Qinghan replied with her head down, her voice very steady, but her ears were already bright red. Although Shun Tianxi had a powerful background, she was still a freshman. A single glance from Meng Wanqing's deep, alluring eyes, and the natural aura of a mature woman made her shrink back. She pouted her red lips and reluctantly put her water bottle away. Under the table, Su Mucheng was also startled by the sudden oppressive feeling of a headmaster. She slipped on her toes and obediently shrank back under her silver miniskirt. The pressure was instantly relieved. Zhu Shengchuan let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his head and gave a subtle, grateful look to the person in position 07. In the instant she turned her head, Meng Wanqing's red lips curved slightly. Using the gesture of adjusting her suit collar as she did so, she winked her right eye at Zhu Shengchuan with extreme allure and speed. Her eyes were alluring, captivating, and mesmerizing. This is the pinnacle of the ultimate good woman. She doesn't get jealous, doesn't make a fuss, and when you're in a dead end, she can use her immense power to effortlessly clear away obstacles for you, all while giving you an incredibly alluring response behind everyone's back. Zhu Shengchuan inwardly exclaimed that his ancestors' methods were extraordinary. Soon, the opening ceremony drew to a close in a warm atmosphere. The former principal took the stage again to deliver a speech, then adjourned the meeting. All the incandescent lights in the auditorium were turned on. The crowd began to surge out. The first row became the hardest hit area. As a top star, Su Mucheng was immediately surrounded by leaders from several departments and enthusiastic female students in the front row, all asking for photos as soon as she stood up. Shen Tianxi was also pulled aside by freshmen from her own department to inquire about the details of the confession on stage, chattering away and unable to get away. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to turn around and settle the score with Zhu Shengchuan, Dean Li of the School of Literature walked over quickly with an official document in hand. Xiao Gu, hurry up and organize the minutes of the hospital's meeting this afternoon. Dean Li directly assigned the task. Fu Xing had disliked the noise intensely. He picked up the thread-bound Chu Ci, Songs of Chu, glanced coldly at Zhu Shengchuan, and left alone through the side door. Using the surrounding crowd as cover, Zhu Shengchuan smoothly slipped away from seat number 05, adjusting the hem of his navy blue suit with one hand. He didn't go through the main entrance. The thousands of girls plotting against him there would definitely keep him occupied until midnight. He bypassed the main stage and turned directly towards the extremely secluded fire escape corridor at the back of the auditorium. The lighting here is dim. Only cleaning staff move around. A faint, musty smell lingers in the air. Having escaped the intense pressure of the chaotic situation, Zhu Shengchuan loosened his shirt tie and prepared to take out his phone to send a message to his roommate, Lin Yuan. As I walked past an unmarked, dark red wooden door, a whiff of rose perfume wafted into my nostrils in the darkness. Without warning, a wine-red silk shawl, still warm from body heat, suddenly slipped out from under the door and wrapped around Zhu Shengchuan's neck with perfect precision. An astonishing pull came from the other end of the shawl. This force carried an extremely skillful touch. Zhu Shengchuan's feet swayed, and he was pulled directly into the dark red wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was quickly locked from the inside. This is a storage room. The lights are off, and it's extremely cramped. Just as Zhu Shengchuan was about to activate the system's enhanced physical abilities to counterattack, an extremely soft and voluptuous body pressed directly against him. The burgundy velvet suit felt incredibly smooth to the touch. Its stunningly full curves pressed against his chest without any resistance. In the darkness, a warm hand touched his taut abdomen, tracing the fabric of the suit freely. You usually seem quite capable, using all your tricks on the female teachers under my tutelage. So why didn't you even dare to drink water just now? Meng Wanqing's languid, seductive voice exploded in Zhu Shengchuan's ear. Her hot breath sprayed on his neck, sending shivers down his spine. In the darkness, she bit Zhu Shengchuan's earlobe with extreme audacity, her voice low and hoarse. Long time no see, my little boyfriend. Now it's time to hand in all the homework you've owed your sister for the past 3 years. A narrow, dimly lit storage room. Outside the door, one could still hear the noise of the audience leaving the auditorium and the sounds of moving the sound system. Inside the door, Zhu Shengchuan's back was pressed tightly against the cold metal shelf. In front of him was that voluptuous and delicate body that was so hot it almost melted one's heart. Meng Wanqing forcefully squeezed between his legs, her calves, covered in thin flesh-colored stockings, pressed firmly against his knees beneath her burgundy pencil skirt. The silk shawl that was originally around Zhu Shengchuan's neck was now wrapped around her fair fingers and gently pulled back. Zhu Shengchuan's breathing instantly became heavy. Chapter 65 Principle, Times have changed. My appetite is enormous. A dark storage room. The air was filled with the smell of stale dust, but it was completely covered by the extremely domineering scent of top-quality, rose perfume on Meng Wanqing. A wine-red silk shawl was wrapped around Zhu Shengchuan's neck. Meng Wanqing stood very close. Her burgundy velvet suit was open, and the extremely form-fitting black deep V silk inner layer could hardly contain her voluptuous figure. With each breath, the astonishingly full curve of her breasts pressed against Zhu Shengchuan's chest with remarkable clarity. Little wolf, weren't you quite the talker on stage? Meng Wanqing's voice was languid and husky. Her warm hand, through the dark blue suit shirt, provocatively glided along the edge of Zhu Shengchuan's taut abs. Her calves, encased in extremely thin flesh-colored stockings, remained pressed firmly against Zhu Shengchuan's knees. In the corridor outside the auditorium, hundreds of freshmen were leaving. The sounds of footsteps, voices, and even the clatter of chairs being moved could be heard through a thin wooden door. Extreme noise intertwines with the claustrophobic atmosphere of the interior. Zhu Shengchuan's back was pressed against the cold metal shelf, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. His breathing became uncontrollably heavy. Sensing the change in the man, Meng Wanqing had achieved her goal. A smug smile played on her red lips. She deftly tidied her long, wavy hair by untying the silk shawl with her fingers. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Meng Wanqing took a half step back, and the extremely alluring and oppressive feeling instantly dissipated. She reached out and pulled up her deep V-neck top, straightened her skirt, and instantly regained her aloof and unapproachable demeanor as the executive vice principal. My sister just arrived at Peking University, and she has a bunch of high-level meetings waiting for her. Go find somewhere to cool off your temper these past few days. I'll test your homework again when you have time. She turned around, her high heels clicking as she reached for the dark red doorknob. Do you really think this is a vegetable market? You can come and go as you please, start a fire, and then think you can just leave? Do you think I'm the innocent high school student who blushed and didn't know what to do in front of the screen 3 years ago? They kill but don't bury? Zhu Shengchuan sneered. He suddenly took a half step forward with his right leg and reached out from the darkness with his right hand to grab Meng Wanqing's slender wrist. Without showing any mercy, he exerted force and pulled her back. Why? Meng Wanqing let out a short gasp. Her high heels stumbled on the ground, and she fell backward uncontrollably. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhu Shengchuan turned around and slammed Meng Wanqing hard against the dark red door panel. His hands pressed firmly against her cheeks, completely blocking all her escape routes. Absolute male dominance. In the darkness, a hint of surprise finally flashed in Meng Wanqing's ever-calm fox-like eyes. Zhu Shengchuan, are you crazy? There are. She lowered her voice, a hint of genuine panic finally creeping into it. She pressed her hands against Zhu Shengchuan's chest, trying to push him away. But pushing against Zhu Shengchuan's strengthened muscles was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The people outside are all your teachers and students. So what? Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers, his voice hoarse and deep. Times have changed, sister. The rules you taught me, I'll use them on you today. The words had barely left his lips. Zhu Shengchuan gave her no chance to speak. He lowered his head, precisely locked onto those two wine-red lips that smelled of rich roses, and kissed them with extreme dominance. Meng Wanqing's eyes widened suddenly. Zhu Shengchuan's actions showed no hint of probing, only pure plunder. He forcefully pried open her teeth, penetrating deep inside, and frantically demanding the air and saliva from her mouth. Their hot breaths mingled. Meng Wanqing's hands, pressed against his chest, instantly clenched the dark blue fabric of his suit. She struggled a couple of times. But under the suffocating surge of male hormones, she, who had long held a high position, experienced for the first time the chilling sensation of being forcibly conquered. This chill shot up her spine and straight to her brain. In just 10 seconds, Meng Wanqing's defenses completely collapsed. Her grip on the suit jacket loosened, her hands climbing up Zhu Shengchuan's shoulders until they finally wrapped tightly around his neck. Her body went limp against the door, and she began to respond passionately and frantically to this forbidden kiss. The temperature in the storage room rose sharply. Zhu Shengchuan's hand slid down her slender waist, just touching the extremely slippery edge of her flesh-colored stockings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, 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 buzz. Both of their phones suddenly started vibrating wildly in the darkness. Outside the door, in the corridor that was almost separated by only a thin partition, came the anxious shouts of the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Where's Principal Meng? I just saw her heading towards the fire escape. Director, the board of directors just called Principal Meng. It seems to be about the approval of funding for the new campus land. Their tone was quite unfriendly. Find her quickly. Those people are trying to trip her up again. The footsteps stopped outside the door. The doorknob was twisted hard twice from the outside, making a clicking sound. Locked. Why is the cleaning staff locking the door during the day? The director of the Academic Affairs Office muttered. They probably went to the parking lot. Let's hurry over there and check. The footsteps gradually faded away. Just a door away. Zhu Shengchuan and Meng Wanqing clung tightly together. Meng Wanqing was panting heavily. Her chest heaved violently, and her deep V-neck silk inner garment was completely disheveled, with large expanses of white standing out starkly in the darkness. The lingering springtime feeling still lingered in her eyes, but the frantic vibrations of her phone and the voices outside the door quickly pulled her back to reality. This financial battle among the school's top officials has clearly reached a critical and intense stage. Meng Wanqing took a deep breath. She pushed Zhu Shengchuan's chest away. Using the dim light of her phone screen, she quickly straightened her inner layer and smoothed out her burgundy pencil skirt. She tucked her messy wavy hair behind her ears. It took no more than 5 seconds. The charming yet dignified and aloof executive vice principal is back online. She turned around and placed her hand on the dark red door lock switch. I didn't press it immediately. Meng Wanqing turned around, and in the darkness, her peach blossom eyes stared at Zhu Shengchuan with an extremely alluring gaze. She extended a finger and gently lifted Zhu Shengchuan's chin, her red lips curving into a smile. Your kissing skills have indeed improved, but your brute force is still lacking. Meng Wanqing lowered her voice, her breath brushing against his Adam's apple. If you want to completely devour your sister, little wolf, you still have a lot more to practice. Click. The deadbolt is unlocked. Meng Wanqing opened the door a crack and slipped out. The corridor lights briefly illuminated her back before quickly closing. All that remained was the rich scent of roses in the air and a wine-red silk shawl lying arrogantly on the ground. Zhu Shengchuan leaned against the shelf. Feeling the increasingly intense burning desire in his lower abdomen, he gritted his teeth. You little devil. Sooner or later, I'll show you what true skill is. He stuffed the silk shawl into his suit pocket, calmed his breathing for 3 minutes, and made sure that most of the rose perfume on his body had dissipated before pushing open the door to the storage room. The corridor was completely empty. He had just taken out his phone, ready to call Lin Yuan to ask about the situation. The screen suddenly lit up. A WeChat message popped up. From Qingfeng Mingyue, Gu Qinghan. The content was extremely brief, yet it exuded a chilling murderous aura that was clearly visible. Get to my office within 3 minutes. 1 second later, and I'll make sure you're never seen again at this school for the next 4 years. Chapter 66, Zhu Shengchuan. You're insolent. You bastard. Ugh. Zhu Shengchuan tucked the wine-red silk shawl, which had a strong rose scent, into the inside pocket of his suit. The lust ignited by Meng Wanqing in the storeroom was still raging in his lower abdomen. His body, modified by a basic physical enhancement drug, had little resistance to the seduction of such an extremely mature woman. He loosened the tie of his navy blue bespoke suit, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and strode toward the office of the counselor in the School of Humanities. Push open the door. The air conditioning in the office was on full blast. Gu Qinghan sat upright behind a large, solid wood desk. She was still wearing the same dark gray suit she'd worn in the auditorium, her white shirt buttoned meticulously to the top. Silver-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and she exuded an aura of unapproachable asceticism. Seeing Zhu Shengchuan enter, Gu Qinghan didn't look up. She held a brand-new black pen in her hand and opened the student discipline assessment book on the table. You're 1 minute and 20 seconds late. Gu Qinghan's voice was icy cold as he drew a heavy line on the paper with his pen. Zhu Shengchuan, you're acting even more arrogant than me now. Freshman representative, number 1 on the overall campus heartthrob list. You've been stealing the spotlight. Zhu Shengchuan didn't say anything and casually closed the office door. Why aren't you saying anything? Gu Qinghan raised his head, his cold eyes hidden behind his glasses filled with a piercing chill. Weren't you quite the big shot in the auditorium just now? The military district's young lady fed you water, and a top-tier celebrity rubbed her leg against you. I saw you enjoying yourself. You were out for so long just now. Why didn't you go and give Principal Ming a private report on your thoughts? She was completely consumed by jealousy. The anger she had been holding in since the opening ceremony finally erupted under the guise of being a counselor. Zhu Shengchuan stood there, looking at her for 3 seconds. Then, he turned around. Click. With slender fingers, he pressed the door lock button, locking the office door from the inside. Gu Qinghan frowned, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in her heart. What are you doing? This is an office area. How can you lock the door in broad daylight? Zhu Shengchuan ignored her. He walked straight to the French windows, grabbed the blind cord, and pulled hard. Splash. Several large blinds suddenly fell shut. The glaring afternoon sunlight was completely blocked out of the windows. The entire office suddenly dimmed, with only a few extremely faint, dappled rays of light filtering through the gaps in the blinds. In the dimly lit space, the authoritative, headmaster-like pressure was instantly shattered, replaced by a suffocating sense of confinement and danger. Zhu Shengchuan, draw the curtains. Gu Qinghan panicked completely. She stood up, bracing herself on the table, grabbed the bamboo ruler from the table, pointed it at him, and said in a tense voice, Are you trying to rebel? Believe me or not, I'll give you a major demerit. Zhu Shengchuan turned around and approached step by step. His leather shoes made a dull sound on the composite floor. He walked to the desk, placed his hands on the solid wood surface, and leaned forward. That extremely strong masculine hormone, mixed with his already uncontrollable lust, overwhelmed Gu Qinghan. A major demerit? Zhu Shengchuan raised an eyebrow, his tone undisguisedly aggressive. Just now, in front of thousands of people, when you were rubbing your thigh against my thigh with black stockings under the table, why didn't Teacher Gu think of giving me a major demerit? Shut up. Gu Qinghan's ears instantly turned bright red. It was her most private moment of embarrassment, now exposed in front of him. She raised the bamboo ruler, intending to strike him. The wrist was just raised half an inch. Zhu Shengchuan suddenly exerted his strength, bracing himself on the table with one hand, and with a powerful stride, he leaped over the desk. He grabbed Gu Qinghan's wrist, which was holding the ruler, and with his other hand, he roughly pinched her slender waist, pulling her forcefully into his arms. Oh, Gu Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. Using the momentum, Zhu Shengchuan dragged and pulled her away from the swivel chair, turned around, and pressed her firmly against the glass of the closed blinds. The cold glass pressed against Gu Qinghan's back. In front of her was Zhu Shengchuan's hot, hard chest. There was nowhere to retreat. Zhu Shengchuan, how dare you up? Before Gu Qinghan could finish speaking, Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head and precisely captured those two cold and beautiful red lips. Unlike any gentle probing he had ever done before, this kiss was filled with absolute pressure and a desire to conquer. He forcefully pried open her teeth, penetrating deep inside, and sweeping away all the oxygen and the fragrance of tea from her mouth. Get away, let me go. Gu Qinghan struggled desperately. She clenched her free hand into a fist and pounded hard on Zhu Shengchuan's shoulders and back. His dark gray suit was crumpled and wrinkled. But that little bit of strength was nothing compared to Zhu Shengchuan, who had been enhanced by the drug. It wasn't even enough to tickle him. Zhu Shengchuan's large hand traced her waistline upwards, his palm burning hot, gripping her back tightly through her silk shirt, pressing her even closer to him. His other hand forcefully squeezed between her legs, pushing her dark gray pencil skirt up. A domineering kiss and an irresistible caress intertwined. In less than half a minute, Gu Qinghan's resistance diminished. The fists that had been pounding gradually lost their strength, and the fingers spread out, grabbing the lapel of Zhu Shengchuan's suit jacket. Her breathing became rapid and heavy, and her body gradually went limp. If Zhu Shengchuan hadn't been supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Zhu Shengchuan released her lips. Their noses touched, so close they could hear each other's rapid heartbeats. If you try to intimidate me with your attitude as a counselor again, I'll do it to you right here. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was terribly hoarse, his eyes fixed on her. Gu Qinghan was panting heavily. Her silver-rimmed glasses had been rubbed askew and slid down the bridge of her nose to the tip. Her once meticulously combed long hair was now disheveled over her shoulders, and her usually aloof and ascetic face was now flushed with a peach-like blush, with even a layer of shimmering water in the corners of her eyes. The extreme contrast. This allure, stripped bare by power, is more deadly than any deliberate seduction. You're a scoundrel, a bastard. Gu Qinghan bit her swollen lower lip, her voice soft and trembling, completely devoid of any of her former demeanor as a counselor. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Zhu Shengchuan's neck. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled. He grabbed Gu Qinghan under her armpits, his arm muscles bulging, and lifted her up in his arms. He walked a few steps to his desk. Splash. Zhu Shengchuan swept his hand across the table without any hesitation. The folders, pen holder, thermos, and lesson plans on the table were all swept to the ground. He then placed Gu Qinghan directly on the large solid wood table. Zhu Shengchuan placed his hands on either side of Gu Qinghan's body, looking down at her from above. In the dimly lit office, a few slivers of light filtering through the blinds fell directly onto Gu Qinghan's legs. The dark gray pencil skirt was rolled up to the top of her thighs, an extremely dangerous height. Her long, slender legs, tightly wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, gleamed delicately in the light and shadow, the edges of the stockings highlighting a dazzling patch of snow-white skin, exuding a captivating allure. She lay amidst the scattered documents, her clothes slightly disheveled, her chest heaving with rapid breathing, looking utterly vulnerable. Teacher Gu, would this be considered a work injury? Zhu Shengchuan reached out, his rough thumb pads brazenly rubbing the black silk threads on the inside of her thigh, causing Gu Qinghan to shudder slightly. Stop it, a student will be coming to hand in their form soon. Gu Qinghan reached out to push him, but the force was a mix of resistance and acceptance, more like a coquettish pout. I've locked the door. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, you still have to hand in the homework you owe me first. Zhu Shengchuan leaned forward. Just then, he touched a hard leather wallet while resting his right hand on the edge of the table. That was half a document that had fallen out of the half-open drawer when I was sweeping away the clutter. It had a deep red cover with a line of bold, gold-embossed text printed on it. Kyoto University Freshman Arts Festival Planning Document and List of Invited Sponsors. Zhu Shengchuan's movements suddenly stopped. He keenly scanned the corner of the list peeking out from the bottom half of the page. Su Muching Studio, Special Guest Opening Performance. Dinghe Construction Group, Exclusive Title Sponsor, Xiao Wenying. The Cultural Troupe of the Political Department of the Tianjin Military Region, Special Guidance Unit, related to Shun Tianqi's grandfather. Zhang's Group Cultural Media, Lighting and Stage Design Coordinator, Jiang Yao's Business. Zhu Shengchuan's back molars throbbed with pain. The chaotic scene of the opening ceremony had barely subsided when the arts performance turned into a showcase of these young ladies' military might. Were they planning to tear down Kyoto University? Seeing him suddenly stop, Gu Qinghan followed his gaze and sneered. Did you see that? Your good sisters didn't miss a single one of the freshman performances next Friday. You're such a busy freshman, aren't you? The sour taste of aged vinegar resurfaced in her words. Zhu Shengchuan looked away. To hell with the performance. Let's melt this iceberg first. He reached out and groped around on the table. His fingertips touched the bamboo ruler that Gu Qinghan had just dropped. The surface of the bamboo is polished very smooth, giving off a refreshing coolness. Zhu Shengchuan grasped the other end of the ruler. With the cool, pointed tip of the bamboo, he traced the curve of Gu Qinghan's black stockinged calf upwards in an extremely gentle and provocative manner. Past her knee, he finally gently lifted her exquisitely beautiful chin. In the dim light, Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a roguish, wicked smile, his voice low and drawn out. Teacher Gu, do you think it hurts when you hit someone with this ruler? Chapter 67 Advisor. Isn't this considered entrapment? Zhu Shengchuan held the cold bamboo ruler. The tip of the bamboo traced along Gu Qinghan's black stockinged calf, past her knee, and finally stopped at her delicate chin, lifting it up slightly with a slight force. The light and shadow were dappled. Gu Qinghan was forced to tilt her head back. Her silver-rimmed glasses were askew, and her eyes were full of tears, but she still gritted her teeth and maintained the dignity of a counselor. Zhu Shengchuan, don't be so smug. Put me down right now. Put you down. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled. He pulled out the ruler and grabbed Gu Qinghan's slender right wrist. It was the hand she usually used to correct sick notes and wield the ruler. Smack. The bamboo ruler tapped Gu Qinghan's delicate palm very gently. The sound was soft, but extremely insulting. You threaten me and scold me whenever I'm late. You seem so powerful, Zhu Shengchuan said in a low, cold voice. You make me fail courses and retake them all the time. Professor Gu, do you dare threaten me again? Gu Qinghan trembled violently. Normally, such a humiliation would have made her fight back desperately. But at this moment, as the ruler struck her palm, an extremely intense sense of shame rushed straight to her brain. Her breathing suddenly became rapid. Her struggling body went completely limp. Behind the glasses, a hint of morbid pleasure and trembling flashed in those usually aloof and cold eyes. Gu Qinghan's lips trembled. Smack. The bamboo ruler tapped her palm again, this time with 2 more points of force. I'm asking you a question. Do you still dare to do it? Zhu Shengchuan stared down at her, accurately catching the unusual flush in her eyes. Gu Qinghan completely gave up resisting. The long pretended iceberg shell was shattered. The soul that had been so dependent on him during their online romance was fully awakened, even mixed with a secret pleasure of being conquered by power. I won't do it again. Gu Qinghan's voice was soft and sweet, almost dripping with tears. Shengchuan, I was wrong. I will never use punishment to pressure you again. Please forgive me. A dignified counselor from the Faculty of Letters at Peking University is now lying on his desk, which is littered with academic papers, pleading with a freshman. Zhu Shengchuan discarded the ruler. This attribute was developed to an extremely perfect degree. He grabbed Gu Qinghan's slender waist with both hands and unceremoniously pushed her dark gray bodycon skirt to its maximum. It's not enough to just say you're sorry. You have to show some sincerity. The office was dimly lit. The blinds completely blocked out the blazing sun outside. Zhu Shengchuan leaned down, his burning chest pressing firmly against Gu Qinghan. He reached out and ripped off her silver-rimmed glasses, throwing them onto the printer beside him. Without the lenses obscuring it, the spring-like joy in Gu Qinghan's eyes was completely overflowing. The dark gray suit jacket was pulled down to the elbows, and 2 buttons on the white shirt were roughly ripped off. A section of strikingly white skin heaved violently in the dim light. Zhu Shengchuan forcefully squeezed in. Gu Qinghan let out a muffled groan, barely suppressed. His hands gripped the solid wood tabletop beneath him tightly, his fingernails digging deep furrows into the academic paper. The solid wood desk emitted an extremely subtle and rhythmic creaking sound. Gu Qinghan's aloofness was completely shattered. At first, she bit her lower lip and endured it, afraid that the students passing by outside the door would hear the noise. She wrapped her legs tightly around Zhu Shengchuan's waist. Shengchuan slowed down. She abandoned all dignity and became completely immersed in this storm that she had provoked, but had completely lost control of. Time passes. More than an hour later, the office returned to silence, filled with an extremely rich and ambiguous atmosphere, mixed with the original fragrance of tea. Gu Qinghan collapsed into Zhu Shengchuan's arms, drenched in sweat. His dark gray uniform was completely wrinkled. She nestled against Zhu Shengchuan's chest, calming her breathing. After a while, she raised her head, her fingers tracing circles on Zhu Shengchuan's suit buttons, her voice tinged with post-coital languor. That's Su Macheng, and that eldest daughter of the Shen family, Gu Qinghan tentatively asked. They looked at you like that on stage. What exactly is your relationship? Don't hide it from me. Even after being conquered, a woman's territorial instincts still prevail. Zhu Shengchuan's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Gu Qinghan's chin, forcing her to look up and stare at him. The movement wasn't forceful, but the warning was palpable. Gu Qinghan. Zhu Shengchuan addressed her by her full name, his tone extremely firm. This is my private matter. What you need to do now is mind your own business. Any woman would be angry at such a domineering attitude. But Gu Qinghan didn't. She felt the undeniable force on her chin, and that hidden masochistic streak resurfaced. This sense of security from being absolutely controlled was exactly what she craved most during her depression. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, she nodded obediently. Okay, I don't care. She pressed her face against Zhu Shengchuan's chest, her voice gentle. I'll only listen to you. Just don't disappear again. Zhu Shengchuan released her hand and gently stroked her disheveled long hair. Through a combination of kindness and firmness, this proud Persian cat was now completely tamed. Gu Qinghan leaned on the table to stand up. Her legs suddenly felt weak, and she almost fell. Zhu Shengchuan reached out to support her. Blushing, she pushed Zhu Shengchuan away and turned to pick up a tissue from the table. Gu Qinghan bit her lip, carefully wiped away the dark red stain, and clutched the tissue in her palm. She turned around and began to straighten her disheveled clothes. She buttoned up her white shirt, smoothed out her wrinkled dark gray pencil skirt, straightened her black stockings, and finally put on her silver-rimmed glasses. Within 3 minutes, the aloof and aesthetic literature department counselor reappeared online. Zhu Shengchuan. Gu Qinghan gripped the edge of the table, took a deep breath, and tried to maintain the demeanor of a counselor. Outside, in front of the students, you must preserve my dignity as a teacher. You can't act recklessly. This was her bottom line. She needed this authority to maintain her daily dignity. Zhu Shengchuan nodded with a smile as he tied his tie. Understood. Zhu Shengchuan straightened his navy blue suit, leaned close to her ear and whispered, Call me counselor in public, but call me dad in private. Teacher Gu, wouldn't you call this entrapment? Gu Qinghan's ears turned red, and she glared at him, but she had no confidence to refute him. Zhu Shengchuan reached out and ruffled her hair, then turned and walked to the door, pressing the door lock switch. I won't help the counselor organize the meeting minutes this afternoon. I need to rest due to a work injury. Click. The door was pulled open. Zhu Shengchuan walked out of the counselor's office feeling refreshed, closing the door behind him. The sunlight in the corridor shone on him again, dispelling the gloom that had accumulated in the storage room and office. They've dealt with the internal time bomb and gained an ace in their hand. This was a worthwhile move. He took out his phone, intending to contact Lin Yuan to grab a bite at the cafeteria. The screen had just turned on. A WeChat message that I was particularly interested in popped up. From De Zhu Weizhong, Su Muching. Brother Chuan, something terrible has happened. Miss Zhang has suddenly appeared on our set with hundreds of millions of yuan and a large entourage. Chapter 68, even a gangster's daughter will settle personal scores. Zhu Shengchuan clenched his teeth as he looked at the message Su Mucheng had sent on his phone screen. Just 2 days ago, Zhang Yao spent 10 million yuan to replace the withdrawing investor at the film and television city, and today she's already heading there with the funds. This gangster's daughter isn't here to check the accounts. She's clearly been grounded yesterday and missed the opening ceremony, so she's here today to check up on things. He quickly straightened his suit, came out of the Faculty of Arts building, opened the door of his Porsche Panamera, and sped off towards the film and television city on the outskirts of the city. Half an hour later, in Zone C of the film and television city, the film crew's perimeter was cordoned off with 3 layers of police tape. A dozen or so Jiang family bodyguards, dressed in black suits and with stern faces, stood with their hands behind their backs, keeping outsiders at bay. The crew members were all trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe. With his perfect aura and his 780,000 yuan halo, Zhu Shengchuan crossed the cordon without any hindrance and entered the temporary rest shed. The atmosphere inside the shed was freezing cold. Zhang Yao sat imposingly in the director's chair in front of a folding table. Today, she wore a tight black leather jacket, black hot pants, and thick-soled Martin boots. Her 2 long, slender, white legs were crossed, exuding a wild and aggressive aura. Su Mucheng, dressed in a flowing pink ancient-style gauze dress, sat opposite Zhang Yao. Her face was pale, and she nervously twisted the hem of her dress with both hands. The top celebrity, who usually shines brightly in front of his fans, was completely overwhelmed by the aura of this underworld heiress who truly held the power of life and death. Miss Su. Zhang Yao flipped through the ledger in her hand without even looking up, her voice cold and sharp. I don't care who your previous sugar daddy was. Now that the Zhang family has invested, I'm in charge of this production crew from now on. Your schedule, announcements, and even your private interactions will all have to be reported to me. Su Muching's eyes reddened. She didn't have any sugar daddy, only Zhu Shengchuan. She was about to retort when she caught a glimpse of Zhu Shengchuan walking into the rest area. Chuan, Su Muching was about to utter that sweet nickname when Zhu Shengchuan gave her an extremely sharp look, forcing her to swallow the rest of her words. Zhu Shengchuan walked calmly to the table with one hand in his pocket. Chairman Jiang. Zhu Shengchuan pulled out a chair and sat down between the 2 men with remarkable ease. How's the audit going? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yao's hand holding the pen suddenly paused. She looked up. Her originally cold and sharp eyes softened with a deep surprise the moment she saw Zhu Shengchuan, but due to the occasion, she forced a straight face and suppressed her clingy nature. President Zhu, you're here pretty fast. Jiang Yao closed the ledger, leaned back, her leather jacket outlining her incredibly alluring curves. What? Are you afraid I'll bully your top star? How could that be? I trust Miss Jiang the most when it comes to doing things. Zhu Shengchuan smiled, took out a cigarette case, and handed one to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao didn't answer. Zhu Shengchuan put the lighter in his mouth and took out a windproof lighter. He leaned forward, getting closer to Jiang Yao, ready to light it. Right in this blind spot. Under the table, Jiang Yao's long leg, clad in a marten boot, suddenly stretched out. Instead of avoiding it, she boldly rubbed the side of her boot against Zhu Shengchuan's calf, moving up the fabric of his trousers until her toes hooked around the inside of his knee. Zhu Shengchuan paused slightly as he lit the fire. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his left hand discreetly lowering to grab Jiang Yao's ankle. His thumb squeezed hard on the exposed, delicate skin. Jiang Yao gasped. Her ears instantly turned bright red. Sitting across from her, Su Muching was completely unaware of the fierce confrontation taking place under the table. Seeing Zhu Shengchuan and Jiang Yao's business-like manner, she felt a pang of disappointment and could only stare at Zhu Shengchuan with a wronged expression. All right, the accounts are fine. Jiang Yao endured the tingling sensation in her calves, stood up, and looked down at Su Muching. Ms. Su, focus on filming the music video. Mr. Zhu, come out with me for a moment. I have some private projects that I'd like to discuss with you in depth. She emphasized the words in-depth exploration very heavily. Zhu Shengchuan stubbed out his cigarette, gave Su Muching a reassuring look, and turned to follow Jiang Yao out of the rest area. Once outside the warning line, Jiang Yao directly opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan with the license plate, Jing AN 48S, and pulled Zhu Shengchuan inside. She slammed the door shut and raised the soundproof barrier. The cold and domineering heiress from the underworld vanished in an instant. Jiang Yao threw herself into Zhu Shengchuan's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, rubbing against his chest like a raging little female cat. So annoying. I'm so angry. Jiang Yao's voice was full of grievance. Yesterday, the old man locked me in my room, and there were 10 bodyguards standing at the door. I couldn't go to your school's opening ceremony. Did you steal the spotlight on stage? Were there any other vixens trying to seduce you? Zhu Shengchuan secretly rejoiced. If you had gone yesterday, there would probably have been a full-blown brawl in the front row. It's good that you didn't go. Zhu Shengchuan wrapped one arm around her slender waist, which was barely concealed by her leather jacket, while the other hand slid down her smooth thigh with practiced ease. What's the point of such a boring occasion? Besides, if you had gone to school dressed like that, I'm afraid all the boys would have their eyes glued to you. If you dare to wear this in front of others, I'll lock you up and only let me see you. This domineering love confession directly hit Jiang Yao's sensitive spot. She raised her face, her peach blossom eyes, which had been filled with resentment, now brimming with fervor and infatuation. Really? You only look at me. Otherwise what? Why would I ignore such a wild young lady and go look at those immature girls? Zhu Shengchuan leaned over and pecked her red lips hard. You were pretty bold under the table just now. Weren't you afraid of being seen by that female celebrity? So what if they see? Jiang Yao snorted, twisting her body to press even closer. Who dares to steal the man I've set my sights on? The two were cuddling in the car when a sudden commotion erupted from the film set outside. The noise was mixed with the dull thud of machines being overturned and men's curses. Zhu Shengchuan frowned. Jiang Yao also sat up straight, her eyes instantly regaining their coldness. The two pushed open the car door and got out. At the edge of the film set, 3 mud-covered vans were blocking the film crew's only route. A dozen or so thugs, armed with steel pipes and baseball bats, were shoving and jostling the assistant director. This land belongs to Brother Long. Did you pay the site fee for filming here? The bald man in charge spat and arrogantly banged on the film set's tracks with a steel pipe. 500,000 a day, not a penny less, and you can forget about filming today. This is a piece of undeveloped wasteland on the outskirts of the film and television city, which was chosen by the film crew as an outdoor location. The assistant director was sweating profusely. We signed a contract with the film studio management office. Why should we pay you money? This is extortion. Fuck your contract. The bald man slapped the assistant director across the face. In this suburb, my rule is the contract. Jiang Yao stood next to the Cullinan, her eyes instantly turning cold. Someone actually dared to cause trouble on her turf in Kyoto. Hi. Jiang Yao snapped her fingers. 2 bodyguards in black suits immediately stepped forward, their hands already reaching for the batons at their waists. With just a word from the young lady, they could dismantle this group of thugs in 30 seconds. Chapter 69 Jiang Yao's Inner Monologue. Actually, this land belongs to my family. Etc. Zhu Shengchuan reached out and pressed down on Jiang Yao's shoulder. It's not worth getting the Jiang family's hands dirty with such a small matter. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was calm, but it exuded an undeniable domineering aura. Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment, and looking at Zhu Shengchuan's sharply defined profile, she actually nodded obediently. Zhu Shengchuan strode through the crowd and walked directly to the bald man. The bald man stared at Zhu Shengchuan in his expensive suit, paused for a moment, then sneered. "Oh, where did this pretty boy come from? You dare to interfere with my brother Long collecting protection money?" Zhu Shengchuan ignored him. He turned to the assistant director and asked, "How much did it cost to buy the whole piece of land?" The assistant director, covering his swollen face, stammered, This piece of land is very remote, and the property rights are in the town. The market value is probably only 2 million. Zhu Shengchuan nodded. He took out his phone and dialed the number of the highest-ranking person in charge of the film studio management office. He had just invested 10 million yuan and was now one of the biggest investors in the entire film studio. The call was connected in 3 seconds. Check the property rights of that wasteland on the outskirts of Zone C, 30 million. I want absolute ownership of that land right now. Send me the electronic transfer agreement within 10 minutes. Zhu Shengchuan spoke extremely quickly, giving the other party no chance to waste words. He hung up the phone. The room fell silent. The bald man stared wide-eyed at Zhu Shengchuan as if he were a madman. Who the hell are you trying to scare? 30 million for this piece of rubbish. Zhu Shengchuan still didn't look at him, but directly took out the black and gold Centurion card and threw it to the crew's finance officer. 7 minutes later, the head of the film studio management office rushed over in a sightseeing bus, holding a printed copy of the electronic agreement stamped with the official seal. He ran up to Zhu Shengchuan and bent over at a 90-degree angle. Young Master Zhu, all the formalities have been completed. This land is now your personal private property. Zhu Shengchuan took the document and threw it at the bald man's face. Papers were scattered all over the floor. Look carefully. Zhu Shengchuan put one hand in his pocket and looked down at the bald man. Now, you're stepping onto my private property. I'll give you 1 minute to get out of my sight with your junk. Otherwise, I'll have my lawyers sue you for trespassing and disturbing public order and send you to jail to work on sewing machines for 10 years. The bald man saw the official seal on the document and Zhu Shengchuan's indifferent face, then looked at the Rolls-Royce with 4/8 parked not far away, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He knew he had kicked a hornet's nest today, and it was the kind of formidable obstacle he couldn't afford to mess with. What kind of godlike figure is this? When he encountered someone demanding protection money, he simply bought the land. Get out. Zhu Shengchuan's voice suddenly rose, and the perfect aura halo completely suppressed him. Baldy's legs buckled, and he scrambled to his feet, leading the group of thugs into the van, and fled in panic. As he left, he gave them a venomous look, cursing inwardly. You just wait. My cousin is from the Lin family of Kyoto. Problem solved. The crew erupted in thunderous cheers. Ding. Extreme group worship detected. Worship value plus 800. Ding. Detected extreme admiration for Su Muching. Admiration points plus 500. Ding. Detected extreme admiration for Jiang Yao. Admiration points plus 1,000. Zhu Shengchuan turned around. At the entrance of the rest shed, Su Muching covered her mouth, her gaze towards him almost dripping with tears. This is the real man who can protect her from the wind and rain. What Xinghui entertainment, what thugs and hooligans, are simply not worth mentioning in front of him. Next to the Cullinan, Jiang Yao leaned against the car door, breathing rapidly. She was used to the Jiang family's bloody methods of double-crossing, but the way Zhu Shengchuan resolved things without using any violence was still a bit amusing to her, an heiress of the underworld. Jiang Yao didn't reveal that this land belonged to her Jiang family, or that the entire area nearby belonged to them, but since Brother Chuan liked to play, she would just play along. But he's too handsome. So handsome that she just wants to pin him down in the back seat of the car. Zhu Shengchuan walked back to the car and pinched Jiang Yao's cheek. The trouble is over. Chairman Jiang, shouldn't you go home now? Jiang Yao pouted reluctantly, but having been completely won over by Zhu Shengchuan's domineering presence, she was now as docile as a cat. Okay, I'll come find you tonight. After watching the Jiang family's convoy leave, Zhu Shengchuan went to the rest area to comfort Su Muching and promised to come see her again in a couple of days. Having dealt with these 2 ticking time bombs, Zhu Shengchuan felt completely drained. The extreme task of carrying water was not only physically demanding, but also mentally taxing. He got into his Panamera, started the engine, and prepared to go back to school to find a place to catch up on sleep. We drove less than 2 kilometers from the film studio. My phone vibrated incessantly. It was my roommate Lin Yuan calling, his voice filled with extreme terror and despair. Godfather. Help me, Godfather. Zhu Shengchuan frowned. What's wrong? Did Lao Zhao and the others fail to get concert tickets again, and are they going to jump off a building? Not tickets. It's the door. Lin Yuan shouted hoarsely on the other end of the phone. Our boys' dormitory is completely blocked by more than a dozen Maybachs. That rich woman Xia who bought the graduate student building next door brought a group of people in black suits and is trying to tear down the door of our room 621 with a chainsaw. She said if you don't show up in 10 minutes, she'll raise the whole building to the ground. Good heavens. What kind of madness has he gone mad this time? Wasn't Xia whinnying on a business trip to Europe? Why did she suddenly come back? 15 minutes later. Sizzle. Zhu Shengchuan slammed on the brakes. A pure black Porsche Panamera left a long black tire track on the asphalt road and came to a steady stop in front of the men's dormitory building in the south campus of Kyoto University. What comes into view is an extremely exaggerated black steel Great Wall. 15 pure black Maybach S680s lined up one after another, completely blocking the main road in front of the dormitory building. More than 30 foreign bodyguards dressed in black suits and wearing Bluetooth headsets lined up on both sides, creating a 2-meter-wide vacuum barrier. Students passing by took a detour, raising their phones to secretly take pictures. On the balcony of dormitory 621, Lin Yuan, Lao Zhao, and Haozi poked their heads out like quails. Upon seeing Zhu Shengchuan's car, Lin Yuan waved frantically, almost shouting, "Godfather, save me," through a megaphone. In the very center of the convoy stood the extremely eye-catching white Maybach Pullman extended version. The car doors were wide open. Zhu Shengchuan loosened the tie of his navy blue bespoke suit with one hand, pushed open the car door, and strode over. The bodyguards, seeing him, didn't stop him but instead bowed deeply in unison. The back seat of the carriage. Xia Weining wore a Chanel early autumn tweed haute couture suit, with an extremely short black pencil skirt. Her long legs, tightly encased in Balenciaga black stockings, were crossed, and she wore a pair of extremely sharp red-soled high heels. The female president of Dinghe Group, who is decisive in the business world and often manages projects worth billions, is currently holding a wet wipe and wiping her red eyes. Chapter 70. Xia Weining. Buy it, buy whatever you want, it's all mine. Seeing Zhu Shengchuan get into the back seat, Xia Weining sniffed. You still know to come back? Xia Weining bit her bright red lips, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice filled with deep grievance. I was in Europe for that stupid conference, and in order to get back, I had the captain fill up the private plane with fuel overnight and fly back to Kyoto, but I still missed your opening ceremony. Bang. Zhu Shengchuan casually closed the car door and pressed the privacy partition lift button on the center armrest. Heavy soundproofing panels were raised, completely isolating the front and rear rows. It's too much trouble to dismantle the door. Just demolish this building, and I'll move to your building. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled, not only refusing to appease her, but also teasing her in an extremely casual tone. Xia Weining was stunned for a moment. She thought Zhu Shengchuan would blame her for being willful, but it turned out that this man was even crazier than her. Don't try to fool me with those words. I saw it all. Xia Weining shoved her phone screen right in front of Zhu Shengchuan's face. The above is a pinned post on the Peking University campus forum, featuring a photo of Zhu Shengchuan standing on stage with one hand in his pocket, exuding charisma. Below the photo are comments from girls calling him husband. You stole the show on stage, and several vixens were drooling over you in the audience. Xia Weining grabbed Zhu Shengchuan's tie in an extremely domineering manner and pulled him forcefully into her arms. You're mine. Why should they have the right to see you like this? Zhu Shengchuan pressed forward with the momentum. He reached out in an extremely domineering manner, grabbed Xia Weining's slender waist, and lifted her directly from the large airline seat, placing her on his lap. Through the fabric of Chanel haute couture, one can clearly feel the amazing touch of its incredibly rich and soft texture. Xia Weining let out a short, sweet cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you jealous? Zhu Shengchuan stretched out his slender fingers and gently pinched Xia Wanying's delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head. His deep eyes stared straight at her, his gaze filled with a tenderness that could drown a person. The spotlight at the ceremony is for those who are insignificant. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was extremely deep and drawn out as he stroked her delicate lips with his thumb. But the best light I have is reserved for you alone. A single, decisive blow. This top-tier scumbag slang quote, tested countless times in past lives, paired with Zhu Shengchuan's handsome face, so close at hand, was as devastating as a nuclear bomb. Xia Weining, a high and mighty female CEO, couldn't withstand such extreme tension. The grievance in her eyes vanished instantly, turning into a pool of spring water. You're so good at talking. Xia Weining laughed through her tears. Like an extremely docile Persian cat, She buried her face in Zhu Shengchuan's neck, greedily inhaling the faint scent of his men's cologne. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, restlessly rubbed against his trousers. I'm hungry. Xiao Weining's voice was so sweet it could melt your heart. Let's go eat. I made a reservation at the Cloud Peak French restaurant. Okay. The white Maybach Pullman started slowly, and the massive convoy turned around and drove out of Beijing University, heading straight for the CBD. Half an hour later. On the top floor of the China World Trade Center, there is the Michelin 3-star French restaurant, Cloud Top. This is one of Kyoto's most prestigious French restaurants. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer panoramic views of Kyoto's vibrant nightscape, while inside, a violinist plays melodious classical music. Xiao Weining took Zhu Shengchuan's arm and walked into the restaurant. The moment she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of all the wealthy and powerful guests present. Her aura as a chaebol heiress, cultivated over a long period of being in a position of power, coupled with her extremely alluring figure, made her the absolute focus of attention wherever she went. The two took a seat in a prime spot by the window. Just as the manager brought over 2 glasses of sparkling water, an unpleasant voice suddenly rang out from beside the table. Wanting, I heard you went to Europe and secured that infrastructure project. You're back in Kyoto so soon. A young man in a custom Armani suit walked over, carrying a glass of red wine. He wore a conspicuous Richard Mille watch on his wrist and stared at Xiao Weining with burning eyes. When his gaze swept over her long legs, tightly wrapped in black stockings, under the table, a barely concealed glint of greed flashed across his eyes. Xiao Weining frowned slightly. Sir, we're not that close. Please call me Chairman Xia. Xiao Weining's voice instantly turned 8 degrees colder. The man in front of her was Wang Tong, the young master of the Wang family real estate in Kyoto. He had been pursuing her relentlessly, coveting Xiao Weining's beauty and the capital of Dinghe Group. Wang Tong was met with a rebuff, and his face stiffened. He turned his head and swept his extremely critical gaze over Zhu Shengchuan sitting opposite him. Upon seeing Zhu Shengchuan's overly youthful face and then looking at his bespoke suit, Wang Tong's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Chairman Xia, is this the young wolfhound you just hired? Wang Tong swirled the red wine in his glass. This outfit must have taken a lot of effort, right? But young man, you can't just sit around living off a woman if you don't have a good appetite. I heard you're a college student. Have you finished your homework? A blatant humiliation. In Wang Tong's view, the young student who followed Xiao Weining was definitely a kept man. Xiao Weining's expression changed drastically, a chilling murderous glint flashing in her eyes. She immediately reached for her phone to call the bodyguards outside to cripple this man. A long, slender hand firmly pressed down on the back of her hand. Zhu Shengchuan didn't look at Wang Tong. He didn't even lift his eyelids, picked up the silver knife on the table, and slowly cut the French foie gras that had just been served on the plate. Manager, Zhu Shengchuan said calmly. Upon hearing the noise, the restaurant manager, who was standing not far away, quickly ran over. He knew Wang Tong, and he knew Xiao Weining even better. Caught between these 2 big shots, cold sweat broke out on his back. Zhu Shengchuan reached into the inside pocket of his suit jacket with his left hand. He pinched out a Centurion black gold card with a cold, metallic sheen between 2 fingers. Smack. He casually tossed the black gold card onto the pristine white tablecloth. What is the current valuation of this restaurant? Zhu Shengchuan put the sliced foie gras into his mouth and chewed slowly. The manager's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the black gold card with unlimited spending, a card reserved for the world's top tycoons. He stammered, Sir, our restaurant is under the Dingxing Catering Group, and its current market value is around 120 million. Swipe the card. 200 million. 80 million premium, full acquisition. Zhu Shengchuan picked up a clean white napkin and elegantly wiped his mouth. Have your group's legal department send the electronic transfer agreement to my phone within 10 minutes. Now, I'm going to exercise the power of the boss. The words fell. Zhu Shengchuan slowly raised his head, his gaze finally landing on Wang Tong. The system's perfect aura halo instantly reached its maximum. An overwhelming aura of absolute superiority, born from the accumulated wealth of 3 generations of conglomerates and looking down upon all living beings, pressed down on Wang Tong as if it were a tangible force. Wang Tong felt a tightness in his chest, his breath caught in his throat, and his legs began to weaken uncontrollably. It felt like being stared at by a ferocious beast lurking in the abyss. Throw this barking dog, along with his filthy liquor, out of here and permanently blacklist him. Zhu Shengchuan's tone was extremely flat, as if he were ordering someone to throw away a bag of stinking garbage. Looking at the black gold card and feeling Zhu Shengchuan's terrifying aura of authority, the manager didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately pressed the intercom. You fucking dare on the air to Wang's real estate. Who do you think you are? Wang Tung's cursing hadn't even finished. Four burly foreign security guards rushed up like wolves. They roughly twisted Wang Tung's hands behind his back, snatched the wine glass from his hand, and dragged him out the door like a dead dog. Let me go, you bunch of lowly scum. I'm calling the police. Chapter 71 Anyway, the Xia family will all be mine from now on. The piercing screams echoed in the corridor, creating a bizarre contrast with the melodious violin music playing inside the restaurant. The entire room fell silent. The other diners, all wealthy and influential, stopped eating and gasped in shock. He casually spent 200 million to buy a Michelin 3-star restaurant without even blinking, just to get rid of a fly that was getting in his way in front of his girlfriend? Where the hell did this top-tier prince come from? Ding. Extreme group worship detected. Worship value plus 2,500. Ding. Extremely fanatical worship of Xia wanting detected. Worship value plus 2,000. Ding. High value single transaction detected. The hidden system task, Capital Tycoon module, is activating. The system notification sounds in my mind kept popping up. Zhu Shengchuan didn't care at all. He picked up a silver fork and pushed a perfectly crafted piece of foie gras in front of Xia Waning. Try it. It's cooked just right. Zhu Shengchuan picked up the crystal glass and took a sip of ice water. Xia Waning, sitting opposite, smiled. She was a super rich woman who spent money like water and was used to solving everything with money. She was used to the sycophancy and weak compromise of businessmen. But at this moment, Zhu Shengchuan cleared away the trash in front of her in a way that was even more tyrannical, domineering, and extravagant than hers. The terrifying wealth and protective attitude he displayed under extreme relaxation precisely won Xia Waning's heart. This is her man. Xia Waning completely ignored the dozens of eyes watching her in the restaurant. She suddenly stood up, walked around the dining table, and boldly straddled Zhu Shengchuan's lap. Husband, Xia Waning's eyes were filled with a hazy, watery light, and her voice was charming and seductive. She cupped Zhu Shengchuan's face in her hands and kissed him passionately and proactively. This was a deep kiss filled with the exquisite scent of roses and a deadly allure. Xia Waning's delicate tongue passionately conquered, as if she wanted to crush herself completely and stuff her into Zhu Shengchuan's body. Zhu Shengchuan supported the back of her head with one hand, while his other hand naturally caressed her slender waist, responding passionately. After a full 3 minutes of tender entanglement, Xia Waning finally released him, panting heavily. You were so cool just now. By the way, Dingxing Group is also part of our Xia family. You wasted your money. Xia Waning whispered in his ear, her breath sweet and fragrant, her voice filled with undisguised desire. But I'm very satisfied with your performance. I'm very happy. Let's go to my new villa tonight. I'll show you the new Victoria's Secret outfit I bought in Paris last time, the kind with only the straps. The implication was extremely blatant, but his heart was bleeding. Holy crap, my 200 million. That's 200 million I worked so hard to earn. Why is it that every time I think my incredibly cool and extravagant behavior is done, it always seems rather pathetic in front of them? This isn't how it's supposed to be in those super rich novels. But looking at Xia Waning in front of me, it doesn't matter. The Xia family will all be mine in the future. Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a smile, and he was about to take the opportunity to say a few more risque things to push the atmosphere to its peak. The phone screen on the dining table lit up without warning. The WeChat notification sound for special attention was extremely jarring when the two people were very close together. From Little Milk Candy, Shuntianxi. Brother Chuan, my grandpa specially airlifted me a top-quality double-headed abalone from the Tianjin military region by helicopter. I simmered it in a clay pot over low heat for a full 3 hours, and the soup is still piping hot. I'm right downstairs in your dorm with the pot, waiting for you. Come down and drink it. It'll be a great tonic for tonight. If you dare make me wait until the soup gets cold, I'll go to your academic affairs office's broadcasting station and call your name. Cute, knife in hand. Zhu Shengchuan looked at the double-headed abalone and holding a knife, emojis that Shun Tianxi had sent on his phone screen. The lust that had been stirred up in his abdomen at the French restaurant had not yet completely dissipated, but cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. He pressed the lock screen button without making a sound. His right hand was still wrapped around Xia Waning's slender waist, and he gently rubbed her thigh, which was tightly wrapped in Balenciaga black stockings. Waning, Zhu Shengchuan sighed, his tone revealing just the right amount of helplessness. I'm afraid we won't be able to watch that Victoria's Secret show tonight. Sitting on his lap, Xia Waning's brows furrowed instantly, and the dreamy spring mood she had just felt from being stunned by his spending of 200 million vanished by more than half. What? Now that I and the restaurant are yours, who would dare to spoil your fun? The counselor just gave a strict order in the freshman group chat. Zhu Shengchuan lied without batting an eye. The newly appointed executive vice president, Meng Wanqing, is personally leading a surprise dormitory check tonight. All freshmen must be present. If I don't return to my dorm tonight, I'll probably be publicly criticized throughout the school tomorrow. I'm a freshman representative. I can't afford to lose face like that. Just a vice principal. Xiao Weiying snorted arrogantly, reaching for her phone in her Hermes bag. I'll call those old men on the board of directors right now and tell them not to wander around your dorm building tonight. Stop fooling around. Zhu Shengchuan grabbed her hand, lowered his head, and precisely captured her two bright red lips, fiercely silencing the rest of her sentence. An extremely domineering kiss left Xiao Weiying breathless. If you make this call, the whole school will know tomorrow that I, Zhu Shengchuan, am a gigolo who lives off a rich woman. Have you forgotten my rules? Zhu Shengchuan pinched her delicate chin, his voice deep. Xiao Weiying was most attracted to his seemingly gentle, but actually strong-willed chauvinistic style. Her inherent possessiveness completely crumbled in front of Zhu Shengchuan, and she obediently snuggled against his chest. Okay, then you have to come to my villa to have lunch with me tomorrow at noon. Otherwise, I'll wait for you in your classroom. It's a deal. Night is falling. South Dormitory, Kyoto University. The autumn wind blew through the tree-lined path, swirling up a few fallen leaves. Zhu Shengchuan slammed on the brakes, bringing the Panamera to a smooth stop on the side of the road. Opening the car door, he immediately saw Shen Tianxi standing under the dim streetlights. Tonight, she changed into an extremely form-fitting pure white spaghetti strap dress, casually draped with a beige cardigan. The skirt was very short, barely covering the top of her thighs, and her two long, fair, and straight legs were dazzlingly white in the night breeze. Most fatally, this seemingly innocent dress had an extremely low neckline, revealing a deep, unsettling cleavage beneath her incredibly voluptuous figure. She has the typical fair complexion of a woman from a military compound, but possesses a devilishly voluptuous figure that could drain a man's very bones. Brother Chuan. Seeing Zhu Shengchuan get out of the car, Shen Tianxi's bright, almond-shaped eyes lit up instantly. Wearing white sneakers, she fearlessly jumped into Zhu Shengchuan's arms, rubbing against his chest like a clingy Samoyed. Why are you running so fast? Aren't you afraid of falling? Zhu Shengchuan reached out and skillfully wrapped his arm around her slender, boneless waist. Who told you to come back so late? Shen Tianxi pouted her red lips, her face full of coquettishness. If you had been 5 minutes later, I really would have gone to the broadcasting station to call you. As she spoke, she proudly held up the large insulated container that she had been protecting in her arms. Unscrew the cap. An extremely rich aroma of seafood broth instantly filled the tree-lined avenue. Two top-quality double-headed abalone, each the size of an adult's fist, lay in the bucket. Their golden yellow color and the thick, piping hot broth clearly indicated they were cooked to perfection with the finest ingredients. Grandpa specially had the guard deliver this. I personally watched over the clay pot and simmered it for 3 hours. Shen Tianxi tilted her little face up, her eyes filled with praise me. You try it, I'll feed you. Chapter 72. This abalone, even if it's piping hot, I can still swallow it. She picked up the matching silver spoon, scooped up a piece of abalone meat that had been cut into decorative shapes, gently blew on it to warm it, and carefully offered it to Zhu Shengchuan's lips. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head and bit down. The seafood specially supplied by the Tianjin military region was indeed extremely delicious, and with most of Shen Tianxi's body pressed against his arm, the amazingly soft touch was transmitted to him without any obstruction. Is it delicious, honey? Shen Tianxi's voice was sweet, and her eyes were full of anticipation. It's delicious. Everything you cook is delicious. Zhu Shengchuan pinched her soft cheek very naturally. The two were deeply in love. A series of extremely crisp, yet overwhelmingly powerful, high-heeled sounds echoed from the other end of the tree-lined path. Da-da-da. Accompanied by a cool night breeze, an extremely domineering and mature top-grade rose perfume scent instantly overpowered the fresh aroma of the seafood broth. Zhu Shengchuan's eyelids twitched suddenly. Under the shadow of the streetlights, a group of 7 or 8 people were walking towards the dormitory building in a grand procession. Leading the way was none other than the executive vice principal, Meng Wanqing. She was still wearing the same burgundy velvet-fitted suit she had worn during the day, but the deep V-neck black silk blouse underneath seemed to have been deliberately pulled down 2 inches. With each step she took, her deep, alluring, voluptuous white breasts were faintly visible under the streetlights, exuding a deadly temptation like a ripe peach. Her legs were wrapped in extremely thin flesh-colored stockings, and she wore 10-centimeter red-soled high heels. Every step she took seemed to be stepping on the nerve endings of men. Behind her followed a group of school leaders, including Dean Li of the School of Literature and the director of the Academic Affairs Office, all with solemn expressions, surrounded by admirers. Just moments ago, Shen Tianxi was acting coquettishly, but upon seeing this scene, she was as frightened as a startled quail. The deep-rooted respect for teachers in the military compound made her stand up straight instantly, her hands unsure of what to do, clutching the thermos tightly to her chest. "Hello, Principal Meng. Hello, teachers." Shen Tianqi stammered, bowing her head to greet them. Meng Wanqing stopped in her tracks. The school leaders behind them also slammed on the brakes. Meng Wanqing's fox-like eyes, which seemed capable of bewitching souls, slowly swept over Shen Tianqi's alluring figure before finally settling on Zhu Shengchuan's face. His gaze slid from his slightly open collar down to the thermos in Shen Tianqi's hand. Upon seeing the golden double-headed abalone inside, Meng Wanqing's red lips curled slightly, and a hint of extremely playful mockery flashed in her eyes. "So it's Zhu." Meng Wanqing's voice was lazy and husky, carrying an innate air of authority. Zhu's freshman speech at the opening ceremony during the day was wonderful. "I didn't expect that your university life would be so colorful and private as well." The academic affairs director quickly chimed in with a smile. "Yes, Principal Meng, Zhu is an outstanding representative of our graduating class." Meng Wanqing completely ignored the flattery from others. Wearing red-soled high heels, she took an extremely slow half-step forward, closing the distance between herself and Zhu Shengchuan. The rich scent of roses wafted into Zhu Shengchuan's nostrils. It was the same scent that had driven him to the brink of madness in the storeroom during the day. "But it's so late at night. Zhu Shengchuan's appetite is really good." Meng Wanqing stared straight into Zhu Shengchuan's eyes, her tone carrying a subtle hint that only the two of them could understand. "This double-headed abalone is certainly fresh. But for an ordinary person, such a large amount of nourishment would be too much to swallow, and they might upset their stomach. Young people have good stamina, but they should also be careful to moderate their intake." To Dean Li and the Dean of Academic Affairs, these words were merely a senior's ordinary concern for the diet of a junior. But to Zhu Shengchuan, this was a blatant and direct mockery. But Shen Tianqi completely missed the hidden meaning and foolishly explained. "Principal Meng, he's not full. I stewed it for 3 hours. The abalone is very tender, and Zhu's digestion is very good." Zhu Shengchuan inwardly rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself, "This silly girl, isn't she just handing over her head to our ancestor?" But he is Zhu Shengchuan. The system's perfect aura halo instantly flowed throughout his body, yet Zhu Shengchuan showed no sign of panic. In front of a group of school leaders, he calmly reached out his left hand and wrapped it around Shen Tianqi's slender waist, pulling her closer to him. His fingers gently rubbed against her fair skin on her waist, asserting absolute dominance. Then, Zhu Shengchuan met Meng Wanqing's provocative fox-like eyes, and a roguish smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Principal Meng, you've gone to so much trouble." Zhu Shengchuan's voice was deep, his eyes sweeping aggressively over the snow-white expanse of Meng Wanqing's deep V-neck. "I don't have any other merits, except for my big appetite. As long as it's carefully prepared and cooked to perfection, I can swallow even the hottest seafood in one gulp." He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words "fire level" and "swallow." He paused, staring at Meng Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face, and added, word by word, "Moreover, the riper it is, the more unforgettable it is." The air froze for half a second. Dean Li and the academic affairs director looked at each other, completely baffled as to why this freshman dared to speak to the vice principal in such an inexplicably aggressive tone. Discussing food, why does it sound like a fight? Meng Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at the young man in front of her who had once been easily manipulated by her online, but now dared to openly and blatantly harass her in front of so many people. Instead of being angry, Meng Wanqing's eyes revealed an extremely strong sense of admiration and secret excitement. She hated— "Oh!" Meng Wanqing chuckled softly, a laugh so sweet it could send shivers down one's spine. "Really? Well then, have a good appetite." She gave Zhu Shengchuan a deep look, then turned to leave. Just as the two brushed past each other, Meng Wanqing's foot, clad in a red-soled high heel, subtly shifted to the side by half an inch. "Do." The sharp, stiletto heel struck the side of Zhu Shengchuan's leather shoes with a light but firm touch. The force wasn't strong, but it felt like a tiny electric current, shooting up from his ankle directly up Zhu Shengchuan's spine. It was an extreme provocation and a declaration of immorality that only the two of them could understand. "Let's go check out the graduate student building next door." Meng Wanqing left without looking back, leading a large group of school leaders away. In the night breeze, only one meaningful— Once the group of school leaders had completely disappeared from sight, Shen Tianqi finally breathed a long sigh of relief and collapsed into Zhu Shengchuan's arms. "I was so scared. Principal Meng has such a strong aura. I didn't dare to breathe loudly just now." Shen Tianqi patted her proud chest, causing a violent surge of waves. Then, she looked up at him, her peach blossom eyes filled with fervent adoration. Honey, you're amazing. In front of so many leaders, you weren't even afraid of the vice principal, and you even dared to chat and laugh with her. You're so incredibly cool. Zhu Shengchuan reached out and ruffled her soft hair, giving a wry smile. Chatting and laughing? Your husband was just dancing disco in a minefield and almost got devoured alive by you, my dear principal. The seafood is getting cold. Hurry up and feed me this. It's very nutritious. Zhu Shengchuan changed the subject and took the opportunity to put his arm around her and walk towards the shadows of the dormitory building. At this time, Meng Wanqing, walking at a distance along the tree-lined path, her full chest rising and falling slightly beneath her burgundy suit. She took out her phone from her pocket and opened an internal document titled Special Program List for Peking University's Welcome Party. You dare to challenge me? Meng Wanqing muttered to herself, her red lips slightly parted. If I don't give you a big surprise at next week's welcome party, I'll really be letting you down with your good appetite. Chapter 73. I realized I hadn't revealed my longing, only because it had already seeped into my bones. Zhu Shengchuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Shen Tianqi happily run into the girls' dormitory with the empty thermos. The undisguised immoral provocation of Executive Vice Principal Meng Wanqing, coupled with the extreme tug of war he endured all day between several heiresses of wealthy families, female celebrities, and counselors, left him with nerves stretched to the limit, even with the support of the system's basic physical enhancement potion. Zhu Shengchuan had just turned around, preparing to go back to his dorm to take a cold shower to cool down. My phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. From Xinghe Wanli, Fu Xinghe. Come to my apartment tonight at 10 p.m. There are a few parts of the calligraphy practice book that need further discussion. The text message was extremely brief, carrying an air of unyielding authority befitting a superior. Zhu Shengchuan raised his wrist and glanced at the Patek Philippe Nautilus, which was worth tens of millions of yuan. The time was exactly 9:45, a night visit to her boudoir. For most people, this would be an incredible stroke of luck. But the other person was Fu Xinghe, a 27-year-old specially appointed professor at Peking University and the son of a high-ranking official in Tianjin. Her aloof and detached demeanor at the opening ceremony during the day contrasted sharply with her act of sending such private text messages late at night. Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a playful smile as he turned and walked towards the school's faculty and staff single apartment area. 10 o'clock sharp. Zhu Shengchuan stood outside the door of room 601, building 3, and pressed the doorbell. Click. The door opened. The moment Zhu Shengchuan saw the woman inside the door, a hint of barely concealed amazement flashed in his eyes. Fu Xinghe wasn't wearing the dignified, formal white cheongsam she had worn during the day. Instead, she was only wrapped in an extremely form-fitting moon-white silk nightgown. The material was extremely thin, draping naturally along her voluptuous curves. The belt was loosely tied, and the neckline was deep, revealing large expanses of her fair and delicate skin that dazzled the eye in the warm light of the foyer. Her long hair, which had been meticulously styled during the day, now cascaded lazily over her rounded shoulders. Her bare face, devoid of makeup, did not appear bland. Instead, it exuded a mature and charming domestic allure. The room was filled with a delicate and refreshing sandalwood scent, mixed with the subtle fragrance of a woman who had just finished bathing. Come in. Fu Xinghe's voice was cold as he stepped aside. Zhu Shengchuan stepped into the house and closed the door behind him. The apartment wasn't large, a one-bedroom, one-living-room layout, decorated in an extremely rustic style. In the center of the living room stood a large mahogany desk, covered with fine Huizhou Xian paper, and upon it lay an inkstone and several wolf hair brushes. A warm yellow floor lamp cast a soft, private glow over the study area. Zhu Shengchuan took off his navy blue suit jacket, which smelled of Meng Wanqing's rose perfume, and casually hung it on the coat rack. Wearing only a white shirt, he walked to his desk. Professor Fu, what are you planning to do by calling me here in the middle of the night to discuss calligraphy? Zhu Shengchuan leaned on the edge of the table with one hand, his gaze lingering on Fu Xinghe's curves, which were covered by his bathrobe. Fu Xinghe ignored his aggressive gaze, walked to the other side of the desk, and picked up a piece of fine Huizhou ink. Write 2 characters for me to see. Fu Xinghe lowered his eyelids and began grinding ink in the inkstone with elegant movements. Let me see how much you've improved in these 3 years. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and dipped his brush in ink. My wrist is suspended in the air, just about to put pen to paper. Fu Xinghe leaned forward slightly as she ground the ink, getting closer to Zhu Shengchuan. The distance between them instantly closed to less than half a foot. Her extremely full breasts, separated by a thin layer of silk, were almost touching Zhu Shengchuan's arm. Suddenly, Fu Xinghe stopped grinding the ink. The ink quietly seeped along the edge of the inkstone. She gently sniffed the cuff of Zhu Shengchuan's white shirt twice. Teacher Gu's taste has never changed. Fu Xinghe slowly straightened up, his voice still steady, without any hint of hysteria. It's still that after-rain tea. It's just that the heat seemed a bit too high this afternoon. The flavor has seeped into the fibers of your shirt. Zhu Shengchuan paused in midair, his hand holding the calligraphy brush still. This woman's sense of smell and intuition are terrifying. During the day, Gu Qinghan was pinned down on the solid wood desk in the office and completely lost control. In the struggle, she did leave a very strong scent on his sleeve. Zhu Shengchuan was caught red-handed and was about to use the duck soup excuse to smooth things over. Fu Xinghe didn't give him a chance to speak at all. She walked around the large mahogany desk and went directly behind Zhu Shengchuan. She proactively opened her arms and hugged him tightly from behind. An amazingly soft touch pressed against Zhu Shengchuan's back without any obstruction. Fu Xinghe rested her chin on his right shoulder, her warm, sandalwood-scented breath hitting his ear. She stretched out her two slender, snow-white hands and forcefully covered Zhu Shengchuan's right hand, which was holding a calligraphy brush. "Don't move." Fu Xinghe's voice was hoarse, carrying an unquestionable air of someone who had long held a superior position. She held Zhu Shengchuan's hand, and with his strength, she wrote with flowing strokes. The thick black ink spread violently on the pure white rice paper. Two bold, unrestrained characters in running script leap off the page. "It belongs to me." Extreme contrast. The high-ranking female professor, who was erudite and aloof during the day, unleashed her pent-up possessiveness, which she had suppressed for 3 years, in the quiet of the night in her private space, using the most primal and direct methods. There were no questions, no tears, only an absolute declaration of sovereignty. The evil fire in Zhu Shengchuan's eyes was instantly ignited. Screw the calligraphy practice book discussion. Zhu Shengchuan threw down the wolf hairbrush with his smack. He turned around abruptly, grabbed Fu Xinghe's slender waist with both hands like iron clamps, lifted her up, and sat her on the large mahogany desk. The Xian paper on the table was wrinkled from being pressed down, and ink smeared onto Fu Xinghe's snow-white calves. Professor Fu's handwriting is quite domineering. Zhu Shengchuan placed his hands on either side of Fu Xinghe's body, leaning forward and completely trapping her between himself and the desk. The moon-white silk robe slid down the smooth curves of her legs to her thighs. Her shapely, long legs, without an ounce of excess fat, gleamed with a breathtakingly delicate luster in the warm light. Fu Xinghe placed his hands behind his back, raised his long, swan-like neck, and looked directly into Zhu Shengchuan's extremely aggressive eyes. The vibrant colors of spring have faded, leaving only broken wells and crumbling walls. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers, his voice low and drawn out. "Professor Fu, isn't it a pity to keep such a beautiful view hidden away in this cold, lifeless study every day?" The erotic lyrics of The Peony Pavilion, spoken by him, carried an extremely lethal allure. The most deadly thing is when intellectuals flirt with each other. Fu Xinghe's usually aloof face finally flushed with a peach blossom-like blush. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she lifted her hands from the table to wrap them around Zhu Shengchuan's neck. What a waste of such a beautiful day and lovely scenery. Whose courtyard enjoys such delightful pleasures? Fu Xinghe breathed softly, her red lips almost touching Zhu Shengchuan's. "No one but you can enter this courtyard." The moment he finished speaking, Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head and kissed him. An extremely domineering and unreserved deep kiss. Fu Xinghe let out a suppressed nasal sound. She didn't struggle symbolically like Gu Qinghan, nor was she awkward like Shen Tianqi. She responded with extreme passion, her delicate tongue frantically intertwining with Zhu Shengchuan's. Chapter 74. Red candles illuminate the silken curtains, deep affection unspoken. Zhu Shengchuan's large hand slipped under the hem of the silk nightgown. It feels incredibly smooth and delicate to the touch, and the skin travels upwards along the curve of the thigh. Fu Xinghe's breathing became extremely rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her moon-white silk nightgown completely fell apart. She went limp and collapsed onto the messy pile of Xian paper. Just as Zhu Shengchuan was about to break through the last line of defense and push this night visit to its extreme, Fu Xinghe pressed down hard on Zhu Shengchuan's hand, which was hovering on the edge of danger. "Shengchuan, stop!" Fu Xinghe gasped for breath, his voice soft yet revealing an extremely clear and firm resolve. Zhu Shengchuan paused, looked up, and gazed at her with burning eyes. "I'm 7 years older than you." Fu Xinghe reached out and stroked Zhu Shengchuan's angular face, his eyes full of affection, yet retaining his last line of defense. "Being older means having rules. I don't care how many casual relationships you have outside, or how much that female celebrity and that girl from the military region cling to you." She paused, her tone revealing an extremely strong sense of privilege and self-respect stemming from her high-ranking family background. But Fu Xinghe's first time must be saved for our wedding night. Only her legal husband can open this door. Extreme self-esteem and self-love. At the same time, it is also an extremely sophisticated psychological manipulation. Having witnessed countless wealthy young women throwing themselves at him, Fu Xinghe's unwavering principles and prioritizing spiritual bonds over physical intimacy struck Zhu Shengchuan like a nail, driving him firmly into the heart. Zhu Shengchuan looked at her for 3 seconds, a smile playing on his lips. He slowly withdrew his hand and meticulously helped Fu Xinghe straighten his disheveled silk robe, covering that alluring warmth and softness once again. Okay, I respect Professor Fu's rules. Zhu Shengchuan leaned down and kissed her smooth forehead, then pulled her into his arms. Although they didn't cross the final line, this physical confrontation and mental push and pull made their bond even deeper and more profound than the letters they exchanged across the screen when they were 16. Zhu Shengchuan is no saint. He won't wait until that day comes. He will slowly infiltrate their relationship. Fu Xinghe leaned against Zhu Shengchuan's firm chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, and a victorious smile appeared on his lips. The freshman welcome party next Friday. Fu Xinghe drew circles on Zhu Shengchuan's chest with his finger, his tone casual. The board of directors invited me to attend as a special judge. I heard that your close female friends, some sponsoring, some performing, will all be there. Zhu Shengchuan's nerves, which had just calmed down, tensed up again instantly. A chill ran down his spine. Professor Fu will be there too? Zhu Shengchuan chuckled dryly. Of course I'll go. Fu Xinghe closed his eyes, his voice extremely soft, yet full of murderous intent. I have to go and see for you whether this year's freshmen are worthy of your magnificent article. A night of tenderness. The next morning, Zhu Shengchuan was still catching up on sleep in Fu Xinghe's apartment when his phone, which was next to his pillow, started vibrating incessantly. Caller ID, Gu Qinghan. Zhu Shengchuan picked up his phone, pressed the answer button, and deliberately lowered his voice so as not to wake Fu Xinghe, who was next to him. Hello, counselor. On the other end of the phone, Gu Qinghan's voice returned to its usual cold and stern tone, completely devoid of the complex emotions he had expressed at his desk yesterday afternoon. Zhu Shengchuan, where are you right now? Gu Qinghan spoke rapidly. Come to the backstage area of the auditorium immediately. The welcome party is having its first dress rehearsal tonight. As the freshman representative and stage manager assistant, you must be there to coordinate. Backstage at Kyoto University auditorium. The lights flashed and the crowd roared. Stagehands carried props back and forth, while the sound engineer adjusted the equipment. The scene was an extremely noisy and chaotic spectacle. Zhu Shengchuan, dressed in a white shirt and slim-fit trousers, stood in the shadows at the backstage entrance, his eyes quickly scanning the entire room. The first dress rehearsal for the welcome party was held. Su Muching was the special guest to open the show, Shun Tianxi was the military region representative for the piano solo, and Gu Qinghan was in charge of supervising the event. These 3 women were currently under the same roof, no more than 50 meters apart. This was no rehearsal. It was a live volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Zhu Shengchuan decisively brought up the system panel. Deduct 1,000 worship points to exchange for holographic scene perception. A 3-dimensional perspective view of the entire backstage area of the auditorium instantly appeared in his mind. 3 flashing red dots clearly marked the target locations. Shun Tianxi in the left-hand preparation passage number 3, Su Muching in the right-hand VIP dressing room number 2, and Gu Qinghan at the supervisor's table directly in front of the stage. Zhu Shengchuan straightened his collar, took long strides, and walked directly to the left. The number 3 preparation passageway was extremely narrow and dark. Shun Tianxi was standing in the corner, memorizing music. Today, she was wearing a pure white strapless evening gown. The skirt trailed on the ground, giving her an ethereal look. But the extremely tight waist design squeezed her ridiculously impressive assets to the point that they were almost bursting out, and large areas of her fair skin gleamed alluringly in the dim light. Brother Chuan. Hearing footsteps, Shun Tianxi looked up, her peach blossom eyes lighting up instantly, and she lifted her skirt and pounced over. Zhu Shengchuan took the opportunity to reach out and embrace her slender, boneless waist, then turned her around and pinned her against the cold wall. Without a word, Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head and captured those 2 delicate red lips, kissing them deeply and domineeringly. Shun Tianxi let out a sweet, nasal sound and immediately wrapped her arms around his neck in a passionate response. It took Zhu Shengchuan a full minute before he let go of her. Your fingers are so soft when you play the piano. Save them for me to try something else tonight. Zhu Shengchuan pinched her flushed cheeks, his voice deep and languid. Shun Tianxi's face turned bright red, her watery eyes filled with affection, and she nodded obediently, Okay, I'll come find you after I finish playing. After calming everyone down, Zhu Shengchuan turned and left, walking directly through the chaotic crowd and pushing open the door to VIP dressing room number 2 on the right. Inside the dressing room, Su Muching had already changed into her stage outfit for tonight's performance. It was a silver sequined mini skirt, and her 2 straight, slender legs were encased in shimmering, sheer black stockings. Upon seeing Zhu Shengchuan enter, Su Muching immediately turned to her assistant, Sister Song, who was tidying her clothes, and ordered, "You go out first and close the door. No one is allowed to come in for the next 5 minutes." Sister Song, being extremely tactful, slipped out and closed the door with a click. "Why are you so late?" Su Muching jumped up from the dressing chair, straddling Zhu Shengchuan's lap in her silver high heels. Going crazy in broad daylight. There are people everywhere outside. Zhu Shengchuan cupped her shapely curves with one hand. "I'm about to go crazy." She suddenly lowered her head, deliberately parted Zhu Shengchuan's lips, and bit down below his collarbone, leaving a bright and glaring lipstick mark on the lower part of Zhu Shengchuan's snow-white shirt collar. Zhu Shengchuan didn't push her away, letting her assert her dominance. He reached out and pinched her black stockings hard. "Is this all the top star dares to do? Only dare to print on shirts?" Su Muching cried out in pain, her eyes sparkling. "When we get back to the hotel tonight, I'll cover you in my own juices." Chapter 75 Slap in the Face. It's all about the cliché slap in the face. Time was of the essence, so Zhu Shengchuan lifted her off his lap, straightened his wrinkled shirt, opened the door to the dressing room, and went out. I had just taken 2 steps out of the door. I was greeted by an extremely cool, refreshing scent of fresh tea fragrance after the rain. Gu Qinghan, dressed in a dark gray professional pencil skirt with extremely thin black stockings over her legs, was walking towards them with a cold expression, holding a black walkie-talkie in her hand. Their eyes met. Gu Qinghan's gaze almost instantly locked onto the glaring bright red lipstick mark on Zhu Shengchuan's white shirt collar. The air seemed to freeze completely in that instant. Given Gu Qinghan's usual icy and abstinent temperament, she would definitely fly into a rage on the spot if she encountered such blatant cheating, and might even smash the walkie-talkie in Zhu Shengchuan's face. But after get off work yesterday, on that solid wood desk in the School of Literature, Zhu Shengchuan's bamboo ruler had completely shattered her aloof exterior and thoroughly tamed the masochistic tendencies hidden deep within her. Gu Qinghan's eyes flickered violently. There was no hysteria, no angry roar. She strode up to Zhu Shengchuan, grabbed his wrist with tremendous force, and dragged him into the dark prop room next door, which was filled with miscellaneous items. Bang! The door was locked from the inside. The prop room was dark, with only a faint light coming through the crack in the door. Gu Qinghan pushed Zhu Shengchuan against the shelf piled with cardboard boxes, her chest heaving violently. She took out a pack of makeup remover wipes from her pocket, pulled one out, and stood on tiptoe. With clumsy yet extremely meticulous movements, she began to wipe away the lip print on Zhu Shengchuan's collar. "You have no self-control." Gu Qinghan's voice was very low, with a hint of jealousy through gritted teeth, but the movements of his hands conveyed an extreme sense of obedience that made one's bones go numb. The contrast between her extreme anger and her decision to personally help the man destroy the evidence is enough to shatter any man's rationality. Zhu Shengchuan leaned against the shelf, thoroughly enjoying this feeling of dominance. He reached out his left hand and slipped it under the hem of Gu Qinghan's bodycon skirt, wantonly caressing her smooth thigh covered in black stockings. "Is this kind of thoughtfulness from the counselor an abuse of power?" Zhu Shengchuan teased in a low voice. Gu Qinghan, "Shut up and get back to work. If you go and mess with those little vixens again, I'll dock all your credits from 4 years of university." After uttering those harmless but hurtful words, Gu Qinghan, her ears red, opened the door and strode back to the front desk. 10 minutes later, the dress rehearsal officially began. Shen Tianxi sat in front of the grand piano on the left side of the stage, her hands flying across the black and white keys. Su Muching stood in the center of the stage with a microphone in her hand, her silver mini-skirt shimmering under the spotlight. Gu Qinghan stood in the first row below the stage, holding a walkie-talkie, coldly directing the switching of lights and sound. Zhu Shengchuan leaned casually against the corner of the curtain on the side of the stage, his hands in his pockets. This is definitely the most spectacular scene in the history of Kyoto University. The 3 women's gazes, with remarkable tacit understanding and with extreme frequency, swept across the crowd and landed on Zhu Shengchuan in the corner. Every time their eyes met, it felt as if sparks were violently rubbing together in the air. Just as this turbulent tug of war was about to reach its climax, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several shady-looking individuals with fake work badges around their necks somehow managed to slip past the outer security and take advantage of the chaos to reach the steps on the side of the stage. The bald man leading the group stared intently at Su Muqing's long, black stockinged legs adorned with glitter on the stage, then glanced at Shun Tianxi's proud, snow-white cleavage as she played the piano beside him, his gaze extremely unrestrained. Under the cover of the music, the bald man stepped up 2 steps and reached out to grab Su Muqing's ankle. "Hey Su, you big star. Can you sign an autograph for us? Or leave your phone number so we can grab some late-night snacks?" Su Muqing screamed in fright and backed away, dropping the microphone and emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Shun Tianxi was also startled and stood up from the piano bench. The security guards below the stage were too far away to react in time. Gu Qinghan's expression changed drastically, and she was about to pick up the walkie-talkie to call for help. A dark shadow shot out from the corner of the curtain. Zhu Shengchuan made a move. The muscle fibers modified by the basic physical enhancement drug instantly unleashed terrifying power. He leaped over the 2-meter-wide sound equipment and landed precisely in front of the bald man. Before the bald man could react, Zhu Shengchuan's right hand had already gripped his wrist, which was reaching for Su Muqing like an iron clamp. Zhu Shengchuan's eyes were cold and fierce. Without uttering a single word, he pressed down on the bald man's shoulder with his left hand and suddenly twisted his right hand in the opposite direction. Snap! The crisp sound of bones dislocating and breaking even drowned out the chaotic noise at the scene. "Oh!" The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered, instantly lost his balance, and knelt on one knee at the edge of the stage. Zhu Shengchuan raised his long right leg, and the tip of his leather shoe kicked the bald man squarely in the chest. Bang! The kick was extremely powerful, sending the bald man and his fake work badge flying off the stage, crashing heavily onto his accomplices below, where they rolled around in a heap. "What kind of bastard dares to touch my people?" Zhu Shengchuan stood high on the edge of the stage, stretching his wrists, exuding a suffocating aura of violence and coldness. The entire room fell silent. After a brief pause, the worship value in the system's backend began to surge wildly. Su Muqing's eyes were red-rimmed as she looked at the broad back that stood in front of her, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Shun Tianxi covered her mouth with both hands, her peach blossom eyes filled with fervent starlight. Even Gu Qinghan, sitting below the stage, tightened her grip on the walkie-talkie, her gaze towards Zhu Shengchuan revealing a burning love that she herself was unaware of. This extreme protectiveness and boyfriend-like strength instantly broke through the 3 women's defenses once again. The security personnel who reacted quickly rushed up and dragged the howling ox out of the auditorium like a dead dog. The scene returned to calm. Zhu Shengchuan turned around, gave the 3 women an extremely reassuring look, and then walked alone into the backstage area, preparing to light a cigarette to calm his murderous intent. We had just arrived at the entrance to a VIP passage that was dark. In the darkness, slap, slap, slap. A very slow, languid applause quietly broke out. Executive Vice Principal Meng Wanqing, wearing those aggressively styled red-soled high heels, slowly walked out of the shadows into the light. Today she wore a dark gray, deep V silk dress with a black shawl. Her ripe, peach-like figure exuded a wicked allure under the dim wall lamp, enough to drive any man mad. The hero saves the damsel in distress. That was truly spectacular. Meng Wanqing's red lips curled slightly, her eyes roaming brazenly over Zhu Shengchuan's chest and trousers. "But Zhu," she raised her finger and beckoned gently. "Come with me to the changing room on the 2nd floor. I have a special mission that I need you to report to me privately and in detail." Chapter 76, and she, willingly falling into this trap. The changing room on the 2nd floor of the auditorium is extremely small. The space is only 5 or 6 square meters, and to make it easier for the actors to check their makeup and costumes, all 4 walls are covered with floor-to-ceiling glass mirrors. A dim, retro wall lamp overhead makes the cramped space feel extremely private. Click. The sound of the lock clicking shut was unusually crisp in the quiet changing room. Meng Wanqing casually tossed her black shawl onto the shoe-changing bench and turned around. Her burgundy velvet suit was stretched taut by her full curves, and beneath the deep V-neck, large swathes of dazzling white skin gleamed breathtakingly sensual in the warm light. She didn't back down. Instead, she pressed closer, step by step, in her 10-centimeter red-soled high heels. An extremely rich scent of rose perfume, mixed with the unique body fragrance of a mature woman, instantly filled Zhu Shengchuan's nostrils. Meng Wanqing walked up to Zhu Shengchuan, their noses almost touching. She extended 2 slender fingers painted with wine-red nail polish and flirtatiously lifted the collar of Zhu Shengchuan's shirt, pressing her fingertips heavily against his striking red lips. "That heroic rescue and bone-breaking stunt you put on backstage just now really opened my eyes," Meng Wanqing said in a lazy, husky voice, with a deadly allure. The white moonlight of the military compound, the top-tier vixen of the entertainment industry, and our icy counselor, Ms. Gu. 3 women revolving around you. Classmate, you've managed this fish pond quite well. Zhu Shengchuan let her adjust her collar, his gaze aggressively tracing the deep cleavage of her neckline. Principal Meng called me here, so late at night, just to check my household registration. I'm here to check your homework. Meng Wanqing's red lips parted slightly, her breath sweet as orchids. You've mastered all those fishing techniques I taught you through the screen 3 years ago. What? Now that you're all grown up, have you forgotten your great teacher? As she spoke, her lace-gloved fingers slid down Zhu Shengchuan's chest with extreme audacity, stopping at the metal buckle of his belt. Just then, knock knock knock. A dull knocking sound suddenly rang out, less than half a meter away from the 2 people. Principal Meng, are you inside? A cold, emotionless voice pierced through the door. It was Gu Qinghan. Zhu Shengchuan's muscles tensed instantly. 1 second, he was in the prop room on the first floor, having his lipstick stain forcibly wiped away by this aloof instructor. The next second, the other person had chased him to the door of the changing room on the 2nd floor. Separated by a single door. Outside the door was the aloof counselor who had just submitted to him. Inside was the alluring vice principal unbuckling his belt. An extreme sense of horror and a devastating thrill exploded simultaneously in Zhu Shengchuan's spine. Meng Wanqing paused. She noticed the tension flashing in Zhu Shengchuan's eyes, and a wicked glint of excitement instantly appeared in her fox-like eyes. She made no attempt to cover it up. Instead, she intensified her actions. Smack! Meng Wanqing deftly unbuckled Zhu Shengchuan's belt. At the same time, she slightly tiptoed and deliberately leaned close to Zhu Shengchuan's ear, letting out a deeply seductive breath. Cull. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet 2nd-floor corridor, it could definitely be heard outside the door. Gu Qinghan, who was outside the door, had obviously heard the noise and suddenly increased the volume of his knocking. Principal Meng, the final security plan for the welcome party needs your immediate signature. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll come back in 10 minutes. Gu Qinghan's voice was still cold, but his speech was noticeably faster, revealing an extremely keen suspicion. Meng Wanqing's eyes were full of playful provocation. She mouthed to Zhu Shengchuan, answer her. Playing with fire. This master is making fun of him, trying to force him to reveal a weakness through this extreme pressure, and to re-establish the absolute dominance he had 3 years ago. Zhu Shengchuan took a deep breath. The coldness in his eyes instantly overwhelmed all panic. He suddenly raised both hands. His left hand gripped Meng Wanqing's wriggling wrist like an iron clamp, twisting it behind her back. His right hand grabbed her slender waist, roughly shoving her around half a circle and slamming her against the cold, full-length dressing mirror. A muffled bang was heard. Caught off guard, Meng Wanqing's soft, delicate body pressed tightly against the glass, creating an astonishingly large curve. Just as she was about to cry out, Zhu Shengchuan's burning hot hand firmly covered her mouth. The 2 bodies were pressed tightly together in front of the mirror. Zhu Shengchuan turned his head and looked at Meng Wanqing's astonished and magnified fox eyes in the mirror, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Teacher Gu. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was extremely calm, even carrying a hint of businesslike composure, as he addressed the doorway. Principal Meng accidentally got the zipper on the back of her skirt stuck. I'm helping her fix it. Please put the documents on the shelf by the door. We'll be right out. A deathly silence fell outside the door. A full 5 seconds passed. I understand. Gu Qinghan's voice came through the door, carrying a slight, almost imperceptible tremor and an extremely complex chill. The sound of high heels gradually faded into the distance. Only after confirming that Gu Qinghan had gone down the stairs did Zhu Shengchuan slowly release his hand from Meng Wanqing's mouth. Are you crazy? Meng Wanqing's chest heaved violently, and a hint of panic finally flashed in her eyes. Just now, if Zhu Shengchuan's hand had trembled even slightly, or if Gu Qinghan had forcefully kicked the door open, her reputation as the executive vice president of Peking University would have been instantly ruined. You're the one playing with fire, sister. Zhu Shengchuan did not release his left hand that was binding her hands, but his right hand slid into the hem of his burgundy velvet suit and grabbed her waist, which was without an ounce of fat, in an extremely domineering manner. 3 years ago you taught me that hunters must have absolute control. Today I've delivered my answer. Are the founders satisfied? Zhu Shengchuan suddenly used force to turn her over and lowered his head to kiss her fiercely. This was a deep kiss filled with violence and a desire for conquest. Zhu Shengchuan gave her no chance to breathe, his tongue roughly prying open her teeth and demanding more from her. Having held a high position for many years and being accustomed to giving orders, Meng Wanqing had never experienced such a brutal and overbearing treatment. She struggled violently for a moment, her 10-centimeter red-soled high heels making a flustered sound on the wooden floor. But faced with the absolute power enhanced by the basic physical enhancement drug, her resistance was negligible. Zhu Shengchuan's large hand slid down her back and pinched the soft flesh of her nape with extreme precision. A wave of intense, tingling sensation instantly washed over her entire body. Meng Wanqing's body went limp, all her defenses collapsing completely. Instead of resisting, she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Zhu Shengchuan's neck. The burgundy suit jacket slipped to the ground. The four mirrors reflected the scene of the two people's intense entanglement. 5 minutes passed before Zhu Shengchuan finally took pity on her and released her. Meng Wanqing was panting heavily. Her once elegant updo was now disheveled, and her deep V-neck top was mostly pulled down, revealing a flushed face on her snow-white skin from extreme oxygen deprivation. Her usually alluring fox-like eyes were now brimming with tears, the corners of her eyes a deep red. She had completely lost all the dignity of the executive vice principal. She was now just a little woman who had been utterly captivated by his kiss. "You little rascal," Meng Wanqing bit her lower lip, her voice soft and sweet, carrying 3 parts resentment and 7 parts longing. "Times have changed, Wanwan." Zhu Shengchuan called out her online name from 3 years ago in an extremely nasty manner, reaching out to help her straighten her clothes little by little, his movements gentle yet exuding absolute dominance. "From now on, put away your vice principal airs in front of me. My rules are the rules." Meng Wanqing leaned against his chest obediently to catch her breath. She looked up at the man with deep eyes in front of her, and knew very well that the wolf cub she had personally trained had grown into a ferocious beast capable of devouring everything. And she willingly fell into this trap. Chapter 77 The most fatal strike is the turnaround from unfollowers to haters. Is this what they call the nation's first love? Go ahead and attend to your party. Zhu Shengchuan patted her ample bosom. "If the zipper gets stuck again, just call me anytime." Zhu Shengchuan picked up the suit jacket from the ground, draped it over her shoulders, turned around, opened the dressing room door, and strode away. Meng Wanqing leaned against the cold mirror, watching the tall figure disappear at the end of the corridor, her legs suddenly feeling weak and uncontrollable. She reached out and touched her lips, which were swollen from the kiss, and instead of anger at being offended, her eyes flashed with an almost morbid obsession and madness. She was determined to have this wild wolf that she had raised herself. 2 hours later, the welcome party came to a successful conclusion. Su Muqing's sexy opening and Shun Tianxi's piano solo rendition of White Moonlight of the military region completely ignited the Peking University campus forum. A large number of boys were frantically building comments below, unaware that these two stunning goddesses had both been kissed by the same person behind the wall. As the supervisor of the entire event, Gu Qinghan's gaze towards Zhu Shengchuan throughout the night was filled with an extremely complex chill. The cool, refreshing aroma of tea after the rain was clearly mixed with the sour taste of aged vinegar. This aloof instructor had obviously made a deep mental note of the incident in the second-floor changing room. It's 11 p.m. in room 621. Old Zhao and Haozi were still excitedly discussing the beautiful women at the party, while Lin Yuan fawned over Zhu Shengchuan, washing his socks and hanging them up to dry. Zhu Shengchuan took a cold shower and lay on the single bed wearing only a pair of athletic shorts. Today's chaotic scene was non-stop, with intense push and pull maneuvers with 6 top-tier women. It was extremely mentally taxing, and if it weren't for the basic physical enhancement potion, my kidneys would have given out long ago. The morning sunlight streamed obliquely through the glass doors of the balcony into room 621 of the Kyoto University dormitory. Zhu Shengchuan woke up in his single bed, rubbing his slightly sore temples. Yesterday's opening ceremony and welcome party had left him juggling 5 top-tier women like a firefighter. Especially last night in the changing room on the second floor of the auditorium. The extremely provocative and immoral push and pull with Executive Vice Principal Meng Wanqing almost drained him both physically and mentally. He reached for his phone next to his pillow, and as soon as he unlocked it, several WeChat messages popped up. The sender was de Zhu Weizhong, Su Muqing. The time displayed is 7:30 a.m. Opening the chat window, the top of the screen displays an extremely alluring private photo. The background of the photo is the king's side. She lay on her side amidst the messy bedding, her eyes languid and dreamy. One long leg, clad in sheer, shimmering black stockings, deliberately peeked out from the corner of the blanket, the skin at the base of her leg dazzlingly white. This was followed by a 10-second voice message. Zhu Shengchuan clicked play, and Su Muqing's sweet, husky voice, like someone just waking up, immediately came through the receiver. "Honey, my legs are so sore from dancing in the opening show last night. And you didn't even have a celebratory late-night snack with me. It's so cold sleeping alone in the hotel bed, and I can practically smell your shirt on you, and those glittery black stockings are still intact. When are you coming to check them out for me?" Extremely direct and provocative. This is the contrast between a top-tier female celebrity's private life and her real-life persona. On stage, she's the pure and lovely nation's first love. Off stage, on this big bed, she's an extremely clingy little wildcat with a head full of raunchy jokes. Zhu Shengchuan smiled and typed a reply with practiced ease. Take care of your leg today. Next time, I'll help you put out the fire in your bed with interest, and I guarantee you won't need to get out of bed for 3 days. The message was just sent successfully. Holy crap, Brother Chuan, something terrible has happened. Lin Yuan, who was in the opposite bed, suddenly jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. His head hit the bedboard with a bang, and he grimaced in pain but didn't bother to rub it. Holding his phone, he scrambled off the bed. What are you howling about? It's so early in the morning. Old Zhao and Haozi were startled awake, their faces full of impatience. Weibo crashed. The server was down for 10 minutes before it was fixed. Lin Yuan's eyes were wide open, and his voice was trembling. Sister-in-law Su Muching is trending at #1. The whole internet is flooded with negative information about her. Zhu Shengchuan's hand holding the phone suddenly stopped. The lazy smile that had been in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely cold glint. He quickly switched to WeChat and opened the Weibo app. The opening screen froze for 2 seconds, and a dark red, hot topic appeared prominently at the top of the trending search list, #Su Muching abuses fans in the rainy night, #. The second and third points that followed were both extremely malicious derivative topics. #Su Muching's innocent image collapses, #Su Muching's rendezvous with her sugar daddy in an RV, #. Get out of the entertainment industry, #. Zhu Shengchuan clicked on the top trending topic, and the most popular Weibo post had already surpassed 300,000 reposts and over 100,000 comments. The poster's ID was Little Raindrop, a name Zhu Shengchuan recognized. Su Muching had mentioned it during a casual chat in the RV before. This was the president of her die-hard fan club who had followed her offline since her debut. The Weibo post included a set of 9 photos. The most important photo in the middle is the one taken a few days ago at the film studio on the outskirts of the city, where Su Muching, wearing a white silk camisole, threw herself into Zhu Shengchuan's arms. The remaining 8 photos were all taken on a dark night with torrential rain. The angles were extremely challenging. In one photo, Su Muching walks quickly and coldly into a nanny van under the cover of several black umbrellas. In another photo, a girl soaking wet sits in a puddle. Next to her, a cup of cheap milk tea spilled on the ground, while several burly bodyguards point menacingly at her. The accompanying text was extremely sentimental and malicious. I've been a fan of yours for a whole year. I've attended every single one of your offline events. The day I found out you were rehearsing for the welcome party at Kyoto University, I waited for 4 hours in the pouring rain just to bring you a hot milk tea. And what did you do? You hooked up with a rich second-generation heir and don't treat us lowly fans like human beings at all. This long post instantly ignited resentment towards the wealthy and a passion for gossip across the internet. The comment section below has been completely overrun, resembling a large-scale online bullying scene. The most fatal blow is when fans turn against you. Is this what they call the nation's first love? What's with the act of innocence? I feel sorry for the blogger. After waiting in the rain for 4 hours, this is how they were treated. These guys in the entertainment industry are unbelievable. Just look at that photo of her hugging a man. Those clothes are definitely from someone who just got out of bed. They're absolutely tattered. In the dorm, Lin Yuan looked at these vicious comments and trembled with anger. Bullshit. Brother Chuan was clearly there that night. Where did the bodyguards come from who beat people up? Have these stupid keyboard warriors lost their minds? Zhu Shengchuan remained silent, his expression eerily calm. Buzz. My phone vibrated violently, and the caller ID showed it was Su Muching. Zhu Shengchuan slid down the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Was Shengchuan. Chapter 78 turns out he's a huge hater. I'm going to stand my ground. As soon as the call connected, Su Muching's extremely suppressed, near-collapse sobs came through the receiver. The little wildcat who had been telling dirty jokes and acting cute I'm here. Speak slowly. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was deep, exuding an extremely powerful sense of calm. I really didn't kick her out. Su Muching cried so hard she could barely breathe, her voice hoarse. That day at the Kyoto University rehearsal, I actually had a high fever of 38.5 degrees Celsius. When I came out, I saw her standing in the rain, and my heart ached for her. I asked Sister Song to buy hot milk tea and gave her the dry towels and umbrellas that the crew had provided. I also put my own coat on her. Su Muching's tone was filled with extreme despair and confusion. She dropped the milk tea because she couldn't hold it properly. I didn't scold her at all. Shengchuan, why? I clearly treat her like a younger sister. Why is she spreading rumors and ruining me like this? Zhu Shengchuan's eyes were cold and sharp. Why? Because there is never truth in the entertainment industry, only traffic and profit. This so-called die-hard fan, Little Raindrop, is either an extremely twisted fanatic who wants to destroy things when she doesn't get a response, or she was bribed by Su Muqing's rival company to fabricate negative news to destroy this rising star. A small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. Human nature can never withstand a test. Stop crying, Mucheng. Zhu Shengchuan interrupted her sobs. What's your company's PR department doing? Mentioning the company, Su Muqing's sobs turned extremely angry and helpless. Those bastards in the PR department. He said the whole internet is furious right now. The rivals have hired a lot of online trolls to attack, and any attempt to explain would only make things worse. He ordered a complete cooling-off period, confiscated my Weibo account, and forbade me from issuing any clarification statements. It's not just that. Su Muqing gritted her teeth, her voice trembling violently. They're afraid of affecting Jinghong Entertainment's stock price, and Sister Xie isn't in Kyoto right now. The PR director even forced me to release a press release. And it seems that Starshine Entertainment is stirring up trouble, pushing her own man out to take a bullet for her. Jinghong Entertainment, despite being a top-tier entertainment company, is nothing more than a shoddy operation, utterly incompetent. The lesson learned from Zhu Shengchuan breaking his wrist and costing him 10 million at the film studio clearly hasn't taught Wang Jianya a lesson. They dare to touch you. Zhu Shengchuan sneered, his voice filled with barely suppressed violence. It seems that breaking one of his hands last time was too lenient. Shengchuan, don't worry about me. Su Muqing anxiously interrupted on the other end of the phone. This cyberbullying is terrible. Some extreme fan. The girl's resoluteness and protectiveness ignited the fighting spirit within Zhu Shengchuan's chest like a fire. Faced with overwhelming online bullying and betrayal and suppression from the company, this girl, who usually relied heavily on him, reacted by saying that she would rather ruin her own career than let him lose his identity. For this reason alone, Zhu Shengchuan is going to make a huge mess of things today. Mucheng, listen to me carefully. Zhu Shengchuan stood up, walked to the balcony, and looked down at the Kyoto University campus that was just awakening. The morning sunlight fell on his shoulders, but it couldn't melt the coldness in his eyes. You are my woman, Zhu Shengchuan's woman. I will not allow you to suffer in silence. Zhu Shengchuan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful, domineering, and resolute quality that struck Su Muqing's already fragile heart through the receiver. Who do keyboard warriors think they are, lecturing my sweet Mucheng? The company is playing dead. That's spineless. Should we just ignore it? Zhu Shengchuan gripped the stainless steel railing of the balcony tightly, his knuckles making a crisp cracking sound. I'm determined to fight to the bitter end. Stay in your hotel room and don't go anywhere. Don't open the door for anyone. Zhu Shengchuan hung up on Su Muqing. He stood on the balcony, his white shirt fluttering in the morning breeze. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the system panel in his mind. Consumed 3,000 respect points to exchange for an advanced intelligence resource network. A pale blue light screen instantly unfolded before his eyes. Zhu Shengchuan entered his Weibo ID, Little Raindrop. 3 seconds. The system thoroughly investigated this person's ancestors for 18 generations, all bank statements, hotel records, and multiple accounts, turning them into a dense stream of data that rapidly scrolled across the screen. Zhu Shengchuan looked at the transfer records and screenshots of the back end of a certain second-hand trading platform, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. My phone started vibrating violently. Caller ID, Wang Jianya. Hello. Zhu Shengchuan answered the call, his voice icy. Wang Jianya's voice trembled on the other end of the phone, revealing obvious fear. Wang Jianya. Zhu Shengchuan interrupted him directly, his voice not loud but extremely imposing. The person on the other end of the phone gasped and fell into a deathly silence. Zhu Shengchuan pulled out a lighter with one hand, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. Don't try to disgust me with your entertainment industry's turtle tactic. Beep, beep, beep. Zhu Shengchuan hung up the phone immediately. He turned and went into the dormitory, grabbed the car keys on the table, and walked out. Lin Yuan was frantic and grabbed him, saying, Brother Chuan, where are you? Let's cause trouble. Zhu Shengchuan uttered these 3 words and pushed open the door to leave. Chapter 79. You have quite a few scandals. Let's see how you cry. 20 minutes later. Themed penthouse suite at the Victoria Hotel Kyoto. The corridor was silent. Zhu Shengchuan swiped his card and pushed open the door. The heavy blackout curtains in the room were drawn tightly, letting in no sunlight. Su Muqing curled up in the corner of the big bed. She was still wearing the oversized white shirt that Zhu Shengchuan had left behind. The buttons were fastened off center, the collar was wide open, and the hem barely covered the top of her thighs. Hearing the door open, Su Muqing suddenly looked up. Her face, the face of the nation's first love, was streaked with tears, her eyes red and swollen. Zhu Shengchuan opened his arms. Su Muqing crashed into his arms, tightly hugging his neck with both hands. her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, her whole body trembling violently like a frightened cat. Zhu Shengchuan cradled her full buttocks with one hand, feeling their amazing softness, while his other hand gently stroked her smooth, long hair. "It's all right. I'm here." Su Muching sniffed. "They said such awful things. I really didn't kick her out. I gave her my coat." "I know." Zhu Shengchuan let her hug him, turned on the computer provided by the hotel, and plugged in the USB drive that he had copied the system data from on the way. Take a look at this." Zhu Shengchuan opened a folder. Su Muching leaned closer to the screen, and after just one glance, her body froze. The screen displays little raindrops, real identity information. Below are numerous screenshots of money transfers and transaction records from Xinyu, a second-hand marketplace platform. Zhu Shengchuan tapped the mouse with his long fingers. "In the past year, she asked your studio to reimburse her for 13 first-class airfares and 5-star hotel stays in her name as the president of the fan club, totaling 240,000 yuan. She immediately resold the limited edition autograph photos you gave to the fans on Xinyu for 8,000 yuan each, and sold more than 50 of them." She had always thought that the fan club president was a well-behaved female college student who supported her out of her own pocket, which was why she asked Sister Song to take care of her more. Look at this one. She hadn't had enough of sucking blood, so her rival gave her another 100,000 yuan. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back in his chair, his voice cold and sharp. "This is what they call a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. You feel sorry for her standing in the rain, but all she's thinking about is how to use this photo to sell you for a good price." Su Muching's body trembled violently, and her worldview completely collapsed. Zhu Shengchuan reached out and pinched her chin, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb. "This is all trivial stuff in the entertainment industry, no need to cry." Zhu Shengchuan's gaze blatantly followed the expanse of white skin at her neckline downwards. "If your legs keep shaking, I won't be able to type anymore. How about I get you trending on social media first, with the headline, 'I made the top star's legs go weak in the hotel'?" Su Muching was stunned for a moment, and a blush instantly rose on her pale face. She playfully slapped Zhu Shengchuan's chest. "You jerk, what kind of time is this to make jokes like this?" She shifted her body, her pale legs brushing against Zhu Shengchuan's trousers, igniting a burning desire within her. "Don't move." Zhu Shengchuan pressed down on her inner thigh, his palm feeling the exquisite texture of the stockings. "Let's get down to business." Su Muching obediently nestled on his shoulder. Wang Jianya contacted Jinghong Entertainment, and they tactfully sent him their Weibo account and password. Zhu Shengchuan logged directly into Su Muching's main Weibo account. He didn't hire any public relations team, nor did he write any lengthy, sentimental posts. He dragged the prepared 9-square grid of evidence directly into the editing box. Figure 1. Details of Lu Yuan's 240,000 yuan in reimbursements from the studio over the past year. Figures 2 to 5. Chat logs and transfer receipts showing Lu Yuan reselling specially signed documents at high prices on a second-hand platform. Figure 6. Bank statement showing a transfer of 100,000 yuan from the competitor last night. Figure 7. A surveillance video from outside the hotel lobby. In the video, Lu Yuan takes the umbrella and towel given to her by Su Muching, throws them into the trash can, and gets into a taxi while cursing. Figures 8 and 9. Receipts for the 2 lawyers' letters. The lawsuit directly sues Lu Yuan for extortion and defamation, while also suing Tianmong Entertainment for malicious competition. The accompanying text consisted of only one extremely arrogant sentence. "They've sucked blood from a major artery? Spreading rumors for 100,000 yuan? Be prepared to spend years in jail working on a sewing machine. Tianmong Entertainment, you've messed with the wrong people." Su Muching's heart pounded as she looked at the powerful words. In the entertainment industry, no celebrity has ever dared to so ruthlessly tear apart a major fan group and a rival company. This is tantamount to completely overturning the table. But looking at Zhu Shengchuan's cold profile, Su Muching felt an unprecedented sense of security. "Should I send it?" Zhu Shengchuan turned his head to look at her. "Send it." Su Muching replied without hesitation. She was willing to give up her career as a star, as long as she could be with him. What did flipping the table matter? Zhu Shengchuan pressed the enter key. Send successful. Weibo's servers, which had just resumed operation, were hit by an epic surge in traffic in that very second. No need to hire online trolls or control online comments. Those few irrefutable expense reports and transfer records left the entire internet user dumbfounded. The situation instantly reversed. The netizens who were initially joining the insults changed their tune after seeing the evidence, turning their anger towards Little Raindrop and Tianmong Entertainment. Holy crap! A reimbursement of 240,000? Is this some kind of fan or a god? Reselling autographed items and accepting 100,000 yuan in bribes from rivals? That's utterly disgusting. Su Muching is so cool. This Weibo post is definitely not a PR ghostwritten post. It's so satisfying. Support Sue Muching in protecting her rights. Send this bloodsucker to jail. In less than 3 minutes, the hashtag SueMuching Hardline hashtag immediately jumped to the top of the trending searches. Chapter 80. Holy crap. Mu Chung is so good to her fans. The notification sound of a successful Weibo post rang out in the quiet hotel suite. Zhu Shengchuan released the mouse and turned off the computer monitor. What happened next was no longer something he needed to monitor. The sheer volume of evidence determined the speed of the reversal. The public relations tactics of the entertainment industry were a joke in the face of absolute truth. In less than 2 minutes, Weibo's trending topics list was hit by an epic earthquake. The previously dominant negative hashtag was instantly overwhelmed by a massive influx of genuine traffic. It was replaced by a new hashtag with a dark red, hot tag. Hashtag SueMuching Studio Thunderous Counterattack hashtag. 9 high-definition long images, without any need for any whitewashing captions, directly nailed Little Raindrop and Tianmong Entertainment to the pillar of shame. The detailed expense list of 240,000 yuan clearly listed every first-class airfare and 5-star hotel accommodation fee, the transfer records of reselling special visas on Xinyu, and most fatally, the surveillance video from the hotel's back door. In the video, it's pouring rain. Sue Muching, who has a high fever, drapes her dry towel and coat over Lu Yuan and bows to thank her. But no sooner has Sue Muching left than Lu Yuan throws her coat and milk tea into the trash can, gets into a taxi, and drives away cursing. The entire internet is in an uproar. The sentiment in the comments section completely reversed in a second. Holy crap, Mu Chung is so good to her fans. She reimbursed all her expenses, and she's still not satisfied. Teasing fans on a rainy night? This is like the farmer and the snake. Sue Muching has such a good temper. I would have slapped her. Tianmong Entertainment is really dirty. They spent 100,000 yuan to bribe a big fan to spread rumors. Just sue them and make them work as sewing machines. Just 5 minutes later, a major official media outlet directly reposted the Weibo post, with a short but weighty caption. Purify cyberspace, severely punish malicious rumors and extortion. The entertainment industry is not above the law. State media intervened, delivering the final verdict. The situation has completely reversed. Sue Muching's public image exploded at this moment. Her previously gentle and delicate, national first love persona instantly gained a clear-headed and strong female lead aura because of this uncompromising confrontation. The fans she lost multiplied within 10 minutes, and her fan base went into a frenzy of celebration. The phone on the bedside table was vibrating incessantly. The PR director of Jinghong Entertainment called, his voice trembling. Muching, no. Young Master Zhu, did you orchestrate this? This is incredible. We'll immediately coordinate a full-scale online push. Go to hell. Zhu Shengchuan hung up immediately and turned off his phone. Outside, a fierce storm raged, but inside the hotel suite, it was so quiet that only the two of them could be heard breathing. Sue Muching straddled Zhu Shengchuan's lap, staring blankly at the screen full of apologies and support on her phone. The immense injustice she had suffered was finally redressed, and her nose tingled with emotion as tears streamed down her face. But this time, it wasn't despair, but rather profound gratitude. She looked up, her exquisitely beautiful face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with an intense, unwavering adoration. The man in front of her, when everyone was advising her to compromise and back down, single-handedly overturned the table, kept all the world's filth out, and gave her an absolute sense of security. Sun Chuan, Sue Muching's voice was hoarse as she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. All right, stop crying. Zhu Shengchuan pinched her chin, his thumb gently caressing her soft red lips, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I never do anything that doesn't benefit me. I've helped you so much. How are you going to repay me? Tears alone aren't enough. Sue Muching's cheeks flushed instantly, and even her fair ears turned pink. She bit her lower lip, a shy yet extremely bold allure flashing in her eyes. Wait for me a moment. She got off Zhu Shengchuan's lap, stepped barefoot onto the thick carpet, and quickly ran into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door was pushed open. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back in his swivel chair, and the moment his gaze swept over the area, his Adam's apple bobbed violently. Sue Muching didn't wear the oversized white shirt. She changed into a set of extremely form-fitting black lace lingerie. The minimal amount of fabric barely concealed her breathtaking curves. Large swathes of snow white, delicate skin contrasted sharply with the deep black lace, creating a striking visual impact. Her slender waist, barely a hand's grasp, shone dazzlingly white under the light, while her two straight, long legs were encased in sheer, shimmering black stockings. The lace straps at the top of the stockings clung tightly to the base of her fair thighs, squeezing out a hint of breathtakingly voluptuous flesh. The pure face of the nation's first love, paired with this extremely alluring outfit, creates a striking contrast that is enough to shatter any man's rationality. I picked this up while shopping for clothes yesterday. Su Muching nervously clutched the lace trim on her thighs, and with cat-like steps, walked up to Zhu Shengchuan. She was slightly out of breath, her voice soft and sweet. Does it look good? That's going to kill you. Zhu Shengchuan didn't waste any words. He reached out and grabbed her slender waist, pulling her forcefully. Su Muching gasped and fell into his arms again, straddling his lap. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Zhu Shengchuan's large hand slid down her smooth back, his fingertips feeling the astonishing heat of her skin through the thin lace. You've done me such a big favor. I'm all yours now. Su Muching hugged his neck tightly, leaned forward, and pressed her red lips to his earlobe, her breath sweet as orchids. Husband, you can bully me however you want. Zhu Shengchuan turned his head and kissed those two delicate red lips fiercely. A passionate, deep kiss. Su Muching's breathing quickened, and she responded fervently with her eyes closed, her delicate tongue entwining with his. Zhu Shengchuan's large hand traveled up the inner thigh, his fingers hooking directly onto the edge of the glittery black stockings. Tear it apart. Zhu Shengchuan whispered in her ear, his voice filled with intense aggression. Su Muching shuddered suddenly, her face flushed, and she nodded with a dazed look in her eyes. Sizzle. The sound of tearing silk was extremely crisp in the quiet room. The black silk was violently ripped open, revealing a large expanse of smooth, jade-like white skin underneath. Zhu Shengchuan picked her up horizontally, strode to the large round bed, and threw her into the soft bedding. Rose petals were scattered all over the ground. 2 full hours later, Su Muching, like a satiated Persian cat, lay limply on Zhu Shengchuan's broad chest. Several clear red marks were imprinted on her fair shoulders and collarbone, proof of the intense battle. Her eyes were closed, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on Zhu Shengchuan's abs, a sweet smile of utter satisfaction playing on her lips. Chapter 81. One of the big bosses behind Jinghong Entertainment. Morning light pierced through the gaps in the heavy blackout curtains of the Victoria Hotel, casting a very thin beam of light on the carpet. On the messy, large round bed, a few crumpled rose petals lay scattered. The sheer black stockings, shimmering with glitter, were torn to shreds by last night's frenzy and hung tattered at the foot of the bed. Su Muching clung tightly to Zhu Shengchuan like a boneless octopus. Her fair and shapely thighs pressed directly against Zhu Shengchuan's waist and abdomen, and the red marks left by the tight lace straps from last night had not yet faded. The nation's first love was completely naked at this moment, her whole body pressed against Zhu Shengchuan's burning chest, quietly listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Zhu Shengchuan opened his eyes, and his right hand instinctively pinched those 2 petals. The feel was incredibly amazing. Woke up. Su Muching let out a soft, sweet nasal sound and gently nuzzled his chin. She looked up, and her usually pure and innocent face was now filled with an intense, overwhelming desire and a fervent, unwavering devotion. Shengchuan. She bit her lower lip, her voice hoarse and strained. From now on, my person, my life, are all yours. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Even if you ask me to retire from the entertainment industry right now to have your child, I'm willing. The most popular female star in the entertainment industry, the dream lover of countless otaku, humbled herself to the dust and sacrificed everything she had. Zhu Shengchuan brushed aside the long hair that fell across her cheek and chuckled softly. Starting this first thing in the morning? Your legs are still shaking. What are you doing having a baby? Just stay in the industry and make me a lot of money. You're so annoying. Su Muching's cheeks flushed red, and she snuggled deeper into his arms, her snow-white skin creating a striking contrast with his bronze chest. Zhu Shengchuan leaned against the headboard, playing with her soft, long hair with one hand. A pale blue light screen automatically popped open in front of me. Last night's swift and decisive PR counterattack caused a complete uproar on Weibo's trending topics. The entire entertainment industry and tens of millions of fans felt their minds being forcefully manipulated, and an immense surge of emotional energy erupted instantly. The numbers on the panel were jumping at a frantic pace. Worship points, 1,250,000. System notification, worship points surpass 1 million. Final stage access unlocked. Spend 100 million worship points to exchange for new skills. Top-tier appraisal eye, hormonal intimidation aura. 2 streams of heat flowed down from between the eyebrows and along the spine into the limbs and bones. Zhu Shengchuan quickly scanned the skill descriptions. Top-tier connoisseur's eye, seeing through the essential value and hidden attributes of everything, including antiques, raw stones, equity structures, and even a person's core pain points and past experiences. Hormonal intimidation aura, passively activated, creates an absolute and fatal attraction to the opposite sex, and instills a soul-stirring sense of class oppression in targets of the same sex or hostile individuals. These two skills have significantly enhanced Zhu Shengchuan's abilities. Noon. Kyoto University's second cafeteria. The place brimming with youthful energy and vibrant life, bustling with activity. Zhu Shengchuan had just finished getting his food and turned around with his tray when a white figure bumped right into him. Shen Tianxi wore a pure white pleated miniskirt, her long, straight legs dazzlingly white in the sunlight. The tight-fitting waist design accentuated her incredibly enviable figure. Brother Chuan. Shen Tianxi grabbed his arm, pressing her entire weight against him. Countless envious glances swept over them from the cafeteria. Zhu Shengchuan steadied the plate and led her to a corner by the window to sit down. As soon as she sat down, Shen Tianxi's sweet smile instantly faded. She leaned closer to Zhu Shengchuan and sniffed his collar very carefully. "Didn't you go back to the dorm again last night? Where did you go?" The sickly sweet granddaughter of the military region's deputy commander made a surprise inspection, getting straight to the point without any hesitation. Zhu Shengchuan remained expressionless. He casually picked up a piece of braised pork rib with his chopsticks and stuffed it directly into Shen Tianxi's mouth, precisely silencing her next question. "Went to help some unlucky guy clean up his mess. Stayed up all night, my head hurts," Zhu Shengchuan said lazily, casually ruffling her hair. "Wearing such a short skirt in the middle of the day? Aren't you afraid of flashing yourself?" Shen Tianxi chewed on the ribs, her cheeks bulging, her peach blossom eyes fixed on him. "Stop changing the subject. My grandfather called yesterday to ask how I'm doing here and if I need him to send 2 female bodyguards over to keep me company." A blatant threat. The image of the Tianjin Military Region Deputy Commander's bodyguard driving a jeep into Beijing is quite something. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled softly. He reached across the table with one hand, grabbed Shen Tianxi's smooth cheek, and leaned forward. The distance between the two instantly closed to only 5 centimeters. The hormonal aura operates silently. An extremely aggressive masculine aura instantly enveloped Shen Tianxi completely. "Why send guards here? To spy on me?" Zhu Shengchuan lowered his voice, his eyes so deep they could draw you in. "Are you really willing to take me back to the basement of Jinmen Pass?" Shen Tianxi's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the man in front of her was exuding a fatal attraction that made her scalp tingle, and her prepared confrontation instantly crumbled. "Who wants to lock you up?" Shen Tianxi blushed, her eyes darting away. "I just missed you." "Good boy." Zhu Shengchuan let go of his hand and leaned back in his chair. "No classes this afternoon? I'll take you for a drive after we eat." Shen Tianxi immediately beamed with joy. The tension from before vanished instantly, and she proactively picked up a piece of pork rib and fed it to Zhu Shengchuan. "Then eat more to nourish your body." Just as the two were getting all lovey-dovey in a corner of the cafeteria, Zhu Shengchuan's phone vibrated twice in his pocket. When I took it out, I saw it was a WeChat message from Su Muching. "Shengchuan, Director Xie has returned to Beijing. She saw the online uproar and said it was handled very well. I told her about your situation, and she asked me to thank you on her behalf. Director Xie has booked a private dinner for you tonight at 8 p.m. I'll send you the address later. Shengchuan, you absolutely have to come. Director Xie has an extremely high status in Beijing's entertainment circle and controls countless top-tier resources. She has a very eccentric temper and can easily blacklist a top star. I'm terrified of her. For her to take the initiative to invite someone to dinner is practically unprecedented in the industry." Zhu Shengchuan narrowed his eyes as he read this. "Thank you, Director." The top agent behind Su Muching, one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of Jinghong Entertainment, and an extremely mysterious and powerful figure in Beijing's entertainment circle. When Director Xie helped Su Muching out of a predicament at the film studio, he happened to be out of town. Wang Jianya of Xinhui Entertainment dared to be so arrogant because Director Xie wasn't home. Now that the storm has subsided, the person in charge has personally hosted a banquet. This dinner was definitely not as simple as a thank you. There's never any genuine human connection in the entertainment industry, only naked self-interest and probing. Zhu Shengchuan tapped the screen and replied with a single word. "Okay." 7 p.m. Zhu Shengchuan stood in front of the full-length mirror in dormitory 621. He changed into the pure black handmade haute couture suit that Su Muching had previously ordered for him at the mall. The cut was extremely tailored to fit his enhanced physique perfectly, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long, straight legs. On her wrist was the Patek Philippe Nautilus, a piece of jewelry worth 12 million yuan that Jiang Yao had given her. Hormonal intimidation aura, fully activated. Lin Yuan, who was standing next to him, stared wide-eyed and swallowed hard. "Brother Chuan, with your outfit and your aura no one would doubt that you are the heir of a prominent family in Kyoto." Zhu Shengchuan adjusted his cufflinks, a cold, sharp smile curving his lips. A top-tier director in Beijing's film and television industry. Banning top celebrities at will. The scale of the event was quite impressive. He picked up the Porsche Panamera car keys, turned around, and pushed open the door to leave. Tonight, he'll see just who this Director Xie is, the one who scared Su Muching like a quail. If the other party dares to act like some big shot in Beijing's elite circles at the dinner table, he wouldn't mind using his newly upgraded system to teach her a real lesson in how to deliver a crushing blow. Chapter 82 Reunion with an Old Friend. Director Xie is actually my ex-girlfriend. 8 p.m. A black Porsche Panamera smoothly drove into a secluded alley within Kyoto's second ring road. There was no signboard, only two heavy, bright vermilion doors, in front of which stood two white marble lions. This is Chang'an Private Banquet, one of the most prestigious private clubs in Beijing. It operates on an extremely strict membership referral system. Money can't buy you entry, as it only recognizes members from elite circles and those with deep connections. As soon as the Panamera came to a stop, two security personnel dressed in black traditional Chinese jackets quickly stepped forward and opened the car door, their movements swift and respectful. Zhu Shengchuan stepped out of the car. A pure black, handcrafted haute couture suit encased his slender body, which had been reshaped by the system. A night breeze swept by, and the innate oppressive aura of hormonal intimidation aura dissipated with a roar. He casually adjusted his cufflinks, deliberately and unintentionally revealing his watch. The lobby manager, who stood on the steps to greet guests, was a shrewd and experienced man who had seen countless people in the capital. His gaze lingered on Zhu Shengchuan for only half a second, and his previously formulaic smile instantly turned into one of extreme flattery, his back involuntarily bending down. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" The manager jogged forward, his tone respectful to the core. This innate aura of authority is definitely the mark of a prince raised in a powerful family for 3 generations. Number 1 in the top tier, Director Xie's scheme. Zhu Shengchuan's tone was calm, without any unnecessary words. "This way, please. Director Xie and Miss Su have arrived." The manager personally led the way, his posture humble. Passing through the winding covered walkways, on both sides were the ever-changing scenery of a Jiangnan garden, with artificial hills and flowing water, and the air filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Zhu Shengchuan followed behind the manager, his steps steady. However, just as he was about to reach the carved wooden door at the end of the corridor, Zhu Shengchuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. A faint yet extremely familiar scent of perfume drifted into his nostrils on the gentle breeze in the corridor. The top note is extremely cool cedar, while the middle note carries a hint of extremely domineering and alluring black datura. This perfume is extremely rare and cannot be bought on the market. It is a custom-made product by a private perfumer. A jolt of electricity shot through Zhu Shengchuan's spine. Su Muching was chatting with a woman, and he recognized that voice all too well. 2 years ago, I had been bound to the system for a while and had graduated from Meng Wanqing's apprenticeship for some time. I was in the growth stage of a sea king, casting my nets everywhere to practice. At that time, he was arrogant and felt that girls his age could no longer challenge him. So, through a high-end private forum, he was matched with an older woman who claimed to be doing cultural investment in Beijing. Online name, Jinghong. Zhu Shengchuan originally thought that it was another easy fish to handle, and was prepared to use his perfect rhetoric to generate a lot of emotional points. As a result, that was the biggest setback he ever suffered in his career as a sea king. This older sister doesn't play by the rules at all. When he sends a good morning message, she replies with a photo of her wet hair, half covered, after taking a shower. When he's in his second year of high school having evening self-study, she sends him a close-up of her long legs in extremely thin black stockings, along with an extremely explicit voice message. "Little Shengchuan, my legs are sore, I miss your hands." For 3 whole months, Zhu Shengchuan was repeatedly flirted with, his face turning red with embarrassment, and he was forced to cross his legs in class to hide his awkwardness. The other party was extremely assertive and proactive, like a seasoned female rogue. Instead of ignoring his emotional investment, she fueled his daily lust. Finally, Zhu Shengchuan, still retaining the innocence of a 16-year-old, couldn't take it anymore and fled, deleting her from his WeChat contacts and cutting off all contact. She was the only woman he ever kicked out of the fish pond because he couldn't handle her. "Sir," the manager asked cautiously as he saw him stop. "It's nothing." Zhu Shengchuan took a deep breath, suppressing the absurd premonition in his heart. "Director Xie Jinghong. Is it a coincidence?" Click. The carved wooden door of the private room was pushed open from both sides by 2 waitresses dressed in cheongsams. The spacious private room was decorated in an extremely antique style. There was a round table made of Wangwali wood, and priceless original works of art hung on the walls. Upon hearing the door open, Su Muching, who was sitting by the tea tray brewing tea, immediately stood up. The nation's first love wore a minimalist white dress today, looking as pure as a spring of water. Seeing Zhu Shengchuan enter, the love in her eyes almost overflowed. She quickly stepped forward and naturally took his arm. "Shengchuan, you're here." Su Muqing's voice was soft and sweet as she clung tightly to his arm. Zhu Shengchuan did not look at Su Muqing. His gaze passed over Su Muqing's head and fixed on the woman at the head of the round table. The woman was standing with her back to them, admiring the bamboo forest outside the French windows. Hearing the noise, she slowly turned around. With a boom sound, something seemed to explode in Zhu Shengchuan's mind, and he even held his breath for half a second. It really is her. Xie Jinghong. The woman looked to be no more than 27 or 28 years old, and was a full 1.72 meters tall. She wore an extremely fitted, sharply tailored black haute couture tuxedo. Her long, wavy hair cascaded lazily over one shoulder. The deep V-neck design, revealing her incredibly voluptuous figure, showcased her stunningly white skin, which shone with a breathtaking sensuality under the lights. With fiery red lips and delicate, silky eyes, she exuded the aura of a top-tier female demon who trampled everything underfoot. The moment their eyes met, a faint blue data stream flashed deep within Zhu Shengchuan's eyes. Top-tier connoisseur's eye triggers automatically. His gaze instantly pierced through the dim light, landing precisely on Xie Jinghong's deep V neckline, on her smooth, white left collarbone. There, a black tattoo stood out starkly against the backdrop of the room. It is a small regular script version of the Chinese character, Chan. Against the backdrop of her snow-white skin, she was extremely dazzling and alluring. Zhu Shengchuan's scalp tingled instantly. 3 years ago, that woman sent a photo of her collarbone on WeChat, saying she got his name tattooed in his memory. Zhu Shengchuan thought it was just a picture from the internet or a temporary tattoo, and didn't believe it at all. 3 years later, this powerful female figure in Beijing's elite circles, who represented absolute control, actually stood right in front of him, sporting this tattoo. Director Xie. Su Muqing, oblivious to the sudden, suffocating tension in the private room, pulled Zhu Shengchuan forward a couple of steps like a kitten showing off its treasure. "This is the Zhu Shengchuan I mentioned to you. He was the one who helped with that online incident, and he also suppressed things at Xinhua Entertainment." Xie Jinghong did not look at Su Muqing. Those incredibly alluring fox-like eyes, with an extremely dangerous and aggressive look, scrutinized Zhu Shengchuan from head to toe. Her gaze slid from his broad shoulders, over his taut waist and abdomen, and finally landed on his handsome face, which had lost its youthful immaturity and was now angular and defined. "Zhu Shengchuan." Xie Jinghong parted her red lips slightly, and when she uttered these 3 words, her voice was extremely lazy and hoarse, and her tongue seemed to swirl between her teeth, with an extremely sticky and pulling sensation. Seeing is believing. The man Mu Chung has her eye on is indeed handsome and talented. She walked gracefully to Zhu Shengchuan, her 10-centimeter red-soled high heels swaying gently. A rich, cool scent of cedarwood instantly enveloped Zhu Shengchuan. Xie Jinghong extended her right hand. That hand was slender and fair, with an extremely large emerald ring on the index finger and nails painted a deep wine red. "Nice to meet you, fellow student." She emphasized those 3 words, her tone carrying a mix of mockery and resentment that only the two of them could understand. Zhu Shengchuan had a premonition that this older woman had come seeking revenge. But he's no longer the high school student who would be so terrified by a few explicit photos that he'd delete someone on WeChat. The confidence gained from the basic physical enhancement potion and a million points of admiration gives him enough leverage to overturn the table. Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into an extremely composed smile as he extended his right hand and firmly grasped that soft, boneless jade hand. "You're too kind, Director Xie." The moment their hands clasped together, Xie Jinghong, with her index finger painted with wine red nail polish, brazenly and secretly scratched Zhu Shengchuan's palm hard. A tingling, electric sensation instantly shot from his palm to the top of Zhu Shengchuan's head. Right under the nose of his current girlfriend, Su Muqing, the two completed their extremely taboo first encounter. Zhu Shengchuan tightened his fingers suddenly, pinching her soft finger bones with extremely domineering force as a counterattack, and then released his hand very naturally. A hint of surprise flashed in Xie Jinghong's eyes, followed by a deeper, more amused smile. This innocent little puppy that ran away 3 years ago has grown into a wolf that dares to bite. Don't stand, please take a seat. Chapter 83. Director Xie is so busy with his affairs, why should he hold a grudge over a passerby? The waiter pushed the food cart in, served the dishes, and poured the drinks. The round table was large, and the 3 of them took their seats. Su Muqing naturally sat down next to Zhu Shengchuan. Xie Jinghong sat in the main seat, the curves of her deep V cigarette dress rising and falling with her breath, her fox-like eyes never leaving Zhu Shengchuan. Pour the decanted Romani Conti into a crystal glass. Wang Jianya of Xinhua Entertainment has overreached. Xie Jinghong leaned back in his chair, swirling his wine glass. He even dares to touch my people. Su Muching lowered her head, her hands resting on her knees, her body stiff. In front of the boss who had personally elevated her to such a pedestal, she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There are always some idiots in the industry who don't know their own limitations. Xie Jinghong took a sip of red wine, her fiery red lips leaving a mark on the rim of the glass. That top boy group member who debuted from a talent show 2 years ago, what was his name again? He got too big for his britches and tried to bypass the company to get endorsements privately. I suspended his appearances for 6 months and had someone post all his dirt on the internet. Su Muching shuddered. He's probably working as an extra in Hongyan now. Xie Jinghong casually put down his wine glass, his gaze sweeping over Su Muching. Muching, I mentored you. Remember, in this industry, obedience is the key to longevity. An absolute sense of oppression from someone in a superior position. In short, it sucked the air out of the entire private room. Su Muching's face turned pale, and she nodded repeatedly. Xie Jinghong changed the subject, her gaze returning to Zhu Shengchuan. The sharpness in her eyes faded, replaced by a half-smile. However, this time, I really have to thank young Master Zhu for his help. Xie Jinghong raised his glass and toasted from afar. In just half a day, you dug up that pimp's secrets and even got your hands on the transfer records of the rival company. Your PR tactics are swift and efficient. Zhu Shengchuan raised his glass in return and took a sip without rushing. It reminds me of an old friend who disappeared without a word 3 years ago. Xie Jinghong's red lips parted slightly, her voice low and probing with an extremely dangerous undertone. That person also liked to use these ruthless methods, teasing people until they were itching with desire, and then disappearing without a trace. Young Master Zhu, if such a person fell into my hands, how should I punish him? The private room was deathly silent. Su Muching looked completely bewildered, unable to understand what Director Xia was trying to say. She only felt that the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. She quietly took Zhu Shengchuan's hand under the table. Zhu Shengchuan wrapped Su Muching's soft little hand in his palm, but his expression remained unchanged. Director Xia is joking. Zhu Shengchuan looked directly into Xie Jinghong's eyes, his hormonal aura silently activating. Since an old friend has left without saying goodbye, he must have found a better place. The capital is a dangerous place, and Director Xia is busy with countless affairs. Why bother with a passerby? It's better to focus on the present. Some things, the tighter you hold on to them, the faster they slip away. His words were impeccable, even taking the initiative. Xie Jinghong's eyes narrowed. The man before her was frighteningly composed. The high school student who had been scared off from the internet by a few of her photos 3 years ago now dared to lecture her in such a superior tone right in front of her. The overwhelming sense of male hormones that struck her soul made her blood rush through her veins. Young Master Zhu is quite insightful. Xie Jinghong's lips curled into a stunning smile. The waiter served the last Australian lobster, left the private room, and closed the door behind him. The dinner party officially began. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Su Muching breathed a slight sigh of relief. She picked up the serving chopsticks, obediently selected the tenderest piece of shrimp meat, and placed it in the bone dish in front of Zhu Shengchuan. "Shengchuan, try this." Su Muching's voice was soft and sweet. "Eat it yourself," Zhu Shengchuan said gently. Just then, Zhu Shengchuan's left leg suddenly stiffened. Beneath the round table, a heavy velvet tablecloth stretched to the floor, completely blocking the view. A foot, having taken off its high heel, somehow crossed the boundary under the table and landed precisely on the cuff of Zhu Shengchuan's trousers. Xie Jinghong sat opposite, one hand supporting her chin, the other holding chopsticks, slowly and deliberately picking at the vegetables in front of her. Her expression was serious, even carrying a hint of aloofness and arrogance befitting a boss. But the foot under the table was extremely audacious. A silky smooth sensation came through the fabric. It was a pair of feet wearing extremely thin black stockings. She slowly climbed up Zhu Shengchuan's calves, her toes lightly brushing against the fabric of his trousers, a provocative gesture. Zhu Shengchuan remained expressionless, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of water. Su Muching was sitting to Zhu Shengchuan's right, less than half a meter away. She had no idea what was happening under the table and was still carefully peeling crabs, picking out the crab roe bit by bit. The foot, clad in black stockings, went a step further, crossing over the knee and landing directly on Zhu Shengchuan's thigh. 10 toes, through the stockings, were restlessly outlining their shape. Xie Jinghong lowered her eyelids slightly, biting the tip of her chopsticks with her red lips. She wanted to force this man to reveal his weakness right under Su Muching's nose. This extreme sense of transgression and desire for control excited her to the point of numbness in her fingertips. His toes continued upwards, heading straight for the danger zone. A dark glint flashed in Zhu Shengchuan's eyes. He put down his teacup. His left hand left the table and hung down below it. Just as that jade-like foot was about to touch the core area, Zhu Shengchuan grabbed that delicate ankle. Xie Jinghong suddenly stopped picking up food with her chopsticks. Zhu Shengchuan's fingers tightened in an extremely domineering manner, his rough fingertips pinching hard on the delicate and smooth ankle bone through the black stockings. It has immense power. Xie Jinghong trembled and let out a very soft groan. A tempting blush instantly rose on her cold and beautiful face. Director Xie, are you feeling unwell? Zhu Shengchuan released his hand and asked calmly. Su Muqing quickly looked up at Xie Jinghong with a nervous expression. Director Xie, what's wrong? Xie Jinghong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the electric current surging through her body, and pulled her foot back. She put her high heels back on. It's nothing, the crab is a bit cold. Xie Jinghong picked up her wine glass, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one gulp. A few drops of wine flowed down her snow-white neck, sliding into the deep V-shaped cleavage. Zhu Shengchuan stood up. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. He loosened his tie and strode toward the luxurious restroom that came with the private room. Closed the solid wood door to the bathroom. Zhu Shengchuan walked to the marble sink and turned on the faucet. The icy water washed over his hands. The intense struggle under the table had almost ignited his anger completely. Xie Jinghong, this woman, was already a vixen 3 years ago, and 3 years later she has become a ruthless and unscrupulous female demon who deeply understands human nature. Playing such a thrilling trick right at the dinner table, in front of her own cash cow. Zhu Shengchuan pulled out a tissue and wiped his hands. Click! The bathroom doorknob suddenly turned. The door was pushed open a crack, then quickly closed and locked from the inside. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor echoed in the small space. Zhu Shengchuan turned around. Xie Jinghong leaned against the door. One of the buttons on her black suit had been undone at some point, and the neckline was lowered, revealing her snow-white collarbone and the black, Chan, river, character tattoo. Her fox-like eyes no longer concealed anything. They were filled with naked aggression. What? Young Master Zhu is running away already. Xie Jinghong, wearing 10-centimeter high heels, approached him step by step. She raised her hand, her index finger, painted with burgundy nail polish, and placed it directly on Zhu Shengchuan's chest, sliding it down the buttons of his shirt. You ran away pretty fast when you deleted me on WeChat 3 years ago. Where do you think you can run to today? The cool, cedar scent in the bathroom instantly became extremely strong. Chapter 84 Sister Xie, I'm sorry, my appetite is terrifyingly big right now. The bathroom door made a dull thud as it locked. The water gurgled in front of the marble sink. Zhu Shengchuan reached out and turned off the brass faucet. The space fell into a deathly silence. Xie Jinghong stopped half a step away. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, and the deep V-neck of her black haute couture tuxedo revealed a deep cleavage. The enormous emerald ring gleamed softly on her fair finger. You ran away pretty fast when you deleted me on WeChat 3 years ago. Where do you think you can run to today? She raised her hand, and her index finger, painted with burgundy nail polish, touched Zhu Shengchuan's chest. Director Xie, there are still artists from your company outside the door. Zhu Shengchuan leaned against the marble countertop, his tone indifferent, letting her fingers trace the buttons on his shirt. Mucheng, Xie Jinghong scoffed, leaning forward as the cold fragrance of black datura spurted directly into Zhu Shengchuan's nostrils. Even if I gave her 10 lives, she wouldn't dare knock on this door. All the pitiful resources she has are in my hands. Even if she did push the door open and saw the boss sexually harassing her man, she would have to obediently back out and close the door behind her. The domineering and unscrupulous nature of the Beijing socialite is vividly displayed. Her fingers slid down to the belt buckle at Zhu Shengchuan's waist. The fingernails made a very slight clinking sound against the metal buckle. A 16-year-old ungrateful brat. Xie Jinghong raised her head, her fox-like eyes filled with dangerous aggression. You've stirred up my anger, and now you're just going to pack up your ass, delete your account, and leave. Do you even know how many times I've turned Beijing upside down in the last 3 years? Zhu Shengchuan lowered his gaze and locked it on the black, Chuan character on her collarbone. This tattoo is actually real. It must hurt a lot to remove it, right? Xie Jinghong followed his gaze, deliberately straightening her back to make the tattoo more conspicuous. A large expanse of snow-white skin came into view. It hurts, so I didn't wash it. I kept it to remind myself that the day I catch that little bastard, I'll tie him to the bed and whip him for 3 days and 3 nights. She pressed herself extremely close, her 2 long, slender legs naturally wedging themselves between Zhu Shengchuan's legs. The black trousers and thin black stockings created an extremely dangerous physical friction. Back in those evening study sessions, you secretly looked at the photos of my legs in black stockings that I sent you. And how long did you take a cold shower in the bathroom? Xie Jinghong's breath was sweet, her voice carrying an extremely ambiguous and sticky tone. Back then, you called me sister so sweetly, and even said you'd make money to support me. How come? Now that you're wearing this hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of haute couture and driving a Panamera, you've turned your back on me. Zhu Shengchuan didn't move. He silently watched the woman who was caught up in her obsession. Xie Jinghong was convinced that she still held the same absolute psychological dominance as she had 3 years ago. With a forceful flick of her fingers, she directly pried open the metal buckle of the custom-made leather belt. That little brat Su Muching doesn't even know how to serve a man. Xie Jinghong pressed down on her wrist. Today, I'll teach you what it means to. Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Shengchuan made a move. He didn't give Xie Jinghong a chance to continue her rampage. His right hand shot out, his large, iron-like hand gripping her extremely slender waist tightly. His left hand pressed down on the back of her head. He took a step back. Bang! Xie Jinghong suddenly felt her vision shift. Her back slammed heavily against the cold marble wall. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Shengchuan leaned in and forcefully forced her legs apart with his knee, pinning her firmly in the narrow corner between the wall and the sink. Offensive and defensive aliens. Xie Jinghong's pupils contracted sharply. She had never expected that the innocent boy who had been flirted with by her crude words back then would now possess such terrifying power and a sense of oppression. Hormonal intimidation aura, full power unleashed. Zhu Shengchuan looked down at her, his deep black eyes burning with an aggressive rage. A pure male predatory desire instantly shattered Xie Jinghong's facade of a female demon. Xie Jinghong, is your perception of me still stuck 3 years ago? Zhu Shengchuan pinched her delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head. Xie Jinghong's chest heaved violently, her breathing completely out of control. You want to rebel? She asked, forcing herself to speak, but her voice trembled noticeably. Rebellion? I'm just fulfilling my duty. Zhu Shengchuan roughly pressed his thumb against her bright red lips. Back then, I deleted you because my teeth hadn't fully grown in, and I couldn't handle such a big dish as you. Forcing myself to eat, you would have broken my teeth. But now, Zhu Shengchuan's gaze followed her collarbone downwards, stopping at the deep V neckline. My appetite is so big that even I am afraid of it. Without giving Xie Jinghong any room to refute, Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, and, with a surge of raging hormones, fiercely kissed those chattering red lips. There was no probing, no tenderness, pure conquest and plunder. Their lips collided violently. Xie Jinghong's eyes widened, and she instinctively pushed against Zhu Shengchuan's chest with both hands. Zhu Shengchuan's chest was unyielding and did not budge. His tongue forcefully pried open her teeth and plunged in. Xie Jinghong's resistance lasted only 3 seconds. The resentment, longing, and anxiety of the long search that had accumulated over the past 3 years finally burst forth at this moment. She gave up resisting, tightly wrapped her arms around Zhu Shengchuan's neck, and responded wildly to the kiss that was 3 years overdue. In the confined, narrow space, the temperature soared. Zhu Shengchuan's chest pressed against Xie Jinghong. His strong arms held her firmly between the wall and the sink. Xie Jinghong's initial reaction was extremely violent. Her hands, painted with burgundy nail polish, pressed tightly against Zhu Shengchuan's chest, trying to push this willful man away. It can't be pushed. Zhu Shengchuan's muscles were as hard as iron. His physical abilities, enhanced by the system, brought him absolute dominance. His kiss carried an undeniable, possessive quality. Each breath they exchanged was imbued with a strong masculine energy, relentlessly assaulting Xie Jinghong's senses. Xie Jinghong's fingers gripped the front of Zhu Shengchuan's bespoke suit tightly. The fabric was crumpled and wrinkled. She tried to bite him, but Zhu Shengchuan grabbed her chin with one hand, forcing her to open her mouth with just the right amount of force, ready to unleash an even more ferocious attack. The air is getting thinner and thinner. 3 years of obsession, the agonizing long search, coupled with the oppressive force of this moment, the seemingly indestructible, icy exterior of this powerful woman who once held sway over Beijing's elite circles began to crumble. The hands pressed against his chest gradually lost their strength. Zhu Shengchuan's right leg forcefully wedged itself between her legs. The black trousers clung tightly to the thin black stockings. Xie Jinghong let out a muffled groan that sounded off-key. Her arms climbed up Zhu Shengchuan's shoulders, eventually encircling his neck. Her 10 fingers uncontrollably dug into his short hair. Chapter 85 Brother Chuan's domineering aura is on full display. Director Xie, you kneeled down before me. Above the marble sink is a large vanity mirror. The 2 figures were clearly reflected in the mirror. Xie Jinghong's meticulously styled wavy hair was now in a mess. The deep V neck of her black haute couture tuxedo was completely exposed, revealing large swaths of her snow-white skin to the cold light. The black, Chan, river, Character tattoo on her collarbone throbbed with the rapid rise and fall of her chest. Her eyes were tightly closed, with an extremely alluring crimson glow at the corners. The once unapproachable queen of the entertainment industry seems to have fallen from the top. Zhu Shengchuan had absolute control over the rhythm. Just as Xie Jinghong's legs went completely weak and he was about to slide down the wall, he stopped his attack. Lips separate. A strand of silver thread snapped. Xie Jinghong leaned against the marble wall, panting heavily. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes were glazed, and she hadn't yet recovered from the suffocating feeling she had just experienced. Zhu Shengchuan stepped back half a step. His expression was calm, and even his breathing was perfectly steady. He raised his hand and, extremely slowly and with great pressure, pinched Xie Jinghong's chin, forcing her to look at herself in the mirror. Your heart is beating so fast. Zhu Shengchuan stroked her burning cheek with his fingers, his tone full of teasing. It seems Director Xie has been living a rather frugal life these past 3 years. Xie Jinghong looked at herself in the mirror. Her red lips were slightly swollen, and her eyes were unfocused. She no longer possessed the dignity of a big boss. A feeling of shame and a secret excitement welled up inside me at the same time. She turned her head sharply, biting her lip and forcing herself to hold her breath. Zhu Shengchuan, you've really grown bold. Xie Jinghong forced a cold demeanor, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. You dare to mess with Mu Cheng's boss right under her nose? She's sitting in the private room outside. Aren't you afraid she'll push the door open and see your hypocritical face? They brought in Su Mucheng as a savior. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled softly. He did not back down, but instead moved closer again. His slender fingers brushed aside a stray lock of Xie Jinghong's hair that was falling loosely beside her cheek, and his fingertips brushed against her burning earlobe with remarkable ease. Xie Jinghong instinctively flinched. You weren't like this just now. Now you're trying to use Mu Cheng as a shield. Zhu Shengchuan said in a low voice, his voice hitting the eardrums directly. Xie Jinghong's face flushed red instantly, and she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Zhu Shengchuan's fingers traced down her neck and stopped at her open, deep V neckline. He casually and naturally buttoned her clothes back up, one button at a time. Though his movements were gentle, his eyes held a domineering gaze, as if he were scrutinizing his prey. Remember this. Zhu Shengchuan buttoned up the last button, patted her shoulder, and said, you have the rules in the entertainment industry. But here, who's older or younger between you and Mu Cheng is up to me. Don't try to use her to pressure me. It won't work. Xie Jinghong stared intently at him. She wanted to say something harsh, to use her billions and capital to crush this arrogant man. But when she looked into Zhu Shengchuan's unfathomable black eyes, she swallowed the words back. She found herself actually enjoying the feeling of being completely suppressed by him. This is really bad. Suddenly, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the wooden floor came from outside the door. A waiter seemed to be moving around nearby. Xie Jinghong woke up instantly. She quickly turned around, took 2 deep breaths in front of the mirror, took out her lipstick from her small black bag, and quickly touched up her makeup. She then tidied her slightly messy curls with her fingers. Less than 5 seconds. The aloof, arrogant, and ruthless director from Beijing's elite circle returned to her body. She gave Zhu Shengchuan a cold look, turned around, opened the bathroom door, and strode out. Just as she took her first step, her left leg, encased in extremely thin black stockings, trembled slightly uncontrollably. Zhu Shengchuan saw this, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, and then followed him out. Inside the private room, Su Mucheng remained obediently seated in her chair. She had already peeled a small bowl full of crab roe and was now drizzling vinegar over it with a spoon. Hearing the door open, Su Mucheng looked up. Director Xie, Shengchuan, you're back. Su Mucheng immediately stood up. Xie Jinghong walked straight to the head seat and sat down. Director Xie, why is your face so red? Su Mucheng keenly noticed her boss's unusual expression. Are you feeling unwell? Xie Jinghong picked up her wine glass and took a sip of the chilled Romani Conti. The bathroom ventilation system is broken. It's a bit stuffy, Xie Jinghong lied without batting an eye. Zhu Shengchuan pulled out a chair and sat down next to Su Mucheng. Shengchuan, try this, I just made it. Su Mucheng pushed the bowl of crab roe in front of Zhu Shengchuan, her eyes full of expectation and love. Zhu Shengchuan picked up the spoon and took a bite. It tastes good. Su Mucheng smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. She naturally took a napkin and wiped the sauce that had accidentally gotten on Zhu Shengchuan's lips. Xie Jinghong sat opposite, coldly watching this scene. The nation's first love, whom she personally nurtured, and the top goddess whom countless wealthy young men coveted, became as obedient as a maid in front of this man. Just 3 minutes earlier, this man had pinned his boss against the wall and forcibly kissed her in the restroom. An extremely strange sense of immorality spread through Xie Jinghong's mind. Her hand, which was under the table, unconsciously clinched the hem of her suit trousers. The dinner continued. Xie Jinghong stopped mentioning her online romance and began to show her true abilities. Starshine Entertainment withdrew its investment, and Mu Cheng's new album is facing a funding gap. Xie Jinghong cut the steak on his plate. Although young Master Zhu is rich and generous, he added 10 million. But the publicity and distribution channels in the entertainment industry cannot be controlled by money alone. Tianmong Entertainment has suffered a loss this time, and they will definitely not let it go. Su Muqing's expression tightened. Xie Jinghong put down her knife and fork and looked directly at Zhu Shengchuan. Jinghong Entertainment has decided to invest an additional 30 million to restart the new album. At the Asian Music Awards next month, I will use all resources to ensure that Mu Cheng wins the Best Female Singer of the Year award. Xie Jinghong said confidently. Young Master Zhu, this is my way of making amends to you for my previous lax discipline. 30 million. Best Female Singer of the Year. This is top-tier resource in the industry, enough to drive any artist crazy. Xie Jinghong casually tossed it out, clearly flexing his muscles and trying to regain his position in this game. Director Xie, you're very generous. Zhu Shengchuan picked up his teacup. Mu Cheng, you should thank your boss. Su Muqing quickly picked up her wine glass and respectfully toasted Xie Jinghong. If you have any trouble in the future, just come to me. Jinghong Entertainment is not for outsiders to interfere with. Xie Jinghong stared at Zhu Shengchuan, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Zhu Shengchuan sipped his tea, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Thank you for your trouble, Director Xie. Zhu Shengchuan put down his teacup. However, I'm the kind of person who's protective of my own. I'll see Mu Cheng's affairs through to the end. If you encounter any trouble, Director Xie, you can also come to me. After all, we're all old friends. Xie Jinghong's fingers tightened, almost crushing the wine glass in her hand. He's treating her as a woman under his wing as well. It's 10 p.m. The dinner party is over. The group walked out of the gate of the private banquet in Chang'an. The early autumn night breeze carried a hint of coolness. Xie Jinghong's driver had already driven the black Rolls-Royce Phantom down the steps. Mu Cheng, you're going in my car. Xie Jinghong turned around, her tone leaving no room for argument. I have a schedule early tomorrow morning, so I'm going back to the company dormitory tonight. Su Muqing glanced at Zhu Shengchuan with some reluctance, but she dared not disobey her boss's orders. Shengchuan, I'll be going now. Drive carefully. Su Muqing tiptoed and whispered in Zhu Shengchuan's ear. Chapter 86 Brother Chuan. Teacher Gu, it seems I really have to control you more. Zhu Shengchuan stepped forward and naturally put his arm around Su Muqing's slender waist. He even gently pinched her soft, white flesh with his fingers in front of Xie Jinghong. No need to trouble Director Xie. Zhu Shengchuan smiled nonchalantly. Mu Cheng and I have some personal matters to attend to. Now it's Mu Cheng's free time, right? Director Xie is very busy. You should go back and rest early. Staying in the bathroom for so long without oxygen is bad for your brain and can easily cause hallucinations. Xie Jinghong's breath hitched. Zhu Shengchuan emphasized the word illusion very heavily. The image of the man's ferocious, wolf-like aggression against the marble wall flashed through her mind, along with her own pathetic, limp response. Zhu Shengchuan. Xie Jinghong gritted her teeth, wishing she could kick this bastard, but her calves hadn't gotten any strength yet. She stared intently at Zhu Shengchuan. Then her gaze swept over Su Muqing, whose face was flushed with shyness. The sour feeling in her heart was so intense it felt like her skull was about to burst open. The top star I personally nurtured was defeated by the same man on the same night as me? This sense of immorality and absurdity gave this powerful woman in Beijing's elite circles a feeling of utter frustration, like someone who kills but doesn't care about the consequences. Fine, you have personal matters to attend to. Be careful. Xie Jinghong gritted her teeth and said this, then turned and got into the Phantom, slamming the door shut with a deafening bang. The Rolls-Royce roared away, leaving only a lingering, cool scent of cedar. Shengchuan, Director Xie seems really angry. Su Muqing looked up, her eyes filled with admiration and worry. In this circle, the only person Xie Jinghong had ever met who dared to speak to her like that was Zhu Shengchuan. She's just going through early menopause, don't mind her. Zhu Shengchuan casually made up a story, then put his arm around her and walked towards the underground parking garage. Come on, I'll take you back to the hotel, and while I'm at it, I'll see where you threw away that torn stocking from last night. I'm a kind-hearted person. I can't stand seeing things go to waste. Su Muqing's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she playfully punched him. You're so annoying. That was prepared for you. Do you really want to be a model of thrift and frugality? The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the dimly lit underground parking garage. Zhu Shengchuan's pure black Panamera sat quietly in the VIP parking space, like a lurking wild beast. Just as she reached the car door, Su Muching was trying to snuggle into Zhu Shengchuan's arms with a charmingly innocent expression. Sizzle. A screeching sound of brakes shattered the silence without warning. A white Audi A7, exuding a strong sense of aggression, drifted and cut directly in front of the Panamera. The blinding high beams shone like two sharp swords directly at the two of them, causing Su Muching to gasp in surprise and instinctively hide in Zhu Shengchuan's arms. Zhu Shengchuan narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly. This familiar, bureaucratic routine of checking up on employees looking across the entire Kyoto University, there's no one else who does it except for that one person. With a loud clang, the Audi door opened. A pair of long legs encased in extremely thin black stockings stepped out first, the delicate high heels clicking crisply on the concrete floor, as if stepping on one's heart. Gu Qinghan was wearing a long, fitted black trench coat. The cold eyes behind her silver-rimmed glasses were chilling, as if they could freeze the remaining warmth of the summer. She was carrying a blue folder, exuding an aura of authority, just like a cold and aloof headmaster enforcing the law late at night. Zhu, what a refined taste you have. Gu Qinghan's voice was completely flat, but every word seemed to have been soaked in vinegar for 49 days. In the middle of the night, instead of going back to your dorm to study, what are you doing here acting crazy? Zhu Shengchuan thought to himself, is this woman a police dog? Is she really going to send someone to monitor me? He then looked around and saw nothing unusual, but he felt as if several pairs of eyes were watching him from the darkness. Zhu Shengchuan's scalp tingled. Su Muching froze when she saw who it was. As the campus ambassador of Peking University, how could she not know Zhu Shengchuan's counselor? Teacher Gu. Su Muching inexplicably resembled a primary school student caught in a puppy love by the head teacher, quickly shrinking out of Zhu Shengchuan's arms, her voice barely audible, her face flushed. Gu Qinghan ignored Su Muching and instead approached Zhu Shengchuan step by step in her high heels. A cool, refreshing fragrance wafted over, instantly shattering the sweet, cloying scent emanating from Su Muching. You're a freshman, why aren't you studying? Why aren't you back in your dorm this late? Gu Qinghan stopped in front of Zhu Shengchuan, a dangerous red glint flashing behind her glasses. She lowered her voice, speaking in a hushed tone that only the three of them could hear. Zhu Shengchuan, you've got quite the appetite, haven't you? You haven't even warmed up to Shun Tianqi yet, and you're already having fun here. Zhu Shengchuan raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining completely composed. Hormonal intimidation aura activates automatically. Instead of retreating, he took half a step forward, his body almost touching Gu Qinghan's shapely figure. Ms. Gu, isn't it time for get out of class to end? You're being too nosy, aren't you? Zhu Shengchuan said lazily, taking the folder from her hand and subtly scratching her palm with his fingertips. Besides, have you forgotten what I told you last time? Gu Qinghan's delicate body trembled as she was tickled, and the electric current that surged up from her tailbone almost made her lose her aloof persona. To have an urgent matter. This is a Bhutan Urgent Personnel Edition file for the new semester's arts performance. Gu Qinghan forced herself to remain calm and said coldly, Ms. Su, you're here too. Perfect timing. The school has decided to add your solo performance, and we need Zhu Shengchuan as your accompanist. Do you have any objections? Su Muching was stunned. Accompaniment pairing? Cultural performance? She's not stupid. She wouldn't be able to pinpoint the exact two people late at night for something like this. But this is the counselor. No objection. Su Muching obediently shook her head. Since you have no objections, then you can take a taxi back first. Gu Qinghan calmly took out 2 red bills from his pocket and handed them to Su Muching, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Student Zhu still needs to come back to school with me to do a thorough check on the details of her file. After all, this is official business. Su Muching looked to Zhu Shengchuan for help. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled inwardly. Gu Qinghan had become shrewd. She had learned to use righteousness to intimidate people. Mucheng, you go back first. Zhu Shengchuan patted Su Mucheng's head gently. Take my car back, and I'll come find you when I'm done. Although Su Mucheng was unwilling, she could only look back every few steps and obediently take the car keys and drive away. Everyone's gone. Teacher Gu, why don't you show your true colors? Zhu Shengchuan casually tossed the folder onto the roof of the Audi, grabbed Gu Qinghan's waist, and pulled her sharply into his arms. Zhu Shengchuan, how dare you? Gu Qinghan cursed, but her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, and the icy coldness in her eyes melted into a pool of spring water in an instant. Outrageous. Why didn't you say I was outrageous in the office last time? Zhu Shengchuan pinned her against the car door, his large hand forcefully reaching under the hem of her trench coat. Gu Qinghan's stockings felt extremely cool to the touch, but the skin underneath was surprisingly hot. Zhu Shengchuan's fingers precisely touched the extremely sensitive soft flesh on the inside of her thigh and pinched it hard. Wah! Gu Qinghan let out a soft groan, shrinking into Zhu Shengchuan's arms like a snake that had lost its bones. Her glasses ask you, "How come your appetite has grown so big?" Gu Qinghan bit his earlobe, her voice trembling with tears and jealousy. "Zhu Shengchuan, you're a wolf that can't be satisfied. I drove around in circles 3 times in the middle of the night to find this place, and you actually hugged that celebrity right in front of me. Mu Cheng is much more sensible than you," Zhu Shengchuan said without batting an eye, but his grip tightened. "Teacher Gu, this is an underground parking garage. Tell me, if I were to proofread your files right here, wouldn't you shout so loudly that the whole garage could hear you?" Gu Qinghan was filled with shame and indignation, but her 2 long, black-stockinged legs unconsciously wrapped around Zhu Shengchuan's waist. "You dare? You'll see if I dare." Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head and kissed those thin, red lips, lightly coated with lip gloss, fiercely. Hormonal aura, a frenzied backflow. Gu Qinghan's initial struggle completely crumbled under this kiss. In this dimly lit, quiet underground parking garage filled with the smells of engine oil and exhaust fumes, the beautiful counselor, famous throughout Peking University, was like a caught thief, frantically demanding her share of greed. "Zhu Shengchuan," Gu Qinghan opened her eyes groggily, her voice drawn out in a long, sticky tone. Go to the back seat. Don't stay here, it's dirty." Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Why go to the back seat? I think the width of the Audi's hood is just right." Zhu Shengchuan scooped up Gu Qinghan and let her sit half on the warm hood of the Audi. Her trench coat was open, and the silk undershirt was extremely conspicuous in the darkness. Gu Qinghan closed her eyes in shame and pressed her hands firmly against the hood. Chapter 87. Little Mu Cheng is still the most well-behaved and adorable. In the dim light of the underground parking garage, the hood of the Audi A7 radiated warmth. Zhu Shengchuan's hands, like branding irons imbued with magic, precisely gripped Gu Qinghan's vital points through the extremely expensive silk inner garment. The fabric was crumpled into messy wrinkles in his palms, and that breathtaking expanse of snow-white skin rose and fell violently with her rapid breathing. Gu Qinghan's glasses had long since tilted to one side. She tilted her snow-white neck back, her eyes were glazed, her red lips were slightly parted, and she was emitting sticky, panting breaths that only the 2 of them could hear. "Teacher Gu, are you satisfied with this step of the file verification?" Zhu Shengchuan whispered in her ear, his voice low and husky, deliberately lowering his tone. These words were like a spark, thrown directly into Gu Qinghan's already fragile defenses of reason. Just as Zhu Shengchuan's fingers were about to slip further under the thin black stockings to explore more intimate areas. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a piercing car engine roared from the garage entrance in the distance, and 2 high beams swept directly into the area. Gu Qinghan shuddered violently, her reason returning instantly, suppressing her desires. Like a startled cat, she suddenly unleashed tremendous strength, shoving Zhu Shengchuan away forcefully. "Don't touch me." Gu Qinghan's voice trembled. She frantically slid off the hood, hastily pulling her disheveled black trench coat tighter to cover herself up. She hastily adjusted her glasses, her chest heaving violently, and the tenderness in her eyes now transformed into a furious rage filled with shame and indignation. "Zhu Shengchuan, you're a complete scoundrel." Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth, her ears turning so red they almost bled. She grabbed the blue folder from the roof of the car and slammed it hard into Zhu Shengchuan's chest. "Get to my office by 8 a.m. tomorrow and sign these papers. 1 minute late, and all your participation points will be deducted." After uttering this utterly ineffective threat, Gu Qinghan opened the car door and climbed into the driver's seat. With a loud bang, the car door slammed shut. The Audi A7 screeched to a halt, floored the accelerator, and sped out of the underground parking garage as if its life depended on it. Only a cool, lingering fragrance remained, swirling in the air. Zhu Shengchuan stood still, caught the folder with one hand, looked down at his body which was already in a state of high readiness, and his lips twitched violently twice. What the hell is this? They're already at their wits' end, and they just desert at the last minute? That woman, she kills but doesn't bury him, Zhu Shengchuan muttered to himself. A WeChat message popped up on the screen. Su Muching, who prioritizes the greater good, Shengchuan, I'm home. The password is your birthday plus mine. Have you finished your work? Between the lines, there is a sense of cautious probing and an unconcealable resentment. Zhu Shengchuan licked his lips, a glint of wicked fire flashing in his eyes. The counselor had run away, but thankfully there was still a well-behaved and sensible top-star kitten waiting to be comforted. He didn't reply to the message, but walked straight out of the garage, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and headed straight for the location sent by Su Muching, the Xinghuan Grand Apartment. This is a well-known affluent area in Beijing, with extremely tight security. Fortunately, Su Muching had informed the property management in advance, and Zhu Shengchuan had no trouble getting through, taking the elevator directly to the top floor. Standing in front of the dark gold-colored front door, Zhu Shengchuan typed in the two people's birthdays. Tick-tock. The door lock is open. As soon as Zhu Shengchuan opened the door, before he could even take a good look at how luxurious this nearly 100 million yuan penthouse was, an incredibly soft body, carrying a warm breeze with the scent of sweet oranges, rushed straight into his arms. Shengchuan. Su Muqing wrapped her arms tightly around Zhu Shengchuan's neck, her two long, straight legs wrapped around his waist without any defense, and she hung up to him like a koala. Zhu Shengchuan instinctively supported her. Zhu Shengchuan looked down and instantly felt that the fire that hadn't been vented in the garage was burning even brighter. This national sweetheart, who usually appears pure and innocent under the spotlight, was now wearing only an extremely thin ice silk slip dress. The dress was pearl white, with very little fabric, and the two thin shoulder straps looked as if they might break at any moment. Most importantly, the ice silk material hugs the curves perfectly. Under the warm yellow light of the entryway, the full curves and undulating waistline are on full display, and you can even vaguely see a very alluring crimson outline. Why are you dressed like this and waiting at the door? Zhu Shengchuan closed the door and pinned her against it. I was afraid you'd get scolded by Teacher Gu for a long time, and I was scared. Su Muqing buried her face in Zhu Shengchuan's neck, her voice soft and sweet, her eyes still a little red. Director Xia also lost his temper today. I thought you wouldn't come tonight. Zhu Shengchuan's heart softened. This girl had experienced online harassment, rumors spread by haters, and pressure from investors today. In the evening, she was also pressured by Xie Jinghong and Gu Qinghan, two powerful figures. Her nerves were probably stretched to the limit by now. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. You can just snuggle up in my bed and act all cute. Zhu Shengchuan's tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable domineering air. He lowered his head and accurately captured those two soft, jelly-like red lips. Su Muqing let out a soft, sweet moan, opening her teeth wide without reservation, allowing Zhu Shengchuan to penetrate her. The living room of the spacious apartment was covered with a thick wool carpet, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the bustling nightscape of Beijing. But at this moment, all the luxury became a backdrop. Zhu Shengchuan held her and kissed her all the way from the entrance hall to the silk sofa in the living room. The straps of her silk nightgown had somehow slipped down to her fair arms. Su Muqing clutched Zhu Shengchuan's shirt collar tightly. Her eyes glazed as she looked at the man pressing down on her. Shengchuan, go to the bedroom. Su Muqing bit her lower lip, her voice as soft as a feather. Zhu Shengchuan chuckled, picked her up, strode into the master bedroom, and kicked the door shut behind him. Moonlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting dappled patterns on the disheveled silk sheets. 2 o'clock in the morning. Room 621, male dormitory at Kyoto University. Zhu Shengchuan quietly returned to his dormitory. The room was pitch black, with only old Zhao's rhythmic snoring ringing out. Haozi was still muttering Su Muqing's concert tickets in his sleep, while Lin Yuan was sprawled out, sleeping like a log. These three guys obviously didn't know that their beloved national sweetheart was crying and begging for mercy in their godfather's arms just an hour ago. Zhu Shengchuan took off his shirt, which was stained with the scent of sweet oranges and the cool smell of cedarwood, went into the washroom, and turned on the tap. The icy water poured down on his head, flowing down his sharply defined muscles, completely suppressing his restlessness. After taking a shower, Zhu Shengchuan lay back on his single bed wearing shorts, put his hands behind his head, and let out a long sigh. Looking back on the day's events, it was even more tiring than the donkeys in the production team. With $1 billion in hand, this is just the beginning. Zhu Shengchuan smiled calmly. Just as he closed his eyes to go to sleep, the phone next to my pillow suddenly vibrated violently with a buzz, and its screen lit up with a faint light in the dark dormitory room. Zhu Shengchuan frowned. It's 2:30 in the morning. Who would send a message at this hour? Shen Tianxi is already asleep, and Su Muqing probably can't even lift a finger right now. He picked up his phone. It was a text message from an unknown number without a contact name. But the moment Zhu Shengchuan saw the number, he recognized who it was. Xie Jinghong. This female devil hasn't changed her phone number in 3 years. Zhu Shengchuan opened the text message, and on the screen was a very brief sentence, without any unnecessary pleasantries. Come to my private villa at 3 p.m. for the audition for the male lead. Address, Building 8, Shishan No. 1 Courtyard. Without asking where he was or whether he was asleep, the order was given directly. This is the style of Xie Jinghong, a bigwig in Beijing's elite circles, domineering, powerful, and in charge of both killing and burying. As Zhu Shengchuan looked at the text on the screen, an uncontrollable, wild smile ignited in his deep eyes. Chapter 88, I thought it was some kind of late-night shady deal, but you've set up a group chat for me? 2:50 p.m. A pure black Porsche Panamera sped along the winding Shishan Road and finally came to a steady stop in front of the black carved iron gate of Building 8, Shishan No. 1 Courtyard. This is a well-known, top-tier affluent area in Beijing. Zhu Shengchuan unbuckled his seatbelt and straightened his Brunello Cucinelli haute couture suit, worth 780,000 yuan. She sent a text message at 2:30 a.m., directly providing her address and setting a time. Zhu Shengchuan initially thought Xie Jinghong had completely shed her female demon facade and was preparing to do something exciting on her private property. He even planned out the residual effects of the stamina-enhancing drugs. Push open the heavy solid wood door of the villa. A sweet, cloying scent, a blend of Romani Conti and several high-end custom perfumes, wafts over you. The luxurious sunken living room was dimly lit, with crystal wall lamps emitting an ambiguous warm yellow glow. There was no lone man and woman as one might imagine. Four women sat on a huge circular silk sofa. Xie Jinghong sat in the main seat, her hair still styled in wavy curls. She had changed into a dark green velvet high-slit dress, the deep V-neck revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin. She crossed her right leg over her left, revealing a straight, shapely, and smooth long leg through the slit, while she swirled a half-glass of red wine in her hand. The other three women sat on either side. The woman on the left, in her early 30s, wore a burgundy silk slip dress and a cashmere shawl, exuding an air of elegance. The two on the right, one in a tight black pencil skirt and gold-rimmed glasses, the other in a white-fitted suit, both projected the air of seasoned socialites from Beijing's elite circles. Zhu Shengchuan paused, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. After all that, sending text messages in the middle of the night, making it seem like a clandestine affair, turned out to be a group meeting? He showed no hesitation and strode down the steps. His hormonal aura silently reached its peak at that moment. Combined with the relaxed yet imposing aura honed by 3 generations of conglomerates, Zhu Shengchuan exudes a deadly masculine aggression. The laughter and conversation in the living room stopped abruptly. The 3 female bosses turned their heads at the same time, their gazes fixed on Zhu Shengchuan. Having seen countless men, these women have encountered all sorts of young heartthrobs and top celebrities in the entertainment industry. But in front of Zhu Shengchuan, those male stars seem like industrial products from an assembly line, lacking that wildness and composure that comes from within. The woman in the silk slip dress looked undisguisedly amazed. She subconsciously sat up straight and pushed her neckline forward. The woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed up her glasses, her gaze sweeping unabashedly over Zhu Shengchuan's broad shoulders and slender waistline. Director Xie, is this the kind of setup you put up when you texted me in the middle of the night to ask me to come for an audition? Zhu Shengchuan walked to the coffee table, his gaze passing over the other 3 and looking directly at Xie Jinghong. I thought Director Xie was going to give me a thorough and easy-to-understand private coaching session. I even thought of how I would cooperate. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 women burst into laughter. Xie Jinghong's fingers, gripping the wine glass, stiffened slightly. This bastard, daring to be so indiscriminate in front of outsiders. She took a deep breath and forced herself to adopt the airs of a top director in Beijing's entertainment circle. Stop being cheeky. Xie Jinghong put down his wine glass and pointed to the women around him. Let me introduce you. This is President Shui from Starlight Capital. This is the renowned screenwriter Chen Dana. And this is producer Liu from Guangyin Media. We've prepared a large-scale, S-level modern drama. Last night, after seeing your methods for suppressing trending topics, coupled with your physical appearance, Xie Jinghong said, her hands crossed on her knees in a businesslike tone. They all agree that you're perfect for the male lead. Xie Jinghong slightly raised her chin, exuding an absolute sense of control befitting a superior. A 30 million investment plus the lead male role. In the entertainment industry, this is an enormous windfall that many male stars would be willing to knock on the doors of several powerful female figures in the middle of the night for. She intended to use this absolute allocation of resources to pull Zhu Shengchuan into her territory and put him on the reins. Wearing a silk slip dress, CEO Shui winked at Zhu Shengchuan. Young Master Zhu, you have a really sharp eye. With your looks, you don't even need acting skills. Just standing in front of the camera is enough to boost ratings. I also have several high-end luxury endorsements. If you just nod, I'll save them all for you. Zhu Shengchuan smiled. He neither thanked him nor showed any sign of trepidation. He turned around very naturally and sat down on a single sofa, crossing his legs. He reached out and picked up a pack of women's cigarettes from the marble coffee table, took one out, and lit it casually. He exhaled pale blue smoke, blurring his well-defined features. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Shui, and thank you for your thoughtful arrangements, Director Xie. Zhu Shengchuan flicked his cigarette ash, his voice lazy and unrestrained. However, I have no interest in entering the entertainment industry as an actor. Xie Jinghong frowned. A 30 million investment, a top-notch team. Do you know what that means? Xie Jinghong's tone turned cold. Does that mean I have to follow the script you wrote every day, recite the lines you arranged, and even decide which bed I sleep in at night according to the investor's arrangements? Zhu Shengchuan looked at Xie Jinghong through the smoke, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, his aggressive gaze sweeping across the room. I'm a tough guy with a big appetite. Zhu Shengchuan stared intently at the expanse of white skin beneath Xie Jinghong's deep V-neck. I only eat the meat I want to eat. Besides, I have absolutely no interest in a life arranged for me by others. There was a 2-second silence in the living room. No one felt offended. On the contrary, the arrogance of being unfettered by capital and regarding S-level resources as dirt, coupled with Zhu Shengchuan's face and his maxed-out aura of hormones, directly and precisely pierced through the defenses of these female bosses. You have personality, and I like you even more. Instead of being angry, President Xue stood up and walked to Zhu Shengchuan's side. A strong scent of rose perfume wafted over. Ms. Xue bent down, revealing a breathtaking view to Zhu Shengchuan. She pulled a scented black business card from her Hermes bag and casually slipped it into the pocket of Zhu Shengchuan's suit jacket. Her fingers even brushed against his firm pectoral muscles, intentionally or unintentionally. It's okay if you don't go into the entertainment industry. President Xue's voice was very low, with an extremely obvious implication. My sister has a top-floor duplex in the East 3rd Ring Road. She lives alone most of the time. Come over for tea sometime, and I'll teach you some other scripts. Screenwriter Chun and producer Lu couldn't sit still any longer. Xie Jinghong couldn't handle such a top-tier item, but they certainly didn't want to let it go. The two of them stood up, took out their phones, and brought them close to Zhu Shengchuan. Young Master Zhu, let's add each other on WeChat. Screenwriter Chun pushed up his glasses. I have a racing-themed script, and I feel like you're a perfect prototype. How about we find a garage sometime to discuss the plot in private? Zhu Shengchuan welcomes all who come. He took out his phone, beeped twice, and scanned the QR code to add the contact. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a composed smile, occasionally throwing out a couple of well-timed internet memes, making the three female bosses laugh heartily, and even completely ignoring Xie Jinghong sitting in the main seat. Chapter 89 Zhu Shengchuan, you ungrateful wretch. Xie Jinghong sat on the sofa. She watched as the man who had forcibly kissed her in the bathroom the night before was now being relentlessly pursued by her girlfriends and business partners. Watching their fingers trace the lines on Zhu Shengchuan's suit, and listening to their blunt and suggestive words. Xie Jinghong's chest heaved violently. Beneath her dark green dress, her right leg, which was crossed, was taut and her toes were curled tightly on the silk carpet. An extremely unfamiliar, malevolent fire surged from my stomach straight up to the top of my head. That was the ultimate possessiveness and the instinct to protect food. She picked up the wine glass from the coffee table, her knuckles turning a glaringly pale from the force she used. Click! The base of the glass goblet made a dangerous cracking sound. Zhu Shengchuan put away his phone, catching a glimpse of Xie Jinghong's expression, as if he were about to suffer internal injuries. Having achieved his goal, he stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. Ladies, I have class this afternoon, so I won't be able to discuss the script with you. Zhu Shengchuan straightened the hem of his suit jacket. He walked past the three reluctant women, his gaze meeting Xie Jinghong's fox-like eyes, which seemed to be spitting fire. Thank you so much, Director Xie. Next time there's something like this, please let me know in advance so I can bring extra power banks. Zhu Shengchuan left behind a cryptic remark, turned around, pushed open the villa door, and left with a flourish. Only after the front door closed did the excited chatter of the three women erupt in the living room. Jinghong, where did you find this treasure? That figure, that aura, is absolutely amazing. Exactly. That's not fair of you, hiding things from him. If he doesn't act, I can just pay him to set up his own personal brand for fun. Xie Jinghong stared intently at the tightly closed door of the villa. She suddenly tilted her head back and downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. The red liquid slid down the corner of her mouth and dripped onto her snow-white collarbone. You guys chat. I'm a little tired. I'm going upstairs to rest. Xie Jinghong slammed her wine glass down and strode upstairs in her high heels without looking back. Pushing open the bedroom door, she threw her expensive handbag onto the bed. Zhu Shengchuan, you ungrateful wretch. She gritted her teeth, recalling Zhu Shengchuan's nonchalant manner when he added her on WeChat, and felt a sharp pain in her chest from anger. The Shishan Mountain Road. Zhu Shengchuan gripped the Panamera steering wheel with one hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. To deal with a woman like Xie Jinghong, who has an extremely strong desire for control, going along with her will only turn her into a toy. Only by ruining things in front of her and letting her experience what it means to be out of control will she truly go crazy. Soothing instrumental music was playing in the carriage. We navigated two U-shaped bends in succession. Zhu Shengchuan habitually looked up at the rearview mirror inside the car. Just one glance. His brows furrowed instantly, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end silently. 200 meters away, an ordinary black Volkswagen sedan was following at a leisurely pace. When we were going around the bend, that car clearly slowed down and stayed right at the edge of the blind spot of the surveillance camera. The distance control was extremely precise, which is definitely not the following habit of ordinary vehicles. A cold glint flashed in Zhu Shengchuan's eyes. This feeling of being watched, like a thorn in my side, has been present intermittently since I first stepped into the gates of Peking University on the first day of school. He had always assumed that these were bodyguards sent by Jiang Yao, the sickly heiress of the underworld, or retired mercenaries under Xiao Weining, doing routine security and surveillance. Because he was involved with too many powerful forces, he was used to it. But today, this black Volkswagen had been with him ever since he left Peking University for Shishan No. 1 courtyard. Zhu Shengchuan's eyes turned completely cold. It wasn't Jiang Yao, nor Xiao Weining. Shen Tianxi's military guard company used military license plates. Su Muqing's nanny van wasn't so discreet, and Gu Qinghan and Fu Xinghe couldn't possibly have such counter-surveillance capabilities. For many days in a row, that sticky gaze felt like a persistent, intractable disease. Zhu Shengchuan walked along the tree-lined path of Peking University, his hands in his pockets. From getting food in the cafeteria to shooting hoops on the basketball court, and even while unzipping his zipper in the men's restroom, he could clearly feel a pair of eyes fixed on him from behind. This feeling is extremely unpleasant. If it were some female peeping Tom who had a crush on him, that would be one thing, but if it were a man, then this would be truly disgusting. He initially suspected it was one of Jiang Yao's men. After all, that underworld heiress was extremely possessive. Zhu Shengchuan took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Yao. Miss Jiang, the tracking skills of your gang are too rough. Next time, find someone with a deeper infiltration. Don't disturb me when I go to the bathroom. Jiang Yao replied instantly. Who dares to follow you? I'll immediately send the Jiang family's punishment hall to surround Jingda University and chop that bastard into pieces to feed the dogs. Upon seeing this reaction, Zhu Shengchuan quickly posted a picture of his abs to appease the sickly young lady. It seems that, just as I suspected, it wasn't them spying on me. Zhu Shengchuan stopped and activated the holographic scene perception feature he had redeemed from the system, scanning the area. The source of the vision was well hidden. The other party's counter-surveillance awareness was extremely professional. He sneered. The hunter fears least of his patient prey. It was evening in the auditorium. The welcome party was having its third dress rehearsal. Su Muqing was in Shanghai filming a reshoot of her new album's music video and wouldn't be there tonight. This relieved Zhu Shengchuan a little, one less major potential troublemaker. The auditorium was bustling with noise. Several blinding spotlights shone on the stage. Shen Tianxi is performing a solo ballet dance on stage. She wore a pure white, tight-fitting bodysuit for dance. The fabric was extremely elastic, perfectly outlining the full curves of the young girl's emerging body. Beneath her slender swan neck, a large expanse of her snow-white back was exposed to the air. Her legs were encased in extremely tight white stockings, and the insteps of her flexed feet were dazzlingly white under the spotlight. The song ended. The music stopped. Shen Tianxi lifted the hem of her pure white gauze skirt and ran off the stage with light steps. Ignoring the stares of the group of male students around her, she went straight to Zhu Shengchuan's seat in the first row. Brother Chuan, I'm so tired. Shen Tianxi threw herself into Zhu Shengchuan's arms. A pleasant scent of peach perfume mixed with the warm, sweaty fragrance of the young girl wafted towards him. Zhu Shengchuan unscrewed the Nongfu spring bottle in his hand and handed it over. Shen Tianxi tilted her head back and gulped down more than half the bottle. A few clear drops of water slid down her delicate lips, flowed over her slender neck, and went straight into the deep cleavage of her bodysuit. She naturally shifted her body on Zhu Shengchuan's lap, finding a comfortable position to lean against him. She deliberately lifted her calf, encased in white stockings, and lightly rubbed her toes against the hem of Zhu Shengchuan's suit trousers. How about coming to my place tonight? Shen Tianxi whispered in Zhu Shengchuan's ear, her breath sweet and her voice cloying. I got my hands on a rare Hololand outfit, the kind with a really short skirt. I need you to listen to my heartbeat. A straightforward, pure desire. A deadly temptation. Zhu Shengchuan was about to retort with a few crude remarks. Duh. The oppressive sound of high heels tapping on the wooden floor came from one side. Gu Qinghan approached with a sullen face. Today she changed into a dark gray, fitted business suit. The black pencil skirt hugged her full hips, emphasizing her waist-to-hip ratio to the extreme. She swapped her flesh-colored stockings for sheer, ultra-thin black stockings, and wore a pair of aggressively styled black, pointed-toe stilettos. Behind her silver-rimmed glasses, her cool eyes gleamed with a chilling aura. He was exactly like a cold and aloof headmaster who came out to check the dormitories late at night. Chapter 90. My ex-girlfriend is getting married? Shun Tianxi. Gu Qinghan stopped, her voice devoid of any warmth. Your core was unstable during the third spin, and your lower body was floating. This is Peking University's welcome party, not child's play. Go backstage to the practice room and practice 20 more times in front of the mirror. The official's power was immense. The implication of using public office to settle personal scores was extremely clear. Shun Tianxi pouted and muttered, "Old hack." However, under the absolute pressure of the counselor, and given the Gu family's excellent reputation in Kyoto's education circles, she couldn't be too forceful, so she reluctantly stood up. Before leaving, Shun Tianxi suddenly lowered her head and planted a big kiss on Zhu Shengchuan's cheek. Then, she gave Gu Qinghan a defiant look, lifted her skirt, and walked backstage like a proud white swan. Gu Qinghan's face turned ashen. She didn't say anything, but turned and walked behind the heavy red velvet curtain on the side of the stage, using the excuse of checking the sound system. Zhu Shengchuan got up and followed him inside. The light dimmed instantly. The air was filled with the musty smell of dust. As soon as the two stood still, Gu Qinghan's sharp high heels mercilessly stepped on Zhu Shengchuan's custom-made leather shoes worth 70,000 yuan. And then he crushed it forcefully. Is it good? Gu Qinghan gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. You treat a used bottle of mineral water like a treasure? Are you collecting junk here? HoloLand, listening to your heartbeat? Zhu Shengchuan, aren't you afraid of having a cardiac arrest? He suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Gu Qinghan's slender waist with one hand, and with a sharp turn, slammed her hard against the heavy red curtain. Behind them was the stage, and outside they could hear student council members shouting as they moved props. Separated by a curtain. Extreme danger and excitement. Gu Qinghan froze, her glasses nearly falling off. She frantically reached out to push Zhu Shengchuan's chest, but Zhu Shengchuan pinned her hands behind her back and pinned them above her head with one hand. Teacher Gu, you have quite the air of an official. Zhu Shengchuan leaned forward, his hard chest pressed tightly against that astonishingly soft body. Gu Qinghan's breathing became erratic instantly. Her legs went weak. Let me go, there are people everywhere outside. Her voice trembled, thick with nasal congestion and barely concealed panic. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, his lips almost touching her earlobe. The files on the hood weren't finished being checked that night in the garage. Teacher Gu, are you wearing a new style of black stockings again today? Are they tear-resistant? Should I check the quality for you here? Zhu Shengchuan's large hand traced down her waistline, stopping at the edge of her pencil skirt. His fingers lightly brushed against the extremely thin black stockings. Gu Qinghan let out a muffled groan, her face flushed crimson. You're a complete scoundrel. She bit her lower lip tightly, but tears welled up in her eyes. The extreme sense of immorality of being forcibly suppressed and harassed behind the curtain by her student made her body speak louder than her mouth. I love Teacher Gu's contradictory attitude. Zhu Shengchuan lowered his head, precisely capturing those red lips, and domineeringly plundered them. 3 minutes later, outside, the director could be heard using a megaphone to call for Teacher Gu. Zhu Shengchuan let go of her hand. Gu Qinghan leaned against the curtain, panting heavily. Her lipstick was completely smudged. Her chest heaved violently. She hastily straightened her slightly wrinkled pencil skirt, glared at Zhu Shengchuan, her eyes filled with 7 parts shame and indignation and 3 parts moisture. Come to my office at 9 p.m. tonight. If you're even a minute late, I'll fail all your major courses. After uttering another harsh but ultimately ineffective remark, Gu Qinghan, in her high heels, stumbled and fled from behind the curtain. Now Zhu Shengchuan doesn't take her seriously at all. She's like a little kitten that only knows how to bar its teeth and claws, and in the end, she'll still be at his mercy. The rehearsal is over. Zhu Shengchuan walked out of the auditorium and got into the driver's seat of the Panamera. The phone screen suddenly lit up. A WeChat friend request popped up. The profile picture is of an extremely sweet-looking girl wearing a Japanese-style JK uniform. Her eyes are as innocent as a startled fawn's, and she wears pigtails. The remark's information consists of only one line. Shengchuan, I'm getting married. But before I marry him, I want to give you my first time. Tonight, room 802, number 8 Mansion Hotel. Zhu Shengchuan stared at the line of text. Memories flooded back. Nan Xiang, a non-core practice partner when she was first bound to the system in her first year of high school. They only chatted online for 3 months. She was extremely well-behaved and sensible, and her emotional points increased very quickly. Later, Zhu Shengchuan found her too clingy and deleted her from his contacts with some random excuse. I've never even met him. 3 years have passed, and it's come back to life. and it wants to give away premarital blood? This script is truly wild. Zhu Shengchuan stroked his chin. Adhering to the why not take advantage of someone who's already been cheated and leave nothing behind after you've had your fill mentality of a scumbag, he accepted the request without hesitation. 10:30 p.m., Kyoto No. 8 Mansion. This is a high-end themed hotel that emphasizes privacy and ambience. The corridors are covered with thick soundproof carpets, and the air is filled with a rich peach scent. Zhu Shengchuan arrived at the door of room 802, and without ringing the doorbell, he simply raised his hand and knocked twice on the door. Less than 3 seconds later, the door was pulled open from the inside. Nanxiang stood behind the door. She wore 2 very student-like pigtails, her cheeks still had a bit of baby fat, and her eyes were slightly red. Her gaze timidly fell on Zhu Shengchuan's face, which was more angular and imposing than it had been 3 years ago. She wasn't wearing the innocent JK uniform she'd worn when she applied to be her friend earlier that day. Instead, she was draped in an extremely sexy, semi-transparent white silk slip dress. The fabric was so minimal it barely covered her vitals, leaving large swaths of her snow-white skin exposed to the cool air. The nightgown was extremely short, revealing 2 shapely, fair legs bare on the carpet, her toes gripping the downy hair tightly with nervousness and shyness. Overall score, 85 points. She has the kind of girl next door, first love face that evokes a protective instinct, but paired with this strikingly contrasting outfit, her allure is amplified many times over. Zhu Shengchuan stepped into the room, closed the door behind him, and locked it. The soft click was particularly clear in the quiet room. It's been 3 years, and your equipment has upgraded pretty quickly. Zhu Shengchuan's gaze swept from her ample chest down to her fair legs, his tone playful. We're about to get married, and you're still playing such exciting games with me? Sweeping her with his intensely aggressive gaze, Nanxiang's eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. She suddenly threw herself into Zhu Shengchuan's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. A warm breeze, carrying the scent of a young girl's body and the aroma of shower gel, wafted towards me. Shengchuan, I didn't really want to marry him either. Nanxiang buried her face in his broad chest, her voice choked with sobs. She poured out her heart in tears. After the breakup, she kept thinking about Zhu Shengchuan. Later, in college, she met a senior who looked a little like him. That senior was pursuing her relentlessly, but the more she looked at him, the more she missed Zhu Shengchuan. Later, her feelings for him increased dramatically, and she finally agreed to be with him. They had been together for 3 years, but they had never taken the final step. Now that they were at the point of discussing marriage, she approached Zhu Shengchuan, wanting to give him her virginity. I'm going to get my marriage certificate tomorrow morning and have my engagement banquet tonight. Before becoming someone else's wife, Nanxiang raised her head, her watery eyes gazing intently at Zhu Shengchuan, her eyelashes trembling slightly. I just want to give myself to the person I loved most in this life cleanly and simply. Zhu Shengchuan looked at the pitiful bride-to-be in his arms. 3 years had passed, and the little girl who used to pester him for a good-night kiss every night had finally reached the point of discussing marriage. But he had no intention of being a savior, nor was he a saint. He was just a scumbag who happened to be passing by and came to collect his spoils. If you're going to keep talking nonsense, then I'm leaving. Having fun is fine, but don't put pressure on me. Zhu Shengchuan sighed, his warm fingertips gently wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Zhu Shengchuan, don't take pressure. So do you want to continue? You are who you are now. Don't mention anything about a fiancé or love. Nanxiang's face was deathly pale, all color drained from her. I was wrong. Please don't go. It was all my own choice. Zhu Shengchuan smiled slightly and picked Nanxiang up in his arms. He glanced at Nanxiang in his arms. I've changed my mind. I don't want Zhu Shengchuan's woman to marry anyone else. Either you two break up, or we'll end things now. Nanxiang's face turned even paler, and she trembled all over. I beg you, Shengchuan, just take me just once. I'll never bother you again. Zhu Shengchuan shook his head. No, you choose one, or I'm leaving now. Nanxiang gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Shengchuan, give me a day to think it over. Please, just take me first. He sighed. Everything he did was for her own good, but she didn't appreciate it. So what could he do? She couldn't call him a scumbag anymore. Fine, you asked for it. Don't blame me later. P.S. My fellow fans, I'm hesitant about this part of the story. If you're uncomfortable watching it later, please leave a comment and I'll revise it. Chapter 91. I'm warning you. Zhu Shengchuan's women can only be with me. In the center of the room was a huge round bed, covered with scarlet rose petals. Zhu Shengchuan gently placed her in the center of the petals. Nanxiang sank into the soft bed, her semi-transparent nightgown slipping down to her waist as she was pulled. Zhu Shengchuan knelt on one knee on the edge of the bed and loosened his tie with one hand. He leaned down, not rushing into a physical attack, but first kissing away the tear stains on her eyelashes, then gently sealing her lips along the bridge of her nose. Nanxiang's body was initially very tense, as unripe as an unripe plum. But under Zhu Shengchuan's abnormal physical abilities, enhanced by the system's basic physical enhancement potion and his effortless teasing, this green plum quickly melted into a pool of sweet spring water. Outside the window, the moonlight was cold and clear in the early morning. It's 1:30 a.m. Zhu Shengchuan threw back the covers and got out of bed. He didn't look at the glaring dark red stain on the sheets, but picked up the shirt on the carpet and slowly buttoned it up. The muscles in his shoulders and back appeared incredibly powerful under the dim lighting. Looking at the cold and heartless man in front of her, Nanxiang suddenly felt a strong sense of reluctance. Ignoring the aches and pains all over her body, she crawled out of bed and hugged Zhu Shengchuan tightly from behind, pressing her cheek against his strong back. "Shengchuan, can you please not leave?" Nanxiang's voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of humble pleading. After we got married, he often had to go on business trips, and he wouldn't be home for 10 days or half a month at a time. I have my own private apartment in the suburbs. Could you come and visit me occasionally in the future? She paused, biting her lower lip, and offered what she thought was an enticing offer. "I don't ask for any title, nor do I want your money. I just want to be your mistress like tonight, okay?" This is such a scheme. The abacus beads are almost falling into Zhu Shengchuan's face. Zhu Shengchuan didn't stop moving. He buttoned up the last 2 buttons, skillfully tied his tie, and draped his suit jacket over his arm. He turned around and looked down at Nanxiang, who was lying on the bed with a hopeful expression. Reaching out, Zhu Shengchuan pinched her still slightly chubby cheeks, his tone calm and devoid of warmth. "Nanxiang, this is an adult game. If you can play, you have to be able to lose." Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into an extremely cold smile. "I warned you beforehand that my women can only be with me. You can decide for yourself. I'm warning you. I'm not afraid of anything. You should think more about yourself." Nanxiang's face turned deathly pale. Looking at the man in front of her, whose eyes were clear and showed no sign of depravity, she suddenly understood. That intense tenderness and intimacy just now was nothing more than a casual act of charity on his part. While he was enjoying it, he had already drawn an insurmountable line in his mind. Zhu Shengchuan took out his phone and, right in front of her, decisively blocked and deleted the WeChat account he had just added a few hours earlier. "I took your blood, which completes the fate of our online romance back then. On the way here, I was thinking of wishing you a happy marriage and many children. Now I hope you break up with me as soon as possible." Zhu Shengchuan waved his hand, opened the door, and strode away without the slightest hesitation. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Nanxiang collapsed onto the rose petals, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. He had just stepped out of the revolving glass doors of mansion number 8. The night breeze carried away the lingering peach scent from Zhu Shengchuan's body. He took a deep breath of the early morning air, preparing to head to the underground parking garage. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket started vibrating wildly. "Caller ID, Mom." Zhu Shengchuan's eyelids twitched. What kind of surprise attack was this in the middle of the night? He pressed the answer button. A piercing voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Chuan, you have to come back to Baoding City dead by tomorrow." Zhu Shengchuan held the phone a little further away. "Mom, are you coming back to life in the middle of the night? I have a full day of classes tomorrow." "What the hell are you going to class for? You'd better come back here even if the sky falls down." My mom's anger could be felt through the screen. "Your older cousin is having his engagement banquet at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Baoding City tomorrow. Your aunt called tonight to say something sarcastic, that you've gotten into Peking University and become so successful that even the elders in the family look down on you." Zhu Shengchuan rubbed his temples, and memories of his maternal uncle's family instantly flooded back. "My eldest uncle made a little money in the building materials business in his early years and was considered a small contractor in Baoding City. My eldest aunt was a snob who loved the poor and favored the rich. Relying on her family's wealth, she often made sarcastic remarks to them during holidays. In particular, they despised Zhu Shengchuan's mother for being blind back then and insisting on marrying a proud and penniless schoolteacher. Years ago, Zhu Shengchuan's family was short 20,000 yuan when they bought a house. His mother swallowed her pride and went to borrow money, but his aunt wouldn't even let her in the door. In the end, Zhu Shengchuan made money through the system and managed to cover the deficit. His mother had been holding a grudge about this debt ever since. If Zhu Shengchuan hadn't gradually become more refined over the years, he would definitely have held a grudge against his maternal uncle's family for the rest of his life. But people, when they have a lot of money, tend to take a more detached view of trivial matters. Money and power really do nourish people. Especially now that Zhu Shengchuan has a system and 1 billion yuan in cash, those snobbish people from the past are just a thing of the past, and he can't be bothered with them at all. Zhu Shengchuan rubbed his temples and sighed. Mom, it's not worth getting angry with them. Besides, I have some good news to tell you. My mother's anger had subsided, and her tone softened considerably. What good news? My dear son, you've been admitted to Peking University. I have no other desires in this life. If you could find a beautiful wife who is a good match for you, I wouldn't mind dying. Zhu Shengchuan rubbed his temples with his left hand. What nonsense are you talking about? You don't need to worry about your daughter-in-law. Hee, your son won the lottery. The grand prize. Huh? A big prize? 100,000? 500,000. The mother on the other end of the line was incredulous. I'm not going to play riddles with you anymore. It's 15 million. I'm not lying to you. Zhu Shengchuan could only tell his family this way. He originally wanted to keep it a secret and only give them money when they needed it. Seeing that his mother still held on to those past grievances, Zhu Shengchuan felt it was time to let his mother and father know that their family was no longer an ordinary family. It's time to say goodbye to the past. The person on the other end was clearly skeptical. After a pause, they laughed again. Ha ha, son, stop joking. Her smile vanished, replaced by a tense expression. Zhu Shengchuan, tell me the truth. Don't go astray. Don't get fooled. Getting into Peking University already gives you a bright future. Don't mess around. Even if a pie falls from the sky, it can't be 15 million. A 15 million pie could kill you. Zhu Shengchuan almost couldn't hold back anymore. His mother's cautious nature kicked in, and he immediately transferred two sums of 100,000 yuan each via WeChat. Mom, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of IQ your son has? I can't be fooled myself. I really won the lottery. My mother became even more nervous when she saw the money transfer, her face full of worry. Really, son? I believe you. I know you're smart, but you can't go astray. Mom, don't worry about these things. You and Dad can just enjoy your retirement from now on. Don't worry about anything else. If you need money, just ask me. The only condition is that you don't flaunt your wealth. Seeing that her son said that, she felt relieved. Okay, I believe you. My precious son is the best. But you can't spend this money recklessly. Don't fall into the trap of capital. It's not good for my son to be too low-key. There's a saying that goes, it's like wearing fine clothes at night if you don't return to your hometown when you're rich. Your dad and I have saved up some money, planning to use it as a down payment for a house before you graduate, so you can use it when you get married. It seems like we old folks don't have to worry about it anymore. My eldest son is so successful. My dear son, Moi, you've really made our family proud. Zhu Shengchuan was amused by his mother. Okay, whatever you want, but you have to listen to my dad. Okay, we can't make it tomorrow. You go to your cousin's place and give them a good slap in the face. Make them look down on your dad. He gave a few more instructions on safety, to eat, and wear warm clothes, and then hung up the phone. Zhu Shengchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer needed to hide his wealth from his family, even though only 15 million had been revealed. Things turned out pretty much as he had guessed. His mother didn't ask him for any extra money. His parents had always trusted him. After all, he had always been the other people's child that everyone talked about. In his parents' eyes, Zhu Shengchuan was radiant with a halo. It was only because the Zhu family's ancestral graves emitted colorful spiraling smoke that such a precious child as Zhu Shengchuan came into being. Chapter 92 Snobbish? It's alright, it's perfectly normal. The next day, a pure black Porsche Panamera sped along the highway and smoothly entered Baoding City. To avoid drawing attention, Zhu Shengchuan parked his car in an old, open-air parking lot 2 blocks away from the Hyatt Hotel. Push open the glass revolving door in the lobby and walk into the banquet hall. A murky smell, a mixture of cheap Chinese cigarettes, strong alcohol, and perfume, hit me. The hall was filled with more than 30 tables, bustling with noise and filled with the vanity and competitive spirit of nouveau riche from a small county. Zhu Shengchuan glanced at the bright red welcome sign, walked straight to the table of the groom's relatives, pulled out an empty chair, and sat down. My cousin Lu Ryun was going from table to table toasting with a wine glass in hand, followed by a young best man with slicked back hair and a Prada handbag. Upon seeing Zhu Shengchuan, Lu Ryun turned and walked over. My cousin Lu Ryun is also quite good-looking, and he does have a slight resemblance to Zhu Shengchuan in terms of their features. They all inherited the physical characteristics of Zhu Shengchuan's mother and her siblings. Oh, isn't this the top student from Peking University from our Zhu family? Lu Ryun said, holding her wine glass, her tone revealing an undisguised sarcasm. He looked Zhu Shengchuan up and down, his dark clothes without any obvious logos flashing with disdain. Why did you come here wearing clothes without any tags? Did you buy them for 9.9 yuan with free shipping on Pinduoduo? Lu Ryun flicked his cigarette ash. I'm a big project manager now. If you're short of money, just tell me, and I'll take you to Highland Home to pick out a couple of decent outfits later. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids, pretending not to hear. He didn't care about his cousin and other relatives at all now, An elephant wouldn't care about ants chirping at its feet. Feeling humiliated, Lu Riyun raised her voice 2 octaves instantly, deliberately making sure everyone at the surrounding tables could hear. Xiaochuan, I'm not trying to be mean, but my engagement is such a big deal, and your parents are putting on airs. They're not even here, just sending a junior like you to go through the motions? Are they treating you like a beggar? Zhu Shengchuan frowned slightly. He raised his head, his deep gaze piercing Lu Riyun, his voice not loud, but extremely penetrating. Who do you think you are? Lu Riyun was stunned. You're just a junior. Do you think you're worthy of my parents making a special trip to eat your leftovers? Zhu Shengchuan's tone was calm, but every word was piercing. The entire table fell into a deathly silence. My aunt froze in her eating of sunflower seeds, and her face fell. The surrounding relatives started pointing fingers and gossiping. How can this child talk like that? Did you become stupid from studying too much? You got into college and now you're all arrogant. You have absolutely no emotional intelligence. Exactly. Ruiyun has a huge project in her hands now. What's with him? A poor student, pretending to be high and mighty? Zhu Shengchuan was too lazy to waste his breath arguing with these low-class snobs. You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. He had 1 billion yuan in his account right now. Arguing with them would be a complete waste of his breath. He came today on his mother's orders, but he never expected to end up like someone in a mindless, feel-good drama, getting his comeuppance in the process. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. I picked up the teacup and took a small sip. The cuffs of the gray cashmere sweater slid up slightly. Bright crystal chandeliers cascaded down from the ceiling of the hall. The Patek Philippe Nautilus on Zhu Shengchuan's wrist, a gift from Jiang Yao and worth 12 million, reflected a deep, cold mechanical light. The light didn't blind Lu Riyun, but it pierced the eye of the slick-haired best man behind Lu Riyun with deadpan precision. The best man was chewing gum and watching the commotion when his gaze inadvertently fell on the watch, and he abruptly stopped chewing. He's an expert in the field and recognized it at a glance as a truly top-tier, hard currency. A one-of-a-kind item that money can't buy. He then scanned upwards, his gaze fixed on the seemingly ordinary Brunello Cucinelli haute couture piece worn by Zhu Shengchuan, whose stitching, cut, and fabric exuded top-tier craftsmanship and luxury. The best man was a rich second-generation heir whose family owned a mine in Baoding City. He had a passion for researching top luxury goods. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the back of his shirt. To be able to wear over 10 million on one's wrist and 800,000 on one's body, and still sit here drinking tea with these bumpkin relatives without batting an eye, what kind of Beijing socialite is this? He never expected Lu Riyun to have such powerful relatives, but it seems the two families don't get along very well. Sorry, brother, let's end our brotherhood now. Lu Riyun, shut up, the best man suddenly hissed, pulling Lu Riyun away as she was about to explode. Under the astonished gazes of Lu Riyun and her relatives, the best man quickly walked to Zhu Shengchuan's side. He picked up the wine glass with both hands, bent over at a 90-degree angle, and pressed the rim of the glass lower than the base of Zhu Shengchuan's teacup. Young Master Zhu, I'm the second son of the Li family from Baoding Mining. The best man's voice trembled, his posture extremely humble. I was blind to your greatness just now. I didn't recognize you. I'll drink this one. Please help yourself. Please do as you please. After saying that, the best man tilted his head back and gulped down a full glass of 3.3-ounce Baijiu, Chinese liquor. The strong liquor choked him, turning his face red, but he didn't even dare to wipe his mouth, just stood there hunched over. This unexpected scene left all the relatives at the table dumbfounded. Young Masterly, what are you doing? He's just a poor student. Lu Riyun was completely dumbfounded and reached out to pull the best man. Get out of here. The best man turned around and glared fiercely at Lu Riyun, his eyes saying, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Zhu Shengchuan put down his teacup and looked up at the trembling best man. Zhu Shengchuan tapped the rim of the teacup twice with his index finger. A very faint glance swept over. The subtext is obvious. Shut your mouth and don't cause me any trouble. The best man, as if granted a pardon, nodded frantically and obediently stepped aside, not daring to even breathe loudly. Zhu Shengchuan remained calm. He was simply keeping a low profile, not wanting to be stared at and flattered like a monkey by these snobbish relatives. He was only there to make a formality for his mother, and would leave after the meal. His current status and position mean he's long past the stage where he needs to use money to gain a sense of presence in front of his relatives. However, Lu Riyun couldn't swallow this insult. The wealthy second-generation best man he had spent a fortune hiring to make a good impression was bowing and scraping to this poor relative. This made him feel utterly humiliated, and he had to get his revenge immediately. At this moment, he was already somewhat out of his mind, completely forgetting that young Master Li was bowing and scraping. Fine, college student, you're so high and mighty. I won't stoop to your level. Lu Riyun straightened his suit and tie, raised his voice, and deliberately made sure everyone in the hall could hear. Today I'll show you all what I'm made of. My wife is the heiress of the Kyoto Big Fruit Industry Company. Her family has assets worth tens of millions. The fact that she's interested in me is a testament to the incredible luck of our Liu family. The eldest aunt immediately beamed and loudly echoed. Yes, yes, my daughter-in-law is not only wealthy, but also very conservative and pure. Her family is very strict. I heard she's never even held a boy's hand. They'll be coming out to toast soon, so be on your best and don't embarrass our family. Liu Ruiyun glanced at Zhu Shengchuan triumphantly. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back in his chair, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. We've never even held hands? These days, are honest people taking on responsibilities so confidently? The lobby's sound system suddenly switched to the stirring wedding march. The bride is out. The lobby lights dimmed instantly, and spotlights shone on the lounge door. Liu Ruiyun greeted him with a beaming smile. He reached out and took the hand of a slender wrist wearing a white lace glove, leading her out from the end of the red carpet. The bride wore a bright red, fitted toast dress. She was petite with full curves and her cheeks still had a bit of baby fat. She linked arms with Liu Ruiyun, wearing a sweet and obedient smile, and followed Liu Ruiyun to the groom's main table amidst the blessings of relatives and friends. Halfway there, the bride seemed to sense a very oppressive gaze and unconsciously raised her head. His gaze swept past the noisy crowd and collided violently with Zhu Shengchuan, who was sitting at a corner table with a teacup in his hand. P.S. For those of you still following the story, the novel's rating is out. Please give a 5-star review. Thank you, everyone. Ors. Chapter 93. Hello, sister-in-law. What a coincidence. The huge crystal chandelier above the hall cast a bright light. The melody of the wedding march echoed. Liu Ruiyun straightened her back and led Nanxiang from the end of the red carpet. Nanxiang wore a bright red, form-fitting toast dress. The fabric clung tightly to her petite yet voluptuous figure, and the neckline was just right, revealing her full curves. Her waist was cinched, accentuating her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. A high slit opened at the side of her skirt, revealing glimpses of her legs encased in sheer flesh-colored stockings with each step. She wore white lace gloves, and her cheeks held a touch of baby fat, exuding a pure yet alluring charm. The relatives all cast envious glances their way. Nanxiang wore a sweet and obedient smile, keeping pace with Liu Ruiyun's steps. Her gaze swept casually across the seats in front of her. My gaze fell on the table where the man's relatives were. Zhu Shengchuan, sitting in the corner, was holding a white porcelain teacup and looking at her calmly. Nanxiang's breathing stopped for a moment. The footwork became noticeably unsteady. Memories of last night in room 802 of the number 8 mansion flooded my mind. The large round bed covered in rose petals, the silk camisoles scattered on the floor, and Zhu Shengchuan's domineering power suppressing me. My thigh is still aching slightly. Nanxiang subconsciously shrank her neck. Although the red mark on the side of her neck was covered with a thick layer of foundation, it still showed a dark red tinge under the overhead light. Her legs felt weak, and she almost couldn't stand up. Wife, be careful. Liu Ruiyun tried to reach out and half-wrap Nanxiang around her waist, but Nanxiang pushed Liu Ruiyun away. Nanxiang's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her mind raced. Why was Zhu Shengchuan here? And why was he sitting at the head table of the groom's relatives? Was he here to get revenge on me? Could it be that he is the good-for-nothing, poor cousin that Liu Ruiyun mentioned? This realization completely shattered Nanxiang's psychological defenses. Liu Ruiyun, completely unaware, smugly led Nanxiang to Zhu Shengchuan's table. My aunt immediately stood up, beaming with smiles. Oh my, our young mistress has arrived. Best man Li Shao stood behind Liu Ruiyun, eyes downcast, not daring to move an inch. He was screaming in his mind. Liu Ruiyun, you brain-dead idiot. That's a rich young master from the Beijing elite circle who wears a watch worth millions and haute couture. Do you think your wife's meager wealth is enough to fill his teeth? Come on, let me formally introduce you all. Liu Ruiyun raised her wine glass, cleared her throat, and deliberately raised her voice. This is Nanxiang, the young lady of the Kyoto Big Fruit Company. She usually stays at home and is very innocent. The relatives at the table echoed each other's sentiments, showering the guests with praise. Yes, Ruiyun is managing dozens of people now. She's going to be a big boss someday. Xiaochuan, when you graduate from university and can't find a good job, come back and work for your cousin. We're family. Ruiyun will definitely treat you well. A distant cousin, reeking of alcohol, said. Liu Ruiyun waved her hand smugly. Uncle is talking too much. Xiaochuan is a graduate of Peking University after all. I'll arrange a leisurely job for him, with a monthly salary of 7 or 8,000. That's enough to do right by his parents. Zhu Shengchuan smiled noncommittally. Liu Ruiyun turned her gaze to Zhu Shengchuan, raising her chin. Xiaochuan, see this? This is your sister-in-law. When you look for a girlfriend in the future, you should look for someone like her. This is based on experience. When you're dating, you have to find someone with a clean background. To tell you the truth, before your sister-in-law started dating me, she had never even held a guy's hand. Those flashy, cheap girls out there can't compare. Right, wife? Nanxiang nodded stiffly, her movements barely audible. She dared not look at Zhu Shengchuan, but his intensely aggressive gaze remained fixed on her. Zhu Shengchuan put down his teacup. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. My cousin is indeed capable, Zhu Shengchuan said calmly. A girl like this is not someone an ordinary person can handle. My sister-in-law looks beautiful in that dress today. It really shows off her figure. Nanxiang's breath caught in her throat when she heard the word figure. Last night, Zhu Shengchuan had also used the same playful tone to comment on her figure. Lu Rian thought she was praising him and laughed heartily. Of course, your sister-in-law is usually very conservative. I specially picked out this dress for her. She wouldn't have dared to wear it if it weren't for our engagement. Your sister-in-law is very virtuous. Last night, she insisted on calling me late at night, and it took me several hours to coax her to sleep. Zhu Shengchuan raised an eyebrow. When will Lu Riyun be able to get rid of her habit of boasting all the time? Really? In the middle of the night last night? Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Nanxiang broke out in a cold sweat that soaked through her undergarments. Last night, she was clearly being tormented by Zhu Shengchuan in her room at mansion number 8 until the middle of the night, both of them drenched in sweat. Lu Riyun's hastily fabricated lie to save face directly backfired spectacularly. An extreme sense of immorality permeated the air. Zhu Shengchuan's gaze slowly moved down and stopped on Nanxiang's flesh-colored stockings. Sister-in-law is indeed beautiful. Congratulations, cousin. When Nanxiang heard, congratulations, cousin, she instantly stopped breathing. Zhu Shengchuan stood up. He picked up the small wine glass on the table and poured a shallow layer of white wine. Cousin, sister-in-law. Zhu Shengchuan stepped forward. I wish you a long and happy marriage and many children. His gaze swept unabashedly over Nanxiang's body, which was wrapped in a red dress, and finally settled on her neck. Sister-in-law, your face is so pale. Did you not sleep well last night? Nanxiang's heart pounded wildly, and her breathing became completely erratic. She looked at the man before her, who wore a half-smile, and pleading tears welled in her eyes. My wrist is trembling violently. The wine glass is tilted. The dark red liquor spilled out, splashing directly onto Nanxiang's bright red toasting dress, and dripping down her stockinged legs onto the carpet. Oh, honey, what's wrong? Lu Riyun hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe her skirt. Nanxiang abruptly shook off Lu Riyun's hand. I'm having a hypoglycemic episode. I'm dizzy. Nanxiang's voice trembled uncontrollably. I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, ignoring the many astonished gazes in the hall, she lifted her skirt and stumbled towards the side passage in her high heels. Lu Riyun stood there, holding a tissue, stunned. She had completely lost face. The eldest aunt's face fell, and she began to scold Zhu Shengchuan. Xiaochuan, do you know how to talk? Your sister-in-law is already tired, and you still say she hasn't rested well. Aren't you just trying to embarrass her? Zhu Shengchuan wasn't angry and casually retorted, Auntie is right. I'm a student and don't understand social etiquette. Sister-in-law is indeed too tired. She really needs to exercise. A double entendre. Li Xiao, who was listening nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly took out his phone and sent a message to the few second-generation rich kids he had been drinking with. Brothers, I'm leaving this dinner party early. I advise you guys to leave early too. Lu Riyun tried to save face. She's a rich young lady. It's normal for her to have a bit of a temper. Everyone, continue eating and drinking. Don't worry about her. Let her calm down on her own. Zhu Shengchuan put down his wine glass. He found it boring. This predictable, one-sided defeat was far less exciting than the entanglements with women like Gu Qinghan and Meng Wanqing. Lu Riyun's shallow vanity seemed utterly ridiculous to him. Auntie, I'm going out for a smoke. Zhu Shengchuan put his hands in his pockets, made up an excuse, and turned to leave the dining table. My aunt remained silent with a cold expression. Zhu Shengchuan stepped out of the noisy hall. The outside corridor is covered with thick sound-absorbing carpet. The air conditioner was blasting cold air, and the temperature was very low. The wall lamps emitted a warm yellow glow. All around was quiet. He walked at a leisurely pace, preparing to leave. There was no need to stay any longer. Since Nanxiang is married to her cousin Lu Riyun, he can't expose her. Besides, she was just an early online dating practice partner, at most a one-night stand, not even a casual acquaintance. He would definitely have ruined it if it were someone else, but if he exposes it now, his parents will definitely be criticized behind their backs. After all, the older generation can't stand this kind of ethical drama. Therefore, Nanxiang is now a complete stranger to him. If my cousin had a good relationship with me, I would have kindly reminded him. But since the two families are on such bad terms, I can only let him suffer the consequences of his own actions. My cousin has become a cuckold, and my cousin's wife has become a cuckold's wife. Don't look back. I just turned a corner. Behind a dimly lit emergency exit door, a pair of small, trembling hands wearing white lace gloves suddenly reached out. She grabbed the hem of Zhu Shengchuan's bespoke suit tightly. A scent mingled with the aroma of red wine and peach fragrance wafted towards me. Nan Xiang stood in the shadows, her eyes red-rimmed, biting her lower lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 94. Sister-in-law, please have some self-respect. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Nan Xiang forcefully slammed the fire escape door shut from the inside, the heavy fire door shutting out the noise from outside. In the dark and cramped corner, only a low-wattage emergency light emitted a ghastly green glow. With a plop, Nan Xiang's legs went weak, and she completely forgot about the expensive bright red toasting dress she was wearing and collapsed onto the cold, icy marble floor. She stretched out her hands, clad in white lace gloves, and tightly hugged the hem of Zhu Shengchuan's bespoke suit. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, instantly ruining her meticulously applied makeup. Brother Shengchuan, I'm begging you. Nan Xiang looked up, her voice trembling and breaking into fragments. Gone was the haughty, pure young lady she had been in the hall just moments before. Don't tell Ruoyun. Please, don't tell anyone. I'm begging you. If this falls through, my family will kill me. Zhu Shengchuan looked down at her calmly. The contrast is truly ironic. Just minutes ago, her older cousin was bragging outside that she had never even held a boy's hand. But now, this pure and innocent sister-in-law is like a piece of chewing gum stuck to the sole of a shoe, humbled to the point of being in the dust. What are you doing? Your cousin is still inside waiting for you to toast him. Zhu Shengchuan's tone was lazy, even with a hint of casual teasing. If you get your clothes dirty, it'll be hard to smooth things over later. Upon hearing this, a hint of madness flashed in Nan Xiang's eyes. As if grasping at a last straw, she suddenly stood up, panting heavily, and reached behind her back for the invisible zipper. Sizzle. The zipper was violently pulled open all the way. The bright red toast dress slid down her smooth shoulders to her elbows in an instant, exposed to the dim light. Even more jarring were the dark red bruises on her fair collarbone and chest, still visible from the night before, left on the large round bed in mansion number 8. The bright red dress, combined with the snow-white skin and mottled marks, exudes an intense and irrepressible sense of immorality. Brother Chuan, you like this, right? Nan Xiang pleaded incoherently, even moving closer to Zhu Shengchuan, her voice, trembling with tears, carrying a morbid allure. As long as you don't tell anyone today, I can come out and be with you anytime after I get married. Ruoyun is often away working on construction sites, so I'll do whatever you want. I'm willing to learn any position. She tried to use her most primal physical assets to shut the man in front of her up. Just as her lips, painted with a killer red lipstick, were about to come closer, a warm yet powerful hand precisely gripped her chin. Zhu Shengchuan pinched Nan Xiang's jawbone with one hand. The force was not great, but it conveyed an absolute sense of control. He used a little force to push her back half a step. Sister-in-law, it's broad daylight. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be so promiscuous? Zhu Shengchuan gently stroked her chin with his fingertips, a casual smile playing on his lips. Besides, I've already tried everything last night. To be honest, this equipment of yours is nothing new to me. I have a big appetite now. I have no interest in eating the leftovers from other people's bowls. These words were blunt and vulgar, like a resounding slap across Nan Xiang's face. Nan Xiang's face was deathly pale, tears clinging to her eyelashes as she stared blankly at him. All right, stop putting on this melodramatic act. Zhu Shengchuan withdrew his hand, pulled a tissue from his suit pocket, and slowly wiped the fingers that had just pinched her. I don't have time to point out this kind of thing. I'd rather not bother my mouth. You'd better watch yourself and not bother me again. It doesn't really matter to him if this gets out, but his parents will definitely be caught in the crossfire and gossiped about. The reason is simple. The older generation can't stand these kinds of ethical dramas. Otherwise, he would have taught his cousin's family a lesson, to make them remember it. He really didn't bother to lower himself to his cousin's level now. He'd already slept with someone's fiancée. What more could he want? Besides, it was his fiancée who took the initiative, so you can't blame Brother Chuan. He paused, his eyes turning extremely cold. I gave you a choice last night, and you didn't want it. You chose this path yourself, and you have to finish it, even if you have to crawl on your knees. These resolute words, however, produced an extremely strange chemical reaction in Nan Xiang's ears. He didn't expose me. He didn't call me out in public. Nan Xiang's chaotic, love-struck mind begins a frantic self-conquest. Does he still care about me? Is he just angry with me for wanting to marry someone else? Is he possessive of me? A twisted ecstasy instantly overcame the fear. I understand, Brother Chuan, I understand. Nan Xiang felt as if she had been granted a pardon, collapsing onto the door panel, crying and laughing at the same time. Her originally delicate features now appeared somewhat manic. You still care about me, right? I'm not getting married. I'll go and make things clear to him right now. I'm not marrying him. Brother Chuan, I'll go with you. I told you yesterday that I would give myself to you cleanly. From now on, I belong only to you. She hastily pulled up the shoulder straps of her toasting dress, turned around, and was about to walk into the hall, as if she were going to perform a martyrdom ceremony. Stop. Zhu Shengchuan's voice came from behind, cold and devoid of any warmth. Nan Xiang turned around in surprise. You are free not to marry him. That's your own prerogative. Zhu Shengchuan casually tossed the tissue he had used to wipe his hands into the nearby trash can. But that has nothing to do with me. We're even a long time from now. After saying that, Zhu Shengchuan put his hands in his pockets, didn't even look at her again, and strode out of the emergency exit without looking back. Brother Chuan. Looking for Chuan. Nan Xiang rushed to the door, only to catch a glimpse of a resolute and upright figure, and a lingering trace of expensive, cold woody fragrance in the air. I walked to the parking spot, opened the car door, and got in. These women are all crazy. Zhu Shengchuan rolled down the car window, letting the cold wind rush into the car and dispel the smell of the banquet on his body. A casual smile appeared on his lips. Having money and a system, this perspective of being in a position of power is so exhilarating it's almost unbearable. Meanwhile, the lobby of the Hyatt Hotel was in complete chaos. Nan Xiang straightened her disheveled, toasting dress and walked back to the hall with an icy expression. Tears streamed down her face, but her eyes revealed a resolute determination to go all in. She walked to the head table and, to the astonishment of all her relatives, grabbed the microphone from the table. I'm not going through with this marriage. Let's break up. Nan Xiang's voice resounded throughout the hall through the speakers without the slightest hesitation. The entire room was deathly silent. Guests at the 30-odd tables could hear even the sound of chopsticks falling to the ground. Lu Riyun stood there dumbfounded. Her fat face twitched suddenly, and the wine glass in her hand smashed to pieces on the ground with a crack. Honey, what are you talking about? You can't just say things like that when you have low blood sugar. Lu Riyun panicked and rushed over to grab her hand. Don't touch me. Nan Xiang disgustedly shook him off, as if he were a pile of garbage. Who's your wife? Lu Riyun, take your broken bricks and go over there yourself. I don't even want you. After saying that, Nan Xiang took off the diamond ring from her hand and smashed it hard into Lu Riyun's face. She then turned around, lifted her skirt, and strode towards the hotel entrance without looking back. Xiang, don't go. Lu Riyun completely broke down. The big project, the rich girl, the pride of the whole village, all gone. His legs went weak, and he knelt down in front of all his relatives with a thump, scrambling after her. Please don't go. Did I do something wrong? I'll change. I'll kowtow and admit my mistake. The aunt, who had just been showing off, was now ashen-faced. Seeing her son kneeling on the ground and kowtowing like a dog, she felt like the sky had fallen. Royan, you good for nothing. Aunt rushed up in a fit of rage, grabbed Lu Riyun by the collar, and slapped her hard across the face. Smack. The slap was so hard that blood seeped from the corner of Lu Riyun's mouth. What did you do to upset her? Did you secretly meet another woman and get caught? How could I have given birth to such a jinx? The aunt was trembling with anger, pointing her finger at her son's nose and cursing him, completely losing her usual arrogance. Lu Riyun covered her face, looking bewildered and desperate. I didn't, Mom. I didn't even dare to hold her hand more than a few times. I didn't do anything. The entire hall was in chaos, with onlookers laughing and pointing fingers, making the relatives the laughingstock. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, their cousin, whom they considered a poor student, had already driven his Panamera onto the highway. Nanxiang was on the high-speed train back to Kyoto. She gazed at the scenery rushing past the window, her fingers gently stroking the red spot on her neck, her eyes gradually becoming intense and obsessive. Brother Chuan, you rejected me because you disliked the marriage proposal I accepted from someone else, right? Now I'm clean. I dumped him. I will definitely win you back. You are mine. P.S. Is this approach acceptable? I won't let Brother Chuan suffer any losses. This story is just a transition. My main point is to express that the goddess that others love but cannot have is easily obtained by Brother Chuan, and he doesn't even care about her. Brother Chuan is very picky. Chapter 95. Holy crap. I've been kidnapped by a Yandere pervert. As evening fell, the setting sun bathed the campus of Kyoto University in a golden red glow. Zhu Shengchuan parked his car outside the south gate, went back to his dormitory, changed into a simple black and red Chicago Bulls jersey, and leisurely walked towards the bustling North District basketball court. Having been surrounded by Xiao Weiniang's Maybach, Gu Qinghan's black stockings, and Xie Jinghong's red lips for days. His basic physical enhancements, while capable of holding up, still required him to sweat out some excess hormones. The basketball court was bustling with noise, the sounds of dribbling the ball and shoes rubbing against the rubber surface mingling together. Zhu Shengchuan had just stepped through the barbed wire gate when he paused for half a second. That sticky gaze is back again. Damn it, it's like a piece of junk plaster. The game was in full swing on the court. Lin Yuan was being relentlessly dominated in the paint by several big men from the civil engineering department, and the score was down by a full 25 points. Lin Yuan was covered in sweat. His clothes were so wet they could be wrung out, and when he saw Zhu Shengchuan coming, he was overjoyed and waved frantically. Brother Chuan, Godfather, help. These beasts have absolutely no sense of martial ethics. Zhu Shengchuan, hands in his pockets, leisurely walked to the sidelines, stretched his wrists and ankles, and replaced the exhausted Lao Zhao. Take the stage. The Civil Engineering Department Center, standing at 1.95 meters tall, glanced down at Zhu Shengchuan and sneered. Is there no one else in the Chinese literature department? You've even brought in this pretty boy to make up the numbers. Zhu Shengchuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Serve. Zhu Shengchuan received the ball at the top of the arc. The effects of the basic physical enhancement drug were activating in his muscle fibers, and his blood flow accelerated. He lowered his center of gravity, controlled the ball with his right hand, and made an extremely quick change of direction. His shoes screeched as they rubbed against the plastic surface. The school team's center only felt a blur before his eyes, and a gust of wind swept by. He didn't even have time to react and reach out to block it. Zhu Shengchuan had already stepped into the restricted area and rose up from the ground. He swung his arm in a wide arc, his whole body like a fully drawn bowstring, his airtime defying the laws of physics. Bang! The basketball was slammed into the hoop. The backboard groaned and shook violently. The entire room fell silent for a second. Then, the girls watching from the sidelines erupted in screams that seemed to tear the roof off. My husband is so handsome. Holy crap, is that jumping ability even human? Newton must be turning in his grave. I can't take it anymore. 3 minutes. I need all of this man's WeChat information. That's Zhu Shengchuan, the newly crowned school heartthrob. Brother Chuan, I love you. System notifications flooded my mind, and my admiration level soared like a waterfall. The next 10 minutes became a personal showcase of Zhu Shengchuan's overwhelming power. His pull-up jumpers beyond the three-point line, his fadeaway jumpers with a post-up move, and his incredible mid-air layups. Every touch of the ball he made elicited a deafening roar from the crowd. The burly men from the civil engineering department were beaten so badly they were questioning their existence. Panting heavily, they bent over, supporting themselves on their knees, too exhausted even to return to defense. The center who had just been mocking them was completely demoralized, looking at Zhu Shengchuan as if he were a monster. Halftime break. Zhu Shengchuan lifted the hem of his jersey and wiped the sweat from his forehead and chin. His well-defined 8-pack abs gleamed with perfect lines in the setting sun. A collective gasp immediately rose from the sidelines as countless mobile phone cameras were pointed at him and snapped away, flashes going off everywhere. Several senior students wearing super short pleated skirts and white stockings pushed and shoved each other as they walked forward. The one in the lead, with big, wavy hair, blushed and handed over a bottle of chilled Gatorade. Zhu Shengchuan, can I add you on WeChat? I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight, and I'll be there whenever you call. The senior's voice was sweet and coquettish, her eyes fixed on his abs, the implication very clear. Zhu Shengchuan took the towel draped over the bench and wiped the sweat from his neck. He leaned down slightly, closing the distance, a casual smile playing on his lips. Senior, I don't have a good appetite, and eating late at night makes me indigestion. I appreciate your kind offer. The refusal was crisp and decisive, yet carried a perfectly appropriate air of nonchalance. The wavy-haired senior was not angry at all. Instead, she was so captivated by his aloof yet slightly roguish demeanor that she blushed and retreated, whispering screams to her best friend. More and more girls gathered around, and they played for another half-hour back on the court before it got dark. The civil engineering students completely gave up. Brother Chuan kept calling out, and even the civil engineering team's center became quiet. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Brother Chuan, your stamina is wasted even if you play in the CBA. You're practically inhuman. Lin Yuan plopped down on the sidelines, chugging mineral water, his eyes filled with fanatical admiration. Zhu Shengchuan ignored the girls who surrounded him, picked up his backpack, and prepared to go back to his dormitory to take a cold shower. As soon as I walked past the stands beside the stadium, those sticky, lingering gazes pressed against me again. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Behind the crowd, a girl in a white floral dress stood there timidly. She had long, flowing hair and extremely sweet features, even retaining a youthful appearance that suggested she hadn't fully matured, like a frightened little white rabbit. She held a bottle of chilled Baishui mountain beer with the cap already unscrewed in both hands, her head down, not daring to look Zhu Shengchuan in the eye. Zhu Shengchuan looked at that face and felt that the features were extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. These past few days, I've been juggling several top-tier mature women and Yandra heiresses, keeping my mind constantly on edge, and I'm definitely feeling quite exhausted. He had just finished playing ball, and his mouth was dry. The girl in the floral dress stepped forward and handed him the water with both hands. A faint scent of gardenias wafted into my nostrils. Brother Chuan, have some water." The voice was barely audible. Zhu Shengchuan assumed it was some shy female student. This was Peking University's campus, broad daylight, and students everywhere. He had no suspicion and casually took the bottle of water. "Thanks." He tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing, and downed about half the bottle. The cool liquid slid down my esophagus, dispelling much of the heat. The girl watched his Adam's apple bob, and a strange, fervent light flashed in her usually downcast eyes. Zhu Shengchuan handed the remaining half bottle of water back to her, slung his bag over one shoulder, and turned to walk towards the shortcut through the grove behind the stadium. Walking through this grove of trees, it takes less than 3 minutes to get back to the 621 dormitory building. A gentle evening breeze rustled through the trees, casting dappled shadows. The woods were quiet, save for the soft rustling of footsteps on fallen leaves. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the light dimmed. Zhu Shengchuan suddenly felt his steps were a little unsteady. The tree trunks in front of me began to appear as double images, twisting and intertwining. The sound of the wind seemed to be stretched out infinitely, and a sharp buzzing sound came from my mind. What's going on? Side effects of the performance-enhancing drugs? Wrong. The dizziness came on extremely suddenly, like a tsunami, instantly stripping him of control over his body. His muscles lost strength, and even raising his arm became incredibly difficult. This water has been spiked. He clung to his last shred of clarity, trying to access the system panel in his mind to exchange for an antidote. His hand had only been raised halfway when it fell limply to the ground. His tall body lost its balance and fell forward. It did not fall onto the hard soil. He fell into a petite and soft embrace. The faint scent of gardenias instantly enveloped him, tightly binding his breath. 1 second before my vision was completely plunged into darkness. A pair of cold little hands touched his cheeks, their fingertips gently tracing his features. A whispered, obsessive, morbidly fanatical voice rang in my ears. "Brother Chuan, we finally caught you." Tick-tock, tick-tock. Cold water droplets fell on my face, sliding down my jawline and into my collar. Zhu Shengchuan suddenly opened his eyes. A dull pain came from the back of my neck, and my brain felt as if it had been thrown into a washing machine and stirred up. He instinctively tried to get up, but found his hands tightly bound behind his back to the chair back with rough hemp rope. His legs were also tightly bound to the iron chair legs with nylon cable ties. The rope was tied with extreme professionalism, a tight knot that left no room for escape. Under the suppression of the drugs, even a fraction of the initial enhancement's power could not be utilized. The focus gradually became clear. This is a completely unfamiliar basement. The lighting was dim, with only a single, flickering incandescent bulb overhead casting a glaring yellow glow. A damp, musty smell permeated the air, mingled with the lingering fragrance of gardenias. The walls are covered with thick sound-absorbing foam. On the iron table directly in front of them were a scalpel, hemostats, a sharp pair of scissors, and a row of silver needles of varying lengths. Zhu Shengchuan's pupils contracted slightly. "I was careless. I've been hunting geese all day, and today I've been pecked in the eye by a house sparrow." Chapter 96 is over. The little white rabbit is actually a completely black Yandra pervert. Zhu Shengchuan struggled for a moment. The hemp rope around my wrist was extremely rough, digging painfully into my skin. The knots were tied in a very professional double-loop pig's hoof knot, tightening more and more the more I struggled, completely sealing off any room for bone movement. Both legs and ankles were tightly secured to the iron chair legs with thickened industrial nylon cable ties. The effects of the drug within him remained potent, suppressing the muscle explosiveness brought about by the initial enhancement potion. Right now, he could only move his lips. He couldn't even stand up. The basement was eerily quiet. There were no windows. An old incandescent bulb overhead cast a dim, glaring yellow light. The walls were covered with black, pyramid-shaped soundproofing foam. On the metal table directly in front, there were more than a dozen scalpels of different sizes, 2 pointed hemostats, a medical bone saw, and a whole row of slender silver needles that gleamed coldly. The damp, musty smell in the air was mixed with a faint fragrance of gardenias. Squeak. The heavy, soundproof iron door was pushed open from the outside. A A dull creaking sound echoed in the cramped space. Zhu Shengchuan raised his head. The girl in the white floral dress walked in. Her hair reached her waist, and her features were sweet and youthful. She still looked like the timid little white rabbit she had seen by the basketball court during the day. At this moment, she was holding a large, transparent glass jar filled with colorful origami stars in her left hand, and an extremely sharp, willow leaf-shaped scalpel in her right hand, held upside down. Sweetness, floral dresses, paper stars, contrasted with a dimly lit basement, professional bondage, and a cold scalpel. Two completely different styles are strangely blended together on her. You're awake, Brother Chuan. The girl casually hooked the iron gate shut with her foot. She walked up to Zhu Shengchuan and gently placed the glass jar filled with paper stars on the tin table. She turned around and slowly squatted down. The cold blade pressed against Zhu Shengchuan's cheek. It slid down his jawline, severing a single fine hair on his chin. Zhu Shengchuan did not dodge. He looked at that sweet and harmless face, his mind racing. What? Don't you recognize me? The girl tilted her head, a sweet smile playing on her lips, but her eyes held a sickly, hazy look. It's me, Lu Nianxi. My online name is Bloodstained Heart. Zhu Shengchuan's pupils suddenly contracted. A gate deep within my memory was suddenly flung open. During his second year of high school, there was indeed such a person in his fish pond, a term for a group of people who are overly affectionate and emotionally unstable. This person spent their days posting dark messages about self-harm and wrist-cutting on social media, was extremely starved for love, and had extremely unstable emotions. Zhu Shengchuan tried every day to coax her in order to boost her emotional value. Later, he felt that the girl was too clingy and too obsessive, and even suggested that she come to see him from another province. He decisively clicked the delete button and blocked her, and they never had any contact again. It seems you've remembered. Lu Nianxi stood up. The tip of the knife slid down Zhu Shengchuan's neck to his collarbone, gently prying open the collar of his jersey. Your method of tying someone up is quite professional. Zhu Shengchuan's tone remained nonchalant, revealing a hint of his usual scumbag nature in the face of danger. It's a shame he's not a secret agent. Has this rope been soaked in water? It's getting tighter the more you tighten it. I practiced for 3 whole months just to catch you. Lu Nianxi giggled, her voice clear and melodious, like a little girl who had just received a compliment. She walked to the iron table and reached out to touch the glass jar. Back then, my dad was investigated by the party's disciplinary body, and our house was sealed off. All the relatives and friends who used to fawn over our family avoided me like the plague. I was pointed at and gossiped about at school, and even the cafeteria ladies gave me the cold shoulder. Lu Nianxi's voice began to tremble. Her eyes quickly reddened, and large tears welled up in them, completely shattering her facade of innocence. Every night, I would hide under the covers and cry, wanting to die, wanting to cut my wrists with a knife. It was you who would chat with me every day and tell me jokes. She turned her head and stared intently at Zhu Shengchuan, her eyes filled with a frantic passion. You sent me this whole jar of paper stars. 3,000 of them. You told me that each star was a reminder of the dark nights you spent with me. You pulled me out of the abyss. You are my light, my only salvation. Zhu Shengchuan raised an eyebrow. Back then, he had only bought a ready-made origami star online for 50 yuan, filled in her address, and sent it to her. He never expected it to be so impactful. And then, Zhu Shengchuan asked, following her words, trying to buy time for the effects of the medicine to wear off. And then, Lu Nianxi suddenly laughed, a chilling laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. Later, the truth came out about my father's case. He was framed. He was reinstated and returned to his position as the municipal party secretary. I wanted to tell you this good news first. I wanted to run to you and give you my clean record. Lu Nianxi turned around abruptly and strode up to Zhu Shengchuan. The tip of the knife in her hand was pressed against his Adam's apple. But what about you? You suddenly blocked me. Lu Nianxi screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto Zhu Shengchuan's collarbone. Why don't you want me? What did I do wrong? You said you'd be my star forever. The tip of the knife pierced the skin, and a tiny line of blood seeped out. Zhu Shengchuan did not back down, and continued to look directly into her sickly eyes. So, you used your father's resources in the public security system to thoroughly investigate my bottom line? Zhu Shengchuan said calmly. The Volkswagen that's been watching me all this time, and those eyes lurking in the shadows, it's all you. Yes. Lu Nianxi instantly suppressed her anger. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked away the trace of blood belonging to Zhu Shengchuan from the tip of the knife. This gesture, combined with her sweet and innocent face, exudes an extremely twisted sense of immorality. I've been watching you for a whole month. I watched you drive your Panamera every day, watched you flaunt your expensive watch at school. Lu Nianxi's eyes turned extremely sinister. But what I hate most are the women who surround you. She grabbed Zhu Shengchuan's collar and pressed her face just centimeters away from his. Her heavy breathing, carrying the scent of gardenias, sprayed onto Zhu Shengchuan's face. That counselor Gu Qinghan who wears black stockings, that military district heiress Shin Tianxi who clings to you and calls you husband all the time, that big star Su Muching, and that stinky woman Xia Weiniang who drives a Maybach. With each name Lu Nianxi uttered, her hand holding the knife trembled. Why do they stand by your side? Why can they touch you? I watch you eat in the cafeteria every day, watching them tug and pull at you. I'm so jealous I'm going crazy. Lu Nianxi unbuttoned her left sleeve. Her snow-white forearm was covered with countless scratches from fingernails, some already scabbed over, others still bleeding. It was a shocking sight. Every night I think about how to skin them alive, how to cut off their legs. Lu Nianxi's tone was as gentle as if she were talking about an extremely ordinary family matter. Zhu Shengchuan took a deep breath. This woman wasn't just a Yandere, she was a complete psychopath. Was this the kind of oppressive aura one felt from the daughter of the municipal party secretary? Even if you kill them all, I still won't like you. Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a wicked smile typical of a scumbag. Lu Nian tied, you're a smart girl. Forced relationships are never sweet. Who said I was going to force myself? Lu Nianxi threw the scalpel onto the iron table, making a crisp metallic clanging sound. She suddenly took a step forward, lifted her long leg clad in white stockings, and straddled Zhu Shengchuan's legs. With her skirt fluttering, she sat firmly on Zhu Shengchuan's lap. The distance between the two instantly disappeared. An extremely soft touch traveled through the thin fabric. Zhu Shengchuan's breath hitched. Although his hands were bound and his physical abilities were restricted, a man's most primal physiological reactions were uncontrollable. Lu Nianxi clearly noticed the changes in his body. She chuckled softly. She wrapped her arms around Zhu Shengchuan's neck, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Her warm lips pressed against the artery in his neck, gently nibbling and sucking. Brother Chuan, your body is still very honest. Lu Nianxi raised her head and picked up the scalpel again. She sliced down Zhu Shengchuan's chest with the back of the blade. But it doesn't matter. I don't care whether you like me or not now. Lu Nianxi's eyes were completely glazed over, revealing a morbid possessiveness that sent chills down one's spine. The tip of the knife rested on his lower abdomen. Since they all want to take you away, and since you can't control your own heart, how about I turn you into a specimen? Lu Nianxi leaned close to his ear, her breath sweet and her voice cloyingly sweet. I'll pull out your teeth, drain your blood, and fill your belly with preservative spices. Then I'll lock you in this basement forever. Only I can see you. Only I can touch you. We'll be together forever, okay? Chapter 97. I thought it was a thriller, but you turn out to be acting out a tragic love story? Since they all want to take you away, and since you can't control your own heart, how about I turn you into a specimen? Lu Nianxi leaned close to his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. Zhu Shengchuan felt the cool metallic touch against his neck. The scalpel was extremely sharp. If she had even slightly twitched her wrist, her carotid artery would have been severed. He did not struggle, nor did he show the slightest fear. Instead, he chuckled softly. The vibration in her chest cavity was transmitted to Lu Nianxi's body. Lu Nianxi paused for a moment, her hands stopping their movements. She frowned, lowered the blade slightly, and her voice turned cold. What are you laughing at? You think I wouldn't dare? Nianxi, you're still so naive. Zhu Shengchuan put away his carefree and unruly demeanor. His gaze instantly deepened, filled with an unyielding pity and helplessness as he stared intently at Lu Nianxi. When your father had that accident, you fell to the bottom. I was there for you and pulled you out of the abyss. Those were our purest times. Zhu Shengchuan's voice was so gentle it could melt water, making it seem especially alluring in this cramped space. But what happened next? Your father was reinstated, and you became the high-ranking daughter of the municipal party secretary again. You lived in a big villa and had a private car to pick you up whenever you went out. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. And me? I was just a poor high school student back then. I didn't even have the money to take you out for a nice Western meal. Lu Nianxi's breath hitched, and her pupils dilated. Zhu Shengchuan continued his outpouring of words, each one piercing to the heart. Why do you think I suddenly blocked you back then? Do you think I didn't like you? Do you think I wasn't attracted to you? I don't want to become a stain on your reputation. Your father is the municipal party secretary. If he finds out that you're entangled with a lowly scoundrel from the bottom of society, what will he think of you? How will your relatives and friends laugh at you? Besides blocking you and disappearing from your world completely, what else can I do? Zhu Shengchuan gave a bitter smile and lowered his eyes. I would rather you hate me and think I'm a heartless man than let you lose face in this industry because of me. This textbook-level duck soup rhetoric accurately struck Lu Nianxi's softest and most vulnerable spot. Girls who lack love are most drawn to this kind of melodramatic love story of silent dedication and self-sacrifice. The hand holding the scalpel began to tremble uncontrollably. You lying. Lu Nianxi's voice trembled, her eyes instantly reddened, and cracks appeared in her obsessive and morbid aura. You've changed your mind, you just like those women. If I had really changed my mind, why would I have drunk the water you gave me without any suspicion on the basketball court just now? Zhu Shengchuan retorted without backing down. There aren't many people in this world who can make me feel completely unguarded. You're one of them. Lun Yinshi was completely stunned. Tears welled up and streamed down his cheeks, landing on Zhu Shengchuan's jersey. Zhu Shengchuan knew the time was right, so he silently chanted in his mind, "System, activate, hormonal shock aura, maximum power." Buzz. An invisible, domineering aura of male hormones, centered on Zhu Shengchuan, instantly swept through the entire cramped basement. This isn't the scent of cheap perfume, but a deadly attraction that strikes at the biological instincts of the opposite sex, carrying a strong sense of conquest and oppression. Lun Yinshi was the first to be affected. She was already straddling Zhu Shengchuan's lap, her long legs, wrapped in white silk, pressed tightly against his trouser legs. Under the impact of this aura, her breathing instantly became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. Her legs went weak uncontrollably, her body swayed, and she collapsed limply into Zhu Shengchuan's arms. The faint scent of gardenias mingled with the cool woody fragrance emanating from Zhu Shengchuan, causing the air temperature to rise sharply. Nian tied. Looking at the girl who was slumped in his arms, barely able to hold the knife, Zhu Shengchuan made an extremely bold move. Instead of retreating, he leaned forward. The neck actively met the still slightly trembling scalpel. Killing me would give you a sense of relief and make you feel safe. Go ahead and do it. I won't lose anything if I die by your hand. The sharp blade instantly sliced through the skin of the neck. A very shallow bloodstain appeared, and bright red blood slid down her fair neck. Zhu Shengchuan let out a muffled groan. Oh! Lun Yinshi let out a distorted scream. She dropped the scalpel as if she had been electrocuted. A crisp metallic clang rang out. She panicked completely, frantically reaching out her small, fair hand to tightly cover the wound on Zhu Shengchuan's neck. I'm so sorry. Brother Chuan, I didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt you. I was just so afraid of losing you. Lun Yinshi cried so hard that tears streamed down her face and smeared all over Zhu Shengchuan's clothes. The sickly, ruthless woman who was just now holding a knife and about to skin and dismember her has now transformed back into that little girl who desperately needs love and is filled with guilt. The identities of prey and hunter were completely reversed with just a few lies and a few drops of blood. Zhu Shengchuan felt the warmth of the soft little hands on his neck and breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn it, being a scumbag is really tough these days. If this razor blade hadn't been too slow, I would have really suffered a massive hemorrhage. Taking advantage of Lun Yinshi's moment of sobbing, Zhu Shengchuan's gaze swept over her shoulder and quickly scanned the basement. The light was too dim before, and he was so dizzy from the effects of the drug that he couldn't see clearly. Upon closer inspection, although the wall is covered with sound-absorbing foam, the exposed wall material at the edges of the foam is top-grade moisture-proof diatomaceous earth. In the corner, there was also a built-in high-end temperature-controlled wine cabinet, which had been completely emptied of Lafite and Romanée-Conti and replaced with formalin bottles and some miscellaneous specimen containers. The top vents are illuminated by a faint blue indicator light and are equipped with an independent fresh air system. Ordinary abandoned warehouses would never have this kind of configuration. This is actually a private underground wine cellar in a high-end villa. This girl probably turned her family's wine cellar into a private interrogation room. Don't cry, Zhu Shengchuan said gently. I'm fine, aren't I? Lun Yinshi sniffed and looked up. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked at the bloodstain with heartache. Brother Chuan, you never disliked me? Never, Zhu Shengchuan answered decisively. And those women around you. It's just a charade. Zhu Shengchuan didn't hesitate to blame the other fish in the pond. You know, now that I'm rich, I inevitably have all sorts of social engagements and temptations. But I can tell the difference between a charade and sincerity. You're different from them. Lun Yinshi's eyes lit up. It was a kind of fervor born from despair, enveloped in an immense sense of happiness. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Brother Chuan, I believe you. Lun Yinshi got off Zhu Shengchuan's lap and knelt on the ground. Her skirt cascaded across the marble floor, and her long, white stockinged legs were bent. She reached out to touch the knot of the hemp rope binding Zhu Shengchuan's wrist. I'll untie you right now. Let's leave this place. I won't turn you into a specimen anymore. Let's be together. Her fingers had already gripped the knot of the double pig's hoof knot. Zhu Shengchuan's tense muscles quietly relaxed. Once the rope is untied, even if his physical strength hasn't fully recovered, dealing with a little girl will be a piece of cake. The knot had loosened slightly. Just when Zhu Shengchuan thought he was about to escape, Lun Yin Tide suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 98. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Su Mucheng is getting desperate. The warm atmosphere that was about to thaw was abruptly cut short. The basement was so quiet that the only sound could be the two people's uneven breathing. Nianxi. Zhu Shengchuan raised an eyebrow slightly and called out tentatively. Lu Nianxi did not look up. She slowly loosened her grip on the knot. Then, she stood up. When she looked up again, the pitiful and guilty expression on her face had vanished without a trace. Instead, the creepy smile that used to send chills down your spine was replaced. It was even more sinister and twisted than before. Brother Chuan, your heart is beating faster. Lu Nianxi tilted her head and gently touched Zhu Shengchuan's chest with her finger, feeling the vibration coming from there. Do you really think I believe what you just said? Zhu Shengchuan's heart skipped a beat, but he remained outwardly calm. What do you mean? When my dad had his accident, our family accounts were frozen, and I had to be careful even to afford a bowl of spicy hot pot. If you really think I'm a spoiled rich girl who's easy to fool, you're sorely mistaken. Lu Nianxi giggled. Furthermore, you just said it was just a fling. But I saw with my own eyes you checking into a hotel with that woman surnamed Shun. You were kissing that female counselor in the underground parking garage. Does a fling really need to go to this extent? Lu Nianxi reached out and pinched Zhu Shengchuan's chin, her nails digging into his flesh. Your mouth is so good at lying. I almost fell for your trick again. She let go and took 2 steps back. He bent down and picked up the scalpel from the ground. But it's okay. Lu Nianxi turned and walked towards the iron gate, her back to Zhu Shengchuan. Since your heart is not with me, then I can only leave your heart here forever. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. She gripped the iron gate handle, turned back, and gave Zhu Shengchuan an extremely sweet smile. You think you can fool me with these words? Dream on. Bang! The heavy, soundproof iron gate was slammed shut, the sound of the lock clicking particularly jarring in the quiet space. The incandescent light overhead flickered twice, and then went out completely. The basement was plunged into complete darkness. Darkness deprives us of sight, so our senses of hearing and smell are amplified infinitely. The basement was filled with the pungent smell of formaldehyde and the lingering scent of gardenias. Zhu Shengchuan sat on the iron chair, the hemp rope on his wrist digging into his flesh. He didn't struggle, relying on the foundation of the system's basic physical enhancement potion, silently feeling the flow of blood in his body. The effects of the drug were gradually fading, but it would still take time for him to fully recover his explosive power. With his enhanced biological clock awareness, he knew clearly that a full 12 hours had passed since he lost consciousness. It was daylight outside. Bite! From the iron table not far away, came the crisp sound of glassware clinking together. Lu Nianxi was humming a song. It was an unknown children's song, with a light and cheerful melody, yet it exuded an eerie and chilling atmosphere in this confined space. Brother Chuan, you're awake? Lu Nianxi's voice drifted from the darkness, carrying a sweet laugh. Don't rush, I'm adjusting the ratio of the preservative solution. I've checked the information. If the formalin concentration isn't high enough, the specimen will change color. I want you to stay this beautiful forever. Zhu Shengchuan didn't take the bait with this weirdo. He adjusted his breathing, his tone still casual, even tinged with a hint of teasing. Nianxi, mixing that stuff will damage your skin. You're the daughter of a municipal party secretary. How will you ever get married if you have to smell this every day? I told you, I only want you. The ear-piercing sound of a knife tip scraping against an iron table echoed in the darkness. Fine, I'll take you. Zhu Shengchuan's lips curled into a roguish smile. But I have a problem. I get kidney deficiency if I'm kept in the dark. If you really turn me into a specimen, I'll only be able to look at me, but not use me. Wouldn't that be a loss? Lu Nianxi's breath hitched for a moment. Shut up. What else can you do besides lie to me? Her voice trembled, clearly disturbed by those words. I won't fall for your tricks again. Zhu Shengchuan remained silent. The seed had been planted. Although this girl was crazy, deep down she was still a love-struck, love-craved individual. As long as he didn't provoke her, he just needed to stall for time. He has been out of contact for 12 hours. Outside, things are probably in complete chaos. 9 o'clock in the morning, the top-floor penthouse of Xinghuan. Morning light streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the scripts and call sheets scattered on the floor. Su Muching walked barefoot on the cashmere carpet. She wore only a thin V-neck silk slip dress that barely covered her upper thighs, leaving her 2 straight, shapely, and fair legs exposed to the air. The silk fabric clung to her skin, outlining her breathtakingly smooth and snowy curves. But at this moment, she had none of her usual charm and allure. On her lightly made-up face, there was only visible panic and anxiety. The number you dialed is currently switched off. The mechanical female voice came through the receiver for the 57th time. Su Muching's fingers trembled, and she smashed her phone onto the sofa. I can't find it. I still can't find it. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling with sobs. Sister Song, he's never turned off his phone. We made plans to play games together last night. He would never ignore me for no reason. Assistant Sister Song stood to the side, watching her little princess frantically streaming down her face, and quickly comforted her. Shengchuan, don't scare yourself. Who is young Master Zhu? He drives a Panamera, casually spends 10 million, and is a big shot with plenty of bodyguards. He's probably at some high-end club with no cell phone signal, or his phone died. Men need some personal space sometimes. You don't understand. Su Muching turned her head sharply and stared intently at Sister Song. Even if the sky were to fall, he would still reply to my message. The moment he finished speaking, the phone on the sofa started vibrating incessantly. Su Muching's eyes lit up, and she lunged forward to grab the phone. But the moment she saw the caller ID, the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Caller, Xie Jinghong. She took a deep breath and slid the answer button. Su Muching, what on earth is wrong with you? On the other end of the phone, Xie Jinghong, the big boss of Jinghong Entertainment, spoke with a voice as cold and sharp as a knife. Jinghong Entertainment spent 30 million on public relations to turn things around for you. Your public image is booming right now, and it's the crucial period for you to reap the benefits and strive for the best female singer of the year. And today you actually turned down the recording of 3 top-tier S+ variety shows, and you didn't even attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for a high-end luxury brand. Director Xia. Su Muching gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles digging into it. Zhu Shengchuan has disappeared. I can't find him. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by an extremely rational, cold laugh. Missing? Su Muching, use your brain. Zhu Shengchuan is rich and handsome. If he's not answering the phone at this hour, he's probably still in bed with some woman. You're going to jeopardize your future for a man who's out fooling around. Xie Jinghong's tone was brimming with the absolute arrogance of a capitalist, even tinged with a hint of bitterness she herself didn't realize. Have Sister Song take you downstairs immediately. The car is waiting for you in the underground parking garage. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, your album is completely ruined. Xie Jinghong. Su Muching suddenly called him by his name. Her voice was no longer that of a soft-spoken idol who fawned over capital, but rather a resolute one that spoke of burning one's bridges. My life, everything I have today, is all thanks to him. Without him, I'd be nothing at all. Chapter 99. The top-tier little wildcat flipped the table. The entire internet crashed in search of her. Su Muching's chest heaved violently. Her silk camisole stretched to its limit. You think he's messing around? That's because you're a cold-blooded animal who doesn't understand how good he is. Forget about canceling 3 gigs. Even if the king of heaven himself came today, if I couldn't find Zhu Shengchuan, I wouldn't go anywhere. You dare. Xie Jinghong roared in fury. If you dare to step out of this door, I'll blacklist you. Whatever. Su Muching hung up the phone decisively and immediately added the number to her blacklist. She looked up, a chilling madness in her eyes. She walked to the workbench and grabbed the spare phone, which was usually strictly controlled by the public relations department. That was the device she used to log into her Weibo account, which had 50 million active followers. Shengchuan, what are you doing? Sister Song sensed something was wrong and was terrified. She rushed over and hugged Su Muching's leg. Little darling, you can't post this. You just turned things around yesterday. If you post something personal now, your image will be completely ruined. The investors will kill us. Get out of the way. Su Muching struggled to break free from Sister Song, her fingers frantically tapping on the screen. In the photo album, there was only one picture she had secretly taken of Zhu Shengchuan's profile from behind. It was taken that day outside the RV at the film studio, when he was wearing a black trench coat and shielding her from Wang Jianya. His face wasn't visible, but his tall, broad shoulders and the Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist were clearly visible. Select the photo. Caption. I've lost my light. He's been out of contact for 12 hours, and I'm terrified. Please, everyone, help me find him. I'm personally offering a lifetime VVP concert ticket, plus 5 million in cash, as a reward for anyone who provides a lead and verifies it. There were no unnecessary explanations, no public relations rhetoric. Only the most direct and naked declaration. Click. Send. Boom. Just 3 minutes after this Weibo post was published, Sina Weibo's backend server, the super server that claims to be able to withstand 8 celebrities cheating at the same time, crashed directly. The page turned into a glaring 404 error. On this ordinary morning, 50 million fans were bombarded with a nuclear bomb by their idol. Hashtag Su Muching promises lifetime tickets to find people. Hashtag top celebrities little darling cyber search for her husband. Hashtag who exactly is that man? Hashtag. In just 10 minutes, even with the server crashing, these 3 terms still jumped into the top 3 of the trending searches with an alarming amount of data, each followed by a glaring purplish-red, explosive character. The internet is going crazy. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Ching's account has been hacked. 5 million in cash. Lifetime VVIP. This is an act of utter rage for a man. That back view is amazing. That watch on her wrist is a discontinued Nautilus model, worth 12 million. What an incredible couple they are. Brothers, your chance to get rich has arrived. Conduct a thorough online search and find this guy. At this moment, the financial world, the entertainment industry, the fan community, and the general public reached a bizarre consensus. Countless people transformed into cyber Sherlock Holmes, frantically comparing the clothes, watches, and backgrounds in the photos. At the same time, Kyoto Public Security Bureau Command Center. The red light for the emergency call was flashing wildly, and the entire lobby was filled with the piercing ringing of the phone. Hello, is this 110? I need to report a missing person. Su Muqing's husband is missing. Officer, please check the surveillance footage. It's related to my concert tickets for the rest of my life. The director of the command center, sweating profusely, roared as he watched the number of calls surge to 30 times the usual amount. Contact the internet police immediately. Suppress this trending topic. Have these celebrity worshippers gone mad? In the corner, old Zhang, a veteran traffic policeman, held a thermos cup and squinted at the trending photo on his phone that he had finally managed to find. He zoomed in on the profile picture. On a nearby computer screen, a screenshot from a surveillance camera at the North 3rd Ring Road intersection from last night was displayed. In the footage, a black Volkswagen with its headlights off and a fake license plate flashed by. In the passenger seat of the Volkswagen, the profile of an unconscious man could be vaguely seen. The man's hairstyle, the outline of his collar, and the watch on his wrist reflecting the streetlights. The figure's silhouette overlaps with the one in the trending photo by a staggering 90%. Old Zhang's hand trembled, and the goji berry water in his thermos spilled all over the table. Director, old Zhang suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. This has blown up. This isn't just fans causing trouble. It's highly likely a serious case of premeditated kidnapping. Classroom for the Introduction to Modern Literature course, Faculty of Letters, Kyoto University. 10 a.m. Zhu Shengchuan stood on the podium. Today, she wore a dark gray fitted blazer over a white silk shirt, paired with a pencil skirt and alluring black stockings, and 7-centimeter stilettos. Silver-rimmed glasses perched on her high nose, giving her an aura of a cold and ruthless ice queen. The classroom was completely silent. Zhu Shengchuan's gaze swept across the lecture hall and landed on the last row, in the window seat. Empty. Zhu Shengchuan did not come. A sudden, inexplicable irritation rose within her. The absurdity of last night in the underground parking garage, and the shame of actually yielding to him, kept her awake all night. She had planned to give this audacious guy a good talking to in class today. Squad leader, has Zhu Shengchuan asked for leave? Zhu Shengchuan's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. The class monitor stood up, swallowed hard, and said, reporting to teacher Gu no. Lin Yuan and the others said that Brother Chuan hasn't returned to the dormitory since he finished playing basketball last night, and they can't get through to him on the phone. Didn't return to the dorm? Can't get through on the phone? Zhu Shengchuan's brows furrowed sharply. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the metal pen in her hand. Just then, several girls in the front row who were secretly scrolling through their phones suddenly let out a suppressed gasp. Oh my god! Su Muqing posted on Weibo. My god! A 5 million reward for information leading to this person. This back view looks so much like our brother Chuan. Absolutely. Chuan Ji is the only one in the whole school who owns a Nautilus. Although the exclamations were soft, they were still clearly audible in the quiet classroom. Zhu Shengchuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Su Muqing, 5 million yuan to find someone. A silhouette? An extremely dangerous intuition instantly shattered her rationality. It wasn't because of jealousy, but because she knew Zhu Shengchuan's methods and abilities all too well. What could make Zhu Shengchuan unable to send a message and completely disappear from contact was definitely not going to see any woman. Something happened. Click. A crisp sound. On the podium, the Parker metal fountain pen, worth several thousand yuan, was snapped in two by Zhu Shengchuan's bare hands. Ink dripped from her fair fingers onto the lesson plan, a shocking sight. The entire lecture hall fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in horror at the usually composed and unflappable counselor. Zhu Shengchuan threw the broken pen on the table and walked off the stage in her high heels. This period is for self-study. Class monitor, please maintain discipline. Leaving behind a chilling remark, Zhu Shengchuan pushed open the classroom door and strode away. The sound of her high heels on the floor was rapid and filled with murderous intent. Chapter 100 Teacher Gu's rage unleashes the net. Search. In the corridor, the sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor was rapid and cold, carrying an undisguised murderous intent. Zhu Shengchuan's stunningly beautiful, icy face was covered with a layer of frost, and her eyes behind her glasses revealed a chilling light. Instead of returning to her office, she went straight to the boys' dormitory. Along the way, the students, seeing the usually unapproachable, icy goddess's menacing demeanor, all gave her a wide berth. Bang! The door to room 621 was kicked open. Lin Yuan, who was shirtless and frantically scrolling through Weibo on his computer, was so startled that he slid off his chair and onto the floor. Teacher Gu. Gu Qinghan stepped across the threshold, her tailored dark gray suit outlining her imposing figure. She closed the door behind her, her gaze sweeping over Zhu Shengchuan's neatly made bed. Where is Zhu Shengchuan? Gu Qinghan's voice was cold, like a knife with ice mixed in. Brother Chuan hasn't come back since he finished playing basketball last night. Lin Yuan stammered. This cold and beautiful counselor's aura was too strong, especially in the small boys' dormitory. The oppressive feeling of cold would scent and keep away made him not even dare to breathe. Is the phone call going through? It's switched off. It's been switched off since 11 p.m. last night. Lin Yuan was almost in tears. Director Gu, could something have really happened to Brother Chuan? What about Su Muqing's bounty post on Weibo? Shut up. Gu Qinghan interrupted him directly. She turned around and walked to Zhu Shengchuan's wardrobe, pulling it open. Inside, neatly hung those bespoke suits, but the spare shirt she had given him was still there. If he were going to spend the night at some vixen's place, given his frighteningly large appetite, he would definitely bring a change of clothes. Besides, even if Zhu Shengchuan were a womanizer, there's no way he would ignore both her calls and Su Muqing's calls at the same time. He's a player, not a dead man. Gu Qinghan took a deep breath, turned around, and left. No one is allowed to tell anyone outside your dorm that he hasn't come back. If anyone else asks, just say he's sick and on leave. Oh, okay, Director Gu. Lin Yuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. School of Humanities, Counselor's Office. The blinds were pulled down tightly, blocking out the glaring autumn sunlight and casting only a few dappled shadows on the dark red solid wood floor. Gu Qinghan ripped off the silk scarf from her neck and tossed it onto the table, her chest heaving violently. Her long legs, encased in sheer black stockings, tensed slightly with anger, the muscles in her calves creating an explosive and alluring effect. She knew Zhu Shengchuan was having affairs, and he even missed 8 a.m. last night. Her first thought was that this bastard had died in someone's bed again. But reason told her that Zhu Shengchuan's self-control was far beyond that of ordinary people, and this complete disappearance was definitely not normal. Gu Qinghan walked behind his desk and took out a black satellite phone without any markings from a hidden compartment at the bottom of the drawer. This was the only trump card her father had left her before she left the ministry. Normally, she wouldn't even touch it, but now, she couldn't care less. Dial and wait. Hello, Qinghan. A deep, powerful middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a hint of authority and surprise. Why are you calling all of a sudden? Are you in trouble? Uncle. Gu Qinghan's voice was no longer cold when facing students, but rather a condescending indifference, even carrying a hint of an unquestionable command. Help me find someone. On the other end of the phone was Gu Zhenshan, the head of the Kyoto Municipal Public Security Bureau. Hearing his niece's tone, Gu Zhenshan was taken aback. Looking for someone? Who could be worth using this connection for? How long have they been missing? A male freshman. He went missing after 10 p.m. last night, and it's been about 12 hours now. Nonsense. Gu Zhenshan's tone turned stern. Qinghan, you also come from within the system. Don't you know the rules? An adult who has been missing for less than 24 hours will not be investigated, let alone a college student who might have gone to an internet cafe for an overnight stay or checked into some cheap hotel. You expect me, the head of the municipal bureau, to use resources to find a student who skipped class. Gu Qinghan listened quietly as her uncle finished scolding her, a chilling smile curving her lips. Uncle. She leaned forward slightly, one hand on the desk, her long, taut black stockinged legs creating a breathtaking arc beneath the desk. I'm not applying to you. I'm informing you. What do you mean? If you were to lose a single hair today, Gu Qinghan's voice was low, revealing a chilling ruthlessness. I will submit my resignation to the ministry tomorrow, and while I'm at it, I will send the evidence of the little thing you helped Lao Lu cover up in the customs smuggling case 3 years ago to the disciplinary committee. Bang! A loud crash came from the other end of the phone as a water glass slammed onto the table. Gu Qinghan, are you crazy? I'm your own uncle. You're threatening me for a man. Gu Zhenshan roared like thunder, his voice trembling with anger. Yes, I've gone mad. Gu Qinghan closed her eyes, her mind flashing back to Zhu Shengchuan's burning body heat as he pressed her against the hood of the car in the underground parking garage, and his arrogant demeanor in front of everyone at the opening ceremony. I'm only giving you 10 minutes. Gu Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. I want the highest level of access to the entire Skynet system in Kyoto. Whether it's checking surveillance footage, investigating base stations, or setting up checkpoints, I want to see results in the shortest possible time. If you can't do it, we'll all die together. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. A full 10 seconds passed before Gu Zhenshan's voice, filled with gritted teeth, finally came through. Name. ID number. Zhu Shengchuan. His ID number is. Hanging up the phone, Gu Qinghan felt completely drained, collapsing into the large silk swivel chair. She rubbed her throbbing temples. The sophisticated, cool wood scent in the air did nothing to calm her inner turmoil. Zhu Shengchuan, if you dare to die out there, I'll chase you all the way to the underworld and drain you dry. She bit her red lips, her eyes revealing a morbid stubbornness. 10 minutes later, Kyoto City Public Security Bureau building. Immediately establish the 9.26 Task Force. Notify all branches, traffic police detachments, and special police detachments to cancel all leave. Gu Zhinshan stood in the center of the command hall, his face ashen, and roared into the walkie-talkie. The senior executives in the entire command center were stunned. Director Gu, what earth-shattering case has occurred? Should we activate the highest-level emergency response? The head of the Criminal Investigation Department rushed over, covered in sweat. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Immediately retrieve all surveillance footage from 10 p.m. last night to early this morning within a 5-kilometer radius of Kyoto University. Initiate facial recognition and gait analysis. Gu Zhinshan slammed his hand on the table. Also, contact the Internet Monitoring Department and tell them to ignore Su Muqing's trending topic and go directly to her studio to gather all the clues provided by her fans. Yes, once the high-speed machinery of a state is in motion, its efficiency is terrifying. Less than 5 minutes later, the head of the technical department pointed at the big screen and shouted, Director Gu, we found them. The target left the North District basketball court at 6:45 p.m. last night and entered the nearby grove. Then the surveillance showed a 7-minute blind spot. But at 6:52 p.m., a black Volkswagen with fake license plates and no headlights drove out of the grove on the dirt road on the other side. P.S. I've been obsessed with Delta Force lately. If you've played it, leave your ID and I'll give you some perks. 1 knife skin per month, 3 battle passes per week, and a chance to win an extra one if you recognize Yanzu. Chapter 101. The Municipal Bureau had just taken action when the Tianjin military region also mobilized. Zoom in on the image. Gu Zhinshan ordered. On the screen, the passenger window of the car with the fake license plate was half open, and the profile of an unconscious man could be vaguely seen. That's him. Check the car's trajectory. Report. The license plate is fake. The vehicle disappeared under the overpass on the West 3rd Ring Road. That area is a blind spot for surveillance cameras. There are 3 abandoned industrial zones and a villa complex nearby. Gu Zhinshan frowned. This professional counter-surveillance technique was definitely not ordinary kidnapping or extortion. Send someone to that grove of trees to investigate the scene. Quickly. At the same time, a small grove of trees in the north campus of Kyoto University. 2 police cars with flashing lights silently pulled up to the side of the road. Several criminal investigators set up a cordon and quickly entered with their technical equipment. Captain Zhang, there are signs of a struggle here. A young police officer pointed to footprints in the mud and a half-empty bottle of mineral water. The veteran detective, known as Captain Zhang, wearing white gloves, carefully placed the half-empty bottle of mineral water into the evidence bag. Send it for testing. Captain Zhang's eye sharpened. Just who is this kid? Who could make the top official of the city bureau personally order a city-wide lockdown to find him? Gu Qinghan's phone vibrated. It was a text message from Gu Zhinshan. Preliminary investigation indicates the car was taken away by a black Volkswagen with a fake license plate. A mineral water bottle containing sleeping pills was left at the scene. Its whereabouts are unknown. We are currently checking blind spots in the western suburbs surveillance cameras. Looking at the text message, Gu Qinghan's fingernails dug deeply into her palms. Were you drugged? Kidnapping? She quickly scanned through the women around Zhu Shengchuan in her mind. Shintianxi? She's purely love-struck, only good at acting cute and clingy. She would never use such methods. Jiang Yao? Although that underworld heiress is crazy, if she wanted Zhu Shengchuan, she would definitely do it openly and honestly, by sending dozens of bodyguards to drag him away. She would never resort to such sneaky tactics. Su Muqing? She's still frantically offering a reward to find her. Xiao Weining? She's still in Europe. Who else could it be? Just as Gu Qinghan was about to call her uncle again to ask him to send more people to search the mountains in the western suburbs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep, heavy, and even strongly resonant rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky outside the window. The sound grew louder and louder, as if even the office windows were vibrating and rattling. Gu Qinghan suddenly stood up, walked to the blinds, and pulled them open. The intense sunlight stung her eyes. But the next second, she was completely stunned. Inside the compound of the Kyoto Municipal Public Security Bureau, Gu Zhinshan was leading a team of fully armed special police officers, preparing to get into a car and personally go to the western suburbs to direct the search and rescue operation. Woo 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 woo. The silence was shattered by the deafening roar of an air raid siren. Zhu Shengchuan raised his head. 5 massive military-armed helicopters, painted in camouflage green, roared low overhead above the police station compound with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The strong winds whipped up by the propellers caused the police motorcycles in the compound to veer off course, and the tactical helmets of the special police officers were nearly blown off. The heavy machine guns and missile launchers mounted on the helicopter's belly gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. This is no ordinary police helicopter. It's a real war machine. Which military region is this? Zhu Shengchuan's face turned pale. As the director, he knew all too well what this level of military mobilization meant. Rewind the timeline by 1 hour. Kyoto University sports field. The wind blew across the rubber track. Shen Tianqi wore a pure white floral dress, her legs wrapped in extremely thin flesh-colored stockings, and she carried a 3-layered insulated bucket in her hand. The ribs had been simmering for 3 hours. She drew circles on the ground with her toes, hoping Zhu Shengchuan would praise her for being virtuous. The see-through nurse's uniform she bought last night was still in the hotel closet, and she hadn't had a chance to show it off. Lin Yuan ran over, covered in sweat. Sister-in-law? Brother Chuan is missing. Shen Tianqi froze. Lin Yuan handed her his phone. Su Muqing's trending Weibo post was flashing on the screen. Shen Tianqi then realized why Zhu Shengchuan hadn't replied to her WeChat messages. She had simply assumed he was too busy. He let go. Clang. The insulated container crashed onto the plastic track, its lid flying off. Rich pork rib soup spilled all over the ground. Shen Tianqi looked down at the ribs on the ground. The moisture in her eyes receded at an extremely strange speed, replaced by a cold emptiness. She took out her phone and dialed a special, encrypted military number. The beep only sounded once. "Sweetie," came the aged yet strong voice. "Grandpa." Shen Tianqi's voice was steady, without any sobs, but every word was filled with an unyielding obsession. "My boyfriend is missing. Someone has hidden him." On the other end of the phone was the Tianjin military region. Shen Jinshan abruptly stopped the sandalwood bracelet he was holding. He knew his granddaughter all too well. From childhood to adulthood, this girl had never fought for or demanded anything. This was the first time she had asked for someone. "Little one, you had a boyfriend, but didn't tell Grandpa. Now you know to come to Grandpa." "Oh dear, I'm not kidding. He's been missing for so long. You need to send someone to find him for me right now." A tear finally slid down Shen Tianqi's cheek and landed on her phone screen. "Grandpa, the pork rib soup I made for him has all spilled. I can't feed him today, so hurry up. If you can't find him, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." A single word from his beloved granddaughter is like a royal decree to the old man. He'd do anything, even get the stars from the sky. All she has to do is say, "Grandpa, I want XX." Shen Jinshan flew into a rage. He slammed his hand on the desk, and the heavy rosewood tabletop cracked open. "Who dares to bully my precious boyfriend? I'll turn the whole of Kyoto upside down and find them." Hang up the phone. Less than 3 minutes later, the alarm sounded continuously in the Tianjin Military Region's Combat Readiness Hall. Several Mengsher military off-road vehicles bearing special military license plates with the prefix Jia slammed open the base gate. The tires screeched against the asphalt, releasing a pungent, burnt rubber smell, tearing through the morning rush-hour traffic. Traffic police along the route glanced at the license plates and immediately turned on their green lights, letting them pass. At the same time, at the airfield of the Army Aviation Regiment of the military region, 5 WZ-10 attack helicopters, armed with live ammunition and the latest Eagle Eye thermal imaging scanning system, took off and headed straight for Kyoto. The timeline is converging. Above the compound of the Kyoto Municipal Public Security Bureau, Zhu Shengchuan looked up as the 5 steel behemoths swept low overhead, cold sweat soaking the back of his police uniform. He knew his niece, Gu Qinghan, had some connections, but this was definitely not a force the Gu family could mobilize. The fact that military helicopters could be dispatched over Kyoto indicates that connections have been made. This is a sign of having connections at the highest levels. The 5 helicopters did not stop at the Public Security Bureau, but headed straight northwest. Destination, Kyoto University. Kyoto University sports field. A fierce wind swept up from the ground. Dust and broken leaves danced wildly in the air. Students in physical education class were forced to retreat by the terrifying airflow, and some even fell to the ground. Chapter 102, Chaos. Utter chaos. 5 armed helicopters hovered in tactical formation over the playground, the downdrafts from their rotors causing the surrounding barbed wire to shake violently. One of them landed slowly. 2 Mengsher off-road vehicles that had driven all the way in through the gate braked suddenly at the same time and came to a stop at the edge of the runway. The car door opened. 4 fully armed officers in camouflage combat uniforms stepped out of the vehicle, their boots making a dull thud. They walked straight up to the girl who was still standing next to the greasy pork rib soup. Shen Tianqi stood in the eye of the storm. Her pure white floral dress clung to her thighs in the gale, outlining the rounded curves encased in stockings. The tear tracks at the corners of her eyes had long since dried, and her innocent, delicate face exuded a sickly indifference to everything. Thank you for your hard work. Please find my boyfriend as soon as possible. Thank you. Shun Tianxi's voice was soft and sweet, her eyes expressionless, and then she bowed. The leading colonel stood at attention and saluted. The commander has given the order. Cross-theater coordination is complete. The Beijing-based Special Operations Brigade and Information Brigade have taken over the search and rescue channels. The colonel's booming voice pierced the wind. Miss, please get in the command vehicle. Shun Tianxi lifted her oil-stained skirt and walked onto the modified heavy communications vehicle in her little leather shoes. Inside the carriage, an entire wall of screens was flashing wildly. Activate the highest level radar. Activate the military-grade Eagle Eye thermal imaging system. Using Peking University as the center, a comprehensive heat source scan was carried out simultaneously in 5 surrounding cities. Commands were issued methodically. On the screen, a 3D map representing Kyoto's terrain was rapidly being built. Red scanning ripples spread out in concentric circles. Shun Tianxi sat in the large conductor's chair, her legs crossed. Her sheer stockings gleamed delicately under the cold light of the screen. Her fair fingers tapped lightly on the leather armrest. Brother Chuan, don't be afraid. Whoever touches you, I'll kill them, she whispered. The ordinary people of Kyoto have truly broadened their horizons today. On the overpass, countless drivers slammed on their brakes, staring in disbelief as convoys of military vehicles roared past. The chat groups of the upper class were in complete chaos. Those young men who usually boasted of their extensive connections and ability to do whatever they wanted all stayed home, too afraid to go out, when they saw the helicopters flying overhead. In the face of an absolute machine of violence, all capital and power become a joke. Inside the police station, Zhu Shengchuan received a confidential hotline from higher-ups. Director Gu, the traffic police system and the Skynet system have temporarily relinquished command. The military has intervened to coordinate the operation. Zhu Shengchuan put down the phone and gave a bitter laugh. He glanced at the trending topic about Su munching on the computer next to him, and then thought of his niece Gu Qinghan's threat. Who exactly is this freshman named Zhu Shengchuan? He's attracted the attention of a big star who offered a reward, the niece of the city's top official who staged a coup, and now even the military has gotten involved. Whose territory did we stir up? Office of the School of Humanities. Gu Qinghan stood by the window, looking at the few black dots circling in the distant sky. That's a military helicopter. She recognized the paint scheme on the aircraft. Tianjin Military Region. Shun Tianxi, Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth. Shun Tianxi actually persuaded his grandfather to use the military's resources. Gu Qinghan picked up the satellite phone and called Zhu Shengchuan. Uncle, how is it? Qinghan, don't get involved. That kid's got too deep. Zhu Shengchuan said helplessly. The military has taken over all the Skynet interfaces. They're using military thermal imaging and scanning the western suburbs. Gu Qinghan tightened her grip on his wrist. Thermal imaging. This is a blatant disregard for local rules and regulations, a complete game changer. Who has that little man who always leered at her legs and teased her with all sorts of dirty jokes now? Gu Qinghan suddenly felt a little irritated and glanced down at the black stockings on her legs. Last night in the underground parking garage, his hands were still messing with them. We absolutely cannot let Shun Tianxi find him first. Gu Qinghan pushed open the door and walked towards the underground parking garage. Western suburbs. This area consists mostly of abandoned factories and unfinished villa complexes from years ago, and is sparsely populated. AZ-10 attack helicopter hovers in midair. Inside the command vehicle, the technician furiously typed on the keyboard. Report. Abnormal heat source located. On the screen, an unusual red patch appeared underground in an unfinished villa area in the western suburbs. The technician quickly analyzed the data. This is an abandoned wine cellar from many years ago. There are no heating facilities around, but the human body heat response in this area is extremely clear. There are 2 people, a man and a woman. Shun Tianxi suddenly stood up, pulling her already short floral dress up to reveal a section of her absolutely snow-white thigh. In the past, Shun Tianxi said, only 2 words. The colonel immediately ordered, Groups 1 and 2, rappel down and surround. Assault vehicles, breach the door. Yes. The steel torrent changed direction and roared towards the western suburbs. In the basement of an abandoned wine cellar, Lu Nianxi held the blood-stained scalpel in her hand, staring intently at Zhu Shengchuan, who was tied to a chair. Brother Chuan, I think I hear a helicopter outside. Lu Nianxi tilted her head, revealing a strange smile. Are they looking for you? Zhu Shengchuan had been tied up for over 10 hours, and his wrists were already bleeding from the bindings. He could feel that the effects of the medicine in his body had mostly worn off, and the explosive power brought by the system was slowly recovering. Nianxi. Zhu Shengchuan's tone remained casual, almost like he was coaxing a little girl. Put the knife down. This knife wasn't sterilized. If it damages my skin, the specimen won't look good. Lu Nianxi's eyes lit up. You're willing to be my specimen? Zhu Shengchuan didn't answer. His ears twitched slightly. That wasn't an ordinary helicopter. It was the booming sound of a military rotor cutting through the air, and it was right overhead. He was also taken aback. Did Gu Qinghan really have this ability? Or did that crazy underworld heiress Jiang Yao bring in artillery to cause trouble? Or perhaps that super-rich Xia Weining simply bought a private army? He never expected Shen Tianxi. Right at this moment, an unprecedented earthquake struck the entire underground dark web world of Kyoto. The dark web is a hub for shady transactions, where tracking, hacking, and bounties happen every day. But just 1 minute before the military pinpointed the location of the western suburbs, an overseas encrypted account codenamed Y suddenly started placing a flurry of bounty orders. 100,000 US dollars, 1 million US dollars, 10 million US dollars. There was no task description, only a set of wildly stacking numbers and a single line of simple code. The code means, mobilize all satellite resources, hack all communication signals and monitoring frequencies in the western suburbs, and find that person for me. What followed was a massive influx of 500 million renminbi, which was dumped directly into the dark web's trading pool with overwhelming force. The enormous data flow instantly overloaded all of the dark web servers in the Asia-Pacific region. The dark web is down. Chapter 103 Xia Weining. I'm so rich. Lots and lots of money. 10,000 meters above the ground. The Gulfstream G650ER private jet is flying smoothly in the stratosphere. The cabin was dimly lit, and the temperature was kept constant at 24 degrees Celsius. Xia Weining leaned back lazily in the leather sofa of the first-class cabin. She was wearing an extremely thin black silk slip dress, the hem barely covering the top of her thighs. Her legs were casually crossed, and the shimmering black stockings, a Parisian haute couture style, gleamed with a delicate and alluring sheen under the reading light. She held a glass of Romani Conti in her left hand and flipped through data on her tablet with her right. Across from them, 3 senior female executives in charge of European mergers and acquisitions sat upright, sweat beading on their foreheads as they reported. President Xia, this Western European infrastructure acquisition deal involving 13 billion euros, once signed by tomorrow morning, will give Dinghe Group a monopoly. A senior private secretary walked over, holding a specially made encrypted satellite phone, looking flustered. Mr. Xia, this is an emergency call from the Board of Trustees of Kyoto University. Xia Weining frowned slightly. In front of Brother Chuan, she was a sweet and adorable sweet strawberry who begged for kisses. Away from Brother Chuan, she was an empress who controlled a trillion-dollar business empire. Normally, no one dared to disturb her when she was receiving reports from figures worth tens of billions. She answered the phone. Chairman Xia, something's happened. Zhu Shengchuan went missing last night, and the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the military have already intervened. Click. An extremely crisp cracking sound rang out inside the cabin. Xia Weining crushed the wine glass in her hand. Shards of glass pierced her palm, which was covered in black lace gloves, and blood mixed with the crimson wine flowed down. The wine slid down her fair swan neck, flowed over her delicate collarbone, and disappeared into the deep cleavage of her black silk nightgown, staining large patches of her snow-white skin red. Those around him were terrified and rushed forward to help wipe the wound, while the accompanying female doctor immediately bandaged it. Those fox-like eyes, which usually gazed at Zhu Shengchuan with affection, were now cold and devoid of any human warmth. Turn around. Xia Weining threw down the broken glass, her voice hoarse. The senior female manager opposite her was shocked. President Xia, the signing ceremony tomorrow morning. I told you to turn back. Go back to Kyoto. Xia Weining suddenly stood up. Her silk nightgown clung to her extremely voluptuous curves. She kicked over the rosewood tea table in front of her. The female captain, drenched in sweat, rushed out of the cockpit. President Xia, the flight path wasn't approved. A sudden emergency landing will be flagged by air traffic control. Xia Weining walked up to the captain, and the oppressive aura emanating from him was suffocating. This plane costs 30 million a year to maintain. I'm not keeping you around to listen to your rules. Xia Weining said, enunciating each word clearly. Forced landing. I'll pay the fine. If your license is revoked, I'll support you for the rest of your life. If I can't get back to Kyoto within an hour, you're all packing your bags and jumping into the sea. The female captain swallowed hard and immediately turned and rushed into the cockpit. The plane drew an extremely dangerous arc in the sky, tearing through the clouds and heading straight east. Xia Weining picked up the satellite phone and dialed the number of the security director of Dinghe Group. Break down the dark web servers in the Asia-Pacific region. The initial investment is 500 million. Xiao Weining looked at the dark night sky outside the window. Release the news and add a 1 billion cash reward. Anyone who can get him, dead or alive, is welcome. If it's the latter, this 1 billion will be used to buy the murderer's entire family. An hour and a half later. The private helipad of Dingha Group in the southern suburbs of Kyoto. A fierce wind howled. The Gulf Stream's tires screeched against the ground, puffing out large amounts of white smoke. As soon as it came to a stop, the cabin door opened instantly. Xiao Weining wore red-soled stilettos and a pure black haute couture trench coat, underneath which she still wore the blood-stained silk nightgown and black stockings. Her hand was already bandaged. On the tarmac, 50 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars were parked neatly, with a stretched Maybach Pullman at the very front. Hundreds of executives and security personnel from Dingha Group, dressed in black suits, kept their heads down and dared not breathe. Xiao Weining stepped off the gangway. All 12 Dingha construction projects in the city are to be halted immediately. Pay all 30,000 workers double their daily wage and send them out into the streets to search for more people. Xiao Weining gave the orders as she walked toward the Maybach. Notify the Public Relations Department to buy up all the large screens on landmark buildings in Kyoto. Display his photo. The security director followed closely behind, sweating profusely. Mr. Xia, after the bounty was issued on the dark web, all the gray market personnel in Kyoto went crazy. We've received thousands of leads so far, and we're currently verifying them. However, a private investigator claims to have pinpointed the exact location, and the person is waiting for you outside. Tell him to get over here. Xiao Weining sat in the spacious back seat of the Maybach. The car door opened wide. A man with a mustache was escorted over by bodyguards. His eyes were fixed greedily on the stunningly beautiful, wealthy woman in black stockings in the back seat of the Maybach. He was a notorious detective, specializing in scamming wealthy families out of their deposits. He casually photoshopped a picture, confident that women in a state of panic were the easiest to deceive. Mr. Xia, I found out. The person has been kidnapped to an abandoned warehouse in the eastern suburbs. Please pay a deposit of 20 million, and I'll lead the way immediately. The man with the mustache handed over his phone, the screen displaying a blurry composite photo. Xiao Weining leaned back in her leather seat, her legs elegantly crossed. She didn't even answer her phone, only giving the man a cold glance. With the intuition of a top conglomerate heiress, coupled with her extraordinary intelligence, she saw through the other party's hand at a glance. In front of Zhu Shengchuan, she was a delicate little brat who couldn't even open a bottle cap. But in front of outsiders, she was a ruthless capitalist tyrant who would kill without blinking an eye. The lighting and angles in the composite photo are wrong. Your eyes are wandering, and your right foot is back. Are you planning to take the money and run? Xiao Weining said calmly. The man with the mustache's face changed drastically, and he turned to run away. Break both legs. Xiao Weining casually lowered the soundproof panel on the car window. Tell the whole city what happens when you try to fool me with fake news. 2 Russian bodyguards, each 1.9 meters tall, strode forward and pressed down on the Mandarin duck mustache. The sickening cracking of bones and the piercing screams instantly echoed across the tarmac. Xiao Weining didn't even glance out the window. She knew Zhu Shengchuan was surrounded by many women at school. She even knew about the female counselor and the military district's rich girl. She could play along, pretending to be jealous and acting coquettish. But things are different now. Someone has crossed her line. Are you all useless? Xiao Weining looked at the hacker team leader sitting in the passenger seat. The person in charge's fingers flew across the keyboard of the portable server. President Xia, the police's Skynet system has been taken over by the military, so we can't get in. But I used the backup plan, and we hacked into the cloud-based dashcam database of 3 million private cars in the city. Get to the point. We used big data facial recognition to cross-check all the vehicles that were near Peking University last night. The person in charge shouted excitedly. We've got it. It's a black Volkswagen with a fake license plate. We did super-resolution magnification on the footage from the dashcam, and there was a pendant with a unique gardenia scent hanging inside the car. Xiao Weining's eyes narrowed. Where's the trajectory? It avoided all the Skynet cameras, but it couldn't avoid private cars on the street. The last time it appeared in other cars' dashcams was in an abandoned wine cellar area behind the Shishan Villa district. Drive, Xiao Weining uttered. The convoy's engines roared deafeningly. 50 Mercedes-Benz G-Class escorts, like a black torrent of steel, tearing through the night sky of Kyoto and heading straight for the western suburbs. At this time in the western suburbs, the Z-10 attack helicopter was still circling in the air, and the police assault vehicles had just arrived at the perimeter. Meanwhile, in many streets of Kyoto, an even more bizarre and terrifying anomaly is unfolding. The once bustling commercial streets, quiet alleyways, and chaotic bar districts were suddenly flooded with countless people. These men were not in uniform, nor were they carrying heavy weapons. Most of them wore black vests, were shirtless, and had tattoos of blue dragons and white tigers all over their bodies. They carried steel pipes, baseball bats, and even machetes. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The number is still increasing rapidly. They are like zombies in a movie, silently and violently emerging from every dark corner of the city. All nightclubs have closed. All underground casinos have shut down. The 4 major gangs and 18 branch offices under Jiang Ting, the king of Kyoto's underworld and known as the King of the North, were all mobilized. Chapter 104 Borrowing the Jiang Family Tiger Tally. Citywide lockdown. In the direction of Shishan, the night sky was torn apart by the searchlights of the WZ-10 attack helicopter. The Jiang family mansion in Kyoto, with a 2-story main building. The sandalwood door was violently kicked down. Jiang Yao dragged a metal baseball bat covered in paint backwards as she walked into the study, wearing Doc Martens boots. The place was a complete mess. A priceless Ming Dynasty Wang Wallywood desk was cleaved in 2. A Tang Dynasty Sankai, 3-color glazed pottery, horse was reduced to fragments. Famous paintings and calligraphy on the wall were torn to shreds. Jiang Yao's eyes were bloodshot, a morbid madness surging within them. Her breathing was rapid, her full breasts heaving violently. Dad, give me the Xiantai token for the brothel. Jiang Yao stared at the middle-aged man in the armchair. Jiang Ting, the king of hell in the north. He twirled 2 lion's head walnuts in his hand, looking at the mess on the ground, his temples throbbing wildly. For a college student whose background you don't even know, you smashed all the old things in my house. And you even have to mobilize 100,000 disciples. Jiang Ting's voice was deep, carrying the pressure of a superior. Jiang Yao sneered and took a step forward. The baseball bat slammed heavily onto the gold brick floor at Jiang Ting's feet, sparks flying everywhere. His name is Zhu Shengchuan. He's the man I chose. Jiang Yao's voice was hoarse, filled with an unwavering determination. He's missing now. 12 hours. The Skynet system can't find him, and calling the police is useless. I'm going to find him myself. Nonsense. Jiang Ting slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Military helicopters are flying overhead in Kyoto right now, and Dinghe Group has bought up all the dark web resources. Are you trying to make the Jiang family the target of everyone's criticism by sending your branch out into this mess? I'm not going out. If he loses a single piece of flesh, I'll kill myself. Jiang Yao pulled the silver butterfly knife from her boot and pressed it against her snow-white carotid artery. The blade sliced through the skin, drawing out a bead of blood. Jiang Ting's pupils contracted. He knew his daughter all too well. Before that boy named Zhu Shengchuan appeared, she was a thorny rose who disdained any man. Now, the thorns were all embedded in her own flesh. You're insane. You're really insane. Jiang Ting sighed deeply. He opened the drawer, took out a black iron token, and threw it on the table. It was the ultimate symbol of the Jiang family's underground power. 2 hours. Jiang Ting closed his eyes. You must come back in 2 hours. Otherwise, if the higher-ups blame you, I won't be able to protect you. Jiang Yao put away her butterfly knife, grabbed the Xiantai token, and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, the Jiang family's garage door suddenly opened. Jiang Yao changed into a tight-fitting black motorcycle leather jacket. The jacket was made of extremely thin material, clinging tightly to her full and firm chest. The zipper stopped below the neckline, revealing a large expanse of snow-white cleavage and delicate collarbones. She wore matching fitted leather pants, which accentuated her shapely and long legs in an extremely alluring way. She straddled a heavy Indian black horse motorcycle. Her long legs were on the footrests, her body leaning forward, her leather pants taut, outlining a breathtaking curve. For the accelerator. The motorcycle roared like a beast as it plunged into the Kyoto night, like a black lightning bolt. With the issuance of the Xiantai token, all members of the Jiang family's 4 main halls and 18 branch halls awakened. The once peaceful streets of Kyoto were suddenly transformed. Countless vans and SUVs drove out of various dark repair shops and underground parking garages. 100,000 men wearing black vests and with blue dragons and white tigers tattooed on their arms poured into the streets. There was no noise, no vandalism, only a suffocating atmosphere of tension. Toll stations on 8 outbound expressways, including the Beijing-Tibet, Beijing-Harbin, and Beijing-Shanghai expressways, were completely blocked by hundreds of dump trucks. Underground waterways, bus stations, and even abandoned railways in the suburbs were all barricaded. The entire city of Kyoto was under strict lockdown. Entry was permitted, but exit was not. Not even a fly could escape. The night was deep on Zizeman Outer Street, neon lights flashing. Cyberpunk-style lights shone on Jiang Yao's leather jacket, giving it a cold, hard sheen. At the intersection ahead, a smuggler from an underground bank, along with dozens of his men, was confronting Jiang's disciples. Why are you blocking the road? I have a shipment of goods leaving the city by water tonight. You've delayed hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. Can the Zhang family afford to compensate me? The bald snakehead shouted arrogantly, spitting as he spoke. The head of the Zhang family was about to make a move. A deafening roar of a motorcycle approached from the street corner. With a swift, sweeping motion, the Indian motorcycle screeched to a halt, its tires leaving two long black marks on the asphalt before coming to a steady stop right between the two groups of people. Zhang Yao took a long stride and dismounted from the motorcycle. She removed her black helmet and tossed it to the ground. Her long, wavy, wine-red hair danced in the night wind, and her stunningly beautiful face was as cold as ice. The bald snakehead was stunned for a moment. That body, wrapped in tight leather, was simply too hot. Miss Jiang, your Jiang family is just too domineering. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yao flicked her right wrist. A flash of silver light appeared. Uffed. Ah! The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. The silver butterfly knife pierced the bald man's right hand, pinning him firmly to the hood of the Mercedes-Benz van beside him. Blood gushed from the blade, staining the white paint red. The entire place fell silent. All the thugs from the underworld were so frightened that they took 3 steps back and gasped in shock. Zhang Yao, wearing high-heeled leather boots, walked up to the bald man. She bent slightly, revealing the snow-white cleavage beneath her leather jacket collar, but her tone was as cold as a demon crawling out of hell. Wasting hundreds of millions of your revenue in vain. Zhang Yao reached out and gripped the knife handle, cruelly twisting it half a turn. The bald man rolled his eyes in pain, and his crotch was instantly soaked. My man is missing now. If he loses even a single hair, I'll slaughter your entire family, understand? The bald man nodded frantically, tears and snot streaming down his face. Zhang Yao pulled out the butterfly knife, wiped the blood off the bald man's suit jacket, and put it back into his boot. Just then, a long line of riot control vehicles with flashing red and blue lights sped past in the adjacent lane. In the passenger seat of the lead police car, Gu Qinghan, wearing a black trench coat and with her long legs crossed in black stockings, turned her head and met Zhang Yao's gaze through the car window. One is a cold and aloof counselor within the system. The other is a triad heiress with 100,000 followers. Both see the anxiety and murderous intent in each other's eyes. There was no fighting, no obstruction. An extremely strange tacit understanding spread between the underworld and the legitimate world. They had only one goal, to find someone. Zhang Yao's encrypted phone vibrated in her pocket. Young miss, we found it. The leader of the West Suburbs branch said in a trembling voice. We found the half-burnt, fake-plated black Volkswagen at an abandoned car recycling station. We didn't find young Master Zhu, but we found an unburnt button in the gap of the trunk. P.S. I will follow Yinzu, who is selected in the draw. The winner will be randomly selected from the comments/positive reviews. Familiar old readers will be randomly given an extra prize. Chapter 105. The truth comes out. My father-in-law is the party secretary of Beijing. The head of the hall sent me a photo. A haute couture button in smoky gray. The edge is engraved with a line of tiny English letters, Brunello Cucinelli. Zhang Yao remembered it clearly. The day before yesterday, when Zhu Shengchuan went to pick up Su Mu Cheng, he was wearing this haute couture outfit worth hundreds of thousands. Send me the coordinates. Zhang Yao got into the car. West Suburbs, abandoned wine cellar area number 3. This, along with Xiao Weiniang's big data investigation and Shun Tianqi's thermal imaging detection, created a perfect closed loop at the same time. All the clues, all the anger, and the rampaging women throughout the city all pointed to the same destination. West Mountain, Municipal Bureau Command Center. Zhu Shengchuan stood in front of a huge electronic screen and smoked 3 cigarettes in a row. He didn't even notice that the cigarette butts were burning his fingers. They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. Armed helicopters from the Tianjin military region were flying overhead, while a convoy of 50 Maybach armored vehicles belonging to the Dinghe group was driving below. Even more outrageous, surveillance footage showed that 100,000 members of the Jiang family gang had blocked all the city's entrances and exits and were marching in a massive procession toward Xishan. Zhu Shengchuan felt that his official hat had flown to the ends of the earth. Chief, we can't stop them. The SWAT team doesn't dare approach the Xishan area at all. There are also live ammunition locks from the sky. The deputy chief ran over, covered in sweat. Get everyone out 2 kilometers away. I hope nothing goes wrong, or we'll both be finished. Zhu Shengchuan gritted his teeth. At this extremely critical moment, the large, high-alert red screen in the city bureau's command center suddenly flickered twice. Immediately afterward, the entire command system's control panel locked down. The mouse and keyboard became unresponsive. What happened? We've been hacked, the technician shouted in alarm. The map on the screen disappeared instantly. Instead, a bright red badge representing the highest level of state secrets was displayed. Zhu Shengchuan had only seen that symbol in confidential internal training documents. It was a special access code that only the innermost circle of Yanjing could use. Apartment for specially appointed professors at Kyoto University. The study was filled with the faint scent of Huizhou ink. On the mahogany desk lay a sheet of fine Xian paper. On the paper were the two characters, "Return to me," written in wild cursive script by Zhu Shengchuan that night. The strokes bold and powerful, penetrating the paper. Fu Xinghe stood in front of the table. She took off the cheongsam she wore during the day and changed into a light gray silk nightgown. The smooth fabric clung to her mature and voluptuous curves, and a section of her fair and shapely calves was revealed beneath the hem. Her usually clear and aloof eyes, which seemed to have seen through the ways of the world, now revealed a rare hint of panic. She stretched out her slender, pale fingers and gently stroked the dried ink on the paper. Her fingertips trembled slightly. It's been 15 hours. Zhu Shengchuan's phone remained switched off. She initially thought he was just entangled in the fish pond, tripped up by some young girl. But when the missing person reward for Su Muching was posted on the campus forum, and when the faint roar of military helicopters could be heard outside the window, she knew something was wrong. Fu Xinghe closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His chest heaved violently. She walked to the back of the study. Pushing aside the display shelf, she revealed a silver safe embedded in the wall. She entered the password and verified it with her palm print. Click. The cabinet door popped open. Inside were no gold bars, no jewelry, only a red, encrypted phone with no brand markings. Over the years, she has never used any of her family's resources. From childhood, she has despised those spoiled brats who rely on their parents' legacy to act arrogantly. She entered Oxford based on her own true talent and knowledge, and then returned to Peking University as a specially appointed professor. But today, the rules have been broken. Fu Xinghe picked up the receiver and pressed the only button. The phone was answered after only one ring. Xinghe, the male voice on the other end of the phone was deep and authoritative, carrying the composure of someone who had been in a position of power for many years. Using the red thread so late at night, what happened? Dad. Fu Xinghe's voice was cold, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. My future husband has been kidnapped. Right under your nose. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone. Name? Zhu Shengchuan. I'll have my secretary transfer someone. I'll give you an answer in 10 minutes. It won't take 10 minutes. I'll be there now to take command. Fu Xinghe hung up the phone. She turned and walked towards the dressing room, tearing off her silk nightgown. Her long, straight legs slipped into a pair of pure black, pointed-toe stilettos, and she slipped on a sophisticated khaki double-breasted trench coat. The trench coat's belt was cinched tightly at the waist, outlining a breathtakingly proportioned waist and hips. She pushed open the apartment door. Outside in the corridor, 4 wiry men in black suits, with buzz cuts and bulging waists, were already lined up and waiting. Miss, the car is ready, the lead bodyguard reported, bowing his head. Go to the municipal bureau. Fu Xinghe ordered coldly, his high heels clicking crisply and menacingly on the marble floor of the corridor. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto City Public Security Bureau Command Center. It's chaos. Utter chaos. Director Zhu Shengchuan slumped in his swivel chair, his face deathly pale. The dozen or so landlines in front of him rang incessantly, the shrill rings sounding like death knells. Director. Deputy Commander Shun of the Tianjin Military Region is personally in charge, and the military's communications vehicle has already entered the 3rd Ring Road. They demand to take over the city's air superiority. Director. The legal team from Dinghe Group has been bombarding the mayor's hotline. They're saying that if the Transportation Bureau doesn't give the green light to those 50 Maybachs, they'll withdraw their multi-billion-dollar investment project tomorrow. Chief. A call from the Xiqing branch. Tens of thousands of people from the 4 major branches of the Jiang family have completely blocked the roads outside the 5th Ring Road. They won't even let tractors carrying manure pass. The deputy director shouted his report, sweating profusely. With trembling hands, Zhu Shengchuan opened the drawer, poured out 3 quick-acting heart pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them dry without even drinking water. He looked up at the large screen. The red badge representing the highest level of state secrets was still conspicuously displayed in the center, locking down all Skynet operation interfaces. Gu Qinghan, dressed in a black trench coat, stood in front of the screen with her arms crossed. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, were crossed. She bit her red lips tightly, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the phone. Uncle, who locked the system? Sun Chuan's life is hanging in the balance, and every second wasted, Gu Qinghan's voice trembled. Chapter 106 Special Supervisory Commissioner of the Municipal Party Committee, Fu Xinghe. Before he could finish speaking, the heavy bulletproof glass door of the command center was violently pushed open from the outside. 4 top-ranking bodyguards from the No. 1 compound of the Municipal Party Committee strode ahead to clear the way. Fu Xinghe walked confidently into the hall in her high heels. The hem of her khaki trench coat billowed sharply with each step. She didn't look at anyone and headed straight for the central command platform. Gu Qinghan's pupils contracted sharply when she saw the person's face clearly. Professor Fu? Gu Qinghan exclaimed in disbelief. She never imagined that the aloof female professor who spent all her time in the library and was unwilling to attend many classes would appear in such an extremely arrogant manner at the municipal bureau. Fu Xinghe stopped and glanced at Gu Qinghan. His gaze lacked the gentleness of someone on the podium, displaying only the absolute condescension of a superior over a subordinate. There are no professors here. Fu Xinghe pulled a dark red ID card from his trench coat pocket and slammed it onto Gu Zhenshan's desk. The national emblem gleamed with a cold luster under the incandescent light. Special Supervisory Commissioner from the Municipal Party Committee. Fu Xinghe. Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly drowned out all the noise in the command center. Director Gu, I will be in full command of the following operations. Any objections? Gu Zhenshan recognized the name on the ID and, recalling the top-secret access to the locked screen, instantly understood this aunt's true identity, the only daughter of Secretary Fu of the Beijing Municipal Party Committee. No objection. I will obey Commissioner Fu's orders. Gu Zhenshan snapped to attention and saluted, his shirt soaked through. Gu Qinghan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She finally understood where Fu Xinghe's arrogance, which seemed to emanate from his very bones, came from at the opening ceremony. Fu Xinghe walked to the control panel. Unlocked the system. She entered a 12-digit fingerprint password. The large screen lit up instantly, and the Kyoto holographic map reloaded. Connect to the military's special line for Elder Shun. Fu Xinghe looked at the large screen. Tell him that the Municipal Party Committee has approved the military helicopter's cross-border operation. However, the ground assault must be coordinated with the police. Access the cloud data of General Manager Xiao of Dinghe Group. She continued to order, project the dashcam footage they hacked onto the main screen. Contact Jiang Ting, the head of the Jiang family. Fu Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly. Have his men withdraw from Xishan. Blocking the road is fine, but obstructing official business will result in my annihilation of his gang tomorrow. One instruction after another was issued in an orderly manner. The military, business, underworld, and police forces, which were originally fighting independently and hindering each other, were forcibly united under Fu Xinghe's extremely terrifying power tactics. On the big screen, four data cables of different colors began to converge wildly. The red dot represents Shun Tianxi's military thermal imaging. The blue trajectory represents Xiao Weiniang's big data investigation. The black marker represents Jiang Yao's underworld's carpet search of the mountains. The green blind spot represents Gu Qinghan's police surveillance network. Four lines precisely pinpointed a coordinate at the foot of West Mountain. Enlarge, Fu Xinghe commanded. The camera zooms in rapidly. A desolate cluster of abandoned buildings appears on the screen. Abandoned wine cellar area number 3 in the western suburbs, the technician reported loudly. The owner's name is Lu Jianxing. Upon hearing this name, Fu Xinghe's cool eyes narrowed sharply. Retrieve the file. 3 seconds. A top-secret document popped up on the screen. Lu Jianxing, the brother-in-law of Lu Zhenhai, the current secretary of the Tianjin Municipal Party Committee. Fu Xinghe stared at the screen, his tone icy cold. This is a private property that the Lu family registered under a relative's name years ago. It contains Lu Zhenhai's daughter, Lu Nianxi. Upon hearing this, the command center fell into a deathly silence. Gu Zhenshan's legs went weak, and he almost slipped under the table. What kind of bizarre situation is this? The daughter of the Kyoto Municipal Party Secretary is overseeing operations from the Municipal Bureau, trying to seize the private assets of the Tianjin Municipal Party Secretary's daughter, and they're even fighting over the same man. Notify the assault team to lock onto the attack helicopters and have the armored vehicles clear the way. Within 5 minutes, I want this wine cellar razed to the ground. Fu Xinghe coldly ordered, turning and walking towards the door. Gu Qinghan bit her lip until it bled, and without saying a word, she followed closely behind in her high heels. The army sets off. At the same time, abandoned wine cellar number 3 in the western suburbs. Basement. The air here is cold and damp, filled with a pungent smell of formaldehyde. The walls, covered with soundproofing foam, are adorned with all sorts of gleaming scalpels. Zhu Shengchuan was tightly bound to an iron chair. His shirt had been cut to shreds, revealing well-defined, explosive muscles. But due to the effects of the drugs, his strength was now less than that of a junior high school student. The muffled roar of helicopter rotors tearing through the air could be faintly heard overhead. The ground trembled slightly. Zhu Shengchuan knew that the women outside had already arrived, but he also knew that distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. This sickly beauty in front of him could take his life at any moment. Brother Chuan, it's so noisy outside. Lu Nianxi hummed an unknown nursery rhyme, her bare feet stepping on the cold cement floor. Her white floral dress was stained with a few drops of dried, dark red blood. She walked to the iron table and opened an aluminum alloy medicine box with a combination lock. There was no gauze or iodine in the box. There were only rows of glass ampoules filled with a dark blue liquid. Lu Nianxi took out a glass syringe as thick as a baby's arm. With practiced ease, she broke the neck of the ampoule, inserted the thick needle, and slowly pulled the plunger in and out. The pale blue liquid was drawn into the syringe, gleaming eerily under the dim, incandescent light. Do you know what this is? Lu Nianxi walked up to Zhu Shengchuan. She straddled his lap, and through her floral dress, Zhu Shengchuan could feel the sickly coldness of her inner thighs. She lifted the syringe, gently tapped the glass tube with her index finger to expel a few tiny air bubbles. A drop of blue liquid squeezed from the needle tip. This is a high-concentration preservative solution obtained from the black market in Country D. It was originally used on those precious specimens. Lu Nianxi stretched out her other hand, her cool fingertips slowly sliding up Zhu Shengchuan's firm chest, finally stopping at his carotid artery, where she gently pressed. You say you're not good enough for me because you're poor? It's okay, I'll take care of you. Lu Nianxi stared at Zhu Shengchuan's eyes with infatuation, her cheeks flushed with a sickly redness. They are too rich and too powerful. I can't compete with them, so I can only hide you away. She leaned down slightly, pressed her lips to Zhu Shengchuan's ear, and breathed softly. Brother Chuan, if you take this, you'll never change your mind, and you won't rot away. Chapter 107 Land, Sea, and Air Gather. My ex-girls are here to save me. The pungent smell of formaldehyde was suffocating in the dimly lit basement. A pale blue liquid sloshed inside a glass syringe. Lu Nianxi straddled Zhu Shengchuan's lap, the cold needle tip already pressed against the veins in his neck. With just a gentle push of her finger, this highly concentrated preservative solution would be instantly pumped into his artery. Zhu Shengchuan felt a sharp, stinging pain in his neck, but a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Hormonal intimidation aura, fully activated. An invisible, yet deadly masculine pressure instantly enveloped Lu Nianxi. Her previously frenzied eyes briefly became unfocused, and her wrist, gripping the syringe, trembled involuntarily. Sister Lu, if this injection goes in, I'll be truly ruined. Zhu Shengchuan leaned back in the iron chair, his posture still exuding a nonchalant composure even though he was bound hand and foot. The preservative can keep the skin intact, but it can't keep the temperature. If you make me hard, what will you use to relieve your boredom on long nights alone? A specimen. Lu Nianxi's cheeks flushed an unnatural red, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Beneath her floral dress, her bare legs instinctively tightened around Zhu Shengchuan's waist. Don't lie to me, she gritted her teeth, but her voice softened as the needle tip moved across her skin, hesitating to press the plunger. I'll do anything as long as you stay here forever. I'm willing to do it too, but not as a specimen. Zhu Shengchuan looked directly into her eyes, his voice low and husky. Untie me first. Let me hug you. We haven't spoken in 3 years. Don't you want to give me a proper hug? Lu Nianxi's defenses crumbled under the blatant vulgarity and deadly aura. Her fingers, gripping the syringe, slowly loosened. At this critical moment, boom, a violent tremor, shaking the very ground, swept across the concrete surface. Above them, the ear-piercing roar of propellers tore through the deathly silence of the night sky over the western hills. 3 blinding white beams, like giant swords, instantly pierced through the windows of the abandoned building above the wine cellar, illuminating the area as bright as day. Lu Nianxi suddenly woke up and turned around to look at the tightly closed blast-proof iron door. Outside, what's outside? Her eyes widened in terror, her morbid pretense instantly shattered by fear. Don't be afraid. Zhu Shengchuan sighed and said softly. It should be my creditors coming to collect their debts. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out. The thick, 10-centimeter thick, explosion-proof iron door was directionally blasted apart from the outside by C4 plastic explosives. The heavy iron door, weighing several hundred kilograms, was blown away by the terrifying shockwave like cardboard, slamming heavily against the wall and causing mud and sand to fall throughout the basement. The pungent smell of gunpowder instantly rushed in, completely masking the smell of formaldehyde. Lu Nianxi didn't even have time to scream. Dozens of blinding flashlight beams sliced through the billowing smoke, illuminating the basement in minute detail. Immediately afterwards, countless red laser sights, like a multitude of blood-red eyes, locked onto Lu Nianxi's brow, chest, and limbs. Don't move. Lie down. Hands behind your head. 2 fully armed and agile female special police officers pierced through the smoke like black cheetahs, and with a leap, they pinned Lu Nianxi to the ground, away from Zhu Shengchuan. Click. The glass syringe filled with a dark blue preservative solution rolled onto the concrete floor, shattered, and the liquid splattered everywhere. Lu Nianxi's face was roughly pressed against the cold ground, her hands handcuffed behind her back. She stared intently at Zhu Shengchuan on the iron chair, struggling and screaming hysterically. He lied to me. He has so many women outside. He's a liar. The two female special police officers showed no mercy, stuffing a towel into her mouth and forcibly dragging this crazed Yandere away from the basement. The ultimate fantasy of a Yandere was crushed by absolute armed violence, without even making a ripple. The smoke of battle has not yet cleared. A series of extremely chaotic footsteps, each with its own rhythm, came from outside. The crisp sound of high heels stepping on marble, the heavy thud of combat boots hitting the ground, the swishing sound of Doc Martens. The next second, 6 stunningly beautiful figures, each accompanied by a uniquely different top-tier aura, simultaneously pierced through the smoke and stepped into the dimly lit basement. On the far left, Shen Tianxi was wearing the same white princess dress she wore during the day, but with a large military green officer's coat draped over her shoulders. Behind her stood 2 heavily armed special forces soldiers. Second from the left, Jiang Yao is dressed in a tight-fitting black motorcycle leather jacket, the zipper half open, revealing a breathtakingly white cleavage. She holds a silver butterfly knife upside down in her hand, and behind her is a dark mass of gangsters stretching as far as the eye can see. In the middle, Fu Xinghe wore a khaki double-breasted trench coat cinched at the waist, and black stilettos walked with a cool and aloof gait, while he held a dark red certificate of the Municipal Party Committee's supervisory commissioner in his hand. On the right, Gu Qinghan wore a black trench coat over a pencil skirt and black stockings, her usually cold face now completely pale, her fingers gripping her phone tightly. On the far right, Xiao Weining wore 12-centimeter red-soled high heels, and her million-dollar haute couture dress shimmered under the bright lights. Behind her were 2 security directors carrying black briefcases. Finally, Su Mucheng, dressed in a black tracksuit she had changed into overnight, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, was so anxious that her eyes were red and swollen, and her assistant was protecting her tightly behind her. The scents of light tea, rose, sandalwood, and peach 6 top-tier perfumes collided violently in this small space. 6 women who have connections and influence in Kyoto, capable of causing earthquakes in the city with a mere stomp of their feet. At this moment, their gazes passed over the smoke of gunpowder and landed on the iron chair. Zhu Shengchuan was shirtless, his muscles clearly defined, his hands and feet tightly bound with thick hemp ropes and industrial cable ties. Most jarring of all was the scalpel cut on his neck, blood already trickling down his collarbone and onto his chest. A deathly silence fell over the basement. Immediately afterwards, a suffocating aura of carnage erupted in the air. Brother Chuan, Shen Tianxi burst into tears, threw off her officer's coat, and was the first to rush forward. Who did this? I'll skin her alive. Jiang Yao's eyes were bloodshot, her leather jacket taut. She gripped her butterfly knife tightly and strode forward in her marten boots. Get the best surgeon in the city and his medical team here right now. Xiao Weining roared at the security director behind her, her high heels clicking rapidly on the floor. Sun Chuan, Gu Qinghan's lips trembled. He didn't care about his demeanor as a counselor and pushed past the special police officers blocking his way. Fu Xinghe remained silent. A terrifying rage surged within her cold eyes as she drew a tactical dagger from her bodyguard's waist and strode toward the iron chair. Su Mucheng was so anxious that she ripped off her mask, completely disregarding the hundreds of armed personnel around her, and threw herself onto the iron chair while crying. 6 women, from 6 different directions, simultaneously crowded around this iron table, which was less than 2 square meters in size. 6 pale hands, each painted with a different color of nail polish, simultaneously reached for the thick hemp rope binding Zhu Shengchuan. Chapter 108 Zhu Shengchuan. Understanding, gentle, and considerate with a big picture perspective. 6 fair and delicate hands, each with a different manicure, bumped into each other in the dimly lit basement. The air was filled with the scents of tea, rose, sandalwood, and peach, mixed with the smells of gunpowder and formaldehyde. Shen Tianxi was the fastest. She threw herself onto Zhu Shengchuan's lap without a care, her fair fingers desperately trying to pull at the rough hemp rope that had been soaked in water. Her fingernail broke, leaving bloody marks on her fair fingertip. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, calling out, "Brother Chuan." Jiang Yao's black motorcycle leather jacket pressed against Zhu Shengchuan's arm. The metallic zipper brushed against his well-defined biceps, the deep, snow-white cleavage rising and falling violently with her rapid breathing. In her other hand, she gripped the butterfly knife upside down, the blade flipped. "Don't move." Fu Xinghe's voice was icy cold. She pushed Jiang Yao aside. the belt of her khaki trench coat cinching her waist in a breathtaking arc. In her hand, she held the tactical dagger, the blade gliding past Zhu Shengchuan's skin, precisely severing the knot. The rope broke and fell to the ground. Zhu Shengchuan's tense muscles were finally relieved. Before he could even move his aching joints, Su Mucheng had already snuggled into his arms. Beneath her black tracksuit, the top female star's body was unbelievably limp. She reached out, her fingers trembling, to touch the bloody mark on Zhu Shengchuan's neck, a cut made by a scalpel, her eyes filled with terror. Gu Qinghan knelt on one knee, carrying a tactical first aid kit. The hem of her black trench coat flared out, revealing her shapely calves, encased in black stockings, pressed against Zhu Shengchuan's knee. Without a word, she unscrewed an iodine swab and gently, but firmly pressed it onto the bloodstain. Xiao Weiying stood on the outermost circle, wearing 12-centimeter red-soled high heels. She crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over Zhu Shengchuan's bare upper body, her cold and beautiful